Hello and welcome. We are live at Czech Premodern Championship 2025. I'm Adam Koska.
And I'm Tomáš Vlček.
And we are going to be commenting 8 rounds of Premodern today.
Yes, it will be difficult, but I'm really excited about it.
I'm excited too. We've already had, on top of the 8 rounds, of course, there's going to be quarterfinals, semifinals, finals. You're not going to miss any of the action that's going to be going on here today. It's already the 3rd Czech Premodern Championship, I believe.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah.
And I have to say, it's always a rush, right? We start with round 1, and suddenly it's like 10 p.m. and we are finishing the finals, and only then you feel totally exhausted. But it's such a, all the excitement and everything connected with it, the community, and some great games because we always had great games.
Time flies when you're tapping Dreadnought sideways, I gotta say. It's like, oof, you don't realize it, and I don't know if that's really your thing, or
yes, not quite, but I remember last time we were commenting the finals. There was a Bern player who won, and he was playing it like he was playing standstill.
Jerzy Moravec, I believe.
I think so.
I think that was the European Championship.
That was the European
90,
Championship,
right? Yeah,
right?
But
so,
I mean, everybody, after so much magic, people can get a little tired, but we got there every single time. We got a champion. We're gonna have one today as well, I believe.
Yes. What I'm most excited about the brews, what people brought, what's new, and so on. Yeah. If you play Premodern, you always like the brews, don't you?
Yeah, that's part of.
We will get some our portion of Dreadnoughts and Parallax Tides and Goblin Luckies turn 1, maybe, and some Sly. But I'm quite excited about some other cards as well.
Yeah, but speaking of cards that people are going to play today, we're gonna have a detailed look at the metagame breakdown just in a bit. But in general, first, how would you say the metagame has evolved compared to last year? 12 months have passed. What's new? What's stayed?
Well, there is something. There's my mind, and there's also my heart, and my heart tells me that Enchantress is competitive.
Oh,
and
okay.
We saw it of Hands of Riche in North America, and it was beautiful. If you haven't seen the deck list, definitely check it out, because it's always when you see deck list, and I've been playing Enchantress for almost 2 decades. You understand every single card, and it was so obvious that he put so much effort, so much thought into it, playing like 4 Mirror's Guile, cutting some cards that I thought are uncuttable, like Elephant Grass and so on. An incredible sideboard with 3 Carpet of Flowers and 3 Stunted Swarm, right? In a deck where you don't play any other creatures. I think I'm always surprised by new approaches to old strategies. So for me, that's like one of the big winners of last year.
And that's LobsterCon, right? That we're talking about.
Yes.
So you've been playing Enchantress for 2 decades. I've been losing to Enchantress for 2 decades. It's.
Adam, be serious. Nobody loses to Enchantress. Enchantress loses to itself, but.
But I gotta say, I think you mentioned 3 Carpet of Flowers, and I think to me that kind of symbolizes the shift that we've seen with a lot more mono blue, with Parallax Tide maybe at the top of the format at this point. Who needs lands when you have Carpet of Flowers and
or 2
or 2? Yeah, things can get out of hand pretty quickly. So maybe that's one of the shifts that we've seen. Parallax Tide dominating. Would you agree?
Could be, and of course we have eternal struggle and eternal discussion about bans and unbans, and definitely if there is a card with big target on it, it's Parallax Tide. I think that's really a card people hate the most to play against. And it just feels so unfair, and I'm a big fan of black-green mid-range decks, and it feels like you can never beat that. It's very, very strong. And maybe not so much fun, and it doesn't even cost too much. It's not such an investment. I think.
Yeah, and there's so many ways to abuse it. You can have Chain of Vapor, you can have Seal of Cleansing, or even just taking their lands and then
for 2 turns and kill them, or Stifle is incredible because you can take them 1 by 1. He plays extra, and then you just stifle it. I used to play it with Tradewind Rider. Back in the day.
Okay. That is must have been a lot of blue 4 drops in that deck.
Yes.
I used to play it with Ankh of Mishra.
Yeah,
so
that's
there's a lot of ways you can break
combo of death.
Yes, yeah, deal 10. Yeah. Yes. Okay, but I would say that that's maybe the only card that's kind of on the radar there for possible bans, which to me it just shows that the format is really in a really good shape right now.
Yes.
We've heard some discussions about Phyrex and Dreadnought before. I don't think that's an issue anymore here. You know, like even the Dreadnought decks are more like tight decks these days that sometimes just board out their Dreadnoughts and just go for like full-on control. Anything that we could see unbanned?
Just before we talk about unbans, I still think it's probably normal, like you can't probably ban anything, but I feel like Sly is maybe just like a few % more powerful than it was necessary. I think it's very, very strong, and of course they can draw badly, you can get some sideboard hate, but I think Sly is very, very strong, and as a player who never touches that deck, I'm always on the other side of the table.
You know, to me, Sly is just such an inherent part of the format that I'm perfectly okay with seeing it do well, and it's not like it's pushing other decks out of the format. I think like if you want to beat Sly and you do your homework and you come prepared, then you know you can have decent chances.
Yes.
But the deck is strong for sure, and
I feel like if you play slower deck, you need white.
You need
like white in general.
Sure.
Like because I don't think there is anything in other colors. There's
you can have chill and blasts. The question is it enough?
Yes, blasts are good. Blasts are good.
But
let's go to unban.
Sure.
So do you see any card that could be unbanned? Like everybody already, I hope you all have your playset of Necropotence.
I think every pre-modern player should be prepared, right?
Yes, it's probably for a year already. You have the playset.
Sitting on them for some time, waiting. Yes. Sure. I mean, generally speaking, when looking at unbans, I think people were saying that black is underpowered in format, and that helps a little. It needs some little help, and then you can argue for Entomb. That I think for me that doesn't help black in general, but that just like pushes either some combo decks or Reanimator. I think that's the question if that's what you want to be doing in the format. Necropotence, sure. I mean, why not? I mean, I'm all for trying it. Worst thing that happens is we are going to have a Necro Summer and then, it gets banned in autumn, right? Like, how bad can that be? But, yeah, sure. I mean, I think it's something that the format is ready to test, to see if
I know it's probably, I'm not sure how popular this opinion is, but we could, in theory, like that would be my take, we could include like Fallen Empires. We would get High Tide, and we would get Him to Turak. And I think
Goblin Grenade.
Goblin Grenade. That's don't want to see. Yes,
you said that burn is overpowered. Just wait and see what goblins with Goblin Grenade can do.
Goblin Grenade is very strong. But I feel like black, like this classic black card. I think I was saying it during our first edition that when we built some of our first deck with Stepan Herinek, I think we had like a first 2 decks and we were playing, and I had like 3 Him to Turak in the deck.
They were good,
and I was just like crushing it, and I was like, oh, everybody's so stupid. When I saw these deck lists, nobody's playing Him to Turak. So I was thinking that could be, I think, great card. When it comes to Entomb, I mean, we have Dark Ritual.
We do.
So you have Dark Ritual, Entomb, Reanimate, or Animate that. Or combination of those. So basically you get reanimation spell 1 of 8. You can have Exhume as well. So basically reanimation spell you will have plenty. And if you have opener of Dark Ritual and Entomb and any of these, you have like, even if it's Verdant Force, I think most decks just can't beat it.
The thing is that the creatures are not as strong as in other formats, but you still have kind of creatures that specifically beat a certain deck. You go for Phantom Nishoba, certain decks cannot win if you do that at turn 1. You go for, like you say, Verdant Force is great. Even Akroma, which is not a super strong card, but against certain decks, it will do the work. So maybe that's the problem with Entomb, that it's kind of like it searches for what beats your opponent.
Yes, and since we have no way how to interact turn 0.
Yeah, right.
We don't have Force Oil, we don't have Surgical Extraction, we don't have Leyline of the Void. So I think that would be probably like a better player experience, in my opinion. To have.
How about this? We unban Fallen Empires. we unban Entomb, we unban Necropotence, we ban Dark Ritual. Would that solve this turn one problem?
I mean, if Dark Ritual is not a card, like you can still have Lotus Petal. You can do
Sure.
it. You can do it anyway, and these decks will probably play
It's
some.
gonna narrow a little bit.
But it narrows it a lot
range of
because
what you can
you
do,
then
right?
need to have reanimate. You need to
Yeah,
have specific like 3 cards, and it's obviously much harder. So I think it's just generally, yes. I just don't want to that feeling when you open and you just lose on turn 1. It just feels bad.
Yeah, that's I think that should be a pretty important factor when deciding what to ban and what to unban. Not just what dominates, but also like what creates healthy games, right?
Because we don't have it, right? There is nothing you do turn 1 that you just lose, right? Like one of the strongest plays in Premodern is turn 1 Negator after board. Or turn 1 something of Dark Ritual.
Yeah.
Obviously, Goblin Lucky is one of the strongest plays in, but you should be prepared for it, and before it does anything, you can respond to it. So that's that would be my issue with it.
Yeah, sure. I agree. We have a bit of time before round 1 begins, so maybe we can have a look very quickly at our metagame today. So at the top of the meta, we have Burn. As everyone's favorite, except for Tomasz, but everyone else's favorite. We have the meta breakdown here. The letters are a little bit tiny, but you can see that big blue chunk. That is our Burn players in the room.
It's very intuitive.
Trying to
Color.
Sure. Yeah. The mono blue kind of wedge right over there.
Then on 8% we have Goblins. So basically 20% of meta is like mono red deck.
These 2 decks are very different, though.
Yes,
like to me, it's like sure you board in blasts, but there's a lot that you need to like. They beat different decks.
But for blue decks,
right?
but that's why I think like the hate card probably against red decks is Blue Blast in my opinion,
that's
because
kind
it's
of like
just
a catch-all.
It's so versatile.
Yeah.
Kills Lucky. It kills something that's already on the board, but you can counter like Goblin Ringleader. You know, you can destroy Vortex. Like sometimes when you don't counter Vortex, you die. But like Hydroblast answers it, so maybe a little bit underplayed card in some blue decks. I have to say I like it a lot. It feels very confident when I have it.
Yeah. So that's Burn and Goblin, still the pillars of the format, unsurprisingly, I would say, and the 2 of the most popular decks. What else do we have here?
Yes, then we have Stifle Knot on another 8%.
I'm curious how many of those Stifle Knots become mono blue control post board, because that's a strategy that we've seen. I think that's a completely legitimate strategy. You kind of switch your win cons around.
So what's your win con post board? Do you still keep some Dreadnought? How does it work? Like I know you bring Parallax Tide, and you want to play like slow game and get card advantage with Gush and cards like that. But how do you win?
I think you can just win with manlands at that point. Right, like if they don't have any lands, then and the deck generates a lot of card advantage. They have Flash of Insight to kind of tutor what you need. Maybe you can keep like a couple of Dreadnoughts. You don't have to cut all of them. Maybe the mono blue Dreadnought players out there will tell us in the chat what they think, how they win post board, if they board out their win cons, their Dreadnoughts. But I mean, I think that if your opponent just goes all in on answering Dreadnought, then it means that they won't have that many answers against Fairy Conclave, for example, if that's what you want, or Mishra's Factory. It's still an artifact. But yeah, I think that's just like you try to drag the game as long as you want. Some decks I've seen play Brain Freeze post board. So like in a game that just goes on forever, you play Brain Freeze for 4 at some point, you win, maybe another one after that.
I have to say this card is sometimes under the radar of some, but as a blue player myself, as somebody who likes to play control decks, sometimes it feels like you play this long draw and go game against Dreadnought. You have all the sorts of Plowshares, you're ready, for whatever he's doing. And then you realize at some point that you can't win anymore. Because whatever you do, whatever you put on the stack, he just brain freezes you.
I love the fact that it's not a combo card. It's just a finisher. It's like a mill 12, mill 15. That's enough, right? Yeah. So I think that is a legitimate strategy.
And that Flash Insight beautifully brings everything together. So Like the rug that ties the room together in
it is. It's one of those cards that's been in the format for years, and then suddenly people started noticing it was like one-off in the board,
but it's like a story of Premodern, isn't it? It's like okay, did you know this card? That's only been around for about 25 years, but we only discover it now.
Yeah, it's all those forums, where there's like discussion. What is the next hidden treasure that we are looking straight at it and we don't see it? Like, what is it?
Because I think for me it's kind of the carpet of flowers that has been around, but nobody really played it. Like, people try to choke, they try to choke, they try to I don't know, pyroblast, whatever it was against blue decks, but this is incredible, and it's beautifully reacting to that parallax tide.
That's what I wanted to say. It's like, to me, it's not just a response to blue decks in general, but it's like specifically an answer to parallax tide, right? Like before, if you had like blue-white land still decks, they didn't even play all that many islands in the first place, and then like getting mana was not what you wanted against them, right? But against parallax tides, beautiful.
Yes, that's why I was also skeptic about choke, because they play, especially against this like blue-white deck, like they have other colorways, they have coastal tower, they have all the man lands, so it didn't seem that strong. But if we just go faster, then we have 8% rogue, which is
What's
obviously
that?
What
is it?
I have maybe we have our decks. We'll talk about our decks later.
I think both of the decks that we play are definitely rogue.
Yes, they are definitely rogue. Then we have everybody's favorite, every beginner favorite, Dead Gael. Which is,
I wouldn't just say beginner though. Like, I think the deck just has a lot of tools to it. It's like you can answer basically anything that people throw at you. Right?
That is true. On the other hand, like when you see the deck list, you know what is it about. It's not that you'll be surprised. Of course, there are some minor interactions. You can play some sideboard cards, especially obviously white has some good sideboard cards. But I think overall, you know what you're doing. Like you Dark Ritual, like Arena turn one, and then you just discard, kill everything, destroy everything, discard his hand. Yeah. I think it's a very simple strategy, and people like that. Like,
you can go a little more on the control side with like Eternal Dragons. You can go with what you said, like Ritual, Hypnotic Spectre, Nantucket Shade. Right, but they're the core of the deck, I would say, stays the same.
I still have sideboard from like the magazine sideboard from about 25 years ago, when it has like 2 pages article on how powerful is Nantucket Shade. It's like you play turn 1, but you attack for 5 turn 3. Ooh. So so then we have Parallax Replenish, which is I think one of the boogeyman of the format, because when you lose, you were never in the game, it seems like, and whatever you did, and he rips the replenish off the top, and you just dead. So it's very, very, very strong dead, especially paradoxically, especially against like some blue decks. Like it's very strong. It has powerful tools, including like Mana Short and Orim's Chant. That's
Abeyance, Orim's Chant, Mana Short. All these decks these cards are there to make sure that your replenish resolves. Yes. And to me, the blue-white replenish is a deck that's been constantly, like, step by step, month by month. It's like been rising a little bit, to basically the position of the top combo deck of the format.
I wonder, do you think Parallax Replenish is not more represented because of its price? Because it is one of the more expensive decks.
Sure.
Because you need City of Traitors, and all the cards like Replenish and some of the other cards. I'm not sure about Opalescence. They are quite expensive.
Right.
Maybe Opalescence is like €30. But I think Replenish will be in the thousands.
I mean,
it's like 100, 150.
In Czech crowns, yes. Not your euros. Yeah.
Sorry, 40 euros is 1,000 crowns. So I think it will be probably about over 100, 150 euros for Replenish.
I'm not much of a trader, but I would say that you're probably right. And it might be one of the reasons, I would say also another reason could be that it's just the play style of that deck is not for everyone. Not everybody in the format is a combo player. Some people like to tap creatures sideways and not just, animated enchantments. But to me the deck is strong. I also love the fact that you can play more like combo way with Frantic Surge, Attunement, or you can go more for like fair, like late game. We've seen mana leaks in there.
Yes, with some counterspell and extra removal. Yeah. But definitely super strong deck, and sometimes like you feel like you waste them, you put them down, and suddenly they just play like the Soul Land with Frantic Surge. They generate 4 mana out of nothing, and you can die. So. Yeah. very strong deck.
dangerous.
And what's super strong about it is when he gets on the 4 mana, which with these soul lands is not that hard. He starts casting these big 4 mana enchantments, and you kind of have to counter it or answer it, or it takes him so much time. And then when you counter everything or deal with everything, he replenishes.
I mean, Tide you have to counter, otherwise you're not countering anything else.
Yes.
The next turns.
So it's very strong. The best way how to deal with replenish, I think, is like Sly, put so much pressure on them. They might have to take some damage with Ancient Tomb, and you just finish them before they can do anything.
Yeah, sure.
Also, when they don't have mana, of course they can't do much, and that 4 mana can be sometimes harder to get. Then we have Survival on 4%.
Okay, Survival. That's also a card that goes in a lot of decks. And so, what kind of Survival are we talking about here?
I mean, the classic Survival was Elves. That was like the most successful deck historically in Premodern that was using the card. But lately, we've seen all sorts of versions of Survival. Opposition, blue-green. We've seen a full English breakfast, like the combo deck with Walrus Shapeshifter.
Yeah. We've seen it even in decks that were previously in the format but without Survival maybe, and then they kind of adopted it. For example, Blue-Green Madness, even Black-Green Rock. I think is Survival makes a lot of sense there. And then you can go to kind of like niche and funky decks like Sneak Attack, for example, or I've seen some red-green aggro yesterday at the tournament that played Survival for Basking Root Dwellers and
I've seen it even in like Aluren.
Okay.
In Aluren.
Okay, yeah.
And I wonder if there is ever a world where it could be somehow played in Enchantress. I'm not so sure, but
the creature density is not super high there, right?
Yes,
it's nice to have Argothian Enchantress whenever you need it, but
it's like you always it feels like you always have it, right? When you have the Argothian and you play Survival, you draw a card, and when you have Survival and you have Argothian, you can discard it and get Squee and get more Argothian.
Could you play Elvish Spirit Guides there? So that you can have like turn 1 Argothian Enchantress, or you have stuff to discard into Survival.
Yes. I mean that has been the thing in the past. Like one player I look up to many years ago that was playing Enchantress, Lukáš Kraft.
Oh yes.
So he used to play Petal, Lotus Petal, to have Enchantress turn 1. But overall, it doesn't seem like a viable strategy.
It's overall a bit on the less consistent side, right? Yes. Like you add explosiveness and firepower, but then you have dead cards when you need some gas. Sure, it's like the eternal question of consistency versus explosiveness.
Yes, and then just very quickly, because
round
one is about to start. We have Tide Control, which is like a slower replenish. Let's say it's like blue-white Standstill with that Parallax Tide in it.
Or it's like Mono Blue Dreadnought if you forgot the Dreadnoughts at home.
Yeah. Or you don't want to buy them. Then we have Enchantress, Big Hay, Pit Rack, also like a deck I like so much because it's so easy to get into the format with like mono black deck. Sure. And it's fun deck to play, and it's not overpowered, but I like it a lot. Then we have Terrageddon, also very, very strong deck. Especially, it has one of my favorite cards in the format, which is Weathered Wayfarer, which I'm still pondering how to make it like work with with something like Scroll Wreck, something like that. And then we have Landstill or Devourer combo, Landstill, Machina Head, which that's really like blast from the past. There was like a Type 2 deck.
Blazing Spectres, just
Blazing Spectre,
trying to do their best impression of Hypnotics. Yeah.
So now we have Stasis. Now Survival Opposition. So that Survival we talked about is a different Survival. Then we have Rock at 2%. Which definitely, it seems like people, play Rock less and less,
Yeah, that's true. To me, it's like Dead Guy Ale, kind of, the fair deck, but maybe a little bit weaker. Depends on the meta, I guess. It's just definitely has worse removal spells, but.
Yes, I think my problem, I think we discussed it, but the problem with Rock is that you are not doing anything very well.
Sure, right? You're doing everything, but it's like the 49% deck.
Yes, that's one thing. Then you have a lot of discard, but then you don't have follow-up often. Or your follow-up is...
Bailiff?
Yes,
Recurring Nightmare?
Yes. If you have a Recurring Nightmare or Ravenous, but I think it just does not have that punch. So even if you rip off their hand, say against Replenish, I mean, anytime they draw replenish, you like die on the spot. So you need to like have some quick follow up, but you often just don't draw it. You draw 3 discard spells, Wall of Blossoms, and 3 lands, and one of them is Street of Village, so you're attacking for 3, and it's just too slow. So now what they do, and I like it a lot, they add that Survival of the Fittest, and they can have potential combo finish with like Great Whale, Palinchron. And you have the toolbox. So again, like you need to draw specific, because after all, Rock is mid-rangey control-ish deck. You want specific answers. Like sometimes Banish is the best card in the world, but sometimes.
Sometimes it is, sometimes.
And sometimes the round 1 begins.
Sometimes the round 1 begins. That happens. Yeah. And in fact, it's happening right now. So let's have a look at what we have here. Oof, okay.
Terrageddon.
We have a very nice Terrageddon here. There's a lot of shiny stuff in there.
A lot of shiny stuff, so we won't see anything. We'll be guessing what's on the screen.
Yeah, it's going to be a great guessing game.
But I think this is I have to say, it's a beautiful deck.
Yeah,
it's amazing.
Yeah.
Like
this one is the one with the Oath of Druids, so no Weathered Wayfarers for us this time.
Unfortunately, but I think it's incredibly beautiful. Notice 3 Cataclysm that in this deck leaves you with like Sylvan Library, Mox Diamond, land, and Terravor. That's quite big.
Sure.
So
looking forward to seeing this deck in action. And then we have Stepan Vyskočil with Counter Rebels.
Yeah.
Oh my god! Okay, this made me happy seeing this deck in the feature match.
Of course, unbeatable rare that had to be banned in block constructed.
In block constructed,
not in standard. In block constructed. Lane Cividev in hero. I had it actually in a booster. So I felt now I have to. But I was more like disappointed because now I have to buy 3 more.
I did it a better way. For my name day, I got a booster pack of Nemesis, and there was a foil Linsivy. So still like one of my highlights of opening booster packs, maybe the highlight. And I traded it for 2 Linsivis.
And how old were you? What birthday?
I was a teenager. I was
like 14?
I'm gonna say 15,
14, yes.
Right. It was my first competitive deck.
Yes, and also Linsivy, one of the first legends in history that you play 4 of. It did not happen before because the old legend rule, you could have only one of those on the board, and if there was one, you could not cast yours. Then they changed it, so if your opponent had like Jason the Mind Sculptor, you could play yours and kill it.
Yeah.
So they both died.
Like when this was in standard, which rule are we talking about? Is it like whoever plays Linsivy first?
He has it.
It sticks.
Yes.
There's no way how to.
So it was like a lock piece.
Okay.
I have my Linsivy, so you don't have yours.
That sounds like so much fun.
But definitely this deck looks beautiful, and we will see how it fares. I mean, it's super mana hungry deck.
It is, yeah.
I don't think we'll be seeing Jobel Queen in this matchup.
Maybe not. But look at this, like Thermal Glider, Nightwing Glider, all colors, color hosers, standstill. You can go the turn 1 Surgeon, turn 2 standstill play. I think that's actually super powerful.
I think that's probably what we want to see. But I may be surprised. Like it's mana hungry, as I said, but maybe I would expect some kind of days or something like that. Maybe.
Do the lands really work that way? Also, if you're playing days, you're setting up yourself back one turn with Surgeons, right? Like you really want that 3 mana on turn 3.
I think one thing that I would like to point out is, or maybe like at least like 2 things. First, Ramosian Surgeon can get Whipcorder, which is answer for like Dreadnought or Terravor, which can be super relevant. And second card that we don't see that very much is that like politically correct crusade for rebels, and that's Shared Triumph. I think that's how it's called.
It is,
oh no! I can't speak
Something
anymore.
terrible happened. Okay, there we go. We're legal again. Shared Triumph, it's even better than Crusade here. All your creatures are rebels.
And this is like the boomer in me likes that it's for all creatures of the type.
Even if you're playing Rebel Mirror Match, then
Wonderful. So we have starting. We had mulligans. So Stepan mulligan to 5. He only has 3 cards in hand now, and Adam is drawing his 7th card.
Maciej.
So Maciej. So he did.
The names of our players are on the top. On the bottom, it's not me playing against Tomáš, but that's us commentators.
Yes.
So 5 cards, but then again, you might. Stuff is happening here.
That will be very tough for Stepan.
Okay, it's just land
it's
must
just that.
pass.
Okay. Stand still, come on, stand still.
Is it?
He will respond with swords to plowshares.
Wouldn't you actually just cast the swords if you had them? Because like there's mana leaks in the deck as well, right?
Yes.
So end of turn.
Sword? No,
Enlightened Tutor. Do we go for Oath?
Yes, I think so.
Huh. Okay.
But Stepan has Disenchant, so he can answer like whatever Maciej wants to do.
Mm-hmm. So Maciej basically just 2-for-1 himself, kind of?
Yes, 2-for-1 himself. But as long as he does have Disenchant, but since he does not have.
Oh, you meant like not in hand, but in the deck.
In the deck, yes,
sure,
yes.
Right.
I did not see what he has in hand. I see Swords to Plowshares, so playing Standstill would not be the right thing to do. I see Cataclysm. I see Secluded Step in Maciej's hand.
Playing the Secluded Step, needing lands here. Okay, so now I mean, if Stepan doesn't have the Disenchant, he's going to be in a world of pain, right?
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, he can search for Whip Quarter, tap whatever Maciej has,
but he clearly doesn't have it. Otherwise, he would be attacking with both of them.
That's true. Oh, okay, like resolving Oath, like having your opponent resolving Oath.
The slight disadvantage of the version Maciej is playing is that you have 6 creatures, and obviously you have some man lands, but you have 6 creatures and that's it. And what you now mill, including like the Street of Village, that's one less win condition.
Okay.
And Stepan has now Whip Quarter. Stepan has 4 Swords to Plowshares.
Okay.
So, and you have only six things, right? So in theory, in some ideal world that we probably don't live in, you can potentially just like kill all his threats. The problem is that the Terravor is getting like, if like first one you probably like Swords to Plowshare or whatever, but then the next Terravor's like one swing you die, so that's kind of the issue. But I think he's going for Whip Quarter.
But even now it's a 10-10, by the way.
Yeah.
So he's gonna go for Whip Quarter, sure.
I think what you can do somehow is like chum with like creatures, so you only have Whip Quarter, and you can be tapping that Terravor, maybe.
But is it really?
What?
Find Falcon. We're gonna see Lin City here, maybe. But then, like, Maciej is gonna mill some more, and that 10-10 Terravor is going to be bigger next turn when it attacks.
Like, also, what can happen is now... No, that does not work. Like, Standstill C doesn't work anymore.
No, because of the Oath.
Yes. That's problematic.
So, yeah, playing Rebels, it's always an uphill battle. You know, you're a rebel fighting the dark, the evil empires.
I have to say, I appreciate Stepan's choice of lands.
What lands are those?
I think they are from one of the newer sets.
Okay.
And they trying to look old.
They are doing a pretty good job at that.
Yes, they're doing very good. There's so many colors, it's almost dazzling me.
There's the Whip Quarter, and the Whip Quarter...
Well, it sorts to Plowshares.
Okay, so that was... Oof.
So that's the last card from
Counterspell.
hand.
Okay, so Whip Quarter sticks, but now... Oh, that's another 10-10 Terravor straight from the top. This was also... How many Whip Quarters is Stepan playing, by the way? 2?
2.
I think. So, like, unless he has both of them in his hand...
But
I was wondering, like, why didn't he search for one last turn?
Now I think you have to chump with everything but Whip Quarter, rip like Swords to Plowshares from the top, and try to stabilize the game that you'll be tapping for the rest of the game, the Terravor.
But that's really that. Like, how are you progressing your game? And that.
Well,
like you're waiting for.
Well, other option is you die.
Okay.
I think there is no other thing. Like
because then he's gonna mill next turn again, and the Terravor.
You will get another creature.
The Terravor didn't get bigger this time, so I mean that's good for Stepan, but I would be surprised if like it didn't get bigger now.
Yes.
Yeah. There's.
And Thermal Glider is not going to cut it.
Unfortunately, I have some ideas what Stepan might board out. Oof, these are going to be some disgustingly big Terravores right there.
On the other hand, if Stepan was able to counterspell like that Oath of Druids, we would have a game.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like,
because I think Maciej does not have much else. He has got Cataclysm and Sphere of Resistance.
okay.
I like this land, by the way. I think it's very underplayed.
Riftstone Portal. Is it?
It gives all your lands, if it's engraved, and it has this little nice, like the old Cabal Therapy has that little tombstone, which I like a lot.
That's really neat.
And it just, you can see it on the screen. If it's in the graveyard, all your lands tap for green or white. So I think that's very cool.
You can discard it with Mox Diamond. At that point, you're ultimately fixed. Everything good taps for everything. So one of those Terravores is gonna get tapped. Now the question is,
now he's jumping one turn too late.
No, but like the Terravores are too big. Okay, so there's a handshake. It's just for game one, but like handshake there for good games. For the first one, we're gonna see more games. But yeah, okay. Oath of Druid resolves, does its thing. I mean, there's.
How do you like worship?
Do you think that Stepan would be able to catch Maciej unprepared? Like the trouble, I think, is that Maciej has enlightened tutors. So like, if he keeps one seal of cleansing, which he might, probably suspecting something like.
Yeah, but
standstill,
yes,
right?
for sure, 4 annals come in. I think.
Yes, definitely.
And I think you just have to cut this expensive stuff. You have to cut Ramusin, Sky Marshal, Jobal Queen. By the way, I can't read it. I remember names of those cards, which is, I think, quite telling.
So we should appreciate your experience.
Nightwing Glider and Thermal Glider and Ramusin Captain. I know them all.
That is amazing. You're like an rebel encyclopedia.
Yes.
Have you ever played that deck yourself?
I'm not sure. Can I monetize this?
You could. Yeah, sure. You can put it up on the internet as like services. People don't know.
Yes. What we missed? What we missed is a Meddling Mage, because it was like in the bottom part of the screen.
That was the new card.
Yeah,
the new design card.
The new design card.
You brought it in? The one at the very bottom right. Okay.
I think. Yeah, I think you bring. I think you bring it in because like he really needs Oath.
Yeah.
Like Oath is the thing. You should be thinking Oath is the thing. So I think you want 4 annal for Meddling Mage, and you cut probably the expensive stuff. I think you want. I'm not sure about Standstill. I think it has to go out.
You don't have Wasteland for the opponent's Street of Village, right?
No, I don't. So, I'm not happy about it. You can maybe keep some, because in some situations it can be good if you have 2 rebels.
You're on the play, so maybe on the draw you cut all of them. On the play, maybe you still keep some. But
I wonder, would you bring it Cursed Totem?
Because turns all the rebels into just vanilla creatures. Basically.
Yes, but like their ability, let's face it, is so bad.
That's what they do. That's what they do.
Know.
Like what else? Like
I know, but it's like
what I like about it is that the Whip Quarter doesn't tap anything anymore.
Oh yeah, that's relevant, but maybe it's a card that maybe it doesn't do much. If he has like 2-3 rebels, 1/1s, he plays the Shared Triumph. He's attacking for 6, and if you don't have. What are you cutting? I think you're cutting the Spear of Resistance.
Sure.
I'm not sure about that one. By the way, he only has 1 Enlightened Tutor. We didn't see that. There's one more in the sideboard.
Yeah, right. Then the question is how many Seal of Cleansings you want to keep post-board. Like, what are you afraid of? Shared Triumph. Again, like you sneak the seal in play first, you can answer your opponent's Standstill. I don't think Worship is going to be a player here, no?
Probably not. But I think you just bring like the creatures.
The Call of the Herd, more Exalted
Angels. I think Call of the Herd, Exalted. I think I'm quite happy with that.
Yeah. Why not? Makes sense.
Yes. I just want to say I don't see Sylvan Library. He plays 3.
Oh, he does. Yeah, the foil green cards on the top. One of the green foil cards in the top row, but the one all the way to the left.
By the way, can we see the Swords to Plowshares that's DCI foil?
Oh my! So was that like a Judge promo? Or
I think so. Many years ago.
Judge promos were good back then.
But I really did like. I always like the flavor text in those cards.
Yeah.
But I don't remember this one.
The Oath of Druid, the foil Oath of Druids are also some kind of promo, maybe Judge promo as well. I think, right? And then the foil Brushland from 7th edition. Yeah, you just have to open a lot of packs for that. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, how I would ask how do you like the matchup, but
I think it's. I mean, I mean, one is well-established deck that's been crushing big tournaments, and one is a deck that most viewers have never seen.
Okay, I mean, I would say that
camera.
people know that the deck exists. I think that people have been trying to make that deck that good for some time, and I mean, if you go more on the blue-white aggro deck with not so much like Lin City, but more just the sergeant searching with quarters, then that's an established strategy. I think we've seen some blue-white decks with Ramos Insurgent take down tournaments.
By the way, we have on stream. We have a question from Lapadu. As someone not that much invested in the format, does the non-rotating format constantly evolve? Do new decks are there new decks, or is it solved? What I would say is like you have the card pool and you know which cards are like the best, but you can put them in a different combinations in decks, and therefore I don't think it's totally solved. And also there is a big I think we can discuss it later. It's one of my like big topics about Premodern, about the competitiveness, because I think there is, of course, people who played Red Note or Sly, but there are always people that like to brew and that like to do well. Of course, it doesn't always happen, but if you do well with like a Fringer deck, that's the joy you have from the format.
Very satisfying.
That's me. You know, I don't want to play like the top deck.
So you would say that your approach to Legacy is very different than your approach to Premodern.
But I think in Legacy, if you win, that's good. And I'm not saying it's bad in Premodern, but I think you want to win in style.
Okay.
I think that's more like it. But honestly, in Legacy, I never play like top deck. I build deck that's like suits me. And no.
So I guess to answer the question, it's like one reason why the format stays fresh is that people like to brew, and people like it's not like one of the most competitive formats out there. That being said, I would say that there's still the metagame is evolving. Like even the tier decks are evolving constantly. Maybe it's not so fast like the evolution in standard where you have new sets, but it is evolving.
So.
And also there's like bans and unbans every now and then that shake the format up a little bit.
Yes.
But
we can talk about it later. But now we have the game's underway, and Terra get on a mulligan to 5, and Stepan with his rebels is on 7. So of course Mox Diamond, of course.
I mean that's what you mulligan into, right? Like you're trying to find the good cards. Oof, that's like turn 1, tap your land. There's no Ramos in.
But definitely, if there was like a way how to help the weaker deck, okay, you keep 7, and the good deck you will mulligan to 5. So we'll see how this will play out.
No, I don't. I mean, I think even playing a fringe deck, it's kind of like a challenge. You know what the good decks are because you know the deck list, and you're just trying to like, you know which tools you need to beat them. Might as well get there. But okay, so I'm just wondering what's going on here because Stepan kept his 7, but he's just on island pass. And of course maybe he is like a more reactive hand that
I mean we saw his mana, and his mana is not ideal. He has 4 strength and 4 Adarkar wastes, which is like classic standard, but we all know how this works, how this mana base works, that you just sometimes don't get it.
Yeah, you need double white for Lin City.
You have double white for Lin City, you have double blue for counterspell. Here's Adarkar waste.
Okay, but so like a couple of questions here. We see probably an Exalted Angel from Matej, and
he's taking damage.
A ton of action. Meddling Mage. Oh, like there's an Exalted Angel in play already. So like, are you just gonna let him untap and?
It almost looks like he's putting in Enchantment Zone.
Is there such a thing? Enchantment Zone?
I don't know.
If you're playing Enchantress, the whole table is an Enchantment Zone. But okay.
Good point. But I have to say, when my opponent like flips like Exalted Angel, and I play like a deck with heart removal for it, it feels good. Like he now spends 7 mana over the course of 2 turns.
Like a little drain life there.
He's not tapping your mana. So we'll see which Stepan comes up with.
You have to come up with something, right? And like this is the turn where Matej is not going to mess with your mana. So like you have Whip Quarter in hand. you have second white, now is the time to play it.
Okay.
But I mean, the window's gonna close because Mate has cards like Cataclysm, Armageddon. So if you're, I don't know what that meddling mage is naming. By the way, do we know what he named with the meddling mage?
I would imagine Oath of Druids or Swords to Plowshares, but
Oath of Druids when Mate already led with Exalted.
Yes, but I mean you maybe answered. Swords to Plowshares I don't like so much because you play it yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so Stepan's gonna take
that's
2
very painful, Linsivy.
for a Linsivy, and I suppose he's not gonna attack. That is the enchantment zone actually. Like it looks like meddling mage is there just to spectate. I was looking for some attack for 2, but okay, Exalted Angel comes across.
Stepan is
That mana base is painful.
he's on 9. That's
Is that all right, that's the Cataclysm there. So Stepan will have 1 creature, 1 land, whereas Mate will have Mox, Exalted Angel, and Mage. I mean Mox Diamond. Mox land and Exalted Angel. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, I mean, like you need the answer to that Exalted Angel, and then if you don't,
he will
have
be
it,
tapping you. On the other hand, if he has Linsivy, and a Linsivy. Why didn't he attack like with a meddling mage?
Did we miss something with the meddling mage? Why is it still there?
Well, he did. Oh yeah, it's still
Is it an enchantment?
Is that meddling mage, right?
It is a meddling mage, I believe. It was a meddling mage, I should say.
Well,
so like you search for reuploader, next turn you start tapping, right?
I mean, it's still fine. You need land.
But Mate has a British import, so he can mess with your white mana.
Oh, there's
okay.
no.
That looks like the game to me.
Why not to attack?
I mean, it's pointless.
No,
Life is terrible.
No, it's not pointless. There's exactly 1 point of damage in that.
It is. Yeah, you're right. It's not pointless. It's pointful. There's the 1 point of damage. The rebels. I think at this point they're gonna.
That's a shame.
They're just.
But I was like proper beating.
Yeah. Oath of Druids, Cataclysm, and Mate is.
Seems like 3 mana, 1/3 do nothing, is worse than like 3 + 4 mana kill you.
This is the last offense that the rebels are trying to put up.
Did he tap other card ways to take?
No, it was upkeep.
Oh yeah,
upkeep.
Right.
Like you could search with Linsivy, but like you're just searching Surgeon at that point.
But you're not drawing that Surgeon, right? He brought it.
Okay, now we have some idea about the So now he has to have like plain swords, otherwise it's game.
And since he doesn't have either, I don't think that's going to.
Okay, attack you down to 31, so close, and that's it, I guess. Okay.
How many times did you forget to attack?
Check. So you mean like Mate could have been at like 28 instead of 31?
No, like I remember.
Oh, you mean like how many times I forgot to attack?
Yeah,
I'm sure.
I remember playing.
I'm absolutely sure I forgot to attack.
Yes, I remember playing end of turn Vendilion click, seeing my combo opponent doesn't have it. I was so happy that I forgot to attack next turn.
Against combo, 3 points of damage. Yes. That can easily turn into like 1 more life draw for them to draw their combo. Did you win?
I still won, and my friend was like reminding me like 3 years later.
It's a trauma. He still remembers like. Okay. Yes. No, I mean I'm absolutely sure I forgot to attack. It's just mistakes happen, right? And I think at that point, the most important thing is not to let it affect you. Like you forgot to attack. Okay, so what? You're just gonna next turn you're gonna attack and try to get there, right? Like
absolutely. By the way, just to react to some of the chat, I think we have because we have some time for the end of the round. One of the things was that there's opinion and there's always the debate about it whether we should ban whether Premodern should allow or not allow the modern prints. And I think the ideal is that you have deck that's all design
and foil.
No, I'm against that. I'm against foils.
Here and there. Yeah. Okay. I get
Anyway,
your point.
but I think we want to have old design. But
Yeah.
I mean, if you like, for example, if you want to play blue white standstill, and if you buy the cheapest version of the card, every card is like 5 crowns, 7 crowns.
Did you play Humility?
No, you don't play.
No,
No,
you don't play
well,
Humility.
humility. Okay, but I mean, all these like whatever counter spells, disenchant.
Yeah, there are definitely decks that are accessible. I
Even-
would say like Dead Guy Ale, maybe the what's it called, Captain America. The blue people. It has different names. I would say blue, white, red, Lightning Angel decks.
Oh,
We haven't
I
seen
think
them in
it's
the
called
format,
Solution in Premodern.
Could be.
It's called Solution,
But
but it could be Team America if you like. It makes you happy.
Which team you are on, yeah. But sure, these decks are accessible. You can play like all new versions,
Yes.
mismatched.
A friend of mine, he's playing goblins,
Mhm.
and he has mismatched even the prints within the cards. So he has like 4 different matrons and things like that. And
That's
I
a
think,
lifestyle. At that
yeah,
point,
I think he does it on purpose.
I'm pretty sure he does, yeah. And they're all new frame.
Yes, new frame. So I don't even know if it's war chief or what. So he's not. It's he does it on purpose. He doesn't care about mental health of other players. You know, we always say how very communal and very friendly it is, but some people are vicious.
I mean, why not? Why not? It's yeah. I think we've seen there was this guy who like altered his cards to be white bordered.
Mm-hmm.
I think also there are conflicting opinions on that. If you have a white bordered Tarmogoyf, is it a piece of art? Is it some kind of abomination that just shouldn't happen? I'm more in the camp of like it's something special. Yeah, why not? Sure. So
Honestly, it's kind of special to play Tarmogoyf these days.
I don't really think I play any formats where Tarmogoyf is legal anymore. Is it a good card in Legacy these days?
No,
No.
it's not played at all.
Uh-huh.
I don't want to compare it, but if you don't know, you can Google Barogoyf, and you will
Oh,
understand.
so there are better Goyfs now.
There is a Goyf that's black. It's 1 mana more.
Mhm.
Okay, it does the same thing. Okay, 1 mana more, but it's a lifelink.
Okay.
It has Death Touch.
Ooh.
And when it deals damage to player, you mill that many cards if you want,
Mhm.
and you can put creature back into your hand. So it draws cards and gives you 5 life. And
Okay.
yeah, it's kind of not close.
Yeah, that's what happens to other formats. Not pre-modern though. Like good cards are still good 7, 8, 10 years later. You know, there's no risk that your good
Absolutely.
cards would get outmatched by
They
something
will just
new.
unban a bargain and everything's different. Or
Sure.
necropotence.
Sure.
By
But
the way,
okay.
for the record, we think bargain is too strong.
To me, it's like as long as the Academy Rector in the format, you can't bargain because like, I mean, without Rector, is bargain still that good? Like, would it still do things? Like 6 mana? How do you cheat it in play? Show and tell, maybe show and tell bargain.
You can show and tell bargain. You have petals, dark rituals.
Mhm.
I'm not so sure.
But
How
that's-
would you approach it? Because I remember like back in the day, you played that familiar for 5 mana. I don't remember the name, but I would remember. You discard a card, you get a black mana.
Oh, sure. Yeah. It was a Scourge. I
Scourge
think. It was
familiar?
some kind of. It could be.
Yeah,
I think
something
yeah,
like
yeah.
that.
So that's like once you assemble that with bargain,
Mm-hmm.
you just need to gain some life here and there, and you're good.
Yes,
Or-
you were playing some soul feasts, and
But,
that
like,
was the
is
standard.
it really
deck.
too good for pre-modern? I think it's like if you have a fringe combo deck that uses bargain with a Scourge familiar, I'm perfectly fine with that.
Yes, but
You
I
know,
think it would maybe look different today. It would play maybe differently today. But definitely, obviously, the power of bargain, whether it was banned or it's only restricted.
Yeah.
It's only you can only really play it in. If I'm not mistaken, you can only play it in vintage, and it's restricted. You can play one.
Okay.
off. Because like drawing the card right away, it's just so,
Sure,
so
yeah,
strong.
you just go off on that
Yeah,
turn.
so with
and-
necropotence, you know, it works like differently.
Yeah, you
You
have to
get
be
the cards at the
patient.
end of turn. Of course, you can still do maybe something instant speed or
Yeah.
no. With necropotence,
it's end of turn.
It's
End of turn, yeah,
end
end
step.
step, yeah.
It's end step, and you then you get the cards.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we have a comment that Counter Rebel was my first deck when I was going back into Magic. I mean, there's some nostalgia with it.
Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why he had it on the feature match as well.
Yes.
It is a sweet deck. It is a sweet deck for sure.
Yes, I'm thinking what would have to happen for the deck to be a little bit better Maybe if he had slightly better draws, I'm not really sure.
Sure, like he never drew he had disenchants in his deck against Oath game 1, he just didn't draw them. He had Swords to Plowshares, I suppose, post board against the Exalted Angel, he didn't draw them. So it's kind of like, but that's what happens when you have threats and answers. Threats are always better than answers because there will be games where you draw the threats, your opponent doesn't have the answers, or you don't draw it, you draw something else, and they have dead cards. So that's how it works.
And I think it was like he had Mog's Diamond on the play with Enlightened Tutor into Oath.
Yeah, it was a pretty
so he couldn't
Oath.
even like Mana Leak, if I'm not mistaken, if he had it.
It was fast. It was fast, yes. And so maybe one of the reasons why Counter Rebels seems like they're just not quite there yet.
And they will never be.
I mean, never say never. Maybe something will happen. Yes. But it's you're trying to do your win condition is super slow, let's say, and it's kind of clunky. It's your guys die to removal, and so to me it's like being in control, but with creatures to finish the job.
I mean, the idea of this deck is like you play Remusian Surgeon and you play turn 2 Standstill, or you have Mana Leak from turn 2 on, and then that's it.
It's not a bad start, especially if you're on a play. Yeah, why not? Another problem for me with Rebels is that like if you're on the draw, it just feels like you're like not just one turn behind, but like 2 turns behind, right? Yes. Because the format does tend to be quite fast. But who knows? Maybe somebody will break it at some point. We will find good Rebels deck. I'm certainly hoping that I will live to see that day. I might even try to play Rebels at some point. I wouldn't rule it out. But it is definitely one of the fringe decks out there. Speaking of fringe decks, we mentioned before this round that there's a lot of rogue decks, and we also said that both me and Tomáš, we kind of like to play rogue decks. What's your latest rogue deck that you've been playing, Tomáš?
I mean, it's beauty. Maybe, can I ask? Can we have it on screen?
Yes, can we? You have it. All right, let's have a look at it. Maybe this is the next big thing.
Yes, because it's going back to also some of my beginnings when we play a lot of Highlander. So I had an idea, and I guess I'm not alone to build a Highlander for Premodern. But of course, there are no Highlander tournaments. There are no rules for it. So I just built a 60-card Highlander, and I just compete with normal Premodern crowd.
Okay.
And by one.
There we go.
Yes, this is the main deck. I'm not sure if we can, if you can see it well. It basically, if I simplify it, it's a black-green survival. You're Highlander, you play survival. It comes like naturally.
The toolbox is just infinite.
Yeah. So you see Birds of Paradise, you see Spore Frog, Wall of Blossoms, Wall of Roots, Granger. The one that draws a card.
I love Value Hermit.
Yeah, this is a Value Hermit. You play 7 basics. So you play Hermit, and people often kill it because they don't know what's coming. But if it stays there, it draws you card a turn and it stabilizes your mana. There is Cartographer that you can mill some toolbox lands, including Wasteland, Dust Bowl, Walrat Stronghold, High Market, Tower, whatever. You can bring it back, right? You have Yavimaya Elder, which is again to help to stabilize, and then you have these classic things like Nantuko Vigilante, you have Genesis, Deranged Hermit, and so on. From the bottom one, you see, if I start from the right side, there's Great Whale that helps with Recurring Nightmare. It's a combo.
Okay. Is it why not Palinchron, or what's the difference?
I don't have it.
Oh, okay. But otherwise, it would be this. Like it's more or less the same.
Yeah, it's Palinchron's better. Obviously, it's better. But I just don't have it. And then we have Masticore Avalanche Riders, which there is a lot of recursion, so you can actually kind of kill your opponent with Avalanche Riders. There is Gittus Slinger. Next to it, which is surprising. There's a lot of black creatures in the format because basically Bone Shredder was unable to deal with it, and this kills a lot that's in the format. And fact that it has echo and it dies, it's sometimes an advantage.
Yeah, you can
recur it.
Right.
There's obviously Squee. There's Phyrexian Rager. There's Coffin Queen, which is an amazing card, and I almost never see it. And it's a recursion. It brings back creature, and it dies of echo, and you can then get it back. Basically.
So the creature doesn't get exiled if you forget to pay echo.
Now I also play that Phyrexian Tower and High Market, so I can kill those creatures. So and untap the Coffin Queen. Okay. And then there is a card that I think nobody knows, which is Abyssal Gatekeeper.
I think I might know it. It's let me think. When it dies. Both players sacrifice a creature.
Yes. So that's this card, and I think
we have it on the screen.
That's totally. I think it's in this deck where I'm just trying to stabilize the board. I know I'm winning late game because there's so much card advantage.
Sure.
For example, this deck totally crushes Rock or Dead Gael. Completely crushes them.
Like fair decks.
That
are not fast.
Not to mention their Cabal Therapy tend not to be very good.
Sure. Yes.
Or Meddling Mage.
Meddling Mages and therapies.
And this Abyssal Gatekeeper is obviously great against, for example, Dreadnought. I was trying to get something. Okay. There's obviously Ravenous Rats. And then when I go to there's like a creature. Of course, there could be some other creatures, but so far these work best for me.
What is Goblin Bombardment for?
That's another sec outlet, which works with loads of cards in this deck. Surprisingly many cards.
Is it like a combo card here? Or?
It's like a control card. It's stabilizing card. You can sack creature so it doesn't get Swords to Plowshare. This card kind of kills burn. I know it sounds weird.
I mean, you make sure that you never get hit by Ball Lightning.
But any creature. Like no creature will hit you when you have Goblin Bombardment. So it's surprisingly good. It saves like 10 lives. And then you have, obviously, Survival. Then you have Survival for the Poor, which is called Tortured Existence. But because it's quite played in Pauper. Yes, it's actually, I think it's maybe a little bit expensive. So this is it works quite well with Squee, with some other things. By the way, don't forget that Hermit Druid. It puts creatures in your grave. It can put into your grave like Cabal Therapy or Squee or something you can bring back with Woolrat Stronghold. So that works quite well with that as well. So this is like a torture. This is like sort of survival. And then we have obviously Sylvan Library with Pernicious Deed, because it's just a strong card. We have Recurring Nightmare that has combo potential with Great Whale, but it's also great card advantage. With Avalanche Riders and so on. There's obviously Cabal Therapy Duress. There is Reanimate, all super efficient 1-mana cards. There's Terminate as one of the best. Best
the ultimate removal. Right?
Best removal. I was trying to play different cards.
Swords to Plowshare.
And then I have two, I made pledge not to use this word too much, but super spicy. And so I use it this time. One is Tainted Pact, which is a card that's legal in Premodern, but nobody plays it because it basically it's instant, and you show the top card of your deck, and if you want it, you can put it in your hand, and that's it. And if you don't want it, you exile it and look at another card. You keep going. But when you show two same cards, typically basic lands, it fizzles and you don't get anything.
Right. Yeah, I remember this card from Highlander.
Yes. That's it's played with if it's legal, Tassa's Oracle. You win the game. In Highlander, you mill your deck and you get Tassa's Oracle. You win the game. Right. But here, for me, it's obviously value card. Since I'm control, I want to get specific card. For example, I'm looking for Recurring Nightmare or Pernicious Deed or whatever, or just next business spell, whatever it is.
Right.
And what's good in this deck, once you get Forest and Swamp into play, you can't fizzle.
Because there's one snow-covered forest.
There's one snow-covered forest and one snow-covered, and there is a lot of ways how you can get it. Sure. So that's this Tainted Pact, which I think is a super cool card.
Instant demonic tutor, basically.
It's instant, and sometimes exactly you just need you need an answer. Like you play it end of turn, whatever your opponent is doing, and then card that's incredibly cool, and nobody plays it, and I think it's unbelievable. And it's also rare from Tempest, which is quite expensive. It's called Corpse Dance. Okay, and if we can have it on the screen, it's instant, and you put top creature of your deck into play against haste, and you remove it end of turn.
Is it like Shallow Grave, but 1 mana more expensive and with buyback?
Yes.
Is it? But does it do anything functionally different than Shallow Grave?
No. Shallow Grave also exiles end of turn.
Oh, and this one doesn't.
Disexiles.
So it is. So
it's
it is
the same.
It is the
now,
same. Yeah.
the thing is that with this card, you can bring back, say, Great Whale for 5 mana, and untap mana.
Okay.
You have Bombardment, you sack it and play it again, and you win.
So that's infinite mana. There.
It's
and
infinite
damage. Actually.
There's infinite damage, but it works with so many things in this deck. You just bring back for 5 mana Avalanche Riders, and you have sack outlet. So that's a one card combo, sort of.
Deranged Hermit you can bring back every turn.
Yes, you can bring back Deranged Hermit, and it dies to Echo.
And
you can do it again and swing for a lot of damage.
And with Bombardment, that's a lot of damage.
With Bombardment, with Phyrexian Tower.
I see Bombardment now. I see its value.
Yes. When it comes to mana, this is very mana hungry deck. So I have I think 24 lands, and I even have the tap lands that cycle. So I have as much as I can. I'm quite greedy because I play a lot of colorless lands, but sometimes
there's Wasteland, Dust Bowl, Warlord Stronghold,
High Market, and Phyrexian Tower. But sometimes Dust Bowl is your engine.
Sure.
You just play land every turn, and that's it. So that's my main deck. Which I'm quite happy with, and I played some tournaments, and by 1 damage from Negator I didn't make 4-0 in a normal league in our shop. And here is a sideboard. Like you can see, there's not many red spells, right?
What is the black card all the way at the bottom?
It's a Sadistic Hypnotist.
What is it? I don't know. I don't know if I.
It could be Withered Wretch or something like that. I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
It's you sacrifice a creature and target opponent discards 2 cards.
Okay.
And you play it as a sorcery. Basically against many decks, against basically any blue deck, or you play this and you have to counter it.
Yeah.
And when it comes into play, you put you can sacrifice it, if I say it correctly, more times. You put it on the stack, but you keep priority. And more of those on the stack. Is that correct? Do I say it? Okay, you can't put it.
Right.
Okay,
Yeah,
sorry. So I just got So anyway, so this is a card that you can sack. It's another sack outlet, but it also can rip his hand apart. And then other cards, classic. You have Pyroblast and Red Elemental Blast.
Yeah. That's a bit of a cheating for Highlander, but okay.
Then there is I forgot it. The
Crumble.
Crumble.
Naturalize. There's also this super sweet card that we have on the screen.
I also wanted to highlight this card because I think again, maybe not the best colors. But it's a one-sided Wrath God, because you play also creatures. I play this and Pyroclasm against it kills even Exalted Angel. It kills Meddling Mage, whatever they have.
I'm sure nobody's going to say Meddling Mage
not so good. So this card can kill one big creature. It's obviously great against obviously something like Negator that sometimes people bring.
That's the dream, right? Yeah, that's living the dream.
That is the dream. Pyroclasm is a great card. And then we have Vendetta, Smother. I respect a lot Phyrexian Negator. Negator. Shrimp.
What does it do? Dreadnought.
Dreadnought. I don't want to lose to that because they can kill me very quickly. I want to play a longer game when I can spin all the value wheels.
This looks like the ultimate value deck.
Yes. Yeah. Then we have Grim Lava Monster, Withered Wretch. So I'm sorry, I was mistaken. I play Withered Wretch. Grim Lava Monster again to stabilize against some goblins. Then I have Crepe Rats, which is again cool card.
It's like Black Wrath of God, right? You just need to feed it black mana.
It's Pestilence.
Okay.
For each black mana, you deal damage to each player and each creature, so it wipes the board, and it's quite unexpected. It's a creature that can recur. Similar thing is Phyrexian Plague Spitter.
Yeah, also known as the.
But that's a card that has been played, and I played it in Black Wreck. No, Pit Wreck. And then we obviously Octopia Orangutan, Sexy Monkeys. And that is the deck that I came with. I put a lot of work into it. It's a lot of fun. And it's actually, I think it's reasonably competitive. Yeah. It's like I had 2-2 with it, 3-1 with it. And yes.
It reminds me very much of these old Highlander decks back in the day, when Commander was not a thing. I mean, we didn't play with Cabal Therapy in that format back then, but you're playing against regular decks, so that makes sense.
It's also Sec Outlet.
And it's a Sec Outlet. That's a great card there, yeah. Maybe it would be nice to play at least 2, maybe, or maybe 3. But I get it. Another thing that I wanted to say was to me, it's incredible that 90% of those cards, you will actually see them in the format. Like it's a Highlander, which means you like normally you would have to scramble for cards and you would have to like play, you know, like maybe I would expect to play kind of like cards that are a bit more junky. I actually run into this problem. No, it's not a problem. It's more like a puzzle. Let's say when I was building my Premodern cube. So you know it's 360 cards. So you're gonna have to play some cards, especially when you're looking at creatures. You're gonna have some card. You're gonna have to play some cards that are just like not great and they don't see a lot of play in Premodern. But like when I look at this list, there's not really much that you wouldn't actually play against in regular tournaments. So like maybe Cartographer is a bit on the odd side.
But it's like, but you want to have your mana, you want to stabilize
sure.
your mana.
Yeah, you have fetch lands, you have cycling lands. Yeah, why not?
Yes, the one card that unfortunately I don't play, and I think it's like should be there, is Living Death.
Okay.
Because that was always the card we always played in these old days, but unfortunately, just the card doesn't cut it.
Seriously.
Of course, I have it, but unfortunately, it's just not. I just want to say one more little thing. Like it's a really great deck, and you will discover so many things that you can do. For example, Corpse Dance, Spore Frog.
Sure, yeah, that's a combo. Like against some decks.
And some decks just don't have interaction. They need counter or discard or Grave Hate. Grave Hate nobody has. So if you play against some goblins, let's say, you just have Spore Frog, Corpse Dance, and that's you can do that.
I mean, they can have like Sharpshooter Siege Gang to try to get you, but
but that's like,
there's not a lot that they can do for sure.
It's definitely. But they also don't know dealing damage with Lucky, therefore they can't really put all these things like online fast enough. And you then can start to grind them with something like Get a Slinger or anyway, just food for a thought. I just want to throw it in.
You know, who knows? Maybe this will get popular as a format, and maybe we'll get more 60 card Highlander Premodern tournaments. I wouldn't.
What I'm afraid of, I was thinking about different versions because this was like a first one I came with. I'm afraid, are there enough cards, enough good cards? Because here I can have a lot of these one-offs. But if you would play like blue-white, would you have enough to put in? What would you play? How would it look like? Would it be control with like I don't know.
You probably would have one Dreadnought with one Stifle and one Charm and just hope to get there.
But definitely like a card I would like to, for example, have Tradewind Rider that also belongs to card.
That card has a special place in my heart. Do you think that the format would be competitive with 100 cards instead of 60?
I think I'm quite happy with 60 because, of course, there is like maybe board. I have some cards I could play, but I think I'm more happy with this because then you don't see those cards anymore. With this, actually, I see like survival fair number of times and so on. I think 100 would be very difficult. I don't even know what I would play.
So it would be more difficult to kind of like have
the quality,
some kind of like synergy, right? It would just be kind of more like random cards, and especially like talking about other strategies like blue-white or just anything that doesn't actually benefit from having access to one-offs. Like if you have survival, you actually want to have your toolbox to be as big as you want.
Absolutely.
But like you're playing some regular deck, then that just becomes a big drawback, right? So maybe 60 cards is the way to go. Maybe we can organize some tournament in Highlander. I mean, I think you're gonna have a lot of testing done at that point. So I don't want to play against you in that tournament because like everybody else will be like, oh, I'm new to this format, 60 card Highlander, that's cool. And Tomáš will be like, oh, I played 100 games with in this format.
Yes, in competitive format.
But I mean, I think it's cool. I liked Highlander back in the old days before Commander made it kind of like more repetitive, where you play the same card over and over again. I liked the old Highlander back in the days.
I tried. I just please don't take me wrong. It's not a hate on Duel Commander. I tried to play it. I just don't understand it. I don't enjoy it because the patterns are so similar, repetitive over and over. So I'm quite happy there's our common friend Mikuláš Veselý. I think you know about it. And this August he's organizing a European Highlander tournament in Prague. With already some people from Finland, where it's pretty good coming. More people pre-registered. I already start building a deck. For it. So because I always liked Highlander, it was always like the format we played in the pub. with friends, like I don't know, Tuesday evenings or something like that. But I just don't enjoy so much the Commander because I don't like that you always have it and it's always you can't get rid of it.
Right.
And for example, I like black, green, whatever midrange, as you can see. And when I build Grist, you always play Elf, then you play Grist, you plus it, and only turn 3. When you untap and activate Grist again, you start playing something different.
Right.
So,
it's like the default opening, and at that point the game.
Or when I remember when I was watching Lukáš Blohon crushing everybody with Tamil.
Well, I mean, Lukáš Blohon crushing everybody, that's what he
does.
Yes,
that's what he does.
It's a lot of sentences that start with those words.
Absolutely, but I mean, obviously when Tamil was legal, I mean, how can you even play the format like, okay, I have Tamil. Right. Like now, something you can do. You kill it. For 3 mana, I have Tamil again.
Maybe that's part of the format, that they keep it less repetitive by like proactively banning stuff, right? So like I think if you get into dual commander, that's something that you have to accept. That is the way how the format is, like one of the ways how the format is evolving.
But what I did, why I like Highlander back in the day, I just didn't have much money. I was a student, and I felt okay if I get this Taiga for 20 euros.
That's
I will have it for rest of my life, right? And I can always play it. So that was my idea, and I will buy this expensive card, but I don't have to buy 4 offs. That's just so expensive. So I buy one, and I will always have the deck. And I think that sometimes people, what I hear complain about these big bans when they ban whole deck, and obviously what I think is great about Commander, in a way, you can play like very fringe cards that normally don't cut it because they don't have enough of a power level, and you can play because they go well with your Commander, which is it's obviously great.
Sure, like you're looking for like maybe that's good about it because it enables like the fact that you always know you will have it means that you know that you can really go deep in a certain strategy, right? Yes. So sure, that's the idea. I think.
But I think now I would wrap it up here, have a little break.
It's going to be a very short break.
Very short break because
it's coming very shortly.
Yeah, we're just talking. Yeah.
So. I mean, there's so much to talk about, and I'm looking forward to.
And I'm so happy that I could show you like my Highlander.
It very much looks like it's your.
I can go home now.
Deck of yours, right? That you wanted to share the joy of it, and so I'm also happy that we got there and that we showed this kind of like brainchild of yours that you could share. And who knows, maybe Premodern Highlander will be a thing. I would certainly be happy if it is. Let's take really just a couple of minutes break here, and then we're going to be ready with round number 2 very soon.
welcome back.
We are going to have a look at round number 2 very soon. We are just looking at deck lists. We have Daniel Krutil here. He's one of the former Moravian pros, I would say, pro players. Member of team Velká Morava, I believe it was named back in the days. But yeah, he definitely is a good player, and he's playing mono blue here. Mono blue control.
No dreadnought. That's like the first thing you look for. It plays one of the best cards in the format for X Infernus, but we know that for years now.
I was wondering when that would come. I was pretty sure that
first things first.
Yeah. first things first for X Infernus is great.
Yeah,
it also plays Standstill, by the way.
Yeah, it's very, very interesting. It is a Force Spike. You don't see that card a lot.
Oh, I love it.
Force Spike. And this reminds me some old blue decks. Like card I would expect to give me the total vibe of these old blue controls is Thaving Glaciers, which with that many islands I would almost expect it to be here. Yes, that's a super cool card. I like it a lot.
So it's a card that's not in the deck list, but we as commentators would love to have one there, but we can't have everything. Still, this is a really cool deck because we talked before about the blue Dreadnought decks, blue control decks. This is like very much in the control camp. No Dreadnoughts, no nonsense, just Parallax Tide. Yeah. And against him we have Emil Polák with mono black Contamination.
By the way, what an absolute beauty!
Yes,
I almost can't speak. So
we have for the second round in a row. By the way, we have those Urza Saga Arena foil lands, which are just gorgeous.
Yes, but generally Urza Saga lands are like some of the greatest basic lands.
You put some foil on them, and they are just perfect.
Oh no!
or you don't.
Or you don't, and it's still good.
Yeah, but so this is mono black, which aims to win with the lock of Contamination and Nether Spirit, discarding it.
A lot of shiny stuff.
Yes. Oh my god, what a okay, guns blazing, round 1, Duress Force Spike, and we are off the gates. So Dunn is on the play here, which is huge, I guess, right? Like he got to catch that Duress. We have Mishra's Factories on both sides. More Duress. So is it going to resolve?
But this is it's very, very interesting because now I like the dynamics of this game. Like obviously Daniel will try to like Parallax Tide, his way to victory. Yeah. On the other hand, they both play Mishras, and Emil plays Nether Spirit. So even if there is now he's further away from Parallax Tide, which so as a black player I'd be fine with this. Not to mention I'm most probably going to resolve my spell. Another thing is that there is no real answer for Daniel for Nether Spirit. And Nether Spirit has that as advantage that if you play draw and go with Standstill, you can discard it end of turn.
Okay.
So that comes back under Standstill.
On the other hand, it cannot get through Mishra's Factory on defense, right?
But it can block it.
It can block it. That's
and
true.
Very successfully.
Yeah. Like you need 2 Mishras to attack, and you need 1 Mishra to defend. So interestingly, Daniel is signaling that he, like last turn he attacked, he doesn't have any more mana leaks, any more Force Spikes, and Emil will keep that powder, that beautiful shiny powder keg with 0 counters to maybe catch that.
But like mono blue against mono black deck, I mean.
Yeah, just how Garfield intended.
Yes, like if there were dual decks back in the day, these would be the. And this is a Flash of Insight just for one.
Yeah, just like to draw a card. Just country. Nothing wrong with that. So, in your upkeep, tap your land. I mean, Emil has a pretty decent way, provided he draws more lands, to kind of like push some spells through with that port. But right now Daniel is the one who has that mana advantage here after that Wasteland exchange. And okay, so in response, that's a pretty aggressive Flash of Insight. So that Wasteland is in the graveyard. It should not be tapped for mana. Okay, there we go. So in response to that Ritual Import activation, we're gonna be
Flash of Insight for
casting
like 4 or 5.
I think it's more like 3. No, it's like 4 spike mana leak.
Yes.
Else?
But already just this little interaction we saw, it's 2 for 1.
Yeah. Don is up a card. I guess what he wants to be doing here is just to keep playing lands, maybe Parallax Tide at some point.
And since you are like sort of a little bit like a combo deck, this Flash of Insight later in like a mid-late game gets you any card. You know, that's good, and it doesn't cost. Like, what's important is it doesn't cost mana. Like it doesn't cost. It's just 2 mana and these cards from grave.
Yeah, it's basically on the level of Tainted Pact in your Highlander. It's like you cast it, you look at a truckload of cards, you get one of them.
Yes, this doesn't kill you though.
Sure. Wait, I thought the Tainted Pact can just fizzle, but it doesn't kill.
No. But sometimes when I'm like hell bent on getting a card, and it's in
deck.
like bottom of the deck.
Okay, that's what you mean.
But I already won with 0 cards in my deck. When you with Volrathstrom, you can always put something on.
Something just landed, and maybe that could be a standstill, right? Because that it is very much in the glare zone, also known as the zone of death, where we just are in the dark, just guessing. Yes. But my money would be on standstill. Let's see if I'm right.
No.
Okay, so he wants to get rid of that standstill with powder keg?
I hope that's not the case.
Because
if you put so much effort into your foil lands, you should know that powder keg doesn't kill enchantment.
Right?
But we might be wrong. Maybe that's like his powder keg, or it's maybe like the
there might be a plan.
Phyrexian Furnace that you maybe want to kill because of.
Okay, so it was not a standstill, it was another powder
I'm so
keg.
sorry.
There we go. Okay, sure. So that's the keg that is on the mission to get the opponent's keg, and a Nether Spirit resolves. So that is a very good card here. Fairy Conclave can still get in, although it might end up being tapped by port.
Kegging keg.
That's what's gonna happen.
The old story.
Like, who gets their opponent's keg with the keg first? Yeah, like Emil has a head start here.
I guess who's probably higher in the mountaintop.
Okay, yeah, so he's like dropping the keg from higher up. So now here is a card that's gonna have a significant impact on the board. That's Parallax Tide.
Yes, and I'm afraid if Daniel has one of like I think 8 cards he plays. I think. Yeah. Okay.
No, he doesn't. It's just a value.
Well, he can have Stifle. Maybe he has Stifle in his hand.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I was thinking more like Chain of Vapor straight away. But yeah.
I think he will wait one turn and then he can remove. No, he's not going to remove.
How many Stifles does he play?
I think that was 4.
Okay, all right.
I think a lot. Yes. By the way, blue deck doesn't have answer for Nether Spirit, but with Phyrexian Furnace, now he does.
Okay, there we go.
It has to go to grave, so something has to happen in combat zone.
Sure, like you trade it for a Mishra and then you remove it, which is still fine. I'm wondering if Emil actually wants to blow that furnace up with the keg now. Like, wait, maybe if you're done,
it could.
Do you want to hold it before?
He can still wait, right? He can still wait with it.
No, but like what I mean is like, if you're done and you want to get that Nether Spirit with your Phyrexian Furnace, maybe you want to wait until the keg, your opponent's keg is on 2, so your furnace is safe. No, like there's no need to like. Why is there a need to play it now?
What? Sorry.
The furnace.
Yeah, he could have waited, yes, for that, because he's probably he will take it with him.
But okay, we'll see.
You see, also like furnace is always good. Like you will you'll get a card of it.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. And also Daniel is actually on the offense here. He's attacking for 5 with his Mishra. For 4 with Mishra and Fairy Conclave.
But like this shows like the strength of this Parallax Tide. Like if he has that Stifle, and I think he does. It's the game.
Interestingly, Emil is happy trading blows here and attacking back for 2, not afraid of the 2 damage that Mishra is gonna deal.
I'm surprised as well, because it doesn't seem like you're winning the race.
Like, what's your plan here? Like, you need to draw lands, right? Like,
Yes, we just
interesting.
So he's
blowing up the furnace. Oh my! So
what has just happened?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Why?
Yeah. Response he destroyed the
furnace. Yeah, that's what I meant here. Like, now you can't get it with the. Now you can't get the Nether Spirit with the furnace, right? Like if you waited for a bit, then now it's like you play furnace, exile it, and you're good. But the thing is that Daniel still has that the two-man lands. He's still doing 4 a turn. Now he's gonna end up doing 2 a turn if Emil decides that Nether Spirit will be on
Now
box.
he needs like swamp, discard, swap, Cabal Therapy, naming Stifle.
There's Swamp. And so does Daniel have that Stifle?
Yes.
Is the question.
He does.
No. Does he really?
No, he doesn't.
Does he really though?
I get it. I'm happy. I'm happy for the sake of magic.
Yeah, and now Fairy Conclave is going to end up top, and we have a game again now.
Yes.
Like both players have lands.
Okay, if tied, if
Okay,
tied.
or do they? Yeah, okay, this is really like a very very swingy game. So we have another tied, but
And he has Chain of Vapor. He has Chain of Vapor. Yes.
Okay, so that is going to be huge. Yeah. So that means you do it now, right? Like you discard, you target 4, then you bounce your own, and then you can even bounce the Nether Spirit.
Martin
Right.
Berlin, are you watching? Are you enjoying this?
Can you really like you can now just second? Okay, yeah, you can second land, bounce the Nether Spirit. If your opponent's not anywhere close to like 7 cards in hand, that he would.
But I think I don't know how many cards he has, but I think it will be quite a lot.
Yeah. Okay. So now Daniel has Parallax Tide in his hand. He still has those 2-man lands. There's a Mishra. Okay, but did he just discard the Nether Spirit?
I was just saying
So he was
because
seven- he was on seven.
he
Yeah,
didn't.
right,
He
yeah,
drew
yeah.
like 3 turns,
you're right,
and
yeah.
so he still can get this one. But he's in. Yeah, it's not good.
Yeah,
But we were talking about basics. Daniel basics also a very good choice.
Yeah.
Mirage.
okay. Is it Mirage or Tempest?
It's Mirage.
Because I remember there are those like iconic, the ones with the palm trees, the Mirage Islands.
Yes, but they have different types. Like in Mirage, like all planes look very similar, but
Yeah.
islands look quite different.
Okay. So we have Tide just for the Mishra's Factory, just to kind of keep Emil down, not prevent any kind of spell casting and such nonsense.
But unfortunately, Emil does not even post board. We will have a look at it. I don't want to say that he lost his
spoilers.
game, but I think it doesn't look good. So many cards in Emil's hand.
Yeah.
All I'm trying to say is that he doesn't really have very good answer to Parallax Tide.
His answer is discard.
His answer is discard, but every time like you draw it from the top, it will have a huge impact on the game. Like
That's
what Emil
an
can.
engineered plague main deck, by the way.
Well,
That you not just discard it.
but I think Emil's logic. I play Zombie Infestation. I can always discard it and turn it into a zombie.
Like you can afford to play situational cards. But so Emil is now very firmly on a 4-turn clock from that Fairy Conclave. And like what you were saying before, that I mean, even postboard doesn't have a good answer against Parallax Tide. Like his answer is discard, but then Daniel has Flash of Insight and cards like that. So like if you let the game go long, Daniel will be able to search for that Tide.
Yes.
So that is just very dangerous. So so Emil discarded the namesake card. Maybe we can say one of them. Well, I mean, this is Zombie Infestation, but I would say the contamination is also a pretty important piece there. Yes. I'm, like it's a marginal thing, but I'm always like when I think I'm like 90% sure that I'm gonna lose the game, I'm always thinking like, do I want to show this to my opponent?
Yes.
Even actually, if you're winning the game and you have a faster way to win, but it would require you showing your opponent something that they might not know about. Like maybe I'm sometimes gonna take the route that's 1 turn longer, but you don't show them. Yeah. But okay, like if you see Nether Spirit, you probably see Contamination as well, right? Like this is not the case.
But Nether Spirit, I used to play it in Standard in Blue-White Control. With Fact of Fiction. Oh, that's cool.
Spinning Darkness. Okay.
Cool. It's going to eat a counter, of course, but still, like considering like Emil is doing such a great job, like he has nothing, and he still somehow actually really stays in the game. He can cast spells. He can get creature every turn.
Oh yeah, that's true. Like without lands, he can have creatures, removal spell. Yeah.
Like it. I think Nether Spirit is super cool card.
Mhm.
Unfortunately,
Me
I
too.
tried to play it more times in some formats, but it's so underpowered these days. Like maybe not
Yeah.
in Premodern, maybe, but I think even in Premodern it's very underpowered.
Let's say you're against goblins. You are on the draw. You draw your earth card. Do you just discard Nether Spirit and say go? I mean, like end step. Like what do goblins do about resolve? Like Nether Spirit.
They just flood the board and kill you with 2 pile drivers.
Okay, fair point. But
Yeah,
they have to
it's-
wait. They have to be patient. Like, does it? My question would be like, does it give you more time discarding it on turn 1 than it takes away from you by skipping that land?
Possibly.
So it
but,
might
but
be-
they must not start with lucky, right?
Sure. Yeah. Otherwise, you're screwed. Yeah, that's true. But like, you already know that if you're on the draw, you know if there's a lucky or like a script prospector. Yeah. So we have a couple more cards in the glare zone. I suppose that the card with 5 counters is not a powder keg with 5 counters. I would suspect it's more another part like Tide.
Yes, but
Why would you play a second Tide?
but here like Daniel can have like almost any. It's funny that Daniel
Well,
did not have it now.
But look at the board. He lost his Fairy Conclave to Wasteland. He only has Mishra's Factory. So
And he doesn't have Chain of Vapor
Yeah.
to bounce Nether Spirit and swing for lethal because ML is
Yeah.
only on 2.
why would you play that Tide? Maybe as a protection to discard? Like you now end up with 1 fewer counters than...
I think it doesn't matter because you will be removing his like how many lands can Emil really put into play, like 2, so you're going
Sure.
to. I think it's fine play from Daniel.
This is still funny. Like, okay, Daniel has to draw another Mishra's Factory, at which point he can just like attack, and one of them will get in for 2. But
Now what's interesting here that he'll get another Nether Spirit. And that was always like my fear.
Yeah.
What if he has a sweeper and both Nether Spirits will
Yeah,
end up in the
right,
grave?
right.
But I don't think there is a realistic way for Daniel except for like Powder Keg in many
I mean,
turns.
Powder Kegging through for 2.
Oh, that's,
So we see a Phyrexian Furnace.
but
is
Phyrexian
this game? Yeah.
What I like about Phyrexian Furnace as well that it can help you with this issue.
Sure,
of
it can
Nether
remove
Spirit.
one of the
It can-
Nether
yeah,
Spirits.
exactly.
But like, is the game slipping away from Daniel here? I saw there's another island in his hand and a couple more cards. He's starting to flood pretty badly, right? Like he has like 10 lands to Emil's 1.
Yeah, but I'm Team ML, so
You're like
I'm cheering for ML.
It just feels like it's not even like the final nail in the coffin. It's like the final nail is already there. You just need to hit it once with the hammer. That's all you need to do. All the nails are in the coffin already.
Imagine ML gets another wasteland, and he starts attacking
But like,
for 4.
oh sure. Like I was thinking, like you keep it because you don't want to die to.
Wow.
Okay. Oh my God, is ML actually going to come back into
No,
the game?
he will counter.
Sure. Like if Daniel Daniel has not been playing anything for a couple of turns, so there has to be something in his hand, right? Now the tide is it's ticking down. The Mishra's Factory will.
If obviously he wasn't so low on life,
Okay, here we go.
he could like be attacking with
Yeah,
both
sure.
creatures,
Yeah.
and always one would die and
That's right,
comes back.
Like if he was ahead in the race, then like that's the thing that he could have done. But like these are some superb blockers.
Or if he was not just on 2 life, if it was like 10-6,
Yeah.
you just swing, he blocks 1, but then if he attacks back, you
You attack
swing
for 4.
well,
back,
for 2,
right.
but the next turn.
The next turn for 4.
for
That's what I mean.
4.
Yeah. Right.
So I think I didn't do the math, but something like that would probably work.
Yeah.
But not here, because here any attack like Fairy Conclave or whatever you dead.
Yeah, you're very much on the brink of on the cliff.
I think
just about.
Emil wishes he played like 6 Wasteland.
What is Daniel looking for? He's right now in the process of resolving an impulse. So the question is like, what pushes him across the finish line here? Because there's no lightning bolt. Obviously, there's no like another Fairy Conclave. Sure.
Fairy Conclave
Yeah,
sounds
he
very good.
placed 3 of them, I think. But then what?
I have to say it's it looks decent for Emil, yes.
Like,
Conclave.
he found it.
Come on.
So now it's all about, does Emil have an answer?
Does he
And
play 2 or
there's
3 Conclave?
There's
and there's
Ooh,
3 conclave and there's standstill.
All right.
So Wasteland.
Wasteland, and we're good.
It's best spell in Legacy anyway. So
Is it still?
it is.
Yeah.
It is incredible.
Okay. So yeah, I guess it's like now or never, is it?
Well, he can still like blow the furnace.
Sure. Yeah. Right. Like, but he's looking for either Powder Keg or Wasteland, and then like, he has 2 draws for it. If his Powder Keg it's gonna blow up the.
What are you doing?
Contamination. Oh.
Okay.
That means that like Daniel's not gonna have the mana to activate the conclave.
Yeah, but he has counter. That's it.
Sure, but like because he had the Rishadan port.
Yes, I'm saying I would probably be not so hasty. I would probably play the draw and go game.
Yeah, like with the port.
Not to mention your Mishra is coming back.
Right.
At some
And
point.
then like you have protection from 4 spikes at that point. That was one hasty contamination right there.
I mean, I see the point. Like, if I resolve it, I win.
Yeah.
But do I? Because even if he draws like Chain of Vapor.
Yeah. But how is he playing the Chain of Vapor?
Well, you play it. He draws 3 cards at Chain of Vapor. He
that's
floats
what
blue.
you mean. Okay,
he floats
yeah.
blue mana.
Like, that's true that in Daniel's deck there were many answers to that kind of
I think too
bold contamination. So that's just the Fairy Conclave's just gonna get him across the finish line, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how about another Spinning Darkness?
Yeah, that's
But there's just a contamination in the graveyard. There's not enough black cards, right?
I don't know. This is like a dance on Emil's grave.
I mean, he's been in that position for some turns now already. I mean, it's staying on to life. And if you're Daniel, what are you afraid of here? You just go for it, right?
I understand.
Like, Spinning Darkness doesn't matter. Maybe like Contagion.
Yes.
Are you playing around Contagion at this point?
Yes. I saw it there. I just don't know if it's in the sideboard or in the main deck.
Yeah. Does I'm wondering if Emil has Contagion in the main deck. He has 2 Contagions in the main deck.
Cool.
Oh wow. Okay. Let's see. And if he kills Daniel's Fairy Conclave, then Daniel is not left with a lot of win conditions in his deck anymore.
And now he's drawing a card.
Yeah. Does he have the mana to do it?
Yeah, he
floated one from Mishra's factory
yes,
that was
Mishra's
getting
factory,
under
exactly.
the tide. All
Now
right.
he'll draw Wasteland for sure.
You think so? That's how.
It's always like that.
Okay, that was. But like,
That was
considering how Emil looked dead like 10 turns ago,
yes,
he did a pretty good job of staying alive.
I'm very happy we have his deck on so
yeah.
And there was even like the Skeletals crying.
Wow.
There's Sickening Dreams. Can we have a Sickening Dreams on the because
Sickening Dreams. One copy of Sickening Dreams in the main deck. It's another way how you can discard your Nether Spirit.
Mm-hmm.
Also, you can if you have 2 Nether Spirits, you can exile one of them with Spinning Darkness, Skeletals Crying. There's a lot of ways how to get rid of that.
I like very much how this deck is built.
Yeah. Would you play some Squeeze with that Infestation?
Or
Or is it just too much of a clash with the Infestation?
No, I don't know. I think if you want to play it like that, you play probably Intuition. You play it like blue-black.
Yeah, sure.
And you get Intuition for Squeeze.
But anyway, looking at this sideboard, what is he going to board out? What is that card at the very bottom? Lurking Scourge.
Yes, I have to say, I'm not even sure. I probably don't even know it.
I've seen it for sure, but I don't know if I've ever seen it in play. Lurking Scourge.
There is Dystopia,
is
there is Snuff Out. I think Snuff Out's coming in. Because he will not have mana, he knows that already.
So all the free spells are coming in because you never cast anything.
There's another Spinning Darkness, there's Powder Keg, Smolder that's coming in.
Can we have one more glimpse of Lurking Scourge here? I didn't finish reading it.
Lurking Scourge.
When are creatures put into one of your opponent's graveyards, Lurking Scourge is... okay. So it's not for this matchup, unfortunately. Okay, never mind. But okay, Snuff Out?
Just what is this matchup? For which matchup is this?
I mean, goblins or any creature deck? Is it good enough?
Okay.
3 mana, 3 to fly?
I see the thing that when this dies, it's not a creature.
It's not a creature.
So it doesn't block your Nether Spirit. I think that's the main thing.
Sure.
But it's like 2 mana, maybe 3/2. Or it does
What's not to
nothing.
like? What's not to like?
I mean, this card is insane.
Snuff out.
By the way, common that costs like, I don't know, 16 euros.
It does? Wow.
It's incredibly expensive.
Wow, I have to look through my
actually,
card
I looked
boxes.
recently. I looked through my literally like trash box,
Yeah.
and I found Parallax Tide and Snuff Out.
Okay, it's like digging for treasures, you know. You just need to need to rest, let the cards rest for like a couple of decades, and
It's
then
like like you go through bin of a millionaire because there are gold nuggets.
Really? Are there?
Yeah, I think that's what they do.
Okay, so to me it doesn't look like Emil has a lot to sideboard, which is maybe not such a great news because he definitely has to board out some cards like Engineered Plague, you know, and like.
I mean, what's good
removal.
news that I can see Annul, and I totally think he's going to bring a Teferi's Response
For the Wastelands and Ports, yeah.
Yes.
Then we have Tormod Script.
Tormund Script. It's a maybe.
For the Nether Spirit, I mean,
could
but
be.
okay, like you already have. I would say that Furnace in this matchup, in any matchup, frankly, is like so much better than Tormod Script, right? Like the only situation in which Tormod Script is better if you're playing against some all-in combo where you really need you can't afford to have the mana. But yeah, okay. So I mean, it looks to me like the matchup is gonna get a little better for Daniel, maybe post board, right? It's just he needs to counter all those discard spells, or just draw good cards from the top. But like, unless contamination hits, you have all the card advantage for late game. You have Factor Fiction. Yeah. By the way, we just got a message that Daniel is in fact bringing in the Tormod Script, which makes sense.
That's fine.
Like you want to,
it can stop the spinning darkness,
and also it can stop Nether Spirit contamination after contamination has resolved. Well, I mean, Furnace can do that as well, but like it's like, yeah, you want to be able to do that.
I do like contamination. I built some decks around it in the past, and what's something that that you can miss is that you can play contamination on empty board without a creature if you have Mishra. In upkeep you can activate, sacrifice Mishra, and still and then like play the third land and cast like Nether Spirit or something like that. So it can be surprising. Or if you have Nether Spirit and he answers it temporarily, you can like as a backup plan you can sacrifice Mishra's Factory because you can always activate it. So that's
It's
good.
it's not a temporary.
By the way, card I like, and it's a card I like very much, and you don't really see it, is Domination.
Dominate.
Dominate from my favorite set, Nemesis, where Volrat shows his power over Grieven Ilvek, because he is like the spine of Flowstone. And this is card that for 4 mana instant you take his Dreadnought. And even people try to play it in Legacy. For 3 mana you take Merit Leish, the 2020 indestructible token.
That is pretty spicy.
But it never really took off because it's just expensive. But the fact that it's an instant, it can it can get you. I don't think it's for this matchup, but interesting card to have in mind.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so Emil is on the play here, leading with the Mishra's Factory. Both players kept their hands, which is good news.
I want to see Rishav in port now.
Emil heard your wish, and he's immediately casting Powder Keg with it.
Okay, I'm tap.
But like you can't have everything.
No,
he granted
it's
you
good
one
he
of
has
your
it,
wishes,
and I like that. Now Wasteland.
Okay, we're going up to 1. What does he want to get with it?
No, I don't like that, honestly. I think you want to. It's very much about manlands, and I'm not sure if Emil got it by now.
It looks like Emil has a lot of responses to manlands when you look at it.
Yes.
Is he going to Wasteland straight away?
Yeah, I would. I would.
Yeah, sure. A Stifle, maybe?
I just want to say that's another wish fulfilled from Emil.
And we are, in fact, going to see a Stifle on Wasteland.
Yeah, I think that's why. Wow. I'm sorry. I think that's why you want to do it upkeep. At least, like, make his life a little bit worse. But then it could be Teferi's Response.
Yeah, I think so. I think you want to go for it right now because getting Teferi's. I mean, you still have the port. So if he has Teferi's Response, he's just gonna. That is gonna be very nasty.
That'd be
Upkeep, okay, no Teferi's response there, but also no black mana source for Emil.
Yes, but it's coming. It will come sooner or later.
Yeah. Daniel is like slow rolling it.
But it's just a matter of time. He gets his mana.
Who? Emil.
Yes. Daniel is getting his mana. Now you probably Fact or Fiction end of turn or something like that.
If he has something, I mean, they don't always have it. Okay, so Emil has decided to switch the gears here with...
Yes.
Ooh, so maybe he does have the black mana. He just wanted to get that Nether Spirit in the graveyard right away.
But only if he drew it in like last turn or the turn before.
I mean,
I think he could see that the Daniel didn't really have an answer for Nether Spirit, so he maybe wants to try to like attack.
Yeah. There's no Mishra on Daniel's side that could be potent blocker. Can Emil win this game with no black mana? It just looks like Daniel is completely out of gas here. He doesn't have anything. Like his counterspell don't do anything because Emil is not casting any spells. Okay, now we're talking. And he didn't.
I know he just.
Oh, so he doesn't want to trade that Conclave for the Nether Spirit.
No, because there's Nether Spirit in the grave.
I know, but like if you attack. Oh no, he just brought it back in the upkeep. Sorry, he couldn't have attacked. Yeah, my bad.
But I think this could be this kind of aggro.
That's what you can get there. Chain of Vapor.
Okay.
That is just.
That's if I'm Emil, I'm very happy with this.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Not to mention that you get card in hand in grave. Sorry, you get card in hand, so you will be discarding it.
Yeah. So you
now
can
now I just don't understand why you don't attack with an. Oh, it just came from grave. I'm sorry.
Right. Yeah, because it was like one in grave, one in play. The one in play got bounced. So this is actually a fresh new Nether Spirit. It looks like the previous one, but this one is a completely different Nether Spirit and very fresh and too scared to attack. He doesn't have a land. He's just discarding 2 at this point. What is going on there?
Yes.
And
I wonder how many lands does Emil play? Because I think this kind of deck wants to play like 24.
Okay, so there's the Tide, which it does something, but it doesn't do everything. It doesn't stop the Nether Spirits.
Yes. And I'm sure he will discard the third one now.
You are?
Yes.
Yeah, you discard. But yeah, sure. He couldn't have discarded them last turn.
Okay, so now he has swamp. So now when he has Parallax Tide, you play like swamp.
So yeah, now it's like a one-time swamp. It's more like a Lotus Petal.
Well, you can't do really much, can you? Like you have to play like your discard spell. You must have discard spell by now, right?
Yeah.
He plays
so.
eight discard spells,
Yeah.
so one of them should be. That's I know. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Wow, that would be huge.
That would be huge.
Super huge. Like, who needs lands, right? I'm just gonna have Zombie Infestation and Nether Spirits, and like I'm not gonna cast a spell until the other turn. I mean, game. So now the question is like Daniel is actually the one who's really under the gun here, who needs to find answers for those Nether Spirits, and he needs to find them fast. And he lets Emil have 2 lands. He's just worried. He just wants to slow the bleeding at this point and take the Mishra's Factory.
Maybe he has Teferi's response and he wants him to do it.
Okay.
So he draws into business.
Sure. So you lure your opponent into activating that port and just draw cards. All right.
He probably maybe has just answers. Maybe it's just some counter spells.
I mean, I'm sure he has to have counter spells at this point, like Anil.
But what's cool is that you can like now just attack for 4, which is powerful. Very powerful.
Yeah, you can.
When your opponent is on 12 life.
Yeah.
I like that a lot.
Yeah.
I would prefer if Emil's keg was on 0. I'd like that better. But if you're trading Nether Spirit for Conclave, I'm happy.
Yeah. You're not exactly trading it. You're more like it's just delayed by 1 turn.
Wow, he's taking it 8 life. So I think if I was, of course, like Emil does not know about Teferi's response. There's another kick.
Okay, I would assume that gets countered, maybe, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
everything gets
it
countered
more,
by like at this point.
So Daniel desperately needs something like Fact or Fiction. I mean, even Mishra's Factory would be good because it stops one of the spirits at least.
Yes, and you can actually with Conclave you can get rid of them when they both.
Sure.
go
Like,
into
oh
break.
yeah, that's right. Because you go block and then they're never coming back.
Absolutely. Yes, but I mean, this is, I think, what brings us some of the lines, because I think both players are good players, is that they don't know each other's deck lists. Like if Emil knew he can only kill him with manlands, I think he would never +1 counter on Powder Keg. Not to mention that even if your opponent plays Powder Keg, you will still get the counter first. So you if your target is to kill,
right.
You
Like
don't
you
kill
go through
that.
your upkeep, you go to 1 counter. Okay, the lands are gone, but who cares about lands? And actually, so the Mishra's Factory will come back. Okay, so it is a way how to get rid of one of the Nether Spirits, kinda. Because now you sacrifice the land, you bounce one of the Nether Spirits. It gives you a little bit of more breathing room. You can replay that Parallax side to get rid of the Mishra. Sure, yeah, that does something. Yeah, and
there's Mishra.
there is the Mishra. So do we have a game here again? I mean, we still have a game, but like, is Daniel back in it?
yes, but now he's going to take damage, and unfortunately for Emil, Mishra is not dealing damage anytime soon, if ever. So now he's going to 6. He has 8 cards in hand or 7. I don't know. Or 7 cards in
7,
hand.
so he cannot discard another
He can't-
spirit.
He can't discard. There's so much time. Like you were right when you said that Daniel will be able to prolong the game a lot.
But he still needs to do something with. Oh, so he will take Emil from 20 down to 18. That is one
Basically-
very confident attack, but why
Yeah.
not? Yeah,
basically,
why
as Emil, you just want to draw wastelands, but unfortunately, Daniel has so many cards that can even answer this uncounterable spell, which means wasteland. So he has Stifle, he has Teferi's Response, so he can protect his Mishra. Now, there's also a question whether Emil wants to even play anything, or whether he just wants to have Nether Spirit.
Yeah.
And I think you probably want to have
Yeah,
his Nether
I think so.
Spirit.
Maybe you just like start with discarding the Nether Spirit, and then like next turn you can do whatever you wanted to do. I like how the tides have turned. Last game it was Emil down to 2 who was like trying to stabilize. Now it's Daniel down to 6.
Yes.
It's these two aggro decks are incredible, right? Like they can get you down to a low light total and then just.
But unlike, say, a pit rack that can like burn you with rack with the namesake card, here you just have to get the damage from the creatures.
Yeah.
So he's attacking again.
Hoo-hoo, Contagion.
That's cool.
Yeah, it is. What's that? That is definitely some sort of counterspell.
Yeah,
I'm
it's
not sure
Teferi's
which one.
Response.
You can Teferi's Response to Contagion.
Well,
That is sweet.
yes.
You can?
It counters like Stone Rain, but we are so used to obviously dealing with Dust Bowl or with the Rishadan chord, so we may be a little bit hell-bent on it.
Maybe it's not exactly an English version of Teferi's Response. That's why they're looking it up. Wow. So Daniel's gonna draw some card here. 1, 2.
So strong.
Yeah. I'm kind of surprised that he doesn't want to keep, because like this way. Oh, okay, so next turn. Oh, sure, I see it. So next turn he's still safe from the attack from the Nether Spirit, but like the turn after.
Wow.
Okay, Crypt. In response,
Wow.
Spinning Darkness. Wait, but that means we're in main phase already, right?
Why?
Because
because
he
he played
Crypt.
Dormant.
Yeah,
Yeah, you're
right.
right.
So like Emil took 2. he's gonna save his conclave with the parallax tide.
That's right.
Which means that spinning darkness will not gain any life, I suppose?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And okay, I like it.
I think that's a beautiful interaction for Daniel's deck, that even when like parallax tide is not amazing or you don't have it, you can still protect your creatures.
Yeah.
And you can be more reckless, because I think as a like say standstill player myself, often you just don't really want to attack because like what if they have removal that otherwise is pretty bad, and so on and so on. But here you can just attack. You have removal, I will just basically get value out of that.
By the way, so there's another fairy conclave, by the way, on Daniel's side. But one more thing that I wanted to say was that Emil had to remove that or exile that Nether Spirit into the Spinning Darkness, right? So now he's back to just one Nether Spirit, and Daniel seems to very much be in the driver's seat here. Despite the life totals being 615, I like Daniel's chances here.
Yes, and I like what Emil is showing us, that sometimes Nether Spirit was played usually as a 1-off, 2-off, max like 3-off.
Sure.
But here he played 4-off, and it seems like that's the right number.
Yeah, in this deck it has so many ways how to exile creature. I mean exile cards from your graveyard. So, by the way, that powder keg with one counter still sitting there.
Yes.
I mean, it would just be one counter off of the parallax tide when it still had counters. Like, you could always protect it.
I mean, he would have to. I think Daniel would have to solve it, because now when he has the Tormund script and yes, this doesn't look good.
He has 3 fairy conclaves already. It's all 3 conclaves that he actually has in the deck, and it's gonna be. Yeah, they're gonna be. The fairies are gonna come for some damage.
The original fairies, before fairies were obnoxious.
Yeah. Do you know what creature type Trito Village is?
Does it have a creature type?
I think it does. I mean, we could double check, but I think you have one guess. And then I think I know what the creature type it has. I might be wrong, but I think I know. Cause
so I don't know.
Beast? Make a guess. I think it's an ape. Actually.
Really? Like there are apes on the picture, but
I think so. But we can verify that claim later on.
Yeah. Can we see Trito Village? Just real quick.
It's one of the best apes out there, Okay. Well. Okay. This is 7 damage. So that Mishra's Factory is actually pumped by the other Mishra's Factory.
It doesn't have a creature type.
It doesn't, but
see,
even in Oracle it doesn't have any creatures. So Fairy Conclave is not a fairy then.
It is. It says fairy, no?
But Trito Village doesn't say anything. Okay, by the way, we should maybe talk about the game. So there was a very important powder gag that got countered by a very important.
Okay, it does not have a type. And in Oracle, did they edit like eventually? I'd like to know.
Me too. We can sort it out later. Or maybe somebody in the chat will help us there.
Green ape creature, but it's only in the Oracle. But I only come across the card, so therefore Fairy Conclave is a fairy.
What you're gonna see here, I think, Emil being on 6 life, you will see 3 Fairy Conclaves attacking for the win. That's a squadron at this point. It's not just a fairy, it's like you have an air force there, right there. And Daniel Krutiel takes down the match 2-0 against Emil Polak in, I gotta say, very nice games, like very interactive, but not, the way that regular games go. This was more like, I don't have lands, I'm still gonna cast something. Daniel was always looking for answers, and then that was a pretty nice match we had there.
Yes. I think overall it's interesting. Unfortunately, these blue decks, they have just maybe, like, imagine you have nothing and you just draw Fact or Fiction. Like black deck has Skeletal Scrying.
Yeah. Skeletal Scrying gets good. I feel like it's a similar level of late game.
Yes,
right?
but Daniel always checked his opponent's mana and never allowed him, even if he had Skeletal Scrying.
Yeah, that's true.
He was never able to use it really properly. But Skeletal Scrying definitely very cool card,
Right.
and if you're in the color, you should consider it. Because it's a very, very good card.
I think some of the Dead Guy L decks play it main
Yes.
deck. Yeah. And
We had our game on the channel.
the infinite
Domain with Gas Blessing as a win con against Black White.
yeah.
I think we played 2 games. It was like 3 hours, and then we were just so exhausted.
Maybe 3 hours is a bit too much, but yeah, it was very long. It was like definitely
Yes.
We had it on our Premodern channel,
If you want to check it.
and there was a lot of Decree of Justices being cycled though in those
Yes.
matches.
Yes.
Yeah. But yeah, the bottom line is that Skeletor Scrying is a great late game card, and I think it just gives the black decks the tools to have good late game.
So now we have 1 minute till the end of the round.
Yeah.
So I think we'll wrap it up here,
Yeah.
and we will show you also the standings after the round 2.
Yeah, let's
Because
see if we
that's
can
what
do
you were
yes.
that's what you were asking for in the chat. I also see we have a debate whether this format is pay to win, and
No, I don't
whether
think so.
he's like it's pay to win, and the answer is Sly and Goblins are the best decks. Okay, so except for those, it
How
reminds
about
me,
that guy?
what have the Romans ever done for us?
They
Yes.
did. They
Except
built
for the
sewage
wine and
system.
roads and sanitation, and they brought
but
peace.
except for that, seriously,
Yes.
what have they ever done for us?
And peace. Shut up.
So if anyone doesn't know, that was a little Life of Brian reference right there.
By the way, when they show it in Sweden, I saw there was a poster and it said, "This film is so funny, it's banned in Norway."
Is that a thing between the Swedes and the Norwegians where they make fun of each other?
Yeah, I think so.
So the Swedes make fun of the Norwegians for not.
I think now please correct me if I'm wrong, but I think historically like Norwegians were like the little brothers.
Okay, well, it makes sense. Like
they belong to Denmark, then to Sweden, and now Norway is incredibly rich, and they just do whatever they want. So.
Okay, but the little thing about sense of humor, I need someone to kind of like brief me on that one because I don't think I know enough about that thing. Anyway, we're going to take again a very short break actually because these were 2 very long games. Round 3 will be here very soon, so don't go anywhere, and we're going to see each other in a couple of minutes. Welcome to round 3 of Czech Premodern Championship 2025. We are about to start another feature match for round 3. This time we are going to have Pavel Gritz with Bern.
Yes. Do you think he's like implying he's attacking Meta from an angle?
Okay, possibly. With
very classic. Nothing special. Very classic.
Plays 2 Price of Progress main deck, falls for Seal of Fire. Yeah, it looks pretty
2 Anarchy.
standard.
I think this is very standard.
Yeah. And then against him we have Vojta Mraz, who's attacking the meta from a completely different angle, as you can see.
Absolutely.
And he's on Mono Blue Storm. Wojciech Mraz, our friend from the Legacy.
Yes. He's an old friend of ours. He was, I think he made like a little breakthrough, over a decade ago, when he, more than that, when he played blue-red, like a control-ish, combo-ish deck with Helm of Awakening, Sensei top.
Right.
So he could create with 2 tops, he could create Infinite Storm, and then kill you with either Brain Freeze or whatever.
Okay.
He played Grape Shot. Also, Grape Shot was good like mid-game when you could shoot some creatures.
Sure,
so he's coming back to his signature card, Helm of Awakening.
I didn't know that he played it because I always remember him from Legacy as the blue-white control guy.
Yes.
So maybe that's like
that's before.
Decade. Oh, that's before.
That's before
and
that.
after. No, like the blue-white control was after the.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that's what I meant. Yeah.
Yes.
Right. But okay, Vojta Mraz coming back to his roots, playing Storm in old formats. I mean, to me, Storm is always there in Premodern, and it's like always like a little bit on the outside looking in, right? And then sometimes, like one of the last big tournaments we had here, we had the
unforgettable game from Philip Altman when his opponent played Goblin Lucky, sandbagged Tormund Script because he's not going to have it turn 1.
Of course, yeah.
Philip drew a card. Then there was like 8-second pause, which is the scariest, what can like combo players produce, and then he just killed him with ill-gotten gains.
Was it the game where he had like hunting pack for
hunting
5,
pack for
right?
it was for more. It was for like 10 or something. Okay. The point was that had his opponent play Tormund Script, it would be super difficult for Philip to win. Right. But since his opponent was like, no, I just wait one more turn.
Be sneaky and all.
He just died. and especially a beautiful moment was when Philip cast the first ill-gotten gains, and his opponent knew, now I'll have to show him. I did have grip because you have to discard, so... So that was definitely one of the highlights of our last championship, or there was the European championship.
It was one of, might have been, right. But so here, Vojta Mraz, no ill-gotten gains, but just strictly mono blue. Merchant Scroll going for Intuition, Cunning Wish, maybe?
Yes.
Right?
So it's just for instant interrupt.
Instant,
So
you could go for Meditation if you feel like it, or
Meditate is sorcery, I think.
Oh, is it?
It's instant. I'm sorry. Of course, it's instant.
Turnabout. You can to make some more mana. Basically, the idea here is that you make your spells cheaper with Helm and Sapphire Metal.
I see it like you can. He even plays Petal, so you can cast that whatever Sapphire Medallion or Helm of Awakening turn 1, and from turn 2 you can kind of go bunkers.
So is this like a turn 2 deck or turn 3 deck?
I think it's more like a turn 3 deck. I think normally you play the artifact turn 3. Also, when you have 3 lands in play, Frantic Search works better.
Yeah.
But definitely you can win turn 3.
If it's a consistent turn 3 win, then I think, or turn 3 deck, then I guess it's pretty good against Burn, right? Like Burn will get you, but okay. Yes. So we're on to the game. Wojciech is on the play here, right? Which is huge.
Yeah, that's huge. We were just discussing it before. Also, Pavel had to mulligan to 6, and he's starting with Jackal Pup, absolute classic.
Start,
and now we probably expect from Vojta having a Medallion or Helm Awaken. Considering he didn't play like country, I would think he has it. Oh, he doesn't.
He doesn't have that.
So he has Snap, which is cool against Ball Lightning.
He has Cloud of Fairies, which can block.
Why not? Why not?
It can block the pop and give you some time, but he doesn't have any business spells, right?
He has Snap. So if your opponent wants to kill it, you can snap it.
And you're just like wasting your combo pieces, right? Yes. Like I thought the idea was accumulated knowledge.
Isn't that he didn't attack?
Yeah, I mean, he didn't want to trade it for the Cloud of Fairies.
Okay.
I mean, that makes sense. You can shoot it with Lava Monster and just attack next turn, right? These are some very mismatched islands.
Yes,
I gotta say, like,
that's
Pavel Gris
Vojta's
plays
style.
like all the same basics, right? If I saw from the deck list. Vojta plays mismatched mono blue. Okay, we see Frantic Search Island off the top. So unless you need some extra mana, you're gonna take the business spell.
I think so.
Yeah.
But he already has one Frantic Search, and he also can cast. There are only that many Frantic Searches you can cast.
Well,
so
then you're gonna run out of cards.
He
right?
got his 4th island, but good thing is that if he gets the artifact next turn, he can play artifact and Frantic Search.
But he doesn't have the artifact, right?
No.
Like this was his.
I would like to know how this deck works when you don't have it, but I think it's
Like if you still can go off.
I think you can, but
He
it's
doesn't really
probably
have
incredibly difficult.
Yeah. And you need cards. You need like Medallon into Meditate, right? Or
like that.
Medallon into Intuition.
Yeah, but it's also a lot of mana, and you don't have High Tide in this deck.
Yeah.
So your High Tide is the artifact.
Yeah.
Now he's
And
shooting.
like turn 3, you're on 20, so that must feel good against burn. Like that feels like you got all the time that you needed. And now, okay, show me what you do, right? Like, just you need some business spell here at this point. Is
Artifact.
this the business spell? Or meditate, right? Like, does the artifact do it actually? Because you have like, maybe you could start frantic searching, right?
Yes.
So mismatched.
I think now for Vojta would be good if your opponent has like, okay, so it's for 4.
But so Vojta was on 18 last turn, so now he goes to 14.
Yes,
right?
I think so.
Yeah,
I think we missed that.
Yeah, right. Okay, here we go.
But Pavel is on 18 because he used the fetch lands.
Yeah, sure. But
So
like
now
Pavel's
17.
life is irrelevant, right?
Yes.
There's like he's Vojta
Even
is
if
not
he-
gonna attack with Cloud of Fairies.
Maybe if Pavel is on 1 life and he has fairies, 1 in 1,000 games.
Okay, Vortex. That is a clock.
That's some kind of a call, but I think it's fine. I think Vojta has probably like.
I mean, this is turn 4, and so Pavel will likely
It's 5.
win
Turn 5.
next turn 5, right?
Turn 5 for Vojta.
So-
Vojta was like slowing it down.
Yeah.
Pavel didn't have amazing start. I think Vojta still has probably 1 more draw step.
I'm not so sure because
Yeah,
then he's gonna die in his upkeep, no?
It
It's
could be.
like 12, 10, 6, maybe. Depends on whether there's a Fire Blast or
Yes,
not. I think.
yes, it's always.
But
about.
like if you're Wojciech, you know it's.
Oh, there is Helm of Awakening.
Is it enough? Like you can go with Frantic Search and then just like hope to draw one of the meditates or stuff, right? Like, I think you need to go for it this turn because the risk of waiting is just too big. Okay, Storm Count 1. Here we go.
Yeah.
Do you start with the Frantic Search?
Yeah, you have to.
You should, right?
There's no. Oh,
Snap
snap!
on Lava Monster. Wow.
Interesting.
Okay, you'd very much prefer to have another Cloud of Fairies there, but okay.
Yes. So now he has to Frantic Search.
Frantic
Frantic
Search,
Search has to
right.
deliver.
You're right. Yeah, you have to hit. If you miss here, then you might just fizzle and you untap the lands first.
Oh,
I see Merchant Scroll.
there is
So
Merchant Scroll for-
Are we good?
He will discard
Yeah.
probably Petal and 1 more.
I mean, Pedal depends on
Yes.
whether like he's gonna do the math now, and like I'm
Yes.
sure Vojta has done the math before with this deck, so he knows exactly what's gonna happen, how much of what he needs.
Yes, I think Vojta is a very experienced player. I know him for many years. And even when you don't always, like you know it yourself, you don't always have to do the math. You kind of know it. Or you have that feel for it. You know,
Yeah.
that kind of
Like,
intuition. What
you-
is
yeah,
right,
right.
what
Like-
is wrong.
I would say like you don't count all the scenarios because you already know that some of them don't lead to where you need to. So you just focus on like, is it the petal or is it the snap? Is it like, or is there even any difference? Honestly, yeah. And I'm really okay. I want to see this unfold. I want to see what happens next.
Yeah, so I think it will be that meditate eventually, but he has to
That's-
think
yeah.
carefully.
Is there something that Cunning Wish can get you at this point? Like maybe a turnabout?
Yes. That could be it.
4 lands is not bad. Okay. Deep in the tank. Very deep. So deep we can barely see him. And is there anything you do if you're Pavel at this point? You just help count the storm?
There's nothing you can do, but you want to untap now. Now interesting is that Vojta kept that petal. Vojta kept petal, and he discarded Brain Freeze. And he discarded Brain Freeze because I think one of the ways to win is double Brain Freeze.
Okay.
I think, but maybe Vojta hopes he can do better than that.
Yeah.
And now he's like, do you think 1 blue draw 4 cards? Is it good card?
Is it good enough though? Because like basically he just needs another like Cloud of Fairies, Frantic Search to keep stuff going, right?
Well, he also has
or
petal.
Like another.
He has petal.
Okay,
he
so
can
another
draw another meditate.
Yeah, sure, meditate. Yeah.
By the way, meditate is also probably quite expensive, isn't it? It's on reserved list, I think.
Well, could be. Ooh, meditate.
Draw 4.
Meditate.
I heard Ancestral Recall was like
Sulfuric Vortex hits your opponent twice and it doesn't hit you.
Oh, there is Cloud of Fairies, snap. But he doesn't have business.
He doesn't. He can
fizzled.
Cycle one of those free spells. He can untap some of his lands.
Yes, you're right.
And like again, like if you bounce that Jackal Pup, no, that's not good enough, right? Like your opponent's gonna play twice.
Yes.
Like you could.
You
can like bounce your own Cloud of Fairies and then cycle them.
Yes. That's the only thing you can do, really.
Right. And then you still hope.
It's
a deck where you have to hope
here
so
Pavel
much.
could Fire Blast and kill.
Fire Blast the Cloud of Fairies. Would you do that if you? What's that?
I would probably do it.
Oh, he's cycling.
Because
so that's just signals
intuition.
Oh my god. Okay. So you can intuition for like 3 Frantic Searches, but do you even have cards in your hand at that point?
Oh.
Like 2 Helms is insane, but you're very much on that kind of like hanging on that cliff where you're running out of mana, you're running out of cards.
Yes.
Petal, sure. Another spell cast this turn. Why would you intuition before? I mean, petal before the intuition. You give your opponent more information on. I mean, you're gonna search for 3 same cards,
it probably
right?
Doesn't
like,
matter.
okay.
Yes.
If you want to give, if it's more like.
But I think he doesn't have like that many meditates. I don't know what will he get.
Is Frantic Search good enough? And then like you just hope to get like Frantic Search gives you a lot of mana, right? Like it gives you, it's like a ritual, Fatalist Looting and ritual, basically at that point. But the question is it good enough? This is like,
his knowledge.
So this is better than meditate. It's also draw 4 because there's already 1 accumulated knowledge in the graveyard. It costs 1, and he has another. He has already played a land, I believe, or no?
Yes. I wonder if he has any mana floating, but it doesn't look like that.
I don't think so. Yeah, he has to use the battle and draw 4. Like, this is a deck where you just hope so much. Like every spell you cast, you're just please, let me not fizzle there. So draw 4, not bad. Is it good enough? Okay, I like when I see what's happening. Oh, I see. Cloud
but he has a petal, so he can still, and he has Frantic Search.
And okay, so he hasn't played.
He's playing 5th land. We said it's a turn 5.
Right. It's a lot of spells being cast this game. I don't know what the storm count is. Frantic Search. He keeps it going.
I think this is so cool.
I like it. Okay, what is that?
I talked
Chain of Vapor and you talked to.
I talked to Vojta in between rounds, and he was like, I was not playing it so well, but the deck saved me. I just went for it, and it worked out. So we'll see if we can see this kind of antics here.
So he has 3 cards in his hand, but like not a lot of business again.
So what's in his hand? I didn't see it.
There is. Any idea what the storm count is at this point?
No,
like
I don't.
12? Maybe more like 10?
Oh,
Cunning Wish, okay. That is a business spell for sure, and that should help him get over the top, right?
Hopefully he has a turnabout.
Yeah, but then again, like he needs to be doing two things. He needs to make sure he doesn't run out of mana, and he needs to make sure that he doesn't run out of cards that draw cards. So like this means he has like he doesn't have to worry about mana at this point, right? Like he has 5 mana and a lot of free spells in his hand. But now,
so now
how does he draw cards actually? Okay. That's a very... what's the last card? Another Cutting Wish! Oh my god! Okay, I think we're gonna get there. That was That was a pretty good cumulative knowledge, I would say. Is that should be lethal then?
Brain Freeze, and but if he can like kill him in the... I think that this is... it's funny because when Vojta was bouncing the Grim Lavamancer, I was thinking I would probably just like to bounce the Jackalpa because he needs to spend mana, right?
Yeah, right?
But now he could, in theory, kill him in upkeep, but he didn't. And Vojta won. It's quite incredible.
Sure. Yeah, right.
Pavel packs it in.
I mean, Vojta was on 12. He had a Fire Blast that gets him to 8. 2 Lavamancer activations. You go to 4. You would need another Fire Blast, but he only had 3 lines, right?
By the way, he just so we can go quickly through this.
Yeah.
I think I like Divert.
Sure.
Like that can.
To me, what it looks like, this is post board. It's going to be a lot about blasts.
Yeah, but he doesn't have any.
I mean, from the other side.
Yes, of course.
Because timely, the red element blast, it's gonna. Wait, which one is it? Red is the one that counters blue, or I always forget the Pyroblast, right?
Yes, Pyroblast. Pyroblast and Red Elemental Blast. Yeah. That's what his opponent is bringing.
So how are you beating these?
Vojta, well, with you can have you have Premodern Force of Will, aka Misdirection.
Okay, sure.
Misdirection works. Misdirection can also you can use a burn spell to kill his creature, so it's 2 for 2, but it buys you mana, it buys you time, and it doesn't cost any mana. And that's why I would like to bring Divert, because Divert is like 1 mana, the same thing.
So basically what it means is like if you're Vojta post board, you're gonna try to not go for like the quick kills, but like you're gonna play a little bit more long game. Where you're like diverting and misdirection.
I'm not sure if it's a long game, but I mean he'll be on the draw.
A little longer, no?
He'll be on the draw.
Sure, yeah,
he will have that extra card he can use for that misdirection. And here I see
how many blasts?
4 blasts.
4 blasts, 2 and 2. Yeah.
And I think there will be 4 destroy artifact spells.
Oh yes, absolutely. Yeah. Like you have meta loans. This is post board. It feels to me like it gets better for the burn deck.
Yes, for sure. I think he will probably take out Ball Lightnings because they seem very clunky and like Cursed Scroll
maybe
seems...
Vortexes actually?
Oh, Vortex, yes. Yes, probably Vortex. Vortex and Cursed Scroll.
Yeah, these are too slow.
They just look very...
So that's 6 cards and you're bringing 4 blasts,
I think you know what you're siding out as well?
Price of Progress.
Price of Progress,
yes. So that means that's 8 probably, right? So yeah, it looks like that's maybe what you can board out.
Yes, but definitely it seems, especially on the play, like I think if Vojta wins this second game, like a lot of things has to go his way.
Yeah. Right. His draw has to be busted, and the overloads are so good, right? Like Vojta really relies on those artifacts really heavily. I guess we talked about it. I don't even know if it's possible for him to win without the artifact, right? Like it must be super difficult. This looks like it's not an easy matchup to win. Yes. And I mean, I'm sure that...
So I'm happy Vojta won the game
exactly,
1.
Right,
and also in this style, which was like, oh, I'm dead. I just need to draw this one card.
Cliffhanger.
Yes.
It feels like that's what the deck does.
Because I think this match will end up 2-1 for either side. I think the second game will be... I think Pavel is big favorite in the second game.
I agree. And then third one, Vojta is going to be on the play. But we'll see. Anything can happen. And Vojta is an experienced player. If anyone can pull it off, my money would be on him.
For sure. But last time when he brought his blue-white to our Legacy tournament, he played like old version, and now he had to face Bowmasters and Tameo. And he basically rage quitted in several games.
So he hasn't played for some time?
Yeah, he hasn't played for some time. Only every December when we had that David Gill Memorial. So
yeah.
he does come to that memorial, which is probably the biggest legacy event in Czech Republic.
Okay.
It's
How
like
many people do you have?
50 people, maybe
Pretty
even.
solid.
Yes,
Yeah. Yeah, but I've heard that Legacy is evolving really, like, not just Bowmasters, but like all kinds of cards.
It is evolving. It's evolving for sure.
Good old Premodern also evolves, but at a much slower pace and a much more manageable pace. If you're Vojta, you don't play for a couple of years, no big deal. You can bring your Mono Blue Storm.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no Bowmasters here. It's a Bowmaster free zone here. What's that altar on the Sapphire medallions? That looks like they have some history. You have a playset of Sapphire medallions with something written on them.
Yes.
Is that like a dwarven runes?
I don't know. I don't know. We can check it later.
We can ask Vojta if it's
We can ask Vojta later.
Maybe it was forged by the dwarves, from... Help me out here.
Yes, but I have to say that Sapphire medallion for me that has such a elvish vibes.
Oh, okay.
That I don't see dwarf craft in it.
Maybe the dwarves stole it and then they just engraved their their runes on.
By the way, do you know what we need? We need
We need game 2 right now.
We need game 2, and Pavel went down to 5.
Yeah, Pavel needs more cards.
Yes, he definitely does.
Vojta, what does Vojta need?
Vojta, well, he needs to dodge some artifact removal, I think.
Yeah, and he needs his medallion. So
he does have it now.
There it is.
But I think Pavel will he will kill it.
Yeah.
Because for
Overload.
removal that he plays, that overload, I think.
It's not that much though. It's like using, like every 15 cards there's an overload in your deck.
Yes, but he has 8 1-mana instant interactions, and they are all very good.
And he's not playing anything. He's just like, he has land number 3, not even a ball lightning inside, just attacking for 2
But I think
there.
for Vojta it's better to play against Pyroblast than to play against that artifact removal.
Yeah, right. And he has another medallion in his hand.
Okay, he has another one.
His hand looks loaded.
Yes.
So he's gonna play another
medallion.
I mean, we talked about the fact that
he has 3 more artifacts.
he has a Helm of Awakening.
Yes. By the way, Helm of Awakening, like a thing that people don't always get, is that it discounts your spells as well.
Yeah, both players, right. So
I remember losing many years ago to Vojta when I had Snapcaster Mage and Disenchant.
Yeah.
There was actually time when people played Disenchant.
Uh-huh.
And I could play for 1 blue Snapcaster, for 1/1 Disenchant. I didn't see it.
Oh my.
So I think that's a thing that, and since you don't ever really play against this card, I think it's super cool.
End of turn, 1
it
mana
resolves.
Cunning Wish. 1 mana Cunning
Wow.
Wish. We talked about Vojta facing a really uphill battle here in game 2. Your opponent goes down to 5. Doesn't really play a lot of spells.
Yes.
That's
magic.
Yeah.
That's
magic.
magic.
It happens.
Yeah, so probably Vojta is taking intuition, and he will go for accumulated knowledge. He will draw 3.
Sure.
And he can still hit the 4th accumulated knowledge and draw 4 at some point. But here, he probably keeps the other artifacts to discard, because
and you don't need more than 2, right?
No,
because
no.
You don't really play a lot of spells that would do that discounted.
Maybe if you ever get like Stroke of Genius, then you can discount it, but there's no point.
So there's another. I mean, there's the intuition. We'll see what searches for. Man, intuition for 1 mana. That's just.
He's going for frantic search.
Yeah.
That actually makes sense,
Yeah,
because you have so like so many cards in your hand are so useless. I would probably still go for accumulated knowledge, but I think Vojta played this deck more times than I did. I played this deck exactly 0 times. So
if you're going off, then like this is both cards and mana, right? So there's accumulated knowledge draws you 1 more card, and also like you're keeping all the accumulated knowledges in your deck. Well, I'm not sure if that's better than. But I mean, to me, the question is, okay, like, do you try to go off now?
Well, he doesn't have to.
It looks like that's what he's doing.
He's saying that he keeps priority and he's still tapping.
Right, to float the land.
But to
float the mana.
Yes.
I mean, if you don't go for it and your opponent plays like Bolt end step, then like Fire Blast plus something, you're dead. So maybe it's safe to go for it here.
Yes, but he is not even like. That's what he's exactly.
Yeah.
He's going to discard his artifacts,
Yeah.
and he doesn't even have to play anything anymore,
Oh, yeah.
or he can play
Storm
some
counts too.
cantrip or whatever. So I think Vojta is. I'm not saying he's like winning or anything, but
No, he's in a good position.
well, he's in a good position for sure.
And like if he has misdirection, then maybe he has more time because like
Yes.
he knows he's not dying to
Fire
a fire
blast.
blast. Just yeah.
Fire Blast will just deal 4 damage to Pavel and also kill Jacob up.
And sacrifice. Basically, fire blast would be get rid of 3 out of 4 permanents on Pavel's grid side
Yes.
and the best card from your hand.
And minus card from hand.
What is happening there? It looks like Mindslaver.
Maybe Pavel is
So-
trying to tap islands. He's never done that
He wants
before.
to just like
He's like, how does
give
it
it a
feel?
try, yeah.
The power.
Has Wojtek ever tapped mountains and like aimed burn at
Maybe
the
he played
opponent?
one island in that deck, but not
not a
even
burn
that.
play.
His deck, the one I was talking about, the Helm of Awakening,
Yeah.
he also had counterbalance. So that when we top, so he had 4 pop, 4 Helm of Awakening,
sure.
4 counterbalance,
Makes sense.
and he had and he played Trinket Mage,
Yeah.
which gets discounted by Helm, but also it can search for top.
Yeah.
And
Any other spicy artifact that
and
it
then
could
he
search
has
for?
probably some other artifacts. I don't.
Chromogs?
I think
or-
he played engineered explosives
Oh, okay,
back in the day. So there were these little things. He also played 4 snapcasters. He played intuition. And he played accumulated knowledge. And when you had one helm, like accumulated knowledge is like better.
You don't say, yeah.
That's
So we
nice.
are going for
Meditate.
yeah, right. Okay. So maybe this is
And how many cards does Pavel has?
okay. So meditate, hardcast. That means you're going for it. Pavel looks like he has.
He was so patient. It's incredible. I would probably go for that intuition. Wouldn't you?
I suppose. I mean, here what you're doing is you're stopping a turn that already has a higher storm count. So like you go for the intuition, next turn the same thing's gonna happen.
Yes, you're kind of hoping
I
that
suppose.
Vojta will stumble and lose the momentum, and will have to pass the turn. But I see Cunning Wish, so for sure he can do something about it.
Do you think there's still a misdirection in the sideboard? There probably should be, right? Like you don't board in all of them because you want to keep some of them in the sideboard for
Yes.
Cunning Wishes.
Possible.
That must be super interesting how to sideboard.
Yes,
Like-
I think that's obviously the problem when you play Wish, that your sideboard is much weaker.
Yeah.
Because it gives you edge in game 1, but then in the other games it's a little bit odd. Would you
Yeah.
bring in? Would you keep?
Yeah.
Would you keep in the sideboard?
Yeah. The trouble here is that if you Cunning Wish for misdirection, then you have one island untapped. You resolve meditate. Can you win from there with just one land untapped? So
Yes, you can always cast Frantic Search.
yeah, sure, but do you have them?
Well, he will draw 4.
Okay, he just lets that blast resolve, and he just taps out and say go.
Wow.
What's that third helm good for? He has another one in his hand, by the way. He drew all 4 helms.
Maybe that's like a safety against artifact removal.
Could be, yeah. That messes up your math, like he has a lot of cards in his hand, but okay. So are we going for a second Cunning Wish? We are. Now that
Vojta is intimidating with his Storm 1.
you have factor. Oh, okay, that's what
that's
this discounted
Very
by
cool.
by
Very cool
3
line.
artifacts. Now is Pavel patient? He still has like 3 cards in his hand, so there's another blast. Pavel says, "I don't want your business spells to resolve. You can have all the artifacts you want, but like you're not drawing cards."
Very interesting.
Yeah, I like it. I like the way Pavel plays. This is a 1-mana Incinerate, by the way. End of turn. And the game feels like it's slipping away from Wojtek. He is going to end up on 6, then the pup will take him down to 4. This is the power of blasts. Like you go...
And now he's like within a range of Fire Blast.
Yeah, or another turn of just attack and go. And like
Yes.
he has to have gas and he has to have it now. He can try to... Okay, I like the way Pavel played this. Like he's just focusing on the cards that draw the most cards.
We don't know why did he mulligan. We didn't see obviously his 6, 5, and 7.
Yeah.
But
so that just draws a card.
That just draws a card, but if he mulliganed into some of the hate,
Yeah.
I'm very happy about it.
Makes sense. And Pup deals so much damage when it's played on turn 1, right? Like that's your best turn 1 card by far against this deck. Okay, Frantic Search? No, just another Mad Island. Oh my god, okay, I think there's a Bolt. There's a Fire Blast. Woof!
Okay.
That took a really...
But I think it was yet again a very interesting game. Maybe Vojta wonders if he could have done something better.
Could he though?
I
Like
don't
if
think so.
Pavel had 2 blasts all the time with mana open, then I don't think that there's much that Vojta could have
Interesting, for sure. Interesting is that Vojta does not have any Hydro Blast.
done. Yeah, right.
I would imagine at least having 1 or 2. Especially when you play against red, you can also search for it.
I suppose that like maybe he thinks Misdirection is better because it doesn't cost mana. So
Yes, I mean that could be it. But also Vojta has like Hibernation, which is a card I haven't seen in like 25 years.
you can
And
Cunning
then-
Wish for it.
You can Cunning Wish for it. He has Submerge.
Okay, that's just
it's
like
all
bouncing
against
one
green. I'm just saying that he has a lot against
Yeah.
green. He has double Submerge. Obviously, when Submerge is good, is kind of insane. It's like free removal.
Yeah.
It doesn't cost any mana.
It costs 3 mana for the Cunning Wish. But like, okay, I get your point. Yeah. So maybe the thing is that I think with decks like this, you really cannot afford to have low density of spells that do stuff. You like if you board in too many reactive cards, then like how are you going off, right?
Yes.
So that would be my problem with that, and so maybe that's the reason. But yeah, now Wojciech is going to be on the play, facing these scary Pyroblasts right there. He drew 6 out of his 8 artifacts.
But I'm happy. I think
this
we
game.
definitely have 2 good players on
for sure.
on camera, and I think it's I'm a little obviously I'm a bit hater of like Sly, but I think this is kind of very interesting. Actually, also very interactive matchup, and I think it's a matchup I imagine we would we could play for a couple of hours, as a play test.
Yeah.
And I think there's a lot to it.
Yeah, agreed. To like see what the dynamics are, and yeah, I like how Pavel was patient this game. Like he knew it felt like he knew which spells to counter. He knew. So it looks like maybe Wojciech, one of the players going down. Maybe Wojciech going down to 6. So we have Wojciech on 6, Pavel on 7.
I think he's going to keep this.
Yeah.
I see artifacts. I see lands. He's probably going to put Battle away. I don't know.
Yeah, Petal. I mean, it gives you speed, but if you don't have so many cards, maybe it's something. It's like a luxury that you can't
He's
afford.
putting Elm Awakening, but maybe that's what he needs against Pavel's deck. Like
With
to have
all
it
the
turn 1.
blasts, I'm not sure if you want to go for such a high speed though. I don't know if he's planning to like grind through the hate, or if he's planning to.
Well,
Yeah, the best turn 1 card. Okay, Island go.
oh, he's not playing the artifact. Interesting.
He's patient. Pup comes in for 2. Such a good card. Seal
So
of
is
Fire.
it accumulated knowledge? Yeah.
It is. So that resolves. Do you play your lands matching or mismatched? Which
I
can
always play matched.
Yeah, me too.
Because of course like you can mismatch, you can do obviously whatever you want, but I like not to think about basics because there's so many things you have to think about in this game.
Yeah.
And like controlling which basic he saw from like discard spell.
That's the biggest blow for me. Like you get Duress and then you draw a basic and then you're like.
And then you play the wrong basic then, and I think it's too much mental energy for me.
What is the upside then? Like if you're a Vojta, is it just for the style, or is it like to tilt your opponents a little, or?
Yeah, I mean,
There's no benefit
But
in
but I think you can also you just like different pictures. I mean, you like different things. You know, some people like some films, and some people like some different paintings. So I think it could be that. Of course, there are so many beautiful islands, but I basically decided to play. I just have, I think, 4th edition French black bordered basics, and I have all my basics are the same. So I always chose one version of island, one version of plains, and that's the basics I play with.
I can respect that. Yeah. So basically, it's kind of like what Pavel is playing, right? These look like they are foreign black bordered.
Yeah, but they actually they are not better. Because it says tap.
Oh, so maybe it is okay. Maybe it is.
He has beta.
It's too small for me.
By the way, these foreign black border, they look like beta.
Yeah. Yes. They have a very nice feel to them. Yeah. Okay, what's going on here? So Wojciech is on 12. Pavel Gritz is on 18. That's irrelevant. But Pavel Gritz has 5 lands. That's maybe a bit more relevant. Looks like he might be a little thin on lands.
On business.
On business, yeah, sorry. Yeah. Whereas Wojta has a full grip, and he's not under a ton of pressure. But like with Burn, like first he needs to think about how is he winning through blasts. And he cannot afford to give Pavel too much time.
Yes. I'm surprised that Wojta never cast the artifact. I think he could have done it. Like
he heard he's casting it now.
No, the previous turn he could have done it and still resolved it, accumulated knowledge.
Sure, yeah, but if maybe he wants to if there's an overload, maybe he wants to respond to it with all the instant spells that are discounted, right? Like you still get some value out of it even if your opponent kills it. Yeah, so if you think you can win. And there's going to be another artifact here, right? Yeah, double helm.
By the way, beautiful that it costs just 1 mana now.
Right. And in response,
he will have a frantic search for 1, which is probably
Sure. So
that was maybe Wojta's plan all along.
No, maybe. No, he's not. The other helm is on the stack. So I think Pavel is responding to the second helm with the overload, which is, by the way, very
point.
good.
Yes, that's very good play. But we knew both players know what they're doing.
So now Wojta can choose frantic with his 2 remaining mana.
But I think he it doesn't matter.
You mean because Wojta has it?
No, because whatever happened. Okay, yeah, maybe he will do it now and have 3 untapped lands, and he can still respond somehow. But I don't think he has any reasonable response. Like that is going to die.
Sure. So now you still the situation is the same right now.
Yeah, the situation is the same. He could, in theory, play another one.
He has okay.
And another one.
He has that many helms.
I don't know.
How do you even put them on? Or if you think he's not wearing them? He just has them.
Like how you put those many helms if you're not a Hydra.
Okay. So Wojciech is secretly a Hydra. So that explains why Pavel has not been playing much in the past turns. He has double overload, and just all the helms go away. So now we untap.
Wojta does it in his order. First untap.
Yeah. Draw, discard. This is because it's easier to forget about the untap part than the draw and discard.
See, that's funny. If Pavel had instead of 2 Pyroblasts, 2 overlords last game, Wojta would have 1.
Yeah, because he had 6 artifacts
I'm not sure if Wojta has a follow-up artifact. So that's interesting.
Yeah. Is he just gonna have to pass the turn here?
But considering his body language,
it
seems like he's a little bit tilted.
He gets to be like that sometimes.
Yes, he does. I think especially for new players, he's a little bit scary.
Yeah.
But don't take me wrong. Wojta is is a super nice guy.
He's very kind.
But he can get a little bit unhappy. Then he just quits. There are not many people that in the middle of the game just packs it up.
Scoop it up, the rage quit.
Yes, a little bit.
If you know that, you can kind of poke him a little bit to bring that closer. No, but no, I wouldn't do that to him.
No.
I'm wondering how many cards. But
Wojta has always been this kind of builder. like brewer, that he created really on his own this helm deck that was very good, and he made day 2 in GP. I don't remember which GP that was, in Strasbourg, I think. And so he always comes with his own thing. So he was playing like last time, I think in the David Gill Memorial in Legacy, he was playing like Yorion blue-white with 4 Eternal Dragons, or not the
new ones, the
new one,
the ones
yes.
with what is it?
Embalm.
Embalm. That's the name.
Yeah. So he brews, and
does he play any other formats than Legacy? And I mean,
I think he's a bit more in Premodern lately, but he's member of a political party, so he's active, I think, in that field.
He's a politician. All right.
Yes. So,
I'm curious.
Fighting for justice.
I'm sure he is. Yeah. I'm also, in addition to that, I'm also wondering how many cards Pavel has in his hand, because that would kind of give us a little more information on how fast the clock is now for Wojciech.
I would hope
that
Pavel is not killing Wojta next turn.
That he's okay. Because there's 4 damage on the board, plus potentially 2 from the Barbarian ring. That puts Wojta at 6.
Yes.
So that is a pretty short clock. So if he's going to have to pass here, which it looks like he's...
Okay, he does have
Incinerate. You
it's
go
9.
to 9.
But there's 5
There's
cards.
a misdirection here. Look what can happen here.
Wow.
Let's kill that pup.
Oh.
There we go. And no blast.
And suddenly I still have 12 life. Did you say something?
Yeah, right. Like was it actually better for Pavel to wait with that incinerate and just attack with the pup and then like try to burn Wojta? Because this was like a major setback where he suddenly doesn't have a clock.
On Pavel's defense, that's the first time he sees misdirection.
Sure,
And like we talked about it in a previous round, until you see Teferi's response, they don't have Teferi's response.
Yeah.
So here I think there's a third one.
Yeah, so draw 3.
One, that's powerful.
So okay, now suddenly 12, meaning 8 plus Barbarian Ring if there's a spell, so that's still 6. But like suddenly it looks like it's
yes, but don't forget that Barbarian Ring is online now, right? Because he can sacrifice the seal of cleansing and get a 7.
Yeah. Right.
So
he can do it like end of turn. Oof, there is quite a lot of burn coming. No misdirection to kill the Lava Monster. That makes me sad.
He's
Barbarian Ring. Go down to 7. That's virtually 3, and that is just scary because like. There's like so many cards that can kill Wojciech right now.
Okay, Wojta hopes he can survive.
So it looks like Pavel passed the turn here. And
by cycling?
Yeah, cycle the Cloud of Fairies. So that probably means that he's not dead yet because Pavel would...
No, I would... You just try to kill him in...
Okay, oh my god. So that's 2 lands.
2 islands.
2 mountains. 3 Sapphire Meta-Islands and no gas at all. That's crazy, the meditate he was pointing at. But this is what I wanted.
But he drew 3 from accumulated knowledge.
He did. Nothing. And he missed. And then he missed on the cycling and he missed on the draw step.
Crazy.
So...
But I think we had a beautiful match.
I'm
very happy.
Me too.
I'm happy. On my way to the toilet I met Wojta and he told me he's 2-0 with this list, and I have to say I'm even happy he played against Bern because I think that's very interesting.
It's surprisingly, I mean, it's interactive. It's not just like 2 solitaire mode decks, but you have misdirection, you have blast, especially post board. It's like it's a game where you're like, okay, can I go off? Do I have enough protection for that to go off? Should I wait for a turn? Like you're always calculating how risky is it to pass another turn.
Interesting that Pavel brought that deal 1 damage, sack mountain, deal 1 damage, because he I think correctly identified that having either a Cursed Scroll or the 3 mana spells, he can never tap out because you tap out and you can die.
Oh, so you think Ball Lightning also left?
Yes, I think so.
Oh, okay. Possibly.
I think so.
I mean, 6 damage is a lot, but you're right that like you don't want to tap out.
But you probably want to keep your Pyroblast like all the time.
Right. And overloads actually. We saw. I really like the fact that
Wojta
will wait with the Meta-Islands, and Pavel sees that, so he's like, yeah, I can't tap out because then I die.
Yeah.
So I have to respond to your spell with that.
Also, thank you for all the comments that are in all the chats, be it in stream, YouTube, or the chat of the stream.
Yeah.
I thank you for all that. I hope this gives you again some food for the thought, because I think Vojta's deck is very interesting and very affordable as well. I think.
Is it? Yeah.
I don't know how much if medallions, but I think they had some reprints. And I think all the maybe meditate might be a little bit maybe expensive. But I mean,
yeah. Sorry, go on.
But I think it's a very affordable deck, and
it depends on how much overboard you go with the basics.
Mm-hmm,
if you go with like better basics, okay, never mind. It is one of the more affordable decks in the format. I think also it's not for everybody, because it's Storm decks and combo decks in general, and Storm decks specifically. Not everybody likes doing that, like some people like to be more on the board, but yeah, I'm happy that it's part of the metagame. Yes. It's something unique, something special. Yes. I like it.
And then again, like one of the main spells in the format is something like Naturalize Disenchant. So that's an interaction. That interacts with it. Power Blast interacts with it. You don't need counter spells. Like sometimes it feels like combo deck you need specifically counter spells, but in Premodern you can interact with the decks in a different way, and that can work just as well.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
Yeah. Right. We have again. This was a pretty long match. So far we've had 3 pretty long matches. We are going to take a break here.
Yes, we're going to take a break, and we will see you in about 10-15 minutes.
I think so. I think that's very realistic, and we're going to have a look at round number 4 soon.
Hello and welcome to the round 4 of the Czech Premodern Championship. And as you can see, there's no Adam and there's no Tomáš.
But there are two beautiful boys.
Of course, we are very beautiful. I love you, man. Well, it's Jirka and Jirka, actually. Nice to see you guys over there. And we are having a spicy matchup for the round 4. Jiří, so what do we have here?
Oh, nice. This is... you can see, Jiří, it's a work of art. It's beautiful, beautiful deck. All cards, all vibe of the deck. And, I love this deck.
Well, that's the thing. That's why we picked Jiří for this match, because he's an FEB expert. So he's going to cover this for us, because it's a rather complex deck, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a hard deck. I won't say an expert. I think you can't be an expert of FEB. It's such a hard deck that it's so hard to know all lines and all stuff, and you need the whole book of rules to play this deck.
But if you say so. Well, still, if you were to cover the basis of the deck.
The cover of the basis, of course. So we have two combos, two big combos of the deck. One is the Hermit Druid combo. Can we see the Hermit Druid here? Yeah, there is Hermit Druid on Krzysztof list, and just slam Hermit Druid, then use Crows and Reclamation to unearth, or you can have the unearth in your hand, and then it's easier. Then you unearth you can stack basically after Hermit activation. You can stack your deck as you like.
The graveyard.
And the main way to win is to stack Karmic Guide on top, and then you just play the unearth on a Shapeshifter. Comes into play as Karmic Guide. Karmic Guide returning himself. Karmic Guide. You will have another trigger from Karmic Guide, and you will return Psychotalk. Then use Cabal Therapy, and your Shapeshifter is Psychotalk. Then you remove some cards and leave the top card of your graveyard as Akroma, and you win by attacking.
Then you run.
And then you have the second line of the combo, and it's basically one card combo.
Just survival. Right?
Just survival.
Just put it
just survival, and there is a lot of way how to do it. You can use Spellincron to speed it up, and the basic combo is to discard Devourer, and you have Shapeshifter on the battlefield.
You get regular Triskelion plus Devourer combo. The good thing about this combo, as I've heard, is that you can pretty much do this without giving the opponent a chance to react, right? If you stack enough mana.
Yeah, there is no chance to react if you have Devourer and Triskelion on your hand and Shapeshifter on the battlefield.
Exactly. Nice.
So you can play Shapeshifter, hold priority, discard Devourer, use activation, and then just discard Triskelion.
So the deck facing FEB is Patrick's Stasis. Wow. I have no idea how this matchup can work. Could you comment on that?
Yeah, I think this is very hard matchup for full English breakfast, because chip interaction as days can be problematic, and also I can see some boomerangs. Also propaganda can
that can spoil the card.
It could be very good against Hermit combo. And then we have free counters, foils and thwarts. Very hard matchup for a full English breakfast.
Okay.
Also mana lock by Stasis is devastating.
Let's see, Krzysztof is the master here. So obviously we are seeing Patrick taking a mulligan. And it appears that Krzysztof has kept his opener. So that's probably one way to win this, right? To let your opponent mulligan to hell.
Yeah. The best way is to discard also Stasis. He will need Duress. I think he has two Duresses main deck. I think it's the new version of the full English breakfast. So I think the Duresses and for Cabal Therapies, a lot of discards.
Of course, therapy is a must in the deck.
But in the sideboard, we will have the Xantid Swarm maybe, and this will be
crucial. That's gonna get spicy. Yeah, I love Xantid Swarm. So Patrick is considering his 6 cards, and he appears to be keeping. He's shipping one down.
So let's go.
Let's go for it. Round 4 right here.
I'm so excited to see full English breakfast.
Do we have the players switched?
Yeah, players switched.
We have. Sorry guys. So we got the players switched. So it was actually Krzysztof mulliganing here, and so we can see the rest out of Lano Warwaste. So what do we do? Pick here.
I would pick here. I think Impulse. Impulse is like the best call. I think you can play around.
Appears like rather weak hand. right? From the stasis.
Okay, so
player.
maybe he has fast Hermit combo if he choose to discard Boomerang.
Yeah. It sounds
Maybe we will
sounds
see
like
the
survival
Hermit Druid
to
right
me.
now.
Or maybe Hermit Druid, yeah. Oh, Boomerang, what a spicy card. I mean, I haven't seen that in a while. I mean, people used to play it in Dreadnought versions until it got optimized with Parallax Tide, right?
And
Well, you're the master. You're the
reason
master.
why,
Who am I to consult this
is,
even?
the-
Okay, so we have a quick Hermit Druid. And Patrick is checking.
I don't know
Hermit
if
Druid.
Christoph has some Elvis Spirit Guide in his list, so no.
I believe I did see some Elvis Spirit
Because
guides in
basically you
there.
can activate Hermit right away. with
On the
Elvis-
upkeep, right?
Upkeep, yeah,
Yeah.
and then Croson and
But-
kill him. But maybe he has also Unearth and we can
Mhm.
see the kill.
So you have Maya Coast for Christoph. And let's see if he's going to go for it into 2 open mana.
No, it's
Oh, we
seems
see
like
combat.
he's attacking here.
Okay.
I think it is the right play. I'm also very scared to use just Hermit.
Let's see what the follow. Oh,
Nice.
Psychotalk beatdown. Nice. It
I
actually also makes him sort of playing around Black Vice, right?
Yeah,
So
it's Black Vice Hoser. Yeah.
total Black Vice Hoser. And since Patrick is already down 1 Boomerang, he might have an issue dealing with Psychotalk here.
Actually, I just tested this matchup against Niels
Oh,
from
nice.
Epic, and it was super fun. I also choose the slow way with the FEP, and I think it's the best way how to win a game. Just to wait for your discard spell and then.
That's true. We have an epic 2025 contender right here. I mean,
But sadly, no full English breakfast on my lineup because full English
Yeah.
breakfast just take all the good cards. And
all the good cards from so many decks, right?
Yes.
And rips off your mana base
Yeah.
like real hard. Still, good run. You went 2-2, right?
Yeah.
Very decent considering the lineup of players. If you didn't check up Epic, it's still available on
Oh,
Twitch.
and this is great play.
Oh yeah,
Big
Duress.
Duress
So
is.
Duress as a follow-up. So
And
this
maybe,
might be the turn,
Yeah, maybe
actually.
we can see also if he has Unearth, we can see fast win here.
I believe Christoph is down to 1 card, perhaps 2 cards maximum.
It's Arcane Denial.
Arcane Denial. Okay. So is Patrick
And this
trying
is-
to lure Christoph
This is
into
interesting spot.
going off? Because all Christoph needs to do is just mill himself and attack with a Psychotalk, right? To just fill in
Yeah.
his graveyard and just kill him.
Yeah, without
Right there,
shapeshifter,
right?
yeah, that's true. And nice, and this is
Oh.
this is devastating. Yeah.
So
And now I think we have the
going to
game.
see-
We have the game.
So
here.
we have no idea
It's
what's
Gush.
happening.
It's Gush. So
Gush makes it a little bit more complicated, but still.
Gush into foil.
Gush
but
into foil, but into what?
Into
if
chain,
you,
into
if you
chain,
want
into chain,
I-
yeah.
exactly what you need is Chain of Vapor.
and after chain, he can still win because he can then
Exactly.
play the Psychotalk and suck it to unearth the shapeshifter and suck Psychotalk to your own therapy to discard it, or suck it to your therapy after playing it and win just next turn.
Yeah,
I
mean,
think-
so. Obviously, I guess he's going to just flashback therapy to just check for or to force Patrick to play that Gush into
Yeah.
that
Yeah,
Chain of Vapor, right?
definitely he can. Right on the spot, he can because he has all Psychotalk on the battlefield.
Yeah, and that's very important. Yeah,
Yeah.
good line, good line.
Good
yeah.
line, very good line by Christoph.
Took us 1 turn to realize that, but
Yeah.
yeah, that's definitely the way to do this. Okay, so Christoph is stacking up his graveyard, as you mentioned, because you can arrange the cards in any order you like, because you put them in the graveyard all at once. Of course, Patrick was checking the specifics of Christoph's list.
Yeah.
So let's see. And
Chain
there we are.
of
So
Vapor
the
or nothing,
graveyard
yeah.
is stacked. We are going to see an attack right away. So
Right away.
no Cabal Therapy flashback.
Yeah.
So Christoph might be running into the Chain of Vapor here. So let's see.
But the funny part is,
Okay.
if you remove, he has to remove a lot of cards.
Yeah,
And I don't know if there will be enough cards. for the
exactly, to
second
kill
swing.
him afterwards.
So
right?
maybe there is trap.
This feels like a one shot.
I think maybe
I
Cabal
bel-
Therapy was
I bel-
crucial.
I believe Cabal Therapy should
Yeah.
have been played there.
Yeah, You are 100% right. And this is also
there might
Fab is complicated deck, as you can see. This is a completely different combo than I described before.
Isn't there an argument against the therapy because of the Hermit Druid placing itself on the top of your graveyard?
No, because
you could just do cross and reclamation for that Hermit and the right? Or you can remove it with the second attack. Yeah, I'm still silly. Totally. Yeah, true. See how experienced I am with the deck.
And now we will see the Gush and the Chain of Vapor, and it will be fun game.
Let's see. There's definitely Gush happening.
Yeah.
There we go. 2 islands, Gush, drawing 2 cards. Is that Chain of Vapor turn? Oh, the suspense is tense. Oh, we have a game. Okay, it worked for Christoph. So, let's go on to the sideboard game. So, let's take it perhaps from Christoph's perspective.
Yeah.
So
we will see the Xantid.
What would be your sideboard plan? There's one Xantid Swarm, just one. Okay, you can potentially search it up.
I think the sideboard plan is quite easy. You bring in Duresis and Xantid Swarm and Ray of Revelation.
Yep, makes sense.
And that's it, I think.
Yes. Would you consider
no Gorilla Shaman?
Gorilla Shaman for Black Vice? That seems far-fetched, right? Yeah, that's pretty much it. So what would be the cards to remove? Because that's the most difficult part about combo decks, right? Yeah. Not what to bring in, but what to take out.
There are 2 Elvis Priga. You will definitely, because it's a longer matchup. So you
can't really capitalize on the advantage from these. So yes, I see your point.
Because the combo takes so many cards, so only way how you sideboard is to remove fast mana or various of discard against aggro decks, for example. So,
just from the hypothetical point of view, do you ever board out one combo during your match against any deck?
Yeah, you do. You do. You basically remove the Hermit combo against Burn.
I see. Yeah, because there's no way
you bring in chills and tutors.
Yeah.
And discard spells.
So the plan is to chill him down and then kill him. Kill them with survival and revolver. Okay, so let's see it from the Stasis perspective. So what do we have here? So Blue Blast, Mana Short, Brain Freeze.
I can see one spicy card, and it's Curse Totem. It's Curse Totem.
Curse Totem is brutal.
Curse Totem is so. If we can see the Curse Totem, then Christoph should also bring in Uktabi Orangutan.
True. Just to have an out against this card, otherwise. Curse Totem would just rape you
but
apart.
Not much to see.
Would you consider having Powder Keg or Annul perhaps?
Or Brain Freeze is also.
Oh, Brain Freeze, right?
You can respond to.
If they go for Frozen Reclamation, then you can Brain Freeze them, right? Very good point. Still, if we go back to Annul, is Annul worth it in this matchup?
It's hard to say. It's. I think you have so many free counter spells that maybe it's not worth it to bring in. Maybe some or 1 or 2 to trim some.
Yeah, maybe counter spell is just too expensive.
Yeah, but it's. I don't know. Actually, I don't know what.
Maybe cutting one thwart, which is the slowest out of the free counter spells, right?
Yeah, maybe also cut the propaganda.
But you mentioned that might come in handy, right?
It's come in handy against the Hermit, but against the survival combo it's not that good. And I think if you bring in, for example, the Curse Totem, or it's better than Propaganda. It's 1 turn faster.
I guess if your plan is to stay open with your mana for counter magic, then Propaganda should go. Yeah. That makes sense to me. Yeah. So Curse Totem. Brain Freeze perhaps, just
Mana Short
got you, and perhaps some amount of annuls for Mana Short, perhaps 1 thwart and 2 propaganda. Yeah, sounds good. Okay, and we're here for the game 2. So players are making their decisions on their openers. You can see Pelincron probably in Christoph's hand. and some black
Seems
cards.
like a lot
but
of lands.
but he's taking a mulligan here.
Yeah.
No surprise, right? Because
Yeah.
you do mulligan a lot
Yeah,
with
you do
FEB,
mulligan
right?
a lot.
And you
Basically, it's easy because
Hmm.
you need hermit or survival, and anything
Yeah,
else is mulligan because you do nothing with your
so you get
survival.
8 cards that you aim for,
Mhm.
and you can't keep a hand without these. Yeah.
There are some strange situations maybe to
Sensible, right.
keep this card spell with psychotalk or
And
pressure, but
Patrick is once again keeping,
Mhm.
since he's not shuffling, and he's likely on the play, of course.
yeah.
So, let's see. It appears that Krzysztof has only one hand. I hope that's not the case. No, he's got 2 of them. Good.
There's dress.
Yeah,
Some
there's City of
lands.
Brass, two Lenovo wastes, I guess. Yeah, let's see. I mean, he's still making his decisions, but it appears that
Okay.
he's keeping. Yep.
He's keeping.
So we got the same setup. 1 mulligan for Krzysztof and Black-White turn 1. So Krzysztof is gonna take some early damage here, but that's not like the
No.
cruncher of this matchup. for
Not
sure.
the problem. Like I would happy to see them.
I mean, it's just use of mana,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
I mean, what do you do with
Mm.
in stasis? I mean, in turn 1, there's not much you can do. So you should have. Oh, he was down to 6 card slide, so it's just 2 damage. Yeah, mulligan helping already.
yeah.
So-
We will see the dress.
The rest, of course. So let's see what Patrick is cooking
Chain of Vapor.
with. Chain of Vapor, Counterspell,
That's
and
what-
Thwart. Well, Thwart is kind of medium at this point. Chain is the cheapest interaction, right? You can
Mhm.
find your way probably around Counterspell. I mean, depending, of course, on the structure of Krzysztof's
It
hand.
depends.
but-
If he has survival, I would take counterspell.
Yeah, that makes it. Although you would get it bounced probably right away,
Yeah.
right? Because you just have no way to capitalize on that, and we
Yeah.
can see Counterspell being
So we will see the
taken.
survival.
So yeah, it is likely survival. So Patrick draws for the turn. This passes, so makes sense. There wasn't much to do. I mean, he already holds the Forsaken City, right? So
Mhm.
once he draws
Stasis.
Stasis, we will probably see it landing down. So is this going to be the survival turn for Krzysztof? Let's see, City of Brass. So once again, how often does this painful mana base kill you in the deck? I mean, you're
A
fast,
lot.
obviously, but
A lot. You have a lot of games when you put City of Brass on stack and win through before the damage.
oh, that's sweet. Yeah, you can do that, right?
Yeah, you
it's
can
it's
do
a
that.
trigger.
It's
It's a trigger.
It's
yeah.
a very common.
Nice,
concept.
nice. So we actually are seeing Hermit Droid again.
I'm surprised.
Well,
But
it is what it is.
It
At
is what it
least
is.
he has a combo piece, and it's
he
resolved.
kept the hand with Hermit Druid.
It resolved, and it has not been bounced.
Oh.
So Patrick has a plan here.
Yeah. Now he needs to discard spells and
Let's
Like before.
see what this is going to be about. So beautiful foil gemstone mine from Time Spiral.
And now it's very hard for Krzysztof to
Hmm.
think about all the cards Patrick could have.
Right.
It's very hard
There-
right now. This situation
there-
is so crucial for
There
them.
have been several draws
Yeah.
already in between the duress, and there's always the threat of
and this
Oh, so he was trying to bait him
Bait, yeah.
with the Hermit Droid. Makes
Yeah,
sense.
yeah.
And now he's sort of like mitigating that chain of vapor, right? Because he can activate the survival
Yeah.
right away.
Krzysztof
Well played. Well
yeah.
played.
Krzysztof had a great hand with the
Hmm.
discard spell,
Yeah.
Hermit Druid, and all survival.
Well, one of these might have been drawn on the way, but yes,
Mm.
you're right. Oh, so for seconds it is. So Patrick either has a stasis already, or he's probably out of lands. Just.
And now maybe we will see the Zontis form,
Hmm.
and it will be
But Patrick is on fourth, right? So now he has an interaction. He can
Yeah.
even choose whether to cast it for free or by bouncing 3
Yeah.
islands. Oh, so we're going for the value train here.
Yeah, you need to do some survival, as I mentioned before, because you need to get the Devourer and Triskelion into your hand,
all
and the squeeze helping.
Of course, makes sense, right? So, is there some action still end of turn? Probably, perhaps bouncing the survival. Yep, that's what we are going to see. Because there's no way ever you would sacrifice a land to get it Blackwise, right? No, obviously. Hey, just checking, it seems like nonsense, but you might have some special view on this. We are missing our dice on the gemstone mine right now. Oh, it is there. It's on 2. It's just not really visible, so it's still on 2. Just hidden between the gems. Oh, we should get some better dice for a future match, right?
Now the Cabal Therapy would be
that
great.
would be devastating. Because we know Patrick is holding on to his thwart. That's gonna be rather costly though, but you gotta do what you gotta do. The survival has to go. So obviously no therapy for Krzysztof here. And we are going to see 2 mana floating.
2 mana floating
for thwart. Makes sense. Are we gonna see an impulse as a follow-up? That's probably the best card he could have at this point with 2 mana floating, right? But first, it's Krzysztof's time to take action, and he is going to spin that Hermit Droid. Are we going to see Unearth? Are we going to see Unearth for the win? It seems the way he's stacking his pile. It seems might be the case.
He put crossing.
He's putting crossing grip. Maybe he's just picking all the good cards that he wants to put somewhere near.
Also do it this way.
Makes sense, right?
Or the relevant card you put on the top, and then.
So.
And now we will see the Unearth.
1 damage, 1 mana. That's gotta be the Unearth.
We can see if shields are down.
Let's see if there's no way he would have Foil and Island in hand.
And
so
he targets Shapeshifter.
So talk us through the combo specifically, please.
So right now he target the Shapeshifter with the Unearth, and this is very strange because actually Shapeshifter came into play as Karmic Guide, but after ETB he becomes the Unearth, so he's 0/1 then.
And I think we should comment on this because the thing is that the Unearth, once it leaves the stack, it hits the graveyard, so the Shapeshifter should become just a 0/1. However, putting the Unearth onto the graveyard is the very last part of casting the spell. So the Shapeshifter had already been put on the battlefield, and as a result of that, it already has triggered as a Karmic Guide. And this way it can bring back the Karmic Guide itself. And so there's another trigger from the original Karmic Guide, with the Shapeshifter being now just a 0/1, but doesn't matter because there's talk coming to filter graveyard just as you want it, right?
And Karma bringing in the Psych
Attack right there.
And now we will see the Cabal Therapy.
Just to see the coast is really clear.
He can use 2 Cabal Therapies, 1 or even 3 with Hermit Druid. So he will sack the Hermit Druid for the Cabal Therapy.
Gone for 1 Cabal Therapy.
He will say Chain of Vapor or something like that.
There's no other card you would pick, right? Because you could still go for that.
Great by Krzysztof.
And there is Chain of Vapor, but is that going to help? Because he could pump. He couldn't sacrifice the top.
No,
right?
it will help because right now it will be very very fun play. Because then Krzysztof has to suck Karmic Guide, targeting himself, and discarding Psych Attack on.
Oh, sweet! You can do that, right?
And then you will win with this.
Oh, that's so lovely. Yeah, very much true.
But let's see if Krzysztof see this play.
Yeah, let's see if he's really the master of the deck. I mean, he should be right.
Yeah, he should.
He must have gone through some reps.
If you
with
take this deck, you should
better
know those
you
things.
better, and he probably just explained that to him, and the game is over.
Yeah,
we got our winner. So Krzysztof advancing to 4-0 right now, which is perfect, and it's nice to see such complex combo on the top tables of the tournament.
Very hard matchup for Krzysztof, and I think when you play FAB also it's very good because your opponents didn't know the deck so well. So maybe we can take Krzysztof for the interview.
Yeah, sounds great to me. Yeah.
I'm going for him.
Yeah. So, guys, we have actually seen Patrick bringing in Gaia's Blessing. Interesting. Let's see if Krzysztof has something to say about that. Just give us a moment. We are gonna bring him in momentarily. And I hope you guys enjoyed this matchup, although it seemed like really not interactive at first. It was actually a really good match, in my opinion. I mean, it would be nice to hear from Krzysztof himself what he has to say about the matchup. All right, we are back with Krzysztof Lamal, whom we have just seen beating Stasis with his FEB deck.
Hello.
So, Christoph, congratulations, first of all, 4-0, perfect record so far.
Great place.
Yet, I have to ask right away, what happened with that chain of vapor in the very last turn? Because you played Cabal Therapy, then your opponent responded with chain of vapor, and it seemed like that you just skipped something in there. The game was just finished.
Oh, it was like I played the therapy, and the opponent was like thinking, then said something like okay, I heard. Oh, then I said chain of vapor, and he was casting chain of vapor.
Oh, so he let you name the card. Okay, I see.
Miscommunication.
Yeah, it was a bit miscommunication. I think he said okay, but then was thinking more to like play it before, but he didn't, and then he agreed.
But you would still win. All right.
Yeah, I would win anyway.
You would still have the line, as Jirka pointed out quite clear, that you would just play the second therapy on yourself, right?
Yep.
Well done. So, what do you make of the matchup? Just playing against Stasis with your deck? What do you think?
It was my first match against Stasis, I think. I thought it's like a tight steel deck.
It's very hard. Very hard matchup, I think.
But it seemed pretty easy to me. Many discards and just
working quite well, right?
Yeah.
So, talk us through the games, please, from your perspective.
Oh, the first one was wild because I had like Hermit Druid only, or some discard I think was there, and then I drew Psychatok. Yeah? So I was like, I can't combo off versus Mono Blue. I was like, I will try to put Psychatok in the game. I will try to attack with him and mill my deck to make him big. If that fails, I just try to shuffle my unnerves and try to combo off as normally.
Yeah, we were discussing that you should also try to Cabal Therapy before the attacking with Psychotalk. You had the Hermit Druid on battlefield, and you should Cabal Therapy to say Gash or in response to Chain of Vapor, because maybe if you remove some cards from your graveyard, then if he chained your Psychotalk, then you have problem with the second,
I think I did
second swing. So
small
I think
mistake here.
Yeah.
I was thinking I want Karmic Guide on top, but then I could just remove it with Psychotalk, and I
but
didn't think that
therapy
through.
was maybe
It's such a
safer.
complex deck.
It's
So,
it's
what made you pick this deck for the tournament?
I played for a while now. I got deck list from this guy here, and I just love it. Yeah, it's 5 colors.
Yeah, it does everything, right? You can play long game, you can play short game. I mean, you're really good with.
You can beat him with creatures sometimes.
Yes.
Yep. Sweet. Okay, well, congratulations for the perfect record so far. Good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
This is us from the Czech Premodern. Don't go anywhere. We are going to be back with round 5 momentarily. Take care, guys.
So welcome back to round 5 of Czech Premodern Championship. It's me, Tomáš Vlček.
Adam Koska here, back in the booth. We have 2 players here with quite some pre-modern pedigree, I would say.
Isn't this my deck? Isn't this the Highlander?
I can see 2 recurring nightmares, so yeah, it's close, but no, it's like he picked the best cards from your deck and he decided to play them in playsets. I don't know why, but
people do it sometimes.
And
but this, I think that this is very interesting. This is the Enchantress that Richey I was talking about before. The deck he played and he won, the Lobster Con in North America. And I think this will be very interesting. Obviously, card, and I have to say I don't remember if we saw it in František deck, is Pernicious Deed. Probably he will have some in 75. That's obviously most powerful against Enchantress. Here there's Enchantress present, so that's going to hit the bin.
Oh, that's the card at the top, the one that... okay, so we have Sterling Grove, double Steel of Cleansing, land, and Enchantress Presence. Okay.
Yes. That's obviously powerful. Like the discard is generally very powerful against Enchantress. Now he's going to draw.
Double green signals Wall of Blossoms.
Yes, we'll see how he's going to do it. I think he's probably just going to play Sterling Grove, blow it, and get Enchantress Presence.
Or maybe not. Okay, he sees František doesn't have access to black. Maybe. With the Wall of Blossoms draw, so that's like 2 live draws for black source here. It makes sense. It makes sense. Sterling. Okay, there's the black source, so that didn't work just as well as he maybe thought it would. So yeah, so I guess from Pavel's side, he's just looking for
Argothian or Enchantress Presence.
Just to stick and start drawing cards.
Yeah,
Simple as that.
Yeah, very, very much so. And what's powerful about what František is doing, that he has the combo kill, right? If he gets a survival going.
Yeah, with the recurring nightmare.
Not just he can answer his... no, it's a survival.
Oh, you mean like the... with the shapeshifter?
No. He has a recurring nightmare. He has recurring nightmare with Great Whale, so you can untap and generate like infinite mana. And
so, but here.
Oh yes, Squee.
That's why.
So you'll get some value card.
The card in the that's you can just see a white rectangle at the top. That's Mirri's Guile, I believe. So like the 1 mana kind of Sylvan Library, but you can't really deal damage to yourself.
It's very interesting card. I have to say I had to buy a 4th one recently because I only had 3 from many years ago, and I was thinking, well, I will never play 4. Apparently, it's the case now. It's a green enchantment, and in your upkeep you can look at the top 3 cards and put them back in any order. So something like a Ponder every turn, but you don't draw. Now the thing is, what's very powerful about it, it works like under a solitary confinement. Also, if you have 2, you can look with 1, put it back, blow your fetch land, and look again with the other one. So even in multiples, they somehow work.
František playing a morph and like not even shuffling the cards around, just like you know what it is, and I don't mind.
This is what's powerful is that you can like play turn 1 even if you don't have Enchantress, and you look at 3, and if it's not there, you can you have fetch land. I think there are like 5 fetch lands or 6, so you can have another look, or you get fetch land. It also works with the Sterling Grove. I would probably like to blow the fetch land unless he's
No, you can do it end of turn, right? Like
in upkeep, not in end of turn, because if you do it end of turn, he can destroy Sterling Grove.
Yeah, that's right. But I mean, then he would just destroy whatever you find with Sterling Grove anyway, right? Like, what are you searching for? That.
Yes, but definitely like 2 decks. I can see myself playing. I like both of these strategies.
Sure.
There's Wall of Blossoms, one of my all-time favorite cards.
That card is just so good. That card is just incredible.
Cabal Therapy.
Oh my god, that would be so nice. Like 2 turns ago when Pavel's hand was double Seal of Cleansing.
I think the question was maybe would you wait, being Franta?
With the therapy?
It's like he didn't have a therapy obviously, but wouldn't you wait with that survival?
Oh, you mean like so you can activate
because
it multiple
he
times?
literally put in survival to turn Squee into a creature.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
he knew it's going to eat that Seal of Cleansing.
Yeah, I mean, he didn't have the therapy at that point, so like, okay, so Pavel's following your advice, fetching in the upkeep not to lose that Sterling Grove. What he can do is he can look with Mirror's Guile.
Yeah.
If there's nothing good there, then he can sacrifice.
Yes, that's
the
how you
Sterling
should do
Grove.
it.
Yeah, and
It's
then
like Sensei Divining Top.
a card, fan favorite of a card, right?
Yes.
So that is okay.
Yes.
So
Now-
I mean, there's no point in searching the Sterling Grove when you know that you're gonna end up having
Exactly.
it blown up
I
with,
like-
Vigilante.
I like how Pavel is approaching it. To be fair, he can't do much, right?
Yeah.
But the point is that Franta does not have really much. Oh, there's Tempting Worm.
And okay, here we go. Tempting
That's a
Worm.
big deal. That's a big deal.
Yeah, that speed ups the clock significantly.
Mm-hmm.
So Pavel's gonna thin his deck, and the thing is, like, what can Pavel draw here? Even if he draws some kind of Enchantress, that's gonna be super slow. He doesn't have anything in his hand.
But I think
And
Pavel can.
Maybe more Swords to Plowshares to get rid of the worm.
There's nothing there. There's Mirror's Guile, Windswept Heath, and Exploration.
Okay.
So I think you just fetch land. Oh, there's
Seraph
there's Seraph Sanctum.
Okay, so mana is not a problem. The trouble is that
That's a
this
huge
is
pressure.
7 points of damage every turn, which
But
just
what I would probably do, I would just get Parallax Wave,
okay,
put it into
sure.
play, and target first the Morph. If you try to destroy it, in response you target Tempting Worm.
And then the Tempting Worm is gone forever. Is
No,
that
it's
how it
not.
works?
No, it doesn't work like that. I'm sorry. No. Yeah, it's bad. No, it doesn't work. Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
It would have to be that I'm targeting Tempting Worm. No. I can target Tempting Worm and his Nantuko.
Yeah,
In response, he has to kill.
but that means that the creatures are gone.
Yes,
forever.
but yeah, you have to target both at the same time.
Yeah, like target one in response.
Yes.
He plays Parallax to the wave in main. He could have done that.
Yes, he could have done that.
And that would have bought him some time.
Yeah, absolutely.
But then I guess that what would have happened was that František wouldn't blow up the Parallax wave. Instead, he would blow up the Mirror's Guile. Oh no, actually Sterling Grove. And then that one searched for the Parallax, so
Yes,
he would
exactly.
target the Mirror's Guile. Which means like you have like 3 turns to draw something.
Yes, but
Being
exactly,
down.
you would
Yeah.
have
Yeah,
3
you wouldn't
turns
have that.
to
Okay.
yes, and I think that's a
So-
lot.
He could have done
So we'll think. Well, there's not a lot. I think you probably bring like Swords to Plowshares.
Whale. This deck is nice. Diabolic Intent.
Yes,
Sacrifice a Wall of Blossoms, search for survival.
yes. I played this card in my Highlander. No
Yeah.
surprise, it was just not good enough. But I definitely would like to play
Yeah.
Tempting Worm, but I don't have it.
František only plays 3 Duress. Interesting. He's not on the full 8 discard spells.
Yes.
And in the sideboard down there, I can see a squirrel. There's a with the.
By the way,
dredge-
just to make for
Yeah.
our viewers, just to make sure, he can go infinite with the Great Whale and Recurring Nightmare, so he can have infinite mana, and then he can get Spike Feeder, and with infinite mana he can move the counters on some creature.
Okay.
And with the Ranged Hermit, he can always put all the creatures back into the play from graveyard. So he can, even if you have just one bird on top, and you go for the loop, you can just draw a whole deck with Wall of Blossoms. You can, because you just flipping like Wall of Blossoms, Great Well. You draw enough cards so you get somehow the Ranged Hermit. You can get all the cards back. So that's how the combo
nice.
works.
That's
So
nice.
there
That's
is
nice.
combo finish. Although it doesn't look like it. So the only downside here is you are playing Spike Feeder, which is a little bit underpowered creature,
right.
and then you play Great Whale, which does nothing.
Sure. Yeah.
You discard it into survival.
Yeah.
But I like it. I like the deck a lot. This
You can also go infinite damage with just Plague Spitter and get a Great Whale, right?
yes.
Like you can, it's infinite damage to both players, but if you're higher on life total,
Yes,
you
you can do that as well, absolutely. And there is one card that I also am on and off in my Highlander, which is Gas Cradle.
That just means that like you can go off on fewer lands.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Sorry, go on.
No, absolutely. Just sometimes it's bad, sometimes it's good. What I would like to see in this deck would be something at least like one Yavamaya Granger, you know, that can get you basic, because that can like speed up that combo.
Ooh, okay. So this is nice actually. We have Enchantress Presence and Replenish.
But what's important is that Argothin Enchantress is going to hit the board.
That's true. That's the top
very
card.
important.
And then, well, Abyssal Gatekeeper could be a solution.
Yes. By the way, thank you guys for all your reactions in the chat. We're so happy. Of course, we do it because we love it. We're very excited. But if we get feedback, if you write us later on YouTube, you can comment, share, like, subscribe, to the channel. It's always, we are happy for you for the support.
Okay, Opalescence 2 lands.
Yes. The good thing is for Pavel is that Franta, there are probably some answers. There's like Engineered Plague potentially.
Okay. Oh, whoa, nice. There we go.
Yes. So that's very annoying because every other Argothian is like sort of a dead draw.
Yeah.
But there are 3 Seal of Cleansings.
Right. But it's still going to be a
But
2 for 1.
I think it's a little bit. I think Pavel must be feeling a little bit disappointed that he couldn't cash in some enchantments in the meantime.
Just Travis Ruins. Like, Franciszek had the perfect start of Duress, Therapy, Plague. Like, he has all the answers. Just picking apart Pavel's hand, board, like.
But for sure, Pavel brought extra Replenish from the sideboard because this is one of those matchups when he blows the Pernicious Deed and you just House Spike Feeder.
It's a clock.
Yes, second worst card in second worst creature.
Okay, it's not a clock anymore. Second worst creature in the deck after Great Whale.
Probably.
Do you board in Withered Wretch here? Like if you know your opponent is on Replenish, do you board in the?
I think so.
Yeah. So this is a very, very kind of passive Parallax Wave.
I think it seems like Pavel. I don't say he gave up, but I don't like it at all.
You wouldn't play it?
No, because I play Enchantress a lot, and I think you always want to keep at least one enchantment in hand. So because if he draws Enchantress now,
but the Enchantress is dead. Like Enchantress Presence.
No, I mean Enchantress Presence.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That makes sense.
What's powerful about this is that if you get Opalescence, you can like permanently exile all his creatures, but he doesn't have anything.
No, I mean Replenish gives you Opalescence. Yes. Like also Franciszek doesn't have anything. This is the Parallax Wave is just slowly ticking down.
Yes,
and
but this is one of the things we were talking about before with yes. So maybe it was correct in the end. He did keep enchantment now, and I mean it was just correct to play it because Franciszek is going to be drawing some discards, some maybe removal, and there's nothing to do.
Okay, so that. Aura of Silence.
No, that's cool.
So that can get rid of the Engineered Plague.
Yes.
It's something. What is Franciszek holding though? Like, is he like all on discard spells?
He can have discard. He can have some kind of disenchant effect.
Oh my god! Yeah.
Yes.
Like
11. By the way, 11 dual. The only dual land that's allowed in Premodern.
Which one?
Guess Cradle.
It's 11 dual. Okay, like you
in
have
Legacy
like
we call it 11th dual
yeah,
because it's more expensive than some of them.
And it gives green/green. Okay, so the first 3 turns for Franciszek were like textbook, like how you want it, and then since then there's just. But
it's exactly what we said when we were discussing Rock in like the first round.
Well, that's what you need Tritos for.
Like you need something.
Yeah,
you need some business, and you don't have, and he doesn't have business.
Would you play some cycling lands in your Rock decks, or like to just like?
Well, I do play it in the Highlander, but. Yeah, it's just very difficult.
You can have you can have some colorless lands like Dustbowl and stuff, but.
By the way, the cycling lands are pretty nice with that Cartographer.
Oh, I'm sure.
It gives it extra edge.
I remember there was a deck with Astral Slide. Well, oh, okay.
he blinked.
Why?
He probably drew survival of the fittest.
Oh yeah, that would explain it. Yeah. Okay. So like
But-
there was a deck which played Astral Slide, Cycling Lands, and Cartographers.
I remember you used to play that deck.
I might have.
It's a survival.
No,
Oh, no.
it's not.
Then I don't understand.
Why would you just? Maybe he has.
It's
another
funny that
creature
this costs
and-
2 mana and gives you 3 mana. Because suddenly
because of Gaia's Cradle.
Gas Cradle and you get the mana back, and then in his turn you get it back. So it makes sense.
Okay. And there's the survival. I would assume that he has another creature in his hand.
I think you always have to keep
Since,
some.
like-
Otherwise he would not cast Wall of Blossoms.
Exactly. And we are so smart.
Yeah.
Plague Spitter hits the bin. What are we gonna search? Presumably Squeeze, so that we can start the engine. There it is. Everyone's favorite goblin. To discard, at least. Although I mean, there have been cases where Squee kills an opponent in a board where there's nothing there. He's kind of difficult to get rid of.
Yeah, I often in the Highlander I cast it a lot for champ duties.
Sure, yeah. Infinite chump blocks.
I like the card a
How
lot.
fast can František assemble like lethal combo? Now
I
Parallax Wave.
think very quickly.
Yeah, Parallax Wave is offline. As far as we know, Pavel doesn't have anything. That can change quickly. But Krosan Tusker, maybe he's missing that second black so that he can cast like multiple recurring nightmares. Because then like you can discard, find swamp,
Interesting.
get back the Squee, search for Great
Come on,
Whale.
replenish. Show us.
Oh,
Okay.
okay. Something's
Exploration.
gonna happen.
No wild
Wild
growth.
growth, not bad.
Even
at all.
better.
Like how? Now it's like with the storm deck, you just need to draw business. You cannot afford to fizzle here. Okay.
Little
Maybe
bit
next
disappointing.
turn. Maybe next turn.
Yes. See.
Could František paid for that survival activation last turn with the Wall of Blossoms, and then Wall of Roots, and then he could have cycled the.
Yes. I think he could have done that.
Okay, that's kind of like he could have had 3 more mana this turn.
Yes.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, but I think he probably feels. Sometimes when you are under a lot of pressure, you try to do you play at your best. You know, it works for me. But sometimes you feel like well, whatever. He's not going to win anyway, so I can play a little bit suboptimally.
I mean, theoretically, sure, but the Enchantress can just snowball so quickly, especially since there's already a Serra's Sanctum.
But if there is a recurring nightmare, it's the game.
Is it? Okay.
If he has a recurring nightmare in hand.
There's still a Wall of Blossoms that would draw cards.
Yes.
There is. Oh, you can search for it. Sure. Yeah. Mesmeric Fiend. Wait, what is going on? So he's not going for the combo, or maybe he just wants to see if the coast is clear, right? Like or maybe he doesn't have the recurring
No,
nightmare.
I think he has recurring nightmare.
No?
He does have it.
That looks like a recurring nightmare. Okay.
Yes, that's it.
It looks like he has everything, right? So sacrifice the wall, bring back Great Whale.
Source Splashers.
Is it the only playable whale in the format? Is there like I'm not saying like I wouldn't go as far as whale tribal, but I'm just curious, if it has any friends.
What's
So
interesting
now-
that it's not totally okay.
So this is infinite life.
It's not infinite black mana because he needs 2 black.
Oh, so that's why he needs the spike feeder though. Like you
Well,
gain life so that you can pay for the. Okay, now I think he's explaining now how this goes. That like.
So he'll
he's
get
gonna-
infinite life,
Yes, right.
but that's not enough.
That's not enough.
He's also getting infinite green
But then
mana.
there's the Plague Spitter. When you have infinite life,
Yes.
you can just. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, that's it.
I
Yes.
think that's it.
Very cool. Also, it's killing Argothian.
The first one will kill Argothian Enchantress, and then
It's very cool.
first one to die is the Enchantress, second one to die is Pavel, and
Classic
yeah.
classic Premodern handshake after game 1. Oh,
I
that's
don't
game
think
2.
this is game 2.
No, sorry, this is game
František's
2.
already up again.
Yeah,
This is
yeah.
it.
Okay.
We have.
I think we haven't seen. I'm sorry for that, but I think we haven't seen Enchantress like doing the thing.
I mean, I think we just saw the hand shredded to pieces.
Yes.
And that was it.
But definitely that black-green deck is, as an Enchantress player, you don't want to face that. That's
Even if they don't have Pernicious Deed, they still have the answers. I really like the Engineered Plague against the Enchantress. It's like, hexproof, who cares? All right, so yeah, it's like your Highlander deck, but more streamlined. I would say, like somebody who put more work into it to see which cards are.
What
not
are you
worth
talking
it.
about? How can you say more work into it? You have no idea.
Okay.
But I think we know how this works, and I think I think what's powerful about it is it has very powerful in some way mana base. Of course, like opposition colors when you don't have fetch lands, it can be a bit shaky, but you have Birds of Paradise, but you have loads of basics.
He doesn't even play treetops.
Yeah,
This is like it's basically him saying this is a combo deck. This is not a value deck. Oh,
but you can obviously you can win the value game with obviously survival.
Or what if you don't draw it? Then
well, then you have Recurring Nightmare with like, even if it's like with Wall of Blossoms or with something like that. I think it's pretty cool.
Is it worth it cutting the treetops? Like, how many random wins against?
Yes. On the other hand, like Wasteland does nothing. Dust Bowl does nothing.
You have
Price of Progress does nothing.
Okay, I can see the appeal of not playing treetops.
But sometimes when you play some constructed decks, like I was just teaching sons of my friend Magic. It was quite nice. I came to a shop and I got some decks for free, and they were reasonable. There were some rares in it. Okay,
because it's like beginners
product
for beginners.
Yes, it was like 30 cards, and you got 2 decks, and you could build like any card combination.
Oh, okay.
And I have to say that like there is it's charming to know every land is untapped. It doesn't cost live. The good old days when I started. I started with Portal, with the first Portal. Okay. So I they were the only lands I had.
There are no non-basic lands in Portal.
No.
Wow. And all the basics have gorgeous art, I guess, in Portal.
Yeah, they're great.
Okay, yeah, I can totally get behind that. Like, I mean, I'm kind of on the opposite side of the spectrum usually. Like, even my combo decks have value, like when I play Dreadnought, I sacrifice it for greater good and not to go off, but just to draw a bunch of cards. But this is the opposite approach where you're really cutting the unnecessary things and you're just going for the combo.
Yes, I mean, drawing cards just feels good. Hi, Marcus.
Okay, so so
we have quite a lot of time. I think this was quite quick. So I was thinking we have like extra maybe program. I was wondering if you can tell us how you did in Austria, because I heard you went to Austria for Austrian Championship.
I did, yeah.
Because you can't play in Czech Championship because you're a member of the coverage team.
Yes, yeah. It was that's one of the reasons why I went for this little trip, because I knew that I love doing coverage, I love doing the commentary, but I also wanted to play in one of those tournaments. So 3 weeks ago, it was part of the Vienna Geddon event, which I believe it started as old school Magic. Like old school tournament, old school championship, let's say. And this year, for the first time, they decided to include Premodern. And yeah, it was pretty awesome. Vienna is a city that I always like coming back to. The organization went smoothly. I played my trusty black-green Gamekeeper Terravor deck, which is something that it's like a pet project of mine. It's a deck that I've been working on for a couple of years now. Originally, I used to run Living Wish. Recently, or maybe last year, I decided I wanted Oath of Druids instead of Living Wish. And that's the deck that I played with 3 Mox Diamonds for value. And yeah, it went pretty well. I lost round 1, and then I won all the other rounds. So in the end, I got there.
No, I heard. Congratulations.
Thank you.
So you're Austrian champion.
I suppose it makes me the Premodern champion in Austria. Yeah, which is pretty awesome. I mean,
Yes.
I had a lot of fun. Everybody was super nice. I liked how they were making fun of me in the coverage a little bit, where like the first place was Mox Diamond, and they saw that I only run 3, so they were like, oh, next year he's going to be unstoppable. So actually, this deck likes its 3 Mox Diamonds.
Yes.
That's the right number for me. But like I think it's a nice joke.
Can you tell us a little bit about the deck? Because
Sure.
why do you why? I have some questions. Well,
yeah,
you can talk
absolutely.
about it, but why Gamekeeper?
So to give it a little bit of kind of background, back in Extended I used to play the Rock, and even when Premodern was a new thing, I started playing Rock with, like the first iterations had cards like Spiritmonger and Ravenous Behemoth. And we talked about it a little bit, how Rock is a deck that just feels kind of underpowered. So I was looking for black-green grindy shell with Duress, Therapy, Treetop Village, let's say. These were like the 3, maybe Pernicious Deed. These would be like the 4 cards that I was looking at, which I always was happy with the performance. And I was just looking like what are more powerful win conditions in these colors than just Ravenous Behemoth. And I found out I found there's this little card Mulch, which is one of the few cards that can just straight out give you card advantage in these colors. When you look at this deck, it runs 28 lands, so you're like a little under 2 cards on average, to hit, which for 2 mana that's perfect. You're playing 8 cycling lands, 4 treetops, some number of Mishra's Factories, and then Wasteland, so it just generates value. And then the win condition is Terravore here. So eventually, as I said, I went for the Oath of Druids, but it's kind of more like a mid-range deck where you can also cast your win conditions. So you can cast your Terravores, even if you don't draw Oath. Yeah. And ideally, the way that this would work was that you would go something like Duress, Mox Diamond, turn 3 Gamekeeper with Cabal Therapy in the graveyard. Then you sack it into Therapy, you mill ideally more therapies and another Gamekeeper, you shred their hand into pieces, and then you land a decent sized Terravore. So ideally when Terravore hits the play, they don't have an answer and they're dead in a turn, let's say.
Can you run out of win cons?
Absolutely, yeah, you can. That's what the Treetop Villages are for as well. So I've also done my fair share of just Gamekeeper attacks for 2. And yeah, this it's a bit of a, like, you spin the wheel. Sometimes you just flip a 0/0 Terravore. Sometimes you deck yourself. So the deck has definitely some variance. In Vienna, everything went my way, I would say. But it's a lot of fun to play. There's originally the deck with Living Wish had more Call of the Herd as kind of like a backup. Here, when we were running Oath of Druids, I figured I needed to cut something. And so Call of the Herd doesn't really work that well with Oath of Druids, but like sometimes you mill yourself, you need that extra elephant. And I gotta say, like, I was super happy with Call of the Herd. Maybe I would go up to 2 again. The removal suite is there so that you can also kill your own Gamekeeper. So you have Innocent Blood, you have Chainer's Edict. Sometimes you mill that Chainer's Edict as well with like Mulch, and it's an extra late game spell. There's also one Phyrexian Tower, which you can sack the Gamekeeper for. It's a deck that has basically 2 modes, like grindy mid-range mode, and then sometimes you just go off. And it can do both of those things.
Yeah, it's very, very cool. I'd like to say I'm a big fan of Mulch. Not just the art of Rebecca Guy, but it's also that it does so much. It can draw you like 3-4 lands, and in your deck you can draw cycling lands. So that's like maybe spell.
Also, actually, in this deck, it's another way how to mill therapy.
Yeah,
because you really need a therapy when you land a Gamekeeper.
And you have Call of the Herd, you have Chainer's Edict, and you have Therapy, all in good version with the Tombstone. So that's that's drawing cards. So maybe you get 2 lands, but you mill Therapy. So you got three cards basically of it.
Right.
So it looks very very nice.
There are some kind of like nombos like Pernicious Deed Mox Diamond, Pernicious Deed Call of the Herd, but honestly you don't really mind that much. Like Pernicious Deed gets you out of some tight spots. I think one question here is how many colorless lands to play. The Mishra's Factory is there for like when your plan A doesn't work, you have a backup, and it's another live hit for mulch. But colored mana can be an issue, especially since you want to mostly cycle your cycling lands. So that's one thing that I'm not absolutely sure.
There's also
about.
Phyrexian Tower.
There is. Yeah.
So it's 7 colorless. So
and
that's.
I think it's ambitious,
and
but
8
it's doable.
tap lands.
Well, I mean, it depends on whether you're planning to cycle your cycling lanes or not. Like, there's like 12 tapped lands if you count all 8 cycling lands. But more often than not, you're going to end up cycling them. And also, like, when you have Mox Diamond and you have too many lands that come into play tap, you can discard something.
I only see 4 cycling lands.
So there should be 4 green cycling lands and 4 black cycling lands.
Okay, so we don't see the 4...
Maybe we don't have them here.
Maybe
on the
that's
screen,
a mistake. So there are 4 green cycling lands missing from this picture.
Yes, right. I think this is 56 cards. It should be 60. So that's what we're missing.
Okay, so I didn't see that. So 12. Okay.
Yeah. For the sideboard, there's the Phantom Nishoba for decks that try to attack your graveyard. So that, for example, they're trying to catch your Terravor with a Tormund script. So instead of that, you just flip Nishoba. Against burn decks, against aggressive decks, it's generally better than the Terravor. A card that I think it might be a bit controversial, but I like it a lot is Infest. I like it a lot against goblins, and for a couple of reasons. One, they will side in their naturalizes against you. I mean, you're a black deck. You're supposed to have Engineer Plague. You have Oath of Druids. You have Mox Diamonds. So this one, it kind of dodges that. So you can get hit by a Goblin Lackey, and you can still sweep the board. It doesn't kill your Call of the Herd elephants, but it kills your Gamekeepers, which is what you want. So that card was really good for me that whole day against goblins mostly. And then I last minute wanted to switch to Carpet of Flowers, 2 copies, but I only decided on Saturday, and I didn't have with me. I didn't have them with me. So if I was to play it again, I would probably cut 1 naturalize. Maybe the Compost is just too
I
ambitious.
have it in my maybe board for the Highlander sideboard as well. When it's good, it's really good.
Compost, yeah.
Yes.
And there's been a bit of an uptick in those pit rag decks with green. Or
I'm just imagining it having it against you when you mill with your Oath of Druids. I just draw my casual 6 cards.
Yeah, that could happen. Yeah. Even if you blow up Pernicious Deed to kill it, they still draw a card. One other change that I would make, by the way, and that I actually made for Sunday, but I think it wasn't in the deck list there, that I replaced my Tormund script with more Phyrexian Furnace.
I think you had 4.
Yeah, in the end I had 4 Phyrexian Furnace, no Tormund script. Because I think that Tormund script is necessary against fast combo decks, but you have 8 discard spells and Mox Diamonds, so you should be able to, even the Phyrexian Furnace should still keep up with fast combo decks. And then Skeletal Strings are there if your deck is not grindy enough. You add some extra grind to win those late games. And this is the list.
Yeah, I think it's super cool. Another deck you can try. I think it's lovely. I'm happy there is a home for mulch. Because,
me too.
It's a very cool card, Innocent. But by the way, as a big enthusiast of black-green control mid-range myself, I was like Nick Fit, Veteran Explorer, Cabal Therapy.
Oh, right.
Have you ever play with the idea of this combo, quote unquote?
I mean, not in this deck because you have Gamekeeper.
No. I don't mean in this deck, but in general. Do you think that shell like that would work? Because it seems to me that there's nothing so much to ramp into, and also everybody's playing basics. You are actually ramping your opponent. Maybe he can use a lot of the mana before you.
I think
so.
It's a card that's a lot better in Legacy than in Premodern. Right?
Yeah, and it's not good in Legacy at all. So
it used to be at some point. There used to be a deck that ran it.
It used to be playable, but I'm not so sure if it's like that anymore. But the thing is that you always ramp, because obviously Veteran Explorer was incredible in Legacy because your opponent had no basics. If you play against no basics, not at all, and you get 2, but unfortunately there's no home for There's no home for Veteran Explorer.
Yeah. Was it the reason why like Path of Exile was good in Legacy? Was there any point where it was better than Swords to Plowshares? No. Okay.
Like there is one guy in Canada that could say otherwise, but I think that's about it. I think Swords to Plowshares is just always better. But it's true. You're right that some like of these decks did play Path to Exile because like you run out of the basics. What I'm asking here, do you see a deck that could play Veteran Explorer in Premodern?
Honestly, anything is playable in Premodern. If you give it enough enthusiasm, you're gonna get there. And like I strongly encourage anyone who wants to try it out, because like why not? And where else than in Premodern?
Because what I see here, right? What I'm looking at, like I see Cabal Therapy, I see Innocent Blood.
Yeah.
I see Pernicious Deed, and I like all these cards a lot with Veteran Explorer.
What would be your win condition though?
I don't know.
Because like you need to scratch the Gamekeeper plan and you need something else. So maybe we can go for like good old beasts with like Blastoderm, Ravenous Baloth, or maybe something more spicy. I don't know.
Yes. I just throw in another card that I'm still pondering about. And it's not Oath of Ghouls this time. We'll leave it for another time.
Next time.
But it's Yavmot's Agenda.
The 6 mana enchantment.
No, 5 mana.
5 mana.
Yavmot's Agenda, which gives you like Yavmot's Will for everything which you have forever. But you can only play one spell a turn.
And whenever something hits your graveyard,
we have it on the screen. We have it on the screen, so you can't play only one spell a turn, each turn. But it's your turn and his turn as well. If all your cards, you can play lands from you. You can play Wasteland from your grave and use it again. If card would be put, it's removed. But you can use it in his turn. So if you have instants, if you have Counterspell, you can use Counterspell in his turn from your grave and counter his spell.
Okay.
Right? You can also use some bounce spells, like something like Rushing River or Chain of Vapor, I don't know. So you can bounce it when you run out of cards in the grave.
Then you wait until you
can wait until you fill it again. I just like this card to work as well.
Okay.
I like this card. It could be with a Veteran Explorer.
Yeah, it makes sense. Absolutely. You have the basics, you have enough mana, and then this is like the ultimate card advantage machine.
Yes, and I like that Wasteland because for free you can. But it's what's also funny. You see, you can play cards with play no more than one spell, so you can get Wasteland back and play Vindicate, say.
Okay, that's what you mean.
So you can
kind of like dodge that condition that only lets you.
And in his turn, you play whatever counterspell. I'm just making it up or removal. So you can get like 3 cards a turn out of it.
And the card's looking better and better every second I look at it. I find more and more.
It has obviously there is Tsabotavok. On it, the famous female general. From the invasion of into Dominaria.
Yeah.
So I just again for viewers, I love the card a lot, and maybe somebody will come with the deck.
I'm thinking.
And by the way, mulch.
Sure, that just
it obviously doesn't work when agenda is on board.
No, like to set it up before that. Like maybe even in this deck, there could be like one agenda in the board for like super long games, so that you can replay your stuff, because this deck typically has a lot of stuff lying in the graveyard. But then you're kind of like, if your opponent decides to go on graveyard hate, then this is going to take splash damage from that. So maybe there are better angles.
That's true, but what is the graveyard hate, right? It would have to be specifically tournament script. Everything else you can kind of play around.
Yeah,
the only problem with agenda is when your graveyard is empty and you are limited to one spell a turn that can hinder you, and everything gets exiled afterwards. But I think this is a card you would play like max 2 off. And you would have it for the late game, and you could.
I think also it depends on meta, right? Like if Premodern kind of shifts into the meta where it's all about value, it's all about card advantage, then we would start looking at more and more spells that are like late game engines on their own, and then this card could shine. Really, I'm not sure if we are still quite there, but also like resolving a 5 mana spell against a field where Parallax Tide is prevalent can turn out not to be so easy. But I'm sure there can be a good time for that, and we still keep seeing new like really innovative deck lists. For example, going back to Vienna in finals, I played against an opponent who was on black green splash red aggro. He played, I believe, 28 lands and 4 Mox Diamonds, and his lands included stuff like Wasteland, City of Traitors, Mishra's Factory. He had a Rishadan port, I believe. So it's kind of like a multicolor aggro with a bunch of colorless lands. And yeah, it was like I had no idea what was going on in the finals. So like I had to. He played turn 1 Landmogs Flash Reaver. That's the card that like you deal damage, you take damage, and he had Negator as well. You can look up the deck list on there's a neat little coverage with a lot of pictures on the website of 3 for 1 Trading, which was organizing the Armageddon, I believe. Yes. So yeah, like you keep seeing new things, and that one I was pretty impressed.
No, it's beautiful. By the way, before we wrap it up for this turn, there are 3 whales legal in Premodern. One is, can we have them? Killer whale.
Okay.
Can we have them on the screen? I know how it looks. It looks like Willy.
It does?
Yeah, I think so.
Is there a little Michael Jackson somewhere on that
jump?
Okay.
So one is Killer Whale. This one.
Okay, I remember this card.
So 5 mana, 3/5, gains flying.
Doesn't look
unplayable.
Quite look like Premodern staple, but okay.
And then there's Narwhal.
Narwhal is a whale.
Yes.
Oh,
with his giant tooth.
First strike. It's a blue creature with first strike. Those are pretty.
And protection from red. It's quite incredible.
Okay.
By the way, did you know that this tooth of Narwhal was often sold in like Renaissance Europe as a unicorn's horn?
Oh, those scumbags tried to cheat people of their money for...
One of the emperors, Rudolf II, that lived in Prague, he had one.
And it was not unicorn.
Unfortunately.
Okay. I did not know that, and that's for me that's like interesting fact of the day for today.
Yes,
so far.
and if you know Jules Verne, like 20,000 miles under the sea, so they think it's a giant narwhal that like impales these ships and sinks them, but it's the submarine of Captain Nemo.
Okay.
So it's just like some trivia. It comes to my mind when it comes to narwhal. But now we have to wrap it up.
Yeah, this is the second whale. The third one, obviously, is our friend Great Whale that we've already talked about.
So you can build whale tribal.
Good luck. Have fun, and let us know if you.
If you win one round of Magic, we'll put you on a stream. We'll put you as our feature match round 2.
Okay, maybe against something like Tribal Dwarves.
It's a promise, yes. Tribal Dwarves. I actually built that.
Okay, let's talk about that at some
another time.
We're gonna see you with round number 6 very soon. We are back for round 6 at the Czech Premodern Championship. I'm Adam Koska. I'm here this round with Jirka Tuma.
Hi there, everyone.
We're gonna have another mono blue versus mono black matchup this time. We had one in round 2. Now we have Lukáš Kovalevský with mono blue Dreadnought, not the control type, at least not pre-board, but with everybody's favorite shrimp. You said, Jirka, that you know the player, Lukáš?
Yeah, we met with Lukáš at Polish Nationals in February, and he's a great guy, first of all. I mean, really pleasing to just communicate with him. And he's also a great player. He also plays online. Mostly replenish control though, but he played this deck also at Polish Nationals, and I believe he's very fond of it, so he's definitely a player to watch.
Okay. Any
This looks like a stock list.
Yeah, right. Like I was looking for some new piece of technology.
Not really. It's a regular tight Dreadnought, even with Dominate in the sideboard.
Okay, against him we have Radek Hajoušek with mono black, but this time no Nether Spirits, but instead we have Clerics.
It's mono black Clerics,
Nice.
exactly. So very aggressive, very quick, like silver bullet deck that just it's like glass cannon deck. You know,
Is
you
it?
just try to go really quickly on the board with your Priest of Gix and Rotlang Reanimator, and then potentially with Rotlang on the board, just slam down Dark, Supplicant, and sacrifice your 3 Clerics to get your Scion of Darkness.
Right, that's
all
the
together,
combo there, right?
all together with the zombies, right? So yeah, this is like really fast deck. However, it tends to be really fragile.
I mean, I'm looking at the deck. I think like. I know it's capable of some really good turn 1 Dark Ritual plays. Like if you play Priest of Gix, then you can like get on board really quickly. I gotta say though, like one thing, in Vienna, I was playing against an unknown opponent. He went turn 1 Ritual, and I was like, uh-oh, I'm in a world of pain. He was on play, and he went Rotlang Reanimator. Yeah. And I was like, well, it could have been worse.
Yeah, definitely.
Like, it was Hypnotic Spectre.
It's not as scary to see that, right? I mean, it can turn so pretty dramatically, but still, seeing...
I'm not saying it's bad,
I faced this deck just once, honestly. My opponent went in all 3 games pretty much Ritual into Priest of Gix, into something, which was like, wow, this seems really impressive. Well, still, from the perspective of the mono black deck, well, they have like 4 duress, 4 Cabal Therapy.
That's true, yeah.
And Quick Clock, which is something that really pays off against mono blue Dreadnought, right?
Yeah.
So Lukáš might be actually climbing a hill here.
I'm wondering, there's so many different versions of mono black. I've seen the other day, there's this version with like the shadow creatures, the Dothy Slayer and like Carnophage, and so like that one is like just a little bit faster than this one, I would say, because your creatures are bigger. You're playing 1 mana 2/2s and like unblockable creatures. This one is more like it has more values, right? It has like if an opponent plays a sweeper, you have Rotlang Reanimator, you're probably still fine. So yeah, I'm wondering like you're trading speed for something else here.
And you also play Cabal Archon, right? Which
Sure.
allows you to do some tricks here and there. I mean, it's not as good since there's no damage on the stack as it used to be, right? But I sort of agree. I mean, the typical Suicide Black is like really, okay, here are my threats, deal with them, you know, otherwise you're dead.
And you don't have much time to do it.
Whereas Clerics have like more wiggling space, I guess.
Okay, but we'll see. We see maybe, is that there was some mulligans?
It appears to be a mulligan from Radek's side. So
Radek, okay.
I believe that's quite typical for the mono black Clerics because you really need to get some sort of fast clock. You're not gonna win by just missing your turn 1 play and then playing a Rotlang on turn 3, right? That's not a good plan.
Right. Okay.
Okay, so Lukáš was mulliganing as well. He's shipping a card.
Yeah, maybe that's what the is that what the dice is for? Like
I believe so.
Does it mean like going down to 5?
Because they both mulligans to 6, and Lukáš obviously Radek is on the play, while when Radek decided to go down to 5 cards, then Lukáš had to put 1 card back already.
Okay. So thanks guys for communicating to us, like this.
Yeah, we got too deep into the into the deck.
So Scion, sure, why not?
No, Supplicant.
Supplicant, sorry. Scion is the big guy, Supplicant is small.
Exactly.
Got it.
Scion it shall be.
Lukáš gives it a little read here, and I suppose he's gonna go for some card selection.
Yep. So just
sculpt the perfect hand.
regular start as we are used from any Stifle Knot. Oh, I love the islands. I believe it's an Odyssey island or Invasion. I'm not sure. Invasion or Invasion probably, right? Yeah.
And then on the other side we have.
That's Odyssey. This one is Odyssey.
Okay,
I'm pretty sure about that one.
Yeah, the golden era of Magic. Some would say. Some would say, oh no.
Definitely for me.
Some would say nonsense. That means Tempest or the Saga.
Well, of course, Mirage lands are beautiful. I mean, those are the.
Okay, so the hand is full of cards, no lands though. So
exactly. So I guess there's a land on the top, right? He portented, so
and he kept. So
he kept it on top. So it's likely that Lukáš has land.
Why wouldn't you draw it so that you give your opponent smaller space to choose from with the discard?
If it was me, I would probably have the land on top. Just well, first of all, to have foil if necessary, if anything, and to just make opponent's therapy a little bit worse. Especially if the card was Impulse. We don't know that, of course.
So does Radek have a second land? He does not.
He does not. He might be anticipating a ritual to go on board quickly. Yes, there was land as expected, so now Lukáš is open for 2 Impulse, and he's not under that much of a pressure.
Yeah, this is the spot he wants to be in, right? Like, just work on improving his hand.
Supply can be done.
Okay, well, that's... getting close to something.
Exactly. I mean, Radek is just one cleric away from getting the big guy. But I mean, Lukáš can simply draw a Stifle. You know,
that would be
really beat him hard.
Nasty. Okay. Sack your board and oh my god. Okay, you need to be really careful if you're Radek not to just like suicide your board into one blue mana spell.
Would you go for it with Rotlang though?
I mean,
consider ritual into Rotlang now. Yeah. Would you go for it? Just considering that there might be Stifle for the big guy effect.
I'm gonna say yes, just because like if you're doing what you're doing right now, you're not winning. Yeah. Even if you put Rotlang Reanimator, you're just sorry, but you're not winning. So yeah, I think I would. Also, like Lukáš, Radek checked Lukáš's hand not such a long time ago. So there's now 4 unknown cards, right? Like 1 draw step, 2 from Gush, 1 from Impulse.
Well,
what's okay? Okay. So he's playing Impulse with 2 blue floating.
Exactly, that was the play. So now he just is resolving his Impulse, but
a lot of cards. Now I think
he's probably going to discard at the end of turn.
But the danger of Stifle is a little bit bigger now, considering that Lukáš basically has a completely new hand at this point. Yeah. Okay, well,
Portent is good follow-up, definitely. I mean,
but it's also a window for Radek, right? Like
definitely.
If he has what you mentioned, he has ritual Rotlang. It's gonna leave him with a couple of zombies and a
6/6.
And a 6/6. That's 12 power toughness.
And suddenly you can block Dreadnought, right? Worst case scenario, you could go for it. Yeah.
So the Scion, it also has other abilities, right?
It's trample, and whenever it deals damage to opponent, you can grab a creature from their graveyard.
From their graveyard, not from yours.
Yeah,
there we have it.
From that player's graveyard.
Okay. So that ability doesn't do much. But you can't.
No. It's just a 6/6 body. That's it. It's just a fatty.
There's times where you can bring back Dreadnought and just let it die.
Exactly.
Or sacrifice a bunch of cards for Rotlang.
Just for the epic effect. You can sacrifice your 12 power creatures, right? With the Rotlang tokens.
So come on, let's see some action. Otherwise, I mean, Lukáš certainly wouldn't mind if there's no action from Radek, but let's have a game.
Actually, Lukáš didn't need to discard any cards, so I assume he's on perfect 7.
That doesn't mean that doesn't look like a third cleric.
Yeah. Oh, really? Something can be down.
At this point, you do it now. You can sacrifice. He stepped out.
Yeah. If it was me, I would have done it.
Okay.
Still.
Well, that would be the same.
Yeah, of course, but you should have tried that before combat.
Yeah, right. You do it before combat, then you attack with 1, and then you double the power and toughness that you have on board.
I mean, I guess Radek might be afraid of Chain of Vapor.
Sure.
Just to get bounced.
Yeah, that would be the ultimate bummer.
But still, I mean, do you feel like winning? Okay, Dark Ritual, that's a great draw for Radek. Let's see.
Unfortunately,
if
Lukáš has 2 mana open already, so he can have
anything to say about that.
a lot of nasty tricks. But okay, let's see what happens.
Let's see how it unfolds. Yeah.
Like he knows the foil is away, so maybe there's chances are slightly higher for him to resolve something.
Yeah, okay,
That foil on the supplicant was pretty aggressive. And maybe it signals that Lukáš doesn't have an answer to that Scion, right? Like if you have answer, you let it resolve, you let them...
I mean, he's obviously looking for Dreadnought, and he managed to discard Flash of Insight of that foil.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah.
That might be helping him out quite a bit.
Counterspell Ritual.
Wow.
Why would you not counterspell what comes out of the ritual? Are you still afraid of like duress therapy?
Yeah, let's say that Lukáš has a wrong read on Radek, and he would consider Radek having another land to have 4 mana total to go for Rotland, duress into Rotland or something like that.
That would be pretty cool.
Perhaps.
So there's Oath of Leeches, which Lukáš gives.
But by that logic, it would make more sense from Radek's side to play the duress first anyway, right?
Right.
So that's probably another thing here.
Okay, so this is a race now between Lukáš trying to get his combo probably with the Flash of Insight. He might actually respond to the Oath of Leeches.
No, the Oath has... It
no.
is
I
in
think
response,
it's
makes sense, because the Oath is still on Lukáš's side.
Yeah. So this is like, 9 cards, something like that. So I guess we're looking either for the Dreadnought, for the combo, or for like a way how to stop the Oath. Because the Oath is, like, if you're playing grinding game without Dreadnought, the Oath is pretty powerful. And
yeah, considering that Dreadnought typically has no creatures in there, and you might not be as scared of just sacrificing your clerics into Dark Supplicant anymore, right?
You will get them back.
You can refill.
Right.
Considering that Lukáš played pretty much a demonic tutor.
Yeah, that card is... How have we been living in the world of Premodern for years not realizing that card is busted?
Right?
Like, so many cards must have... So many players must have read the card and were like... Yeah, maybe not.
Not good enough, right?
Come on. Did you think he tutored for the days? Or like he had it for it?
No, I think he had it. I mean, you wouldn't really... I mean, if there was no Dreadnought in the pile, you might consider that just because you have no way of finishing the game. But, I mean, Lukáš is sitting pretty behind his Mishra's factory right now. I mean, of course, he might be afraid of some smarter or whatever, but
I can see a Dreadnought. Yeah, there's
right?
a Dreadnought in the hand for sure. Like that card is very distinct.
I believe we might see Gush over here. Yep, 2 blue floating right there.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Yeah. What are you gonna do? No 2 blue. So no Gush just yet.
If he gushes now, he kind of leaves his defenses open for a bit.
No, he's just
going for it. Okay, yeah. Why not?
Exactly. And Vision Charm makes it so that Lukáš is going to be untapped with double blue.
Yeah, right. Like that's just so. Like whenever I'm playing against Dreadnought, I'm so much more scared of Vision Charm than Stifle because like you like their defenses are up when you're trying to interact. That's just so much better.
Seems totally
still
unfair.
No Scion. Come on.
I mean, clerics really need to get to 3 mana.
Yeah,
otherwise, half of their deck.
What
was that? Is that a smarter?
Yeah, but I don't think it's gonna work.
I guess he shortcutted it until. Oh no,
maybe he
believed that Dreadnought was still in there.
So like we're gonna go for upkeep smarter.
Waiting for upkeep, I suppose. No upkeep.
Oh come on! Like if you showed it already, maybe.
What happened with it? Oh, so he untapped? No, he just managed to pass. That doesn't seem good.
And also, like Lukáš knows now, he should probably wait with Gush as a response to the smarter, right?
Yeah, I mean, of course, depends on what sort of cards he's holding at the moment. But right now, at 4 mana, he can hardcast foil, for example. I'm not saying that he should do that, considering that he has Gush, obviously.
Yeah, right. Like foil would get there anyway.
I mean, he's 1 attack away from winning, and Radek is not even trying to cast that smart end of turn or during combat. Just so, I believe he just missed on 2 mana. No matter what sort of cards he has.
Maybe he's like waiting for discard spell to make sure that the smarter.
I guess if that's his
mana.
only out, he might be holding Cabal Therapy. That would be pretty good here.
Priest of Gigs. Oof.
So he's going all in combo.
Okay, but then that just means that
all the more, I believe he should have played that smarter
yeah.
during Lukas' turn.
And the combo doesn't even stop the Dreadnought. Like it's 6/6 is not big enough. Like you can
I mean, if Priest resolves, then Rotlang might show up. And
I mean, yeah, but
yeah, I agree with you on this.
I mean, like, okay, sure, I see it. Like you're going to have 12 power and toughness.
Yeah. So it is a plan.
It is a plan. Stifle on the
mana.
Okay.
Epic, like nice.
So you can have your 2/1.
Yeah.
But that's all you can have. Like, I'm not gonna let you have anything else here. So that means
6/6 for blocks.
Yeah, I think that's the only way how to stay alive. But what if the Mishra's Factory joins?
If Lukas attacks with Mishra's Factory,
then it should be a game, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Unless there's like snuff out or.
Yep, and that's what he's going for. No,
I think the math
sees the writing on the wall right there, and that's
yep.
it. Yep.
Yeah. Okay. Kind of felt like.
I mean, both players mulliganed quite a bit, and especially.
It's true that Radek hasn't played Liz Land number 2 for a long time now. But yeah.
So
you were saying.
Just that I mean, Radek's gameplay was really nerfed. Just by the whole sense that he couldn't really get out there on the board with anything but 1/1s.
There is one snuff out in the main deck. Does it kill the Dreadnought?
It does,
right? It's not like
as long as you have a swamp.
So post board we have Powder Keg. That card can get rid of Dreadnoughts. Maybe more Cabal Therapy.
I believe it's just Cabal Therapy and Powder Keg. There's nothing else that you could potentially consider here.
What do you board out? Is Oath of Liege good enough? Maybe yes, because the game is going to be grinding.
Oath of Ghouls, I mean, I can't say I love it, but you gotta do what you gotta do. We might have worse cards in there. I mean, there are Withered Wretch, it can eat up. Oh, there are Headhunters. Can you see those Headhunters over there? Oh.
That's the one that when it deals damage, they discard a card.
They discard a card, exactly. And it
has
a morph.
Card, no?
That's sweet. Yeah. I would love to see Headhunter on the board. So that probably stays.
It's also Cleric.
So
fascinating.
Withered Wretch. Everything the Withered Wretch does is that it might be able to eat Flesh of Insight, right?
Some of those blue decks that shift into more control shell post board also run accumulated knowledge. So like you might if their plan is just to be like very grindy, very controlling, then you can also do that. But yeah, that would be pretty much it, I think. I mean, I'm not sure if you want Vendetta. It kills a Dreadnought, but it hurts.
But you got just one copy, to be honest, and you get a guild of 12/12 somehow. I mean, from my perspective, I play black quite a bit, and honestly, I find Vendetta good because that's the first removal that you offer to them to counter.
Okay, sure. Right? Yeah.
That's what you typically.
It's true that also you only have one, so it's not like the second Vendetta would be dead if you kill a Dreadnought. I guess it's worth it.
Yeah. That's definitely
you have some life gain also in like Cabal Archon.
I think the clerics should still keep their clock as fast as possible, which makes me think that Oath of Ghouls is not at its best. Actually,
it depends.
If you're on the play, I would cut them alongside with one Withered Wretch. That would be my plan. Or you might consider just removing the Sign of Darkness as a line.
And that also means taking out the supplicants. Because
Because this way, you just avoid the potential stifle bump.
It's not easy. I mean, you have.
Sorry, guys, we haven't played the deck at all, so we are not the best ones to comment on that.
We'll see what Radek thinks about it. Then Mono Blue has. Are you going for the Parallax side here?
No, definitely not.
No.
I mean, they're quick enough, right? I mean,
I don't see this mono black deck as like an all-in aggro. It's to me it looks more like they're playing Rotling Reanimator, which costs 3.
But don't they hope for like going Ritual into Priest of Gigs into at least one more threat? Like that being their opener and keep attacking for 4 each turn.
Yeah, that's true. That's a pretty quick start.
I mean, if they go on board and you just slam down Parallax type, what do you do next?
That's true. Like you're probably going to be behind by the time you're casting the Tide.
I think so.
Do you sideboard Dominate? Like a 5
that
mana?
Seems really steep. Their best cards are 3 drops, right?
Yeah, right.
So maybe
what do you actually discard? I mean, Sidewind.
Well, Chain of Vapor might be okay to just, blast their quick ritual hands. If they go ritual into priest into something, then having Chain of Vapor slows them down considerably, right? Okay. So if you have any cards that you want to specifically remove from your deck.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, well, we're off to game 2. Both players get their opener. Radek with a swamp and go. Lukáš casts
Portent. Right. Snow-covered swamp there.
Right.
Let's see if we can see thermocards from Lukáš's side to gain 1 life.
What does that one do? Like if you
if you destroy a snow-covered land, then you gain 1 life.
That's just so random.
Yes.
This is the most random ability on a card that I've seen.
Yeah, that is sweet. Okay,
it is. That is pretty slow.
That's not. But I mean,
but he's not developing his board.
It goes along his plan, right? Because he probably is opening himself to a good turn 3. Let's say Priest of Gigs into something, and tapping 1 land here might be crucial.
Okay.
Let's see if Lukáš has a daze.
He should really play something right now.
Yeah,
right?
obviously. I mean, otherwise he's not winning. Okay.
Blind Therapy.
Okay, you gotta do what you gotta do.
What do you name here? Dreadnought? Depends on if you have an answer, right?
Yeah, exactly.
But he named something we don't know
what was named? It was Dreadnought, indeed.
Dreadnought and it hit, okay. So
there's double counter spell. Nice. So I guess we are going to see a follow-up creature and flashback right away.
That would be nice, yeah. Because there's not much that...
There's Gush, Stifle, and Flash of Insight.
Yeah.
I mean, Gush is good, obviously, but can't really balance out 2 counter spells, in my opinion.
It's a pretty good hand.
It is.
You have some card draw, you have the Manland, you have the Flash of Insight.
I'm just wondering what Lukáš did with that portent though, because consider that he would be on turn 2, he might be able to slam the combo. He probably opted not to. Yeah. Otherwise, I would expect him to keep one part of the combo, either Dreadnought or the Enabler, the Stifle on top, right? So you wouldn't expose it to discard spells. Yeah. So he probably was just afraid of removal, since Radek didn't really get on board quickly. Maybe. Yeah, like post board, just like slamming a naked Dreadnought. They don't live that long. Yeah. Sometimes. But as we can see, all Radek did was just tap a land once again. Yeah. But now, like any cleric that can be sacrificed, or any creature that can be sacrificed to take those 2 counter spells. He did have a Dreadnought ready in that portent. Well played. Okay. Now, Radek do have an answer. If not, this match is over. Snuff out. End of turn. Should have untapped. You should have untapped. But like he knew all his cards. Right? Like the Dreadnought was the new card from the hand. Yes. So he knew that he knew the cost. But there was Gush, right? There was Gush, right? So but that doesn't really play around days, right? Well, I mean, because then you don't have a days. It would have to be Gush into foil. Yeah. And like do you think that that's what Lukáš should have done? Like Gush in response and hope, but he knew still the top card. I'm not sure, but I guess he should have tried that, because he knew that therapy was coming for those counter spells, right? Nonetheless, I believe Radek should have untapped and should have drawn to just see 1 extra card before playing that snuff out. There is no reason not to. I mean, I like main phasing that snuff out. There's like, I know you want that Dreadnought dead as fast as you can, but like the Gush makes that place slightly problematic. Anyway, so for Radek, this is like the big problem resolved, and he's gonna be very aggressive here. He's gonna... Flash of Insight for 0. No, I think it's for 1, no? Because he floated that mana. He floated, but then he has to do it before, or like, in the same stack. Once again, shouldn't you just attack first and then let them to animate that Mishra's Factory and then tap it afterwards? Yes, I believe you should. I guess, right. Like if they don't, you're gonna leave that port for their upkeep. Deplete their mana. Yeah, it's a bit too hasty. Okay, so that's a Gush. End of turn Gush? I think it's maybe a response to that Rotlong Ruminator. Like maybe like if now you have a foil, maybe you feel like you're under too much pressure. You're exactly right. That's what we have just seen. Okay. So, but I'm wondering. I mean, I guess it was too late for that foil to be there to save the Dreadnought, right? Like that were like there was like after already Flash of Insight for 1. Sure.
Nice.
Yeah, it was
Don't
too far away.
just now. That's too. No, don't do it.
So once again tapping the Mishra's Factory.
Why are you doing that?
Well, if you didn't know it the first time, you probably don't know it the second time, right?
That's
So-
so. And I think there was again mana being floated. That's such a waste of a good port activation because like they don't even block. They don't even want to block, right? Like you can have it in their upkeep. Maybe it's gonna keep them away from their dreadnought or something. Well,
Sorry, Chet says, why isn't Yuri slamming worms? Hi, Yuri. Hey, Johnny Frost. I actually tried slamming worms today, but I ended up 0-3.
so you had some worm slamming? Is that how the activity is?
I didn't actually get to play a single worm.
Really?
No. Not a single time today.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it wasn't really my day, but I'm enjoying myself, Johnny Frost, very much. It's a pleasure to be here with the guys. And doing commentary, but
I mean, I was rooting for you, but I'm also happy to have you in the booth. So, for me, it was a win-win. Either Jirka does well, or he's with us.
Well, thanks, Adam. Thanks,
it cannot go wrong. Yeah.
I was rooting for myself too. But
Rooting for myself it's a nice way of putting it. Yeah.
Anyways, so
Lukáš is still trying to fend off those Rotlang.
Rotlang has resolved, so he's getting firmly ahead here.
There's no therapy in the graveyard, right?
I don't think so. Not at this moment.
So the port keeps porting. Impulse.
Yep.
And Radek has a clock. It's not like the fastest clock in the world, but it's something.
It's 4-turn clock, right?
I just really wish that it pains me to see the port being treated that way, but it's doing the job. Like it's keeping the Mishra from blocking at least. Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
4 damage.
4 damage right there. I mean, port is such a great card, right?
I
really love it. The way you can actually play with it, and obviously there. Oh,
Ooh, that's gonna speed up the clock, right?
That's spicy.
And Cyan. Wow.
Wow. Are we gonna see a daze?
Whew. That's a lot of damage. Even if Lukáš.
Now it's actually 1-turn clock, isn't it? Right? You attack for 7 and then sacrifice three clerics.
Yeah, that should work.
Yep.
That should work. You get some zombies also for like
just for fun,
along
right?
the way. Yeah.
Why not? Yeah. This is actually has turned into a single turn.
So what does Lukáš do here? Like if he plays a dreadnought, is it good enough?
Probably not
because
at this point, right?
Well, I mean, he can block the Archon. He can block the Archon so that like Radek would have to do it before damage.
But still, let's say that that Radek attacks with his whole team, and then so Lukáš takes 5 and +2 from the activation of Archon, so he's down to 5, facing still 7 power on the board, right? A zombie plus Rotlang plus another zombie plus Dark Supplicant.
Right.
So he would stall the board for 1 turn to have, I don't know, like Chain of Vapor to follow it up.
Yeah. Like he is in the world of pain right now.
I mean, if it would be probably correct to just at least crack the Dark Supplicant before damage, because you would just add extra damage, right?
But don't you? So the Cabal Archon sacrifices clerics, right? So
yes.
I think you want to keep. Like you want to sack them to the Archon rather than to the Supplicant, right?
I think so. At this point, definitely.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so there was Dominate.
Speaking of Dominate,
stealing a tapped zombie.
Wait,
okay.
Why?
But this needs to be tapped. Oh,
yeah.
Good.
Wait, why would you not steal the Cabal Archon?
Because he didn't have enough mana to do that. I mean,
it's a casting cost.
Yes.
Oh, okay. It's not. Oh, right.
I mean, all he could do was to take either the token or the Dark Supplicant by tapping 1 extra mana.
Yeah. But then you probably should wait until it untaps.
Yes.
Because Radek cannot sack it for the Archon.
The thing was that he had 2 mana floating from Gush.
Okay.
So I believe this has been drawn from Gush.
Okay, that makes sense. And so that means you don't die just yet, because you can potentially go down to 1 if Radek decides to sacrifice his whole board.
Yes.
We can still stifle, can also stifle one of those activations, or it can stifle the zombie coming to play from Reupload Reanimator.
But there's no point in doing so. I
Also,
guess.
there's a World Art Stronghold now, so like whatever happens to the Cabal Archon,
Cabal is coming back.
and
for
that's that's the that's the upkeep.
Yeah, we're gonna see upkeep tap.
Yeah, I don't know
Wouldn't
if
you-
there's a
wouldn't
way
you-
for Lukáš to get out of this.
Wouldn't you tap the island instead, just because you could have tapped Mishra's Factory on your turn?
Yeah, I think so, right?
Right.
Just
Just
like-
nerf them even further, and that's the
But
game.
That's the
Yep.
game. Okay. Yeah, this
Oh,
was
so-
this was different than what I expected. This was not fast enough. Fast enough. This was not.
This was not fast at all.
That's what I mean. Because like Radek played his first creature on what, turn 4?
Yeah, I believe
Yeah.
so, because he went like nothing, then port you,
Yeah.
then therapy port you,
Yeah.
and then he played his first creature.
Right. So first creature turn 4, Lukáš resolved 2 dreadnoughts and they both died, right? No, like one
No,
got
just single one.
just one.
One got snuff
snuffed
out.
out. Yeah. Right. Yeah, the other one was discarded, right? To couple
Yeah,
therapy.
exactly.
So
You're
it was
right.
more like Lukáš was trying to find the pieces, not doing
But-
very well at that because he just like
What surprised me that we actually saw very little disruption from Radek's side, right? There was just one therapy and flashback, and then it was just creatures.
the port was like working overtime.
Oh,
I
yes,
think. Like it was keeping. It could have been working even a little bit more overtime, but still, even as it was doing really good things and like keeping Lukáš from mana, denying him access to that manland who would block very well. Yeah, and like you said, Rashad and port. This deck, by the way, plays ports but no wastelands. So
I mean, you can't really play Wasteland, right? You need to get the third mana, and it sort of fits your CC2 curve.
Okay, sure,
Right? Because
okay.
Your
makes
2
sense.
drops are just Wither Wretches, Oaths, and Headhunters. And I actually believe Radek actually went quite deep on mana curve just by playing Headhunters and Oaths. I don't think that's regular.
Yeah,
I mean, chat, just you might comment on this. I'm not sure. I don't really play Clerics, but I don't believe those 2 cards are regularly being played main deck.
You're right. There's 12 3-drops in this
Yep.
deck, that is a lot of 3-drops. Yeah.
Yeah.
And like if you count Dystopia from the board and Engineer played and Perish.
I mean, you try to exploit your ritual effects to the maximum, right?
Sure.
Because
Yeah,
you play
sure,
8 of
sure,
them, so to say, including Priest of Gigs. So you want to exploit as many 3-drops as possible, which makes the curve a little bit odd,
Yeah.
and that's why port tends to be good in this deck, I think.
Makes absolute sense. You either have the ritual turn 1 or you have it turn 3. And then port is what you do turn 2. You say, well, I'm not going to play something, but you know what? You're also not going to play anything. That's fair. Now, Lukáš is going to be on the play.
So
I would suppose that gives him a little bit more of the explosiveness, except for
he's taking a mulligan.
maybe a different hand.
So he's opening himself to a good discard hand from Radek's side. If Radek goes duress into therapy, it's gonna hurt Lukáš quite
It
bad.
always hurts. If you go, like, I'm usually the duress therapy guy.
Okay,
and I can tell you.
who you're talking to.
I can tell you.
I love duress
I
into
love
therapy.
inflicting that type of.
So what do you think of Black in Deformment, by the way?
I personally, like, I don't leave home without duresses and therapies, I'm going for Premodern. No, I mean, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but I think that these 2 cards are super good because there's a lot of decks that kind of like rely on like a 1-2 punch of something, and you disrupt them, you have the perfect information. Like people say that if therapy fizzles, you're down a card. You're not. If the therapy fizzles, you know their hand. They don't have the card that you most wanted them not to have, and you have a flashback. Like for me, fizzled therapy is,
I agree 100%. I mean, I have won so many games just based on the sole fact that therapy gave me the information.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
And I could have just planned my flashback on exactly the proper time.
Yeah. We had a lot of dreadnoughts with the Karlufmos background. Kinda. AI has something to say about that.
And there's a bell ringing there.
What is it?
There's a bell ringing there, right?
Yeah.
Can you see that?
Right. I don't really know what it's for. But
Nonetheless, there's a duress on turn 2.
Yeah, sure. And that's gonna get counterspelled.
Okay. Meets counterspell.
So
So
Yeah,
no
was the
follow-up
dark
for
supplicant.
Radek, so no second
I mean,
one drop.
come on, we said it's 3 drops, right?
Exactly.
So like next turn,
It's-
it's going to be the three drop turn.
It's a 3-drop tribal pretty much, just as replenish as a 4-drop tribal.
Mono 3 drops. wouldn't you want to play Ancient Tomb there, by the way? Just so that like you have turn 2, you play the 3 drops on turn 2 instead of turn 3. Like, at
Makes
least
sense to me.
right?
Makes sense to me. I mean, you might be a little bit odd with Wretch, but we have just seen Priest of Gix into foil from Lukáš.
Sure,
So he's
okay.
really playing around those Priest of Gix
Yeah.
effects.
And he can end of turn.
Yeah,
end
he
of
goes
turn.
sleight of hand, end of turn, pretty much.
Yeah. Oh, why not?
Yeah, I mean, you want to use your mana, right? Especially if you're down 1 card, and I mean, you might have just half of the combo already in hand.
Right.
So
But then wouldn't if you okay, like if you have a half of combo, you're kind of torn between using the foil to protect your combo and trying to slow your opponent down. So yeah, I mean, Lukáš
Sure.
knows what he's doing. I'm sure.
I mean, unfortunately we can't really see how many cards Radek has at the moment, but he has already played Supplicant and the Duress. So
Yeah, I would say he still should have some cards. So 2 blue floating. Is it the Dreadnought turn?
well, let's see about that. It's definitely a turn where Lukáš can still play a land after the Gauche.
Oh yes, absolutely.
So, I mean, in a perfect spot, he would have something like, let's say, Dreadnought into Stifle while holding Vision Charm in
Yeah.
hand.
No, that would be nice.
So
Yeah, like the fact that Vision Charm is like another way how to protect the Dreadnought is just like
that's silly.
That's just so good. It's like a combo piece, but also
Still, I sort of love that the metagame sort of managed to get around that Stifle deck.
Yeah,
You know,
that's
after LobsterCon last year, of course, it was a huge blast. Just once Tide showed in that deck. But yeah, the format has many ways of interacting.
Yeah, it basically tells you which removal is playable and which one is not, right? Like it's like there's the Dreadnought criteria. Like if you're playing removal, might as well kill. I mean, it should kill the Dreadnought, otherwise you're not doing it right.
You can't appear at an event such as this one and not have a plan for Dreadnought.
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
you need to tailor your removal slots perfectly against this deck.
So Lukáš still has 1 mana floating from that gush. Seems to me, I don't know, is he in that spot where he's like looking for stuff, playing impulse, portent, not getting there, or like what are we
But
doing?
he
here?
portented and kept, so obviously
Sure.
there's something that's
Something, yeah.
worth having.
Could be more card selection, but okay, he's gonna do something. No, it's
So-
just the mana fizzled. No mana burn, just
Just took that out of my mouth.
you're
I'm a big Mana Burn fan, actually.
okay. So why not?
Okay, well, you have some mana to dip into just shrinking potential Flash of Insight.
Yeah.
But, or you
He's
can just
gonna attack,
sacrifice those 3. No, you're not
It's-
gonna run that into Stifle.
It's risky. It's risky
It's
for so many
too
reasons.
too
like
risky.
Chain of Vapor Stifle just obliterate your board and you have nothing.
Unless
So
there's
I
no,
like, yeah.
unless there's no Rotlank, you don't go for it.
Sure. Yeah. Like I agree with this. Also, again, the wretch is not terrible. You know, something can be removed from the graveyard, and it's like, even if it doesn't do anything now, then like, okay, there we go. So Dreadnought, Vision Charm.
So no snuff out from Radek's side, at least not right now. I guess that was his only potential interaction. So what's his plan here? He has 5 damage on board, and he might be pondering whether it's worth it. Oh, so we might be going for combo here because Supplicant retains untapped.
Rotlung Reanimator? Priest of
Priest
Gix.
of Gix, okay.
And a Rotlung Reanimator?
Valarcon.
Okay, is it enough? For like, I actually really like Cabal Archon here, just to like sack your board, deal 8 or like 10.
Exactly, at this point.
So I'm actually thinking maybe it would have been better to attack.
I think so, because
you're
that's the one damage that you're missing
Yeah,
for
exactly,
having,
like,
having an even number on Lukáš's
Exactly,
side.
That 13 looks so bad there. Another thing is that it gives you 1 more turn to live against Dreadnought, even if you just sacrifice 3 guys.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what this game might be getting to.
It's a race.
That you just gain enough life with Cabal Archon to
How
make
is
it work.
Cabal Archon so good?
Well, don't miss out on Cabal Archon. You know, it's spiking out after this event.
Yeah, buy all the copies from everywhere. You can get
Our
them.
sponsors, maybe.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay,
So, but like this race looks actually favorable for Radek, right?
I think so.
He's
I think so.
right now we're looking at it. He's winning the race.
I'm not sure what Lukash's plan is here, since he couldn't stay back. That's not a winning strategy.
Yeah.
But still, he's rather behind, considering that Radek actually might climb up to 14 life very easily, or even 16.
14 sounds like a good number.
Yeah.
16 sounds like maybe an overkill. But
maybe that's why you don't use Ancient Tombs.
maybe, yeah. It's Dreadnought protection.
I believe I have seen a version with like 2 copies of City of Traders.
City of Traders, sure. Yeah.
But
And go. I mean,
let's see.
Stifles do something. Stifles actually say that you need to sacrifice one more guy, and
yeah.
so okay, now the supplicant gets in, sure. So that helps with the
exactly
this whole like
it's 9,
odd even life total.
It's 9 damage, right? So you are putting Lukash into position where he needs to have an interaction right away, because he couldn't potentially stifle all the Cabal Archon triggers.
Chain of Vapor
For Cabal
Archon.
Okay.
I like it. But
I mean, Radek just sacrifices land and bounces the Dreadnought, right? I guess Lukash will counter the. I think Lukash's plan is to counter that copy.
Mm-hmm. You can. Oh, it's a copy that it gets put on stack. You can.
It's a regular copy on the stack. Okay. So let's see if Radek identifies.
Yeah. If Radek
sacrifices it.
But then you can't copy it.
Ooh, this is
like. I don't think that's what you. But like, if you sacrifice the Archon, then you can't copy it.
You can't, because it just gets countered. It gets countered.
Yeah.
Upon resolution, it gets countered. No, the Chain of Vapor needs to resolve. In order for you to be able to copy it.
But I mean, did we already see him stacking it, or?
Yes, we did. But I believe they are just rolling back a little bit. Lukash probably allowed that.
Okay,
which is
that is
that's
very generous.
Very generous of him. And
I mean,
huge props to him being a kind player.
I mean,
we are at regular REL.
Are we?
Yeah, we are.
Okay.
So I believe the judges would have seen it the same way, probably.
Really?
Yeah,
isn't it something that you've already done?
Like, no, considering that he obviously had a plan to copy the spell, right? It wasn't like okay, I sacrifice it and
by the way,
you should have copied that. Oh yeah, I should have. Let me do that.
Okay,
No, that's not what happened. He obviously wanted to make a copy here.
Isn't it though, like you should be allowed to make a mistake. Like if you want to do it, but you kind of like don't get there because of the execution that you
we'd have to discuss that with the judges. But I believe the way the regular REL is considered is that you are allowed to be, you can sort of like be excused of these sort of mistakes as long as the game can be returned to the state where you can fix that. If you realize it right away, but you can still be like sporty and just say, okay, well, my bad. Yeah, I should have known that.
I think that pen that we saw was a judge, right? Like that was the hand that appeared from down there was a judge. So I suppose that they are having a similar discussion like we are, but with an extra authority given from the judge. So maybe Lukash is arguing like, actually, you know what, that Cabal Archon was already sacrificed. And I mean, to me, it makes sense. Because like there's clearly something that Radek didn't know, and that means like if I sack, it fizzles.
And actually, Judge obviously agrees with you because the Cabal Archon is sacrificed. Radek has climbed up to 10 life,
which is not enough,
and that's not enough.
And I mean, look, I don't want to argue for like screwing one of the players over, and I understand both points of view here.
Honestly, this is probably the fairest way to resolve that because Radek clearly had sacrificed that.
And this
another Archon,
unless he has a land. If he has a land, he can like block, sacrifice another creature,
Yeah, exactly. Block,
go
sacrifice,
to
and
12, trample goes,
But-
takes him down, but he has to have another one.
for some reason he tapped 4 mana.
No, because one he used to sacrifice the first
Oh yeah,
Archon.
the first
Yeah.
Archon. But there's
But like,
days
it's not going to be
anyway.
relevant. Days counters that Archon, and that's the game.
Yeah, that's it.
All right.
Oh my
okay.
goodness.
So, was there a way for him? There was, but like,
if he
yeah.
if he didn't just sacrifice that Archon
Yeah.
so preemptively,
yeah.
he could have just won that. I
Yeah.
mean, all he had to do was just simply to sacrifice few of his clerics to
Well, I mean-
gain few life.
It was in the combat, so. Like, I think we're coming back again to
Oh, yeah, it
last
was
turn where he
during
should
combat,
have
true,
attacked
true.
for one more, and now he could have sacrificed that supplicant for
I
2
mean,
extra damage. But like, what an interesting game! And like, these judge calls, these situations, they are, to me, they're part of the game. Like people make mistakes, and
Definitely.
then
That's
yeah.
why there are judges in the
Yeah,
first place,
definitely,
right?
Like you're a judge as well, right?
No, I'm not. I'm not
Not
a
anymore?
judge. No, I have never been a judge. I'm just
okay,
a
okay.
guy who people tend to turn to
It is,
regarding
it's
rules.
somehow I always regarded you as a like
Nah,
rules
no, no,
authority,
no,
you know.
no,
So I thought you were a judge as well. Okay.
Maybe viewed by the Premodern community in Czechia, but I have never been an official judge. No.
Okay. All right. So we've seen a very tense and actually pretty long match. Also, we have
Yes.
3 minutes until the end of the round. Nice. I gotta say, don't underestimate the power of clerics. They can raise dreadnoughts. They
And
can.
read Chain of Vapor carefully.
That's 2 lessons.
That's another message
this-
coming
this,
from these games.
This
yes.
round. I have this itch where I would really want to try the clerics with Ancient Tomb. I mean, maybe
Oh, yeah.
maybe like I'm gonna be.
It's going to be a little bit suicidal, but you can climb up with Cabal Archon potentially.
Sure.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
Yes.
Maybe I would cut some of the snuff outs then, because like there's only so much damage that you can.
Yeah,
take, right?
snuff out them and that might be a little bit too hurtful.
We'll
So
see,
you're
yeah.
limiting your removal suit,
Yeah.
but
It's definitely there are things on my brewing list. One of them is a Dark Supplicant with Academy Rector. I
Oh.
believe that Academy Rector is, if I remember correctly,
it is
I
a
think it's
human cleric, right?
Yeah, so you can sacrifice it to Dark Supplicant.
I love you.
It's like the trouble is like, what do you search for?
That's where actually Ancient Tomb comes in, right?
Yeah, like
I mean,
you can speed it up a little.
Black white mana is
I
kind
know,
of awkward,
I know,
right?
I know. You're gonna need some help from like City of Brass, and at that point we're like,
So-
or like maybe Mox Diamond.
So
I don't know.
what enchantment are you getting?
I mean, it would have to be something off color. Like, unless we're going for like Yavgmund's bargain. No, the Yavgmund's agenda, which Tomáš advocated pretty strongly last round.
I would go for Decree of Silence.
You're my man. That's on my list.
I mean,
yeah.
here's my 6/6 and a decree. You know,
Yeah.
your
And-
turn. That sounds
Yeah,
cool.
right. Like deal with it, but you have to have
Yeah.
like 4 ways or like 4 spells. Yeah, I guess like you can always do something cute like Future Sight or Form of the Dragon. The downside being that you're gonna have some very awkwardly costed cards in your black-white deck that you might not be able to cast.
That sounds so cringy, but I mean, all of these enchantments that we are showing right now, they are potentially epic. But
Yeah.
consider the mana base. Wow.
No, I mean it would have to be a black-white deck where you just kind of
Yeah.
you pay the price of not being able to cast all your spells sometimes when you draw them. Yeah. But anyway, if you guys in the chat have some ideas for my new black-white cleric decks, please let me know. I'll be reading that very carefully.
See Adam's list at the next European Championship.
Maybe I win like the beer for the most creative deck, before I drop.
Going my way.
I mean, you only did it because you wanted, like you felt that we need you. at
Yeah,
the
deep
coverage.
down,
I
I
know,
guess
I know.
I wanted
Yeah.
this. Yes.
Thank you so much. Yeah. So anyway, we're gonna have more of Jirgatuma in the coming rounds. We have just a couple of minutes before round 7, actually.
Yep.
So we're gonna take a short break, and we're gonna see you all at the beginning of the next round very soon.
Don't go anywhere.
Hello and welcome to round 7 with me, Tomáš Vlček.
And me, Jirka Tuma. Hi.
So what do we have here? We have burn. I was told the top tables are all red.
Really? Just burn decks or goblins as well?
A lot of burn decks, and so that's what we have here. I think it's very standard list, something very similar to what you've seen already. There are 3 Anarchy in the sideboard. There is Breath of Darigas, which is a card I haven't seen.
I haven't seen that
probably
since
ever.
Invasion Block.
Yeah, since Invasion Block.
Right? Yeah. And there are 2 Price of Progress main deck and 2 Lava Darts. Those are actually like 2 flex slots, sort of. You might consider otherwise.
I think there is not too much interesting here. It's pretty standard. Some might be surprising that you don't have 4th Overload, because one of the boogeyman for burn deck is Dreadnought.
Dreadnought by all means.
Yes, for sure.
I guess you're trying to compensate that with 4 blasts, but still Overload. 4 Overload is considered like the staple of sideboard.
I think if I was playing this deck, and I would never play this deck, I think I would play 4 blasts and 4 Overload. That I would start probably.
You've never played burn in your career? Come on, everybody.
I think I have a story. I'm not sure if I said it before. I played burn once. I'll leave it for later. Remind me. I think it's quite a cool story.
Also, we are having a typical matchup: burn against blue-white control. It's old as Magic itself, right?
Yes, it's played by Tomáš Varga, our Slovakian friend. And I really like he's 5-1 now. So if he wins this one, he can draw into top 8. So that's there's a lot on the line. And what I like about this deck is that how it evolved, right? How we evolved from this very slow draw and go game. We got into this, that you play 3 Chain of Vapor, 4 Parallax Tide, and you're trying to like win this way. So there is humility as well.
Of course.
It's just there's no way how to search for it. So that's quite interesting. There's pretty stable mana base. Well,
and we can see 1 Stifle. I believe this is pretty similar to the deck list from the Lobstercon this year that managed to get to the top 4. I mean, the guy said I don't know his name, but he did quite a good video review on the deck list and his card choices as well.
I think it's definitely very interesting, and we can see how it can evolve. So for all those that doubt it, it's not solved format, but there are still changes. Basically, you put Parallax Tide into everything.
Best plan for each deck. I mean, so we are having Cabal Therapy and Duress for each deck, and now we are having Tide as well for each deck. So be ready for Blue-Black Burn coming next year. So are we deciding?
So who's the favorite here?
I believe game 1 Burn should take it. However, games 2 and 3, depending on Tomáš's sideboard.
I think we saw Circle of Protection red.
Yeah, so that's gonna.
I've heard that's good against a red deck.
People say that occasionally. Yeah, I mean, there's a debate, but still, Circle of Protection is pretty reasonable.
So Price of Progress is not dead anymore.
Oh yeah, no, I mean it's you wouldn't expect it to be bad in this matchup, right?
In this matchup, it's very, very good.
I mean, you might see Tomáš playing tight and maybe eating some of his own lands in response to Price of Progress.
That's very interesting. I never thought about it.
Very niche. It probably shouldn't happen, because once you have a tight, you should just grab all the lands from the burn player, right?
So Fanatic.
Fanatics to play game 1 and.
Standstill.
We're gonna see Standstill. Yes, we are.
Yeah,
why not? You got Mishra already, right?
Yes, you have probably some follow-up. Like, I think Standstill, obviously, very cool card. Love it. I've played it many times. I like that. I like about Fact or Fiction or Standstill. That little game it makes.
Exactly. I mean, you've read my mind, because I love this card since Legacy, when it used to be good.
It's super good against bad players. It's quite bad against good players. Even against Burn, when he has land drops, he doesn't have to blow it, and he can just keep on attacking.
Exactly.
So it seems that better is not stuck on lands. And to be fair, if Burn players would know, they would just probably never do anything until they have like 8 cards in hand, and then they just do everything first, or maybe 7 cards. They do everything end of turn. Just keep all instants, and then you blow everything end of turn,
and let them discard,
and then let them discard, and then untap and just kill them. Because I think at the end of the day, there's not a lot Tomáš deck can do about it.
That should be the plan.
Now he's
right?
thinking. Now he's thinking about blowing it. It's probably worst possible thing because he will pay 3 mana, make Tomáš draw cards into open mana. You know that's problematic.
And that will just see
And
counter
just
magic.
see counter magic or disenchant, or I don't know what he has. Even if he chain of vapor it back, it's probably fine.
The best way to do this is, as you said, wait for 8 cards of the control player in hand, and of their turn crack it.
Yes, that's one thing. Also, you can actually discard some of your spells. Like I can totally see discard, like playing the draw and go game. And if you have to discard yourself as a burn play, I just discarded Vortex. It's not really doing it. You just want to have lightning bolts. You just want to have like these 1 mana burn spells.
I mean, as long as your hand is 7 spells, right, and you are well equipped.
Yes,
to
and
face
I
the
think
game.
you don't even, not even 7, like particular 7 spells, and you can really go through it. And even when Tomáš plays like 4 more lands than you do, it's not guaranteed. There is no edict that says that you will have more lands. That's not how Magic works. So, yeah, but definitely very interesting game. Definitely Petr has 5 lands, which normally would be good. I just wouldn't play that Vortex as he did, because that's what somehow Petr did like the worst thing in a way. You wait 1 turn, do nothing when he's tapped out, and then when he untaps, you play 1 spell into all his mana that's open. And so I think Tomáš has to feel good, like it's as good as it gets for him in game 1.
Totally agree with that. And we are seeing another standstill, a surprise. So
Wonderful.
Tomáš is well ahead here, I believe.
Yes. Like sometimes the standstill deck fights with mana. You need double blue for counter spell. You need double white for like Wrath of God or whatever if you play it, or Humility. Also, you want to have your Mishras untapped. Oh, that's fine.
I believe that's in response to that standstill. Makes sense. Just
Wow, I don't like
going
it at
for
all.
Fire Blast.
At all.
Oh.
So that's 6 damage.
6 damage total, but that
No,
doesn't
8.
really.
Is it?
No,
8?
I believe he didn't.
No,
Flash back
he
those
didn't
lava
flash back.
It
The
was just
lava
Fire
darts.
Blasts and lava darts from hand.
Nah, I don't like it.
I mean, he's still missing 11 damage.
I mean,
That's
I can
way
see
too much.
playing that lava dart to get 2 less cards in. But I mean, when you're facing double Mishra, that's actual clock. That's a real clock. So yeah.
Guess now you are getting close to a situation where you just want to have price of progress into price of
Yes,
progress. resolving, right?
probably any point price of progress is one of the best cards you can have. And I think now we will see, like, he will start attacking with Mishra, protecting with the other Mishra. Now he can't really attack with both of them because one would eat Seal of
That's
Cleansing,
Seal
of Fire,
right?
sorry.
Exactly, but it's safe to attack with one and just baiting that Seal.
No.
He can which tap, of course. He
Yes,
will tap
he'll
the
do this.
Non-animated
He
one.
can probably do
Lava
this.
Dart,
Now he
for
will
instance.
first draw 3, and then since he did it before attack, he will be able to tap Mishra, right? And he will basically force him. He committed so much.
So one more lava dart.
One more
Yes.
lava dart, but this. Oof,
This is not a winning plan, I'm afraid.
it almost makes me. Yeah, I'm really not feeling well right now. Like what has just happened. Like what was it, like 4 for 1?
Oh, come on, Tomáš.
I don't
Have some sympathy for our players.
I do have sympathy. I have sympathy for all Premodern players, but I think Tomáš is feeling all right. I think he should probably keep some counter for price of progress, because price of progress, as we speak, is for 8 damage.
I believe it's one Mishra is down, so yes, it is 8 damage indeed. But it would be striking if Tomáš didn't have a counter magic in hand.
Yes.
Sulfuric Vortex meets
Okay.
Counterspell.
I mean, if he doesn't have any answer, he has to counter this, right? You can't realistically.
Exactly. That's the one way you could lose the game, unless you would have like disenchant in hand right away.
What is this? Seal of Cleansing. Okay.
Well,
That's a shame. He must have
that
drawn
must
it
have been
right
from the
now.
top. Or
Yeah.
he's just setting up Parallax Tide.
Okay. Which is when we have to get protection from. Yes, he is,
So
as you said. But that's how you can protect yourself from press progress.
yeah,
If your opponent doesn't have
that's-
mana.
That's a good way. I believe Petr is empty-handed, so what Tomáš can do is untap 2 of his lands and then blow all 3 lands from Petr.
That's cool. He probably doesn't need to do that, but
you can attack with Mishra's Factory and then untap it for blocking.
Very cool line. I think I would be surprised if Tomáš. Tomáš is a good player, but I think he won't do it.
No, he's untapping his 2 lands obviously now. At least he went down by 2 counters. Yep. So here we can see the tight combo resolving, and well, guess who's ahead now?
Yes.
So Mog Fanatic fighting the battle.
Oh, well, it's 2 damage. But I mean, if Tomáš was on like 5 life, it'd be very different. But as
at
11
with Mishra, and there's Dust Bowl, right? So he can just get that.
Yeah, beautiful.
Barbring.
Also nice that he sacrifices the Flooded Strand.
He knows his stuff, obviously. I'm impressed. I mean,
but he didn't attack with the Mishra.
He didn't attack with the Mishra. Still, he seems to know the matchup very well. I mean, who has never encountered Burn, right?
Sometimes, there are some encounters that you never wanted to experience.
Well, my imagination just got blown up. Are we going to see Decree end of turn?
But yeah, possibly. But like it's like that. How would world look like without Burn?
Sorry, come again?
How would world look like without Burn? Or how would
I don't want to imagine world without Burn.
Yes, it reminds me Simpsons. How would world look like without lawyers? It would be paradise, by the way.
And there is Decree indeed. So 5 tokens for Tomáš.
Nice.
Beautiful tokens. Nice. Those are the old player rewards tokens from Onslaught. They have been actually printed specifically for this card and the other soldiers in that block.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, the tokens were selected by the cards that can actually just make them.
I think Tomáš is it's like 90%. He's winning.
Oh, come on. I mean, he's got like 7 power on board. He's got Mishra constantly blocking. That Jackal Pup doesn't seem really impressive. He's got his opponent down to 1 card and 1 land. I mean, we are just going to watch some reps of this. But another Decree, perhaps.
Yes.
And I believe this should be finished by the end of next turn.
Love it. Beautiful. I love when you can see that control can do well.
Yeah, you're well renowned for playing control decks, right? So if you didn't know, then Tomáš is a avid legacy player and very renowned in the Czech community. Also a content creator, by the way.
Is it for 4 damage?
Yes, that's just 4 damage by the Jackal Pup. Well done by Tomáš.
Well played from Tomáš. Yeah, it's very good.
I believe he actually sacrificed the Fanatic to kill his Jackal Pup. Because all the tokens, all the soldier tokens are still on board. So
very cool. 1, 2, 3,
well done.
4, 5. Now even Price of Progress doesn't do it. Oh, he's killing him anyway.
That's
yes. I think I think I wasn't so happy with the standstill, the Vortex play. But it's difficult. We didn't see all their hands. But let's see the deck lists. I see there are 2 Warmth. There is Circle of Protection in red. There are 3 Hydroblasts. Potentially there is a Null. You can bring that as well. And
there's Phyrex Infernus, which is not negligible in the matchup actually, because you can just shrink their graveyard for Grim Lavamancer and Barbering. If you have enough cards to remove, then this is actually a reasonable card to board in.
Because now I don't know, but I think you probably side out Parallax Tide. I think that's not good enough.
I think so because you need to get pretty much lucky to make it work. So you can remove also some enablers, right? Stifle probably goes away.
Yes.
As well, you might trim on Chain of Vapor.
Chain of Vapor, Stifle, Parallax Tide. Not sure about Wrath of God. Seems slow, and
Wrath of God,
humility.
humility is bad. Yeah.
Yes.
Seal of Cleansing still gets Vortex, right?
Not to mention, on the draw, can you afford to keep standstill? Can we side out like 30 cards?
Well, that wouldn't probably meet the 60 cards rule, but it would be a reasonable plan if you were allowed to do that. So let's see from the burn player. I guess it's pretty straightforward, right? You just bring four red blasts, 1 vortex, and the anarchies, because you're expecting them to just bring in warmths and.
Yes. Now, would you bring in like Breath of Darigas against the soldiers?
I think this is not the game you want to play. Once they resolve their decree, you know that you're already on the back foot, right? I don't think Breath of Darigas is there to just beat soldier tokens from decree.
I think the previous version of this deck we had on the stream, like it had third price of progress in the board. That's definitely cards you want to bring.
That's much better, I think.
Yes.
I mean, might be interesting to just talk to Petr afterwards, just to see why he bring
why he
Breath of
brought
Darigas in the first place, right?
Or these mountains.
I guess he likes the art. I mean, obviously he has a unified art throughout his list.
One saving grace.
So what would you board out actually for the burn deck?
I don't like the mana dart. Feels very weak. I like all permanent based like damage. So all the creatures I like Sulfuric Vortex.
Including Ball Lightning, for example. I mean, in my experience, it runs too much into Hydroblasts, but it's sort of a silver bullet that you need to believe in.
Yes. I'll tell you, there's a secret. Everything runs into Hydroblast in this deck, but the
Curse Scroll,
yes,
and that's actually an important card. The thing is that, I mean, having a 3 mana spell running into 1 mana spell doesn't feel good.
I remember as a kid, I really wanted this card. It's my dream.
Oh yeah,
it was so expensive.
Everybody wanted this card, but the only version available was from the Dark and then the Judge Foil, right?
From Tempest.
It's the Dark, the original version of. Oh, we are talking about Curse Scroll.
Yeah,
Sorry, I thought we were
Scroll.
talking about Ball Lightning.
No.
But yeah,
I've never wanted that card. What are you talking about?
Ball Lightning. No, Curse Scroll obviously is epic. Yeah, that's why people were ripping Tempest boosters, just trying to get Wasteland and Curse Scroll.
Yes. So are you trying to tell me that some people got Curse Scroll and I got Oracle and Vec?
Yes. Okay. That's how life works. You still feel hurt about that, obviously.
But you know, back in the day, you didn't even know which is the rare. Because there was no color.
There were no symbols in there. All you had was just magazines that might tell you the rarity of the cards.
But definitely, I think Tomáš is very happy winning game 1 because post-board it gets better for him because he has like very powerful white spells.
I mean, definitely so, because that's how blue-white control beats burn. That you just have powerful sideboard to make it work. I mean, winning game 1 is really huge for the control player.
Mm-hmm. He keeps on 6.
Yep. And we are seeing Fanatic again.
And upgraded Adarkar Wastes. When I was a kid, I thought this is better than Adarkar Wastes, and it was also cheaper.
It was much cheaper, definitely. And yeah, it doesn't really hurt you, right?
Yes, I don't want to take damage. What are you talking about? Right? Why they play 4 Adarkar Wastes and only 2 Coastal Tower? I will play 4 Coastal Tower and no Adarkar Wastes because I can't afford it.
I originally, when I started playing Magic, I thought that these lands, these invasion lands, were actually the original duels. You know, where people were talking about dual lands. I considered this to be the dual lands. You know, Salt Marsh and or Burg Volcano, etc.
Yes. Yeah, there are a lot of things I didn't understand. Like I remember some reports from Legenda, which is an old magazine, and it was like a long report, and he was explaining some of the cards, but he was talking about some cards and I didn't know them. And then at some point he says, and then my opponent casts Disenchant, and then in brackets, which does? Oh, you don't know what Disenchant does? And you read thus far?
Okay, we are seeing Manalik on Curse Scroll. But
Why,
no attacks.
Why no attacks?
Why no attacks? I guess he he just
missed
skipped
it.
that. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah. I guess he's on nerves a little bit playing for top 8.
Playing for top 8, playing on the stream. Don't forget, like, we are sometimes a little bit harsh on the players. I am. Before making some mistakes, and I'm sorry for it. I don't really mean it. It's not personal. It's like I'm just always trying to see the best line, but it's very nervous. You get nervous playing on the stream, and especially when you one game down. Probably you don't play perfectly that first game. You might be on a tilt. You may be still thinking about that mistake. You have to shake it off and just.
Exactly, and that's not an easy task to do. I mean, especially if it's your first time playing on camera, right? By the way, in the meantime, we saw Circle of Protection Red from Tomáš's side. And once again, the game appears to be slipping a little bit from Petr's hands.
Yes. But what like the saving grace for Petr is that he has 3 sources.
He's got 3 creatures, and that's probably the best way to beat Circle of Protection. In my opinion, it's actually better than Anarchy, because Anarchy just simply runs into a counter magic. Whereas having enough creatures, that's the way to just occupy Tomáš's mana for many turns going ahead.
Because what you do, you just attack. You make him tap 3 mana. But now when he has the Mishra, it can be a little bit more complicated.
You'd better be ready with some burn spell to take that Mishra down.
Well, you can still run Mock Fanatic into it. It dies and then you shoot it with Grimlow Mancer.
But then you're just trimming down on 1 creature, which is...
Yes, but he will lose land.
Yeah, as long as Tomáš allows it. And obviously Tomáš didn't play his land number 4.
So he's preventing.
So now the door is open for Petr to perhaps run something into Blue Elemental Blast.
Yes, I would like to read a study on how players choose the version of Circle of Protection Red.
You might have some interesting ideas about scientific work. Price of Progress in response for 4 damage.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, sweet. Good.
But it's nice that he's playing in response, so he can still deal 2 damage.
Yeah.
So 6 damage to Tomáš.
Exactly, and he played well around Hydroblast, so I think we should compliment Petr on that. That was good.
Yes. Now, what we have to understand, Tomáš has Warmth, and he has Circle of Protection Red as his possible hates. Now, Warmth overall is really good because it doesn't cost you mana. But it's not like forever, to end all win it. In theory, Circle of Protection Red can just win you the game on its own. Warmth can't do it. On the other hand, if Petr gets a Vortex online, and I think he probably brought a 3rd one, because that's one of the best cards against control decks, suddenly Circle of Protection does nothing. Because Vortex says...
Warmth does nothing. Circle of Protection still works.
Oh, sorry.
And that's actually an interesting way how Petr can kill himself, because with just Soul Vortex on the table, all Tomáš needs to do is prevent 2 damage.
I'm sorry. I just turn it around. So Warmth overall may be better, because since it doesn't cost, gives you life, you don't have to worry about it. It just stays there and it gives you a lot of value. While we saw Circle of Protection needs a special pattern, in the play that you have to like keep mana open, tapping out, and so on. But on the other hand, if your opponent has Vortex, he can die. He can kill himself because you'll be preventing.
Exactly. You can prevent the Vortex on your upkeep and let them just hit for 2 for 10 turns. I mean,
and obviously, hope for Tomáš now is that he will.
That the standstill gets cracked and Tomáš will draw as many lands as he needs.
I think now he's thinking about maybe preventing 1 and keeping the other, but Petr has 3 or 4 cards in his hand.
You gotta respect that Vortex, right? I mean, even with the Circle of Protection, since Tomáš is lowered down to 9, if Petr was to resolve Vortex, it would just occupy 1 mana. For Tomáš each turn. On the other hand, Standstill sort of changes that, right? Because you draw multiple cards.
I think personally, Petr can't resolve Vortex, or he can't cast Vortex. That's just too much of a risk.
I guess so.
Now, Tomáš
So he's animating Mishra's Factory, and we see Bolt Nice.
I think Tomáš was quite confident about it because he felt like opponent will have to blow, right? That standstill, and he wanted it. He wanted to have some more lands.
But on the other end, you're losing one. But yeah, I guess this is a plan. So, is there gonna be a follow-up for Petr?
No. So now Tomáš, his plan, very simple: play land every turn. That's it. And wait with counterspell for some crucial. Now I wasn't sure. I just want to ask. I'm not sure if we have any technical difficulties. Can you hear the commentary? Is everything fine? Just please let us know in the chat. Or if there was any problem.
Chat says it's freezing every few seconds.
Oh, I see.
Well, let's hope for the best that it will get resolved soon enough.
So Tomáš is preventing. He's preventing with the prairie because it's weird land in terms of mana producing. It does not tap for mana. It taps for 2 mana if you spend mana. So yes.
The puzzling part is the graphics that looks a bit like Flooded Strand, right?
Yes, I agree with Scarface that Petr is in a bad shape. Yes. Now facing 5 untapped mana.
What's your plan, right? Getting to 5 mana to play Anarchy backed up with
there's Warmth as well.
So we are really getting into the just Anarchy or bust position, I suppose.
Now all the lightning bolts that...
So Tomáš managed to get all of his enchantment hate cards that he brought.
So Scarface said it's bad for burn player before those 2 Warmth were cast. So now basically Petr has -4 cards in hand. Like what does that Incinerate does? It can kill the factory. Yes.
But gaining 4 life to Tomáš in the process.
Incredible.
That's not a way to win the game.
Yes.
I feel sorry for Petr. Anarchy?
So powerful.
But there is an interaction coming from
good that he didn't miss the trigger. Very important.
And Manalik.
Manalik. What a cool card.
Oh yes. People at first didn't realize that this card was good, right? When it was printed in Stronghold, I believe it took few months for people to actually realize that.
Well, when I was starting, I thought Miscalculation is better because like 2 or 3 mana, it's the same and you can cycle it. But the difference between 2 and 3 mana is the whole world, right?
And we actually see Tides with Chain. So
he kept it
Tomáš kept those in. Well, he obviously is a man with a plan.
Wonderful.
So, are we going to see Fire Blast 4 for 4? And another Fire Blast? No, these 2 get exiled. I love Petr. I love Petr's spirit, you know.
Yes. This is like Silence of the Lambs on Petr's side. Very cool. But I it's always good to see. I always enjoy when people know what they're doing. I like so much what Tomáš is doing, and clearly he knows what he's doing, and he showed us very well. I mean, he drew 3 super good hate cards without any...
Out of 3. 3 out of 3.
Out of 3 without Enlightened Tutor. Of course, he blew 2 standstills, but...
Yeah, I mean, since he drew them, he had to play them, right? You don't keep those cards in hand just to feel sorry for your opponent.
Yes. But generally, I have to say, I'm not a fan of Enlightened Tutor. I just hate that 2 for 1. And if I was playing cards like that, deck like this, I would not play Enlightened Tutor.
Does he play Enlightened Tutor though? I don't think he does.
No, he doesn't.
No. I mean, you would need to go really deep with your sideboard, just having a toolbox in there to make it worth. Yeah. So Tomáš and his powerful enchantments, slowly, steadily taking control.
There's another Anarchy. Tomáš only has like 3 counter spells, but yeah.
Well, my response to that is, so what? Just keeps attacking with the soldiers. I mean, Petter identifies that he sort of needs to stay on board with those fanatics.
But seeing 3 incinerate in his hand, it feels so painful.
And now he's facing 6 soldiers, actually. I mean, soon enough, Petter will have no choice but to block with those fanatics.
Bring back damage on the stack. Make damage on the stack great again.
I would love so, but we're not gonna get there, I guess.
So I think this is pretty much over.
Yeah, I mean, we are just going through the turns, but I guess the winner is pretty much assured to be Tomáš. And so he's probably advancing to our top 8. We're gonna have blue-white on Troll in the top 8.
Yes, I'm quite happy about it.
As long as his tiebreakers are good and he could clinch just an ID.
Yeah, I think.
I mean, we have quite a lot of players actually, so some players with 6-1-1 might actually not be able to squeeze in.
Really?
Yeah, depends on how many unintentional draws there were, but it could happen.
Yeah, so I think for Tomáš it's pretty much. I would think it's almost certain that if he draws next turn, he's going to make top 8.
It's likely. It's likely, but I mean, consider at Euros there were actually 2 players at 6-1-1 that didn't make the top 8. I mean, we had like 200 players, right? So the player count was even higher, but yeah, it happened. Anyways, so congratulations to Tomáš. He won 2-0 against Bern, which is a good achievement for him, I think.
Yes. And how much time do we have till the end of the round? Okay, it's 19. So maybe I'll just bring Tomáš for a short interview. You can tell us. We can congratulate him.
I think so. It's a good idea. Yep. Let's hear his thoughts. So.
So Tom, congratulations first of all. So
thank you.
Most likely you're going to make top 8.
Hopefully.
Yes, hopefully.
Hopefully.
Well, what did you expect before this match against Bern? We were thinking you are the dog in the first game, most probably, and in the second it gets much better if you draw all 3 of your best 8 cards.
Well, so I would say that first of all, it's a terrible matchup. It's absolutely terrible, but I was quite lucky because the opponent had in the first game a lot of lands and no action, no gas, so that was nice. I had the parallax wave, so I mean that was close one, and then the third one it was a good call on the mulligan. So and then 3 in the row. Yeah, so it was nice.
Yes, because I think if I'm not mistaken, your opponent also forgot to attack at some point.
No,
if I'm not mistaken.
It was actually twice. I would say. Yes.
And another thing is, I was thinking I like Standstill. It's a beautiful card, but I would say against like really good players, it goes like exponentially worse.
Yes, indeed.
And against like let's say not so experienced players, it's super good. And it felt to me that you play standstill, your opponent did nothing, let you untap, and then he cast that single spell for 3 mana. That's like ideal scenario.
Yes,
you
indeed.
couldn't
So,
ask for more.
Yeah, it was. I mean,
Because I think if you have lands, you just can't. You just play your lands, and then you have a land full of burn,
you just
which is
set
something
up.
you can't maybe even beat.
Yes, indeed. You just make the setup. A lot of players are, like playing this Aeroblast, and it's
Well, that's possible, but price of progress is like biggest fear for
Oh
you,
yeah, it is.
in any game.
Oh, yeah, it is.
Yeah.
Oh, it's a game of luck, I would say, in this kind of scenario. It's because the fact if you drew a lot of non-basic lands, it's bad. If you draw a lot of basic lands, it's nice. So I don't like this matchup. I lost the game 1, and I think it was the second or third round against the Monored. He was also on the table 3, I guess. So he's doing very good. So yeah, it was nice. So
No,
it was nice.
it's
But
good.
it was tough.
And by the way, tell me, can you tell the viewers why did you choose to play this deck? How well is it positioned? Which decks this deck crushes?
All right. So it's basically because when I was young, so that's like 20 years ago, right? So, I mean, when I started to play, I mean, this kind of deck was in the standard meta game. I mean, the standstill, blue-white control, so it was nice. So, I mean, this was the decision. I like these cards. I like the Decree of Justices. So, and now I made this edition of the Parallax Wave combo. I wasn't playing it previously, and I changed it like 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. So that was nice. And your second question was what is rushes? I would say basically anything which lets you to survive till the end of turn 5. So if you can make it to the turn 5, either by counterspelling or the Chain of Vapor, it's a nice tempo card. I was using it a lot of times as a tempo play. I mean, end of turn, bounce your creature if it stands still. So
Yes, wonderful. And so, how is, for example, match against Replenish? Because they have a lot of tools post board, including like Orange Chance. So I was wondering how can you?
We've been testing it. I mean the game 1. I mean the post board game. Well, it's a bit tricky how many counter spells you draw, right? So it's basically only her counterspell magic, and the thing is, who can resolve the parallax tide?
Parallax tide, yes, for sure.
Yeah, that's a game over.
Yeah.
So,
Yes, I mean that's good that you can, because normally control decks they're just like stacking counter spells, and you are basically threatening like, okay, if you like tap out, I annul it, untap, play
Yes.
parallax tide, you die.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's
So
a game over,
yes,
so,
okay,
yes.
very very good. And maybe one more thing I wanted to ask, and I probably forgot it. How did you side? Because I would imagine that you cut parallax tide.
I cut.
But you
I think
decided-
one. I think I cut one. I cut one factor of fiction, one humility. I think I cut 2 standstills, or 1 or 2 standstills I cut, and that's probably it.
So you get
Because
Wrath
so-
and 3 tides.
Because I saw Wraths post board. Because
I kept them. I kept 3 tides, and I studied out 2 factor fictions because it's a 4 mana, so it's never gonna happen. So
Yes, yeah, very cool, wonderful. So Tomasz, good luck
All right,
next
thank
round.
you.
Like I hope you will have some time to rest, regenerate in the next round.
yeah, I'll go eat. So
Then be ready for the
Yeah,
top 8,
all right.
hopefully.
All right,
So
thank you.
Congratulations.
Good luck in the top 8.
Thank you. Bye bye.
So that's all for us for round 7.
Yep.
And another do or die game is coming in just in about 15 minutes.
Welcome back. We are waiting for the final round of Swiss to begin. Our colleagues are choosing some good feature match that's probably going to be a win and in.
Yes. It's not so clear. Like some of the people that are obviously high in the ranking, they can draw, but there are like 6-7 players with 18 points.
I think that the 18 points, the 6 ones go all the way to 9th place actually. So they can't draw. And then there's until 13th place, there's people with 5-1-1. Mm-hmm. With good tiebreakers, you win, you're still in. So I believe we are going to have more than one win and in match today.
So we'll try to get you somebody with 18 points. So then it's very clear you win. You're in top 8. So that's yep.
I had a view of the top. I mean, I walked around the top tables last round since I wasn't commenting, and there's a lot of blue. I gotta say, we initially thought it was a lot of red. There is some red, but to me it looked like there's a lot of Parallax Tides. There's a Stasis deck up there, quite high. Mm-hmm. There's also an Enchantress deck, which is, I think, a piece of news that will warm your heart a little bit.
For sure.
So like there's a lot of blue. There's also some Parallax Replenish decks out there. And a couple of burn decks, I believe. We have blue-white control on X1 or X11, I believe.
Yes, we had it last round.
That's the one that won last round on the feature match, right?
Yes. I have to say, when I walked around, I saw like Parallax Tide right and left. Like it's everywhere, and it's deciding games, and
that's
it's
what it does. Yeah.
Yeah. It's very, very strong.
Yeah. So we'll see. I mean, the games often boil down to like a one fight counter magic for the Tide. There's a lot of Menlands, there's a lot of Mishra's Factories, some Fairy Conclaves, but yeah, we'll see. I'm curious how many Parallax Tides are going to be in the top 8. What would you think? How many are we going to see?
12.
I'm going to say 16.
16 Parallax Tides.
I'm going to say 16 Parallax Tides in the top 8, but like we'll see.
Yes, we will see.
Yeah, so I can see some sounds from back there. Maybe we're getting close to getting a feature match. All right, so we have. I mean,
all day we are getting in the chats like a question: what's the cheapest deck? There you go.
This looks pretty. Yeah, this looks affordable. But this is the controlling version. I like it.
It's control version without Wasteland, which can be a decision motivated by gameplay, but it can be more motivated by not needing to buy for Wasteland.
Well, I mean, you have Dust Ball there, right?
Yes.
Dust Ball, which is like a repeated Wasteland. There's also 3 copies of Skeletal Scrying, if I see correctly. So that's
yes, you have
really geared for late game. Yeah.
Yes, 3 Skeletal Scrying, 3 Eternal Dragon. You're pushing it like very much. And there's Dust Ball, which can be better obviously than Wasteland, but then again, if you want to get into this format, like this is like I mean it's as cheap as it gets, right? Is there an expensive card that we see here? Maybe one Unlighted Tutor? I don't know how much is that.
It's gonna be what, like 25-30 euros would be my guess, but
like
it's
one off, and
please double check on that. Yeah. Yes. We also Bartolomej Svitag with another Dead Guy. Also, we're having like the aggro version of Dead Guy Ale with Nantuko Shade and
Spectre
and Death Grasp. I see a copy of Death Grasp. Wow.
I mean, not even I think Death Grasp is like
it's
remotely, but
it's like it's a better Drain Life, like.
No, but very often if you watch some Dead Guy Ale gameplay, you realize that you're in situation you have full grip, you have 2 arena, and you are getting on like 6 life. So you typically target Gerard's Verdict in yourself and discard 2 lands, gain 6 life. So that gives you some breathing space. Yeah. But maybe the Death Grass can be an answer. I think it's just too weak because if you use 5 mana, you deal 3 damage, you gain 3 life, and you tap out 5.
I think it's meant more for like top 9, drain for 7.
Yes, of course. But like
also in this control matchup, like if you draw it late, it can just break the game wide open. It's a blaze late game.
Absolutely,
right?
I agree with that.
But
you can kill Goblin Lucky turn 3.
Is that enough? That sounds like a little bit too late.
I was just thinking I will throw this perspective into it.
Sure. Yeah. Also, if you want to kill a dreadnought, it's gonna cost you 14 mana. So.
By the way, one of our viewers, Nidla Google, says Phyrexian Furnace is expensive.
Is it?
So it came at last, and now we
All
can
right.
sell our hundreds of stock.
Did you buy all the? Is it expensive because of you? I'm wondering. Like, I know that you've been an advocate for Phyrexian Furnace, but like, come on, you could have like been reasonable.
No, I
there.
only have playset.
Uh-huh. Gerard's Verdict is
That's a very nice
good
draw.
card. I bet if Filippo saw the Gerard's Verdict with either of the two Doresses, he would take it.
And then Vindicate hurts because Vindicate is one of the most flexible. It's one of the reasons to be in it.
Yeah.
And I remember when Vindicate was printed, it was like one of the best cards, ever. So flexible.
Yeah.
It can destroy basic land. It can destroy anything. So
Yeah, it can, and it's still years later. It's still very flexible.
Yes.
It kills Dreadnought. It passes the Dreadnought test.
Yeah, but like it usually doesn't kill Dreadnought. I'm afraid.
It doesn't.
It's
It
just
gets
too
dazed.
slow. Yeah, it gets dazed. It gets
Maybe.
everything.
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 Is that a word?
It is from now.
Okay. I approve. So Bartolomé is likely gonna go Wasteland Morph. I'm wondering, is he gonna shuffle the cards? Come on, please shuffle the cards. Like, come on, like it. It can be the whipcorder that you just drew,
I mean,
right?
maybe they're just such a fair duelist, you know.
I mean, there's nothing unfair about not letting your opponent know it's an Exalted Angel.
Yeah,
But
it's
okay,
probably going
okay.
to eat some removal.
I mean, I would be surprised if it wasn't, right? Like he doesn't even have 2 white to flip it over.
What's interesting that he
So-
didn't flip it.
He cannot. He has two.
Oh,
two
he doesn't
swamps.
have. Oh, yeah.
He has 2 swamps, Wasteland.
So now he can return
There's a
Eternal
target.
Dragon.
Yeah. Oh, okay, sure.
upkeep.
You're talking about Filippo. Okay, sure. Yeah.
Philip.
Yeah. But so there's a reason to kill that land straight away, so that he cannot return the Eternal Dragon. There's gonna be. Oh my God.
That's
Skeletal Scrying for 4.
That's so strong.
Wow.
That's so strong.
Also so painful.
Not so painful.
It is moderately painful.
Yes. But yeah, I mean, pay 4, draw 4. I think we had better cards than that, and they were super strong.
Yeah. Okay, is that another white source? It is not. So Exalted Angel will continue its Grey Ogre impersonation. And I mean, I would be surprised if Filippo didn't have something at this point. This is
Yes.
like, okay, sure. Gerard's Verdict.
That's how we start. We gain
The
3.
game is just slipping away from Bartolomé's.
Oh, he
grasp.
discards Dark Ritual, and he's going to check on Eternal Dragon. It says, I will kill you in 13 turns.
That's what it says?
Yes, I think so.
In dragon language? All right.
I had 1 semester of Dragon languages.
Okay.
Not fluent.
Can you say, I want 3 goblins for dinner in dragon language?
No, it's too complicated.
Okay. Wow, I mean, Filippo has to have everything at this point, right?
Not to mention Dragon don't have want. They just have it.
They
Or
just,
take it.
I have 3 goblins for dinner.
Yes, exactly.
They don't ask questions. They don't ask for permission.
Uh-huh.
That is an expensive card, or so I've heard.
Yes, but this one is stigmatized.
With the little stamp
Yes.
in the
Yes,
bottomless
it
corner.
is.
I think it's still fine. Like
Yeah,
it's still
of course.
old design.
No,
Like
it's good.
my thing is that we've been trying this kind of like Highlander kitchen table with old frame cards, and we included all the new reprints. But it took them so long to learn not to make them too dark or too weird. Like the colors in the first something like Mishra versus Versa decks, it's just like it was so far from the mark of what the old cards actually the colors they were. You know, I was surprised that that is a barrage of verdicts.
Yes.
Something gonna
But you
happen
know,
in
like
this
sometimes we always think about progress, but there is obviously regress as well in our, you know, in the world. And there are things that we could do and we can't do anymore. you know, like the huge construction works of like some past. It's like question whether we'll be able to do it today.
So what you're saying is we can't build pyramids again?
Like something like that. I can't imagine, for example, like could we build pyramids? Like would it be like a budget of some country for 20 years? And now could we do that? Not to mention like one of the most famous, like a Greek fire. You know that what Eastern Romans had. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I think it's like the fire that.
It was a chemical substance they kept in jars made of clay, and when it was in contact with air, it was on fire.
Okay.
So they used it in naval battles, and they were absolutely demolishing anybody.
Okay.
So they were like throwing these jars that exploded on the collision,
right. And then the
it
ships
burned
caught
ships, and it was burning on water as well.
Oof.
And we don't know how to make it.
Really?
Yes.
There's no like records.
It was like a nuclear weapon of Byzantine Empire, and it was such a well kept secret that we don't know how to make it.
Wow. I mean, I suppose it makes sense that they were afraid their enemies would get hold of it and they
Yes.
would lose the advantage. Yeah. There's a game going on here.
Is it?
Yeah. As interesting as the Byzantine Empire is, there is an exalted angel. There was an exalted angel.
Yes. It's
there,
ex-angel.
and It's an exalted ex-angel.
Expert.
But it managed to take Filippo down to 7 before he drew an answer to it. So,
I have to say, when Filippo
yeah.
resolved that draw 4, I was thinking it's like pretty much over.
It's
But I
over,
forgot that there is so much air in these decks.
Yeah.
Because including like on one side dark ritual, discard, you know, you have a lot of discard.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
so
like,
there's
that's
quite a
true,
lot of
that's true.
air,
Yeah,
and there's a lot of removal and not so many threats.
Yeah.
So we might be here for quite some time. But Filippo has Eternal Dragon, and that's the thing.
But like if Bartolomeo has one, if Filippo's plan is to block with that dragon, Bartolomeo is gonna attack for 4. Then Filippo taps out for the dragon, and if Bartolomeo has an answer, that's GG. Right?
Yes.
Unless it's Sword to Plowshares, which give Filippo one more turn. Like
yes.
Vindicate would do it, and a couple of other cards would. So like to me, it's what it looks like is like, oh, okay, is that a smaller or? Because it looked like he was a bit desperate to find a removal spell for the first angel, and now. If it took him, you know, he took a couple of hits, so I suppose he doesn't have an answer to the second one. But
You can imagine.
we'll see.
Or he just drew Vindicate and he can't cast it.
Okay, sure, because he tapped 5 in his upkeep. Yeah. Well, Vindicate would still be fine next turn. But like, I'm thinking like, does he have a Smotter? If he does, he should probably do it now. Maybe he just wants to. Okay, he just wants to cycle the dragon. Oh.
Yes, that's what I thought was going to happen.
Okay.
So he's going down to 3.
Yeah, looks like it.
Yes. Like the only good thing for Filippo, part that he's dying, like the turn after, is that his opponent has to like tap out.
Sure.
So
yeah,
single removal will do,
Yeah,
at least for a turn.
but he doesn't have it. Looks like.
You know, what I'm thinking, even if Bartolomeo has removal,
Yeah.
sorry, discard. I want to say discard, but he clearly doesn't. He can't cast it. That was the idea. But now, is he
What do you
casting?
do now? He could have a Decree of Justice.
Or
and,
he
like,
has another
hard
Eternal
cast.
Dragon. He can have another Eternal Dragon. But it looks more like the Decree.
So you're making what, 2 angels, right?
Yeah, it costs 3.
It
Yes,
costs 4
two- yes.
XX.
Two-
So
two
for 8 mana,
4/4s.
you would make.
2 4/4s.
Okay, he's gonna just first see if there's a spawn.
Obviously.
Okay.
Nothing there. Vindicate.
Vindicate.
His own angel.
Morph. Okay. Huh.
Oh.
Okay, a little bit
okay.
of correction there, but oh, come on, we all know that you're going to use those 4 mana to untap that angel, so like, no need for takebacks here, okay?
But did you know that when you play land
Yeah.
and then you change your mind,
Yeah.
you can change it?
Oh, really? Like even
You-
in competitive rules?
Yes. I'm surprised.
Okay, I didn't know that.
If nothing happened in between.
Okay. Interesting. Because
Because nothing happened in
nothing
between,
happened,
there's no reason.
information that you would
Yes.
get out of it.
I have to say I was surprised. I usually let people to do it, but now I learned that you don't even let people do it. You just do it.
You have to let people do it. Hypnotic Spectre.
Wow.
That doesn't do much there. And like you don't want to attack because that would just give Filippo 4 life. It is an angel. Okay. Like you could, yeah. Well, okay. Never mind. Nobody plays with quarter in that deck. We had an interesting situation with the Chain of Vapor and Cabal Archon during the match where you were not here, where player A has Dreadnought, player B has Cabal Archon.
What's Cabal Archon?
That's the guy who sacrifices clerics to drain the opponent for 2. And the player A played Chain of Vapor, targeting Cabal Archon. And player B said, okay, I'm going to sack it to drain you for 2. And then I'm going to sacrifice a Swamp to bounce your Dreadnought. Which doesn't work because the Archon's not there anymore and Chain of Vapor fizzles.
Wow.
So there was a judge call actually for that.
By the way...
Yeah, there's more angels now than there were just a minute ago. And there's also swords.
And I think this can be it.
Yeah. Somehow Filippo managed to stay alive. I'm wondering if he had the decree the turn before. Like if he decided to play the Exalted Angel first and then the decree.
Yeah.
It would be safer to play the decree first, just in case your opponent has a removal, right? Because then you can still jump. Okay.
But here I would attack with the other angel as well. Right? Because you just want to push. You
don't care about your cards in your hand anymore. Phyrex in Arena, that might be... I mean, okay, never mind. Like, if it's stuck, then you're still on 28, but you're taking 12 a turn, so it's not such a great prospect, but scratch that. Phyrex in Arena bites the dust. And Bartolome is down to a lonely Hypnotic Spectre again.
Now he remembers and he will return Eternal Dragon.
I mean, he very well could have remembered last turn.
Yeah, that's true. He was doing that. No, he wasn't.
What was he doing?
Last turn he was already attacking.
You're right. Okay.
Yes, but it's okay.
He plays still relatively conservatively, attacking only 1. But I mean, it makes sense. He doesn't want to discard cards. So.
Yeah, but since he's gaining that life with Exalted Angel, now his opponent could be lethal next turn, but it is not. Had he
what
attacked,
is Bartolome drawing though? Like, I don't think there is much that he can draw to kind of like get back to the game.
but when I'm saying that already this turn he could have been threatening with lethal, I think. So.
Playing it a little bit more on the safe side, I would say. But yeah, this is quite an overwhelming advantage, looks to me. So again, take 8, go to 12. That should be lethal next turn if we play the Eternal Dragon. And I mean, I guess there is nothing to be afraid of.
No,
like, there's no... If you're playing...
Bartolome can draw Wrath of God.
Yeah, are you playing Wrath of God in the deck with Hypnotic Spectre?
No, you're not. But Filippo is playing Wrath of God.
Yeah, I know, but like... I mean, if you're in Philip's position, you're not afraid to slam the dragon, right? Because there's no sweeper there.
So he's thinking about jumping, am I right? We're still in... No, this is decree. End of turn.
Oh, it's like end of turn decree, and that should do it.
That's the game.
All right, so we had the control Dead Guy Ale beating
Winning.
the aggro Dead Guy Ale.
I think
sense.
yes. I think that control is more of a favorite.
Yeah.
But of course, things can go oddly. Had he drawn differently, like that Exalted Angel could have killed him. He was on 3 life.
Yeah, he was very close to dying dead to that.
I think so. Yeah. I think he's bringing in Smother. He's bringing it Nevinar's Disc.
Okay, isn't it too slow for like Ritual Hypnotic Spectre? Or?
I think it's fine. I think it's fine. Like I think that's what you want, and that gives you time to get value from your like Eternal Dragon.
Okay.
So
is he bringing in Seal of Cleansings for Phyrex in arenas?
He has 1 Disenchant main deck. So he has 4.
He has Vindicates.
He has 4 Vindicates.
So maybe not.
Maybe not, but what are you
your
cutting?
control deck? So like the resolved arena will kill you. Like it's maybe the biggest threat from the aggro version, right? Like because
I mean it's obviously bad. I think kill you that's maybe too strong because as I said before, there's a lot of blank and probably like 2 turns of arena is not the end of the world for the control deck. Not to mention, if you get the Neverland this, you can do like 2 for 1, so you get some card back, and you have that Eternal Dragon that works in your favor as well.
Would you remove some duress just because it's a blank in the late game?
Yes, I don't like.
It's a good card in the first 4 turns of the game.
I think duress you pretty much only want to discard either Dark Ritual if you're on the play, but he won't be, or Arena, which he can put. I
mean, sometimes you discard their swords to kill them with an angel, but you have a lot of answers.
But I think for the aggro, what we're looking at right now, I would keep duress.
Sure.
Because you need to, you discard like Wrath of God or something. But if I'm on the control side, I would probably remove it.
Okay, that makes sense. Like, I agree that if you're the aggro guy, you know that you have worse late game. So what you're looking at is sticking a threat, making sure that the opponent doesn't have removal, and just like riding that threat to victory. Yes. It can be an Antagoshade, it can be an Exalted Angel. So the duress makes a lot of sense. Maybe we can take the Dark Ritual out here. Because
but I think you like then you don't play Dark Ritual. Like I get your point, but I think like a hippie turn 1.
Yeah.
Okay, let's hope he doesn't have swords, but that can really be. Smother. Yeah, but Smother doesn't work.
Yeah, he's on place.
Yes.
Wait, what do you want to sideboard in?
But I mean, in the first place, I wouldn't play Dark Ritual. I don't like the card.
We're in the situation where we're playing Dark Ritual. Yes. You can't do that. Like there's Dark Ritual.
Yes, but if he plays it, I think you probably just keep it. Maybe you can trim it a little bit. You can keep like 2 maybe, but I don't know.
What do you board it?
Not sure. I think
maybe with the Reg for.
I like Reg.
Yeah.
I like Reg because it's another threat, even if it's just 2/2.
Yeah.
That can do it. I think I like Edict.
Okay, sure.
And
better than Swords of Plowshares. It doesn't give. But like my problem with Edict is the opponent cycles Decree in response, and then suddenly your Edict looks pretty bad.
It's possible that he can bring like Engineered Plague for the tokens.
I really don't like it.
Yeah, I don't like it either.
Don't like it at all. Like you're losing a card. The opponent knows about it, so he's just gonna like either. Yeah, I'm not a big fan. But like honestly, I think it all boils down to like how many cards do you need to take out. So maybe you just need to board in more, and at that point, Engineered Plague. But I mean, not a big fan.
Yes, I think what's one of our viewers, Tony Silva, is saying that there's a problem mana base. These decks do struggle with mana base because if you play opposition like enemy colors in Premodern, you don't have fetch lands.
Yep.
And that makes your mana much worse. Yeah. Especially if you need like double white or double black, which this deck needs double white. The other one needs double black as well for an Antagoshade.
Oh yes. And
it can take 4 turns before you draw that second land. So that can be a big issue.
Are you a fan of Tainted Field? The land, taps for black.
Only if you have swamp.
If you have, it taps for white. If you have swamp.
It taps for colorless, and it taps for white or a black if you have swamp.
If you have swamp, okay,
yes.
Makes sense.
No, not a big fan.
City of Brass maybe as a one-off.
I think some people do play it actually, but if you especially if you play like a control-ish mid-range deck, City of Brass is very. It hurts too much. It takes so many points of damage over the course of the game. Now you're trying to play Arena, you're trying to play Skeletal Scrying. Not ideal.
Filippo doesn't play Arena, right? Does he?
It seems like that.
I don't think he has it. And like his mana base is Caves of Coalesce, Basic, Dust Bowls, and Barrenmoor, if I see correctly. So that's
I think
pretty...
Filippo's Arena is Skeletal Scrying and Eternal Dragon.
Yeah, right. I agree. All right, so
when we say problem, mana-based problem, it means that you don't get like your colors. That's the problem. It's not the price. If you see Filippo's mana base, it's cheap.
Yeah.
Right, there's nothing expensive.
Yeah.
So that the problem is that you don't get like double white or double black when you need it. And we've been there. You have 4 basics from one and none from the other, or just one and you need the second one. So. That can be problematic.
All right, so we'll see what happens. I mean, Bartolomé should make sure not to overextend into something like Wrath of God. Try to clear the way for his threads.
But what I would like from Bartolomé, like turn 1 Dark Ritual Arena, and then just keep like discarding answers
Yeah, sure.
for that arena and just write to victory.
That
from
could
there.
work. That could work.
I think definitely one of the crucial cards is Gerard's Verdict.
Yeah. So
Like the more you draw, the better.
Oh yes, yeah. Gerard's Verdict is awesome. So Bartolomé goes down to 6, and he starts with Swamp and Go.
Yes.
So no
As
duress.
Filippo, I'm very happy about that.
Yeah, like Filippo just breathed a sigh of relief. I think, like the most dangerous scenarios from Bartolomé's deck are not happening this game, and then we'll see what does happen. Caves of Coilos, okay, and pass.
So Nantuko.
Looks like it. Is it gonna get sorted to Plowshared? Okay, so we have a threat. That's like the boxes that you need to tick off. Like, what do you need to do to win? Threat. Okay, tick.
Yes.
Box
I
number
think
2.
Nantuko Shade is cool. The problem is like early, it just attacks for 2. Because like putting any mana into it, it can like backfire dramatically. Like if you don't play anything turn 3, it just feels horrible. So
We'll see. So it looks like Bartolomé is pumping once. Filippo will cycle a land in response to try to find some
And
source
source
to
to
Plowshares. Or
Plowshares.
maybe he already had them. Who knows?
yes.
Either way, Nantuko is going to hit the bin, but Bartolomé decided not to pump twice, which signals to me that he has something else.
Yes.
Maybe like a land, another Nantuko, and at the point really like asking Filippo the question.
Gerard's Verdict. Yeah.
Okay, well, it's something.
No, I think that's good.
But like it's not a threat.
Yeah, it's not a threat. It's true, but we said before, like Gerard's Verdict is like if he discards now, like in previous game he discarded Vindicate and Wrath of God.
Yeah, that was good. So this time
Now-
it's
now
Swamp.
That's
Gain 6.
very relevant. Like you like Filippo wants to be playing his lands at least until like turn 6 or
But
7.
it means he has lands, right? Like he wouldn't discard it.
Yes.
Like he has planes. Maybe he doesn't have planes because played those swords, but it's gonna be something. Another Cave of Coilos. All right. Do you vindicate the planes?
No.
No. That's what I thought.
So like white, is there any threat apart from Gerard's Verdict?
I mean, there's Exalted Angel that goes double wide, but
Yeah,
like
so
you'd
you have
rather
time for
vindicate the angel there rather than the.
Oh,
Yeah,
Spectre.
okay, Hypnotic
Or
Spectre.
you much rather
Yeah.
indicate that.
I kind of like the fact that Filippo really has to answer every threat from Bartolomé, right? Like if you let Nantuko Shade run around for a bit, it's gonna deal decent amount of damage. If you let Hypnotic Spectre run around for a bit, you're like falling into a hole, not having a lot of cards. So yeah, I like that. I like that, but he has all the answers so far.
And next turn, if he has 5 mana, he can bring back Eternal Dragon. Especially if like Bartolomé passes the turn without doing anything. What's this card?
Is it? I have no idea what that card is. It is a land. It is a land with new design. Is it Rishanport?
Could be. Actually, it could be.
Yeah. Like tap for 1. I have no clue what that card is. Those new designs. Ritual. Ooh, okay, wow.
6 mana.
Okay, so it is probably a land that taps for white, because otherwise...
Swords. No, he's cycle.
Okay. Maybe it's the Tainted Field we talked about, no? It is the Tainted
It
Field,
is
yeah.
Tainted
So,
Field. So
it
Bartolomé is
just
a fan.
tapped for white. But like, I'm not sure. Okay, it will stick at least for now. You're really kind of like taxing Filippo's removal jars,
Very
right?
cool.
Okay.
So there's Decree.
Cycle for 2. That is
Something.
I mean, not really.
No, it's nothing. Yeah.
Yeah, stick a threat and just keep attacking.
I have to say I would probably keep like white open.
I don't think he kept anything open.
Yes, I would just keep white open
Oh,
if you
just
draw swords
for
to
the
Plowshares.
swords? Because
you
like
probably
1 or 2.
you're probably discarding your hand anyway. So that could work.
Okay.
I think having 1 or 2 tokens doesn't make any difference.
You're not racing the Exalted Angel. It's gonna be like if a threat sticks or if it doesn't in the end.
But he kept card in hand, Filippo.
Yeah,
So
right. He discarded another decree and land. Okay, yeah. The ball is now very much on your side of the court, says Filippo. Because, like, I can imagine for Filippo with the Eternal Dragon in the graveyard, this waiting game, he is very much okay with that. So, but
and
now
now
he's gonna give it a read.
we're already there when he's going to bring it back. Maybe next turn. So what is this? Arena. No.
Vindicate the Angel, alright. And we keep the pressure going.
Yes. So he goes to 10.
Yeah.
But I think he's still...
I mean, Filippo doesn't have land number 7 right now, right? So he can only bring back the dragon and
But
like
he-
hope to draw
yes.
another land next turn. And
Well, he can bring it back,
yeah.
draw a land, oh no, he
No,
can't
that's like he
cycle.
would be
Yeah.
1 turn short,
Yes.
right?
I'd say I would probably keep just the planes open.
So attack Bartolomei down. That is an important card. And now Bartolomei knows. I guess it makes sense to play it because you don't get hit by Gerard's verdict at least. But now Bartolomei will have to find an answer to that Eternal Dragon.
That's a big difference being 5-5 and 4-5, isn't it?
There's there's exactly 1 point of power. The dragons just punch harder than angels, you know. Like
Yes, but if one was 5-5 and the other was 5-4,
then they would be punching exactly the same. Yeah.
not
Nantuko Shade is not a bad card now. But it gets chumped by the tokens, but it can beat the dragon and...
So he doesn't have 7 mana.
Huh?
So he does have 7 mana.
Yeah,
now.
he does. He played the land last turn, actually. So like Bartolomei already knew that there's the land there. And the Shade can be a 5-4 right now. 6-5, still not quite enough. One card in Bartolomei's hand. I'm not sure if I like attacking here because if you attack, trade it for the dragon, he's gonna bring it back. Okay, Filippo plays it conservatively. Just chumps. Okay, sure, why not?
Yes, the problem is when you do that, then you swing next turn with Exalted Angel and putting him down to 2.
Right, but then like you can bring back
Yeah, you bring the dragon and...
the dragon, and you have still time to play, no? Because if he traded with the Eternal Dragon, this is the turn where he would be bringing it back.
Yes, and not
Then
playing
he takes
it.
4.
Yeah, so he goes to 2, and then
he
any
plays it.
answer kills,
Yes,
any removal
right,
kills
yeah,
him. Well, now he has like sort of like maybe breathing room. Or
Yeah,
something like
sure.
that.
Yeah, it would be risky. That's for sure. Yeah. The trouble is that like if Bartolomei draws in the swamp, then he can't trade it for the Eternal Dragon anymore. Like any black source now means that he could still trade it for the token and the dragon, but okay, like you're gonna run out of blockers this way, right? Like next turn, okay, there's the black. I would actually prefer to play that black source before combat, because like if Filippo decided to block or double block, you would kill one more creature. And you see, like now, Nantuko Shade will eat the dragon next turn.
Yes, I think that's what's very cool about Nantuko Shade, that early it's like okay-ish threat, but late game it can be just like like absolutely like a powerhouse.
Didn't you just say that like Nantuko Shade is really bad in the early game and that's why you shouldn't play it?
Yeah, I said okay. It's not very good. It's not very good
Okay.
threat early, right?
Yeah.
That's what I was saying. But saving grace is that this like late game it can be 6-7-6, 6-5, 7-5.
Yeah, it can. And now, again, it's like one of those threats that Filippo has to answer. If he doesn't, that's it. So, what is it? Gerard's verdict?
Looks like it.
Yeah. What does that do?
Oh, he targets himself.
Oh, nice. But he discarded the Enlightened Tutor,
I don't understand.
so he doesn't have an answer. Like, what can he tutor now? Oof. Vindicate the Dragon and swing for the win. Wow. Okay.
I mean, what I'm happy about is that we'll get game 3.
Yeah.
And so
right.
it's everything is on the line.
Yeah.
You win and you make top 8.
Yeah.
You lose.
Probably make top 24.
You get some sleeves.
And there's some cards, I think, still like Wasteland or something for top 24. I think like the prices are pretty decent.
So in that case, Filippo should lose so he can get his Wastelands. So he can play the aggro version. No, of course not.
I think the I kind of like the control version more, but I think this was really very much, you see, like Bartholomew has a game plan and Filippo only has so many answers. And
I mean, somebody's asking about the record. Like both players are X1.
I believe they are. Are they? Can we get that confirmed?
Can we get it confirmed that
So I think both players are X1,
6-1, right?
6-1. Is
Both,
that true?
both of these players.
Oh, okay, well, we're gonna. I would suppose that they are, but we're gonna confirm that just in a minute. Okay, so actually both players are 5-2,
Okay.
which means that this is not in fact a top 8 match. Okay,
Yes, because a lot of
so-
people drew,
Uh-huh.
and Adam can tell us how these draws work.
Oh, draws are fine.
Draws are fine, okay.
Yeah, perfect.
So when you have 18.1 of 7 people who have 18 points and you draw,
It can be a bit iffy with the draws, but no, but like I think that the math at the top table is going to be like there's going to be a lot of people sweating it out for like, can I draw, can I not draw, and then with the a lot of people from the X11 group have already played against each other, so like it might not be paired like from the top to the bottom, in terms of tiebreakers. And so we'll see. Who do you like more, game 3?
I mean, I would play the control version. I like Eternal Dragon. I think it's a super cool card.
Yeah.
But let the better one wins.
Yeah, definitely. I thought, if you asked me before this game, I would say that the control the control deck has a pretty significant advantage. Now I'm not so sure anymore. Like after seeing how the game 2 plays, it really looked like Filippo has to answer every single threat from Bartholomew. We saw Hypnotic Spectre, Exalted Angel, Manticore Shade. If either one of those stick, then the game goes downhill very fast.
Yes.
And you can also include Phyrex in Arena in that.
Yes, I think Phyrex in the Arena is the big saving grace of Filippo's is for Vindicate. So you can answer anything, Arena or that.
Yeah.
But definitely it is if you want to beat control deck, you want to diversify your threats. So he needs different cards to answer them.
Yeah, right.
Like say in format like Legacy of Force of Will, which in theory can answer anything, which gives control like big edge, or that's very good for them. But in Premodern you need like Disenchant, specifically Disenchant for something.
Imagine Disenchant in Filippo's hand last game.
Yeah.
It would just be a dead card the whole game, right? And you need those cards, but then
threats are better than answers.
They are. They absolutely are.
I still like to answer them.
You're still more like the answer guy rather than the threats guy.
I want to destroy everything.
You said that you mentioned you played Burn deck once. Is this the time to share the story?
No, it was like we were going to one town, like I don't know, 60 kilometers from Prague. And when we got there, I realized I forgot my deck.
Oh, so that's how Tomáš Vlček ends up playing Burn.
So I borrowed a Commander mono-red.
Okay.
In people's binders I got bolts and surgical extractions.
Okay.
And I played deck that was really like more of a one-off. We can actually even find it somewhere.
Yeah.
And somehow I put a lot of Grave Hate into my deck because there was like no reasonable sideboard. And I won like first 2 rounds, and then I played against Reanimator and I won. And then I played against Reanimator when my opponent got Grizzlebrand into play but was afraid to attack. because he thought I would kill him on a backswing.
Oh.
For some reason, I just had that aura that day, and I made top 4. It was only top 4. It was a small tournament, and top 8, and I beat another reanimator. I think I put 2 or 3 reanimators in that with the burn, which is like
but
impossible.
It was Highlander burn with like those.
I played Caught the Hammer and cards like that. And
which format we're talking about?
It was Legacy. It was Legacy.
You gotta be kidding me.
And a friend of mine later found this. He was in the tournament, and later he found the deck online, and he was like, "I was just trying to see what's this try-hard guy trying to do," and then he realized it was me in that event because he just couldn't figure out the deck.
Yeah. Okay, so here you have it, Tomáš Vlček, the master of Highlanders in any format, basically. But okay, so we have this kind of usual back and forth with Duress taking Vindicate, Gerard's already taking Vindicate.
Yes, but for sure, we like it for Filippo, right? He gets 3 life, he gets 2 for 1, and there's no threat on board, which is what he wants.
Bartolomé played second Caves of Koilos instead of Plains. So I'm wondering if that means like he's ready to slam an arena, or
like he has to cast something now, right? He has to.
Right?
Oh, this is Nantukushit?
It looks like something double black to me, if you ask me. The way he's tapping his lands.
Arena.
That's gonna hurt. But I mean, sure, it's still a great card. Yeah, there we go. Is that? That is an arena.
First in arena.
Okay. So now disenchant time, or just smack them with an angel. Duress, revealing Duress, and what is that other?
Is it like Vendetta or?
Could be some. It's either way. It's something that's gonna end up discarded.
Wow, he does have an answer.
He has the Vindicate. Okay. Yeah, that's what you talked about. Like Vindicate is just the catch-all card, and now Bartolomé is down to 3 lands, Duress, and an unknown card. You can still take the Decree. Or play a Hypnotic Spectre. Okay, yeah, that doesn't. Right now, there is no answer to that. Like Filippo can play an Angel, but there's no second white. Yeah, I mean.
And now he can take both of these cards.
Yeah. Like he should Duress first.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah.
Don't give him advice. Don't remind him, Filippo. What are you doing?
Oh,
okay. Doesn't matter.
Okay, sure. Yeah.
But that's huge.
Yeah.
Like discarding these 2 cards.
But like 1 Plains later, and Filippo is in the driver's seat, I believe.
Yes. Like 1 Caves of Koilos later.
Okay. You're an oracle. How did you do that?
I saw it.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Oof, okay.
But he was still getting 4 life.
You'll get 4 life. Right?
Because this, if you don't know it, like morphs, they don't go on the stack. They just happen. So it's maybe a bit unusual ruling.
Can you? Oh, you can't respond to the mana from Caves of Koilos either. It's not like it's a mana ability. Yeah, right. You can respond to the damage from Caves of Koilos being taken, but that means that Filippo would have still already the white mana there. Okay, never mind.
Arena.
Bartolomé is all gas all the time, and he's on 12. He's taking a lot of damage there.
But I think that's how it often goes. Yeah. This matchup that like both have nothing, and then. But I think what was huge was that Hippie and the rest and taking those cards.
I mean, the Swords of Plowshares, right, as well. Like otherwise, Filippo could just race, not care about the discard. He's like way ahead on life total, and he's pushing Bartolomé to have something. But now we're actually in a world where Filippo can't even bring the dragon back because he's gonna end up discarding it or like something.
Yes. Well, he could have tried it, and it's difficult.
I mean, he could have tried it, and then like if he draws a good card, it's 50-50 whether he discards the dragon or maybe what not, right? Like if he's not returning the dragon. So.
Wow.
Wouldn't it make sense to bring the dragon back? Because like you keep the card that you draw, and then it's like 50-50 you discard. I understand that here you don't discard anything, but okay, smaller. The Hypnotic Spectre is out of the way. It already did its damage, but now Filippo can finally bring the dragon back.
I would prefer to start with answering Arena.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he has Death Grasp?
It looks like he has either Exalted Angel or
Exalted Angel. Yeah.
But that means Filippo just brings back the dragon. I mean, if he brought it back last turn, that would have been so much better. Right? I mean, he didn't know what he would draw, but like he would have enough mana for the Smarter and bringing it back.
But then he could also draw Vindicate, and then he wouldn't be able to kill the hippies.
But it's still like 50-50. If you discard the Vindicate, you still have the dragon, right? Like you can still draw a land and block with it. So either way, life totals are swinging up and down wildly. We have Phyrexian Arena, Lifelink guy. An answer to the Lifelink guy. You're not.
Well, he didn't. I'd probably kill the Arena.
Would you? But then, so you're taking one more hit from the dragon, and then from the Edgel, and then you play blocker. That makes more. Yeah, maybe that's.
It's obviously. I'm not saying I'm right, but I just like what when like it will take at least like 4 turns before he draws answer for it, and he just keeps on drawing threats.
Yeah.
So I think Bartholomew is in a driver's seat, and he will eat probably Swords to Plowshares now, and that will be the game. I think.
Drawing 2 cards a turn is good.
For how many turns? Like this is
enough turns.
3rd or 4th extra card.
Maybe even more than that.
Maybe even more than that. Yes.
So like.
And he probably has like Edict, Swords to Plowshares.
That looks like swords.
Like,
wow, and then you gain 4 from the Angel. You have enough life to spend on the Arena.
Oh.
Okay. Scratch that. You are going to have to start building your threads.
Like what probably Filippo wants is something like Decree.
Yeah, sure. Like to punish Bartholomew for paying
5,
all that life.
6 Angel.
Yeah, that's just infinite angels. There's no Eternal Dragon in the graveyard anymore, so nothing to bring back. And Filippo is still very much with his back against the wall. Bartholomew is drawing cards like there's no tomorrow. Okay.
Incredible.
Wow.
Incredible game of top decks.
Fireworks. Still, the problem is Bartholomew is drawing twice as many cards. Like Filippo can draw the good cards, but like.
Yes. We will, of course, after this round, we'll have a short break, and we will start with quarterfinals, semifinals, finals. We will going to play all those games, all those rounds today.
Yeah, right. That's another Arena. Now the decree of justice starts looking interesting on Filippo's side.
On 15 life.
I mean, you're making what 5 tokens?
Okay.
Like you like Bartholomew whiffs 1. Okay. That is
okay. So you have Arena. I have Arena.
Let me do that, like those like 7 turns of your Arena in just one fell swoop. I'm gonna go to 10, but that's fine. You know, I have a full new grip, and I'm gonna duress you. And incredible. I don't even know if there's anything. Oh, there is.
Vindicate, Dark Jewel. See a lot of blind.
Yeah, right.
So there are 3 cards that are like useless, pretty much.
Yeah,
so I think, incredible, like beautiful.
Okay. And draw 3.
I see Gerard's Verdict.
That's good. But the rituals will come handy once Bartholomew draws the death
basically,
grasp.
both players are drawing cards and discarding cards.
But you know what? Yeah, right. It's like it's pretty difficult to stick a thread at this point. But like, I realized like having 1 death grasp in your deck gives you. Like you're gonna draw the rituals. They're gonna be dead until the point where you draw Gerard's Death Grasp. So this is like your late game Death Grasp are gonna be huge. So actually, I don't dislike it. I think that's pretty cool.
Maybe Death Grasp for this kind of situation. Like anytime he draws this grab, he has just won the game.
He wins, right? Like he goes like, why would you play the Wretch before the Verdict? Oh, well, I mean, it doesn't really matter, I guess. Like, you show your opponent a little bit, but okay. Filippo discards Plains, Gerard's Verdict. That signals to me that, like, his hand is also gas. Discarding that Verdict and keeping 5 other cards, like, he definitely hit.
Maybe it's also that Filippo sees... He doesn't know about Death Grasp. for one. Second, his opponent has Dark Ritual, which unless he has like Nantukushe, it doesn't really do anything.
Oh, okay.
So
okay,
he thinks like, why would I
sure,
play
yeah.
Gerard's Verdict when he
yeah,
just discards two useless cards?
Cycle draw. I gotta say, I love how the game evolved. Like it's nobody has anything, and then everybody has everything.
Yes.
We have an Exalted Angel against a hand of Ritual, a Ritual unknown card, and that Exalted Angel.
Like
so
exile
this is like
five or
exile
6
cards.
cards.
Okay, I think
Yes.
so. I think so.
Sure, it doesn't do anything.
Probably not. I mean,
Oh
like
yeah,
it
it does a
prevents the
lot.
skeletal
Actually,
scrying
it does
from,
a lot. Yeah.
Like it prevents him from having another big skeletal scrying,
Yes.
right? Yeah.
Beautiful.
Okay.
And by the way, the Death Grasp, it's actually an image from Phyrexian Arena.
Oh, is
When
it?
in
So
the
it's like
story,
Urza
in the story,
Gerard?
Yavmot forces Urza and Gerard to fight, and Urza kills Gerard like 5 times, and he always brings him to life. And only when
Yavmot brings Gerard back
to life, and then Gerard kills Urza, which is Phyrexian Arena image, and then that stays.
Okay, so he doesn't kill the real Urza.
No,
No, he does. He does.
he does.
Oof. Okay.
Because like that was the apocalypse, like everybody has to
Yeah.
die, something like Rogue One.
Okay.
Everybody has to die, so it doesn't meddle with our story.
Oh right. All right. Huh. Okay, I didn't know that. And then Gerard dies as well, I suppose. Everybody dies.
Yes,
Uh-huh.
yes, that's
Anybody
on
lives?
Vindicate.
Uh-huh.
Don't mourn for me.
So they
It's
all
my test.
die in the arena.
Yes, in Apocalypse in the edition.
And nobody lives to tell the tale. Not even Squee.
No, I don't remember. I
Okay, all the cards
Squee lives.
go away. Squee lives. We
That's
have
what-
we have
we-
Jirka
we-
here who signals,
Yes.
guys, Squee lives. He makes it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Bartolomé is pushing more and more forward with another threat.
Swords to
Plowshares,
Plowshares.
your Spectre. Okay.
Okay, like now, Reg is not that much of a threat. It stops. It stops like a skeletal scrying. And Filippo has 2. Definitely skeletal scrying could be huge. What is this? Like he's tapping so.
Yeah, like you're drawing.
4 Fangel. Come
Yes, there we go. And another source of
4 Swords of Plowshare.
This is just a game of like asking questions and then like receiving answers. Do you have it? Yeah, yes you do. Okay. How about this? Do you have it? Oh, you do. Okay, never mind.
Oh, we have from Stefan. He read the books. So Urza dies, but his head survives, and that's how we go to Urza's Planeswalker.
Okay. So Duress. So that's also like that's the one where you ask questions online in the like the form, and they will tell you what the ability of Urza is. That's the Planeswalker from like on one of the unsets.
No, but Urza is actually. I don't know how the Urza Planeswalker looks like, but there is actually a creature that's Urza Lord Artificer.
Yes.
Which came in a newer edition, but I'm not 100% sure about Urza Planeswalker.
Okay, let's see what happens here. There is an Nantukushe which can be
very strong. It's
just-
basically lethal.
Yeah. Is Bartolomé really a 16 life after drawing all those cards with Phyrexian Arena?
And there are, by the way, I just want to remind you, there are still 2 Phyrexian Arenas.
Yeah, right. Like Bartolomé has been drawing 3 cards per turn for like.
Now is Wrath of God for sure.
Okay.
Yes, it was clear from his attack.
Yeah, sure. Like you don't really attack with the.
Yes.
Bartolomé still has a chance to exile something,
Yes.
but he's not exiling that dragon.
I like how we put the
importantly.
dragon on top while it should be on the bottom.
I mean.
Yeah, I don't think it's intentional.
Yeah,
but,
I don't think it's intentional. I don't
But
think
a
it's
very expensive card called Phyrexian Furnace is in this format.
also like Shallow Grave and stuff, but like it wouldn't matter with the Wrath. Yeah, but yeah. You are right. It's slightly more protected against Phyrexian Furnace than it should be.
Yes.
Okay, so let's see another threat.
Hippie.
Yeah, he's also on 9 life right
I mean,
now. So
like Bartolomé is like lands. That's a mess.
Filippo didn't again bring back the dragon, and here I just really don't like it because like you have all the lands.
Yes.
And like if you draw a blank, you just hold it and you're 50-50 on keeping the dragon for the next turn, right? And like if you draw anything else, you can just play it, right?
What has just happened?
Upkeep, return dragon, pass.
Okay.
And if you're asking what's happening on the other side, Bartholomew is drawing cards. That's what's been happening for the past 20 minutes, basically.
Like 75 lands.
Gerard's verdict.
Yeah,
Okay, that hits the.
What?
But like crucially, it doesn't give him any life.
What is
so
the
like,
other card? What's the bottom card?
We will get to. Oh,
disenchant. Why
because he's planning to kill Bartholomew that way.
Yeah, but
Bartholomew is on 5.
now I see.
Now, I think that's a legitimate win condition here.
Yes, I don't think it will work.
I'm not saying it will work, but it's like it's legitimate.
But true is that all the Exalted Angels are gone. There
Yeah.
are loads of Gerard's verdict gone.
Right.
He doesn't know about the Death Grasp.
Sure, he could sword his own. Oh,
Well,
he's
and that's
targeting
it.
himself, and
That's
should be
it.
it, right? Like he goes to 11. Nice play there, and Filippo on 6.
I think that's it.
Okay, yeah, that should be it. So he goes to 9. Yeah, right. Can we have a Death Grasp just for the audience? You know, like Death Grasp for like what 17?
Yes, please do it. Do it.
Yeah, if you have it, please do it. No, Hypnotic Spectre.
That's not Death Grasp.
Ritual Hypnotic Spectre. You gotta be kidding me. Okay. Oh, he would discard?
Yeah, he
at the
didn't
end?
want to discard.
Okay. Oh, he's engineered plague.
Yeah,
wow,
he
for the
actually
Decree of
did bring
Justice.
it. Okay.
And that's
Well, I think that was very, very interesting.
okay, yeah, that was fun to watch actually.
Yes, it was.
Yeah.
And it shows you that these decks have a lot of interesting play.
Yeah.
And I think that was, I think it was very
Yeah.
cool.
So this was a battle for top 16, I believe, and because the situation is pretty complicated up there, I think some tables drew, some tables had to duke it out. We're gonna take a break and then come back with the standings after the Swiss, and then we're all good to go for quarterfinals, I believe. So
Yes, I think like the question is here from Gin and Tonic, how long will be the break? But I think we're almost at the end of the round, right?
yeah,
It's like 10 minutes?
10 minutes until the end of the round. So
10 minutes until the end of the round.
ish.
Yes, I think it will be maximum 20 minutes, but I think it will be more like 15 minutes.
I mean, there's always some players playing until like the
Yes.
the
What?
everybody's finished.
Everybody's finished. So
Okay, that was
yeah,
quick.
I think 10-15 minutes and we're back. So we wrap it here
Yeah.
and see you in a bit.
See you with the quarterfinals when we know our top 8. vidíme standingy. No. We are live.
Oh, hello!
We're live here. We are here with the quarterfinals of Czech Premodern Championship 2025, and we are some 2-3 turns into game 1 between Martin Grossman on stasis and Tobias Dombek with Parallax Replenish. So 2 combo decks, each with a very different approach.
Oh, I wouldn't call stasis a combo deck. Like,
No?
it is the namesake of a prison, right?
Prison, okay,
What
sure.
do you call it? What do you
Sure,
call it?
sure. Like if you break it down between aggro control combo, then I would say it's combo. But like you're right, if you have an extra category for prison, this is like textbook prison deck. Yeah,
Exactly, from the
Yeah.
back all days, definitely. But
yeah. So
That
yeah,
w-
this might take some time, right? Like we might be here for a while.
yeah, at least we're gonna enjoy some magic. Maybe it will be static, but it will still be magic, right?
Yeah.
At least there will be some black-ice action, obviously.
That's a very good card to start with, because Tobias, I think one of the things that he's trying to do is like build his hand, and this will make sure that he has a
He's
hard time
gonna
doing that.
need to sculpt a hand pretty much
Yeah.
where he could overload Martin in a single turn, right?
Right, like his best card would be Seal of Cleansing, right? But like it's not easy to make sure it resolves. So I guess that this is one of the things that this is about. Yeah, well, this is actually I'm really it's really difficult for me to pick who's favorite here.
Well, honestly, let's see how the games play out.
Yeah.
I have no clue at this
Yeah.
point either. But interestingly, we can see from Tobias' side that he plays Impulse. That's-
He does, yeah. He
the-
plays Impulse's main deck. He plays Abeyance main deck, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, he has a pretty okay. There's a
Arcane Denial.
Arcane Denial on Seal of Cleansing. Wow, that's gonna hurt. Both of these are very good players, by the way. Tobias top-8'd the Vienna Geddon, the main event,
Nice.
and Martin has been playing Premodern for a long time as well. And I think they both really know what they're doing. And I gotta say, I like Tobias's build of the Replenish deck. It's like no frantic search. If I last time I talked to him, I mean I don't know if he didn't make some last-minute changes, but he said no frantic search, no attunement, if I remember correctly. But we have impulses and we have abeyances.
Well, that might be a huge deal breaker in the matchup because you typically don't expect such an effect as Abeyance game 1, right?
Yeah. Is it? I mean, I saw it being very good against Stifle Knot, just in the penultimate round, where it really made sure that like the spells that you need resolve. Here, it costs 2 mana, so.
What? But still, all you need to do is just wait and make a land drops, right? Until you get enough to just go.
I guess. My problem here is that Martin has a lot of counter magic. So like Tobias has Seal of Cleansing and replenishes. Is that enough? Like,
Well, I mean, the thing is that once Martin gets his stasis going, let's say with Forsaken City around, all Tobias needs to do is to resolve a single Parallax Tide to remove stasis.
okay, but that's a 4 mana card. How do you
True.
resolve a 4 mana card against stasis?
I mean,
I
I'm not
guess-
saying it's going to be easy, but
Oh.
I believe Tobias's plan should be to keep hitting land drops until such time he pretty much baits Martin into
Yeah.
falling into stasis.
Yeah, that's gonna be a battle of nerves where like you blink and
Yeah.
something goes against you. But the thing is, like, you talked about a waiting game, right? There's a black wise there. That's like, to me that means that as soon as Tobias stops hitting land drops, he's in a lot of trouble, right? Like he cannot afford to just like aim for the late game. He's gonna start to have to do something soon.
That's where Frantic Search might have helped, actually. But
Yeah,
no,
yeah, sure.
I actually like the impulse line. I mean, just having
Because
them around.
Replenish is so important, right? And like Impulse digs 2 cards deeper than Frantic Search and 1 card deeper than Attunement, right? Like Attunement, draw 3, discard 4.
Yes. And it also costs just 2 mana, right?
Yeah,
That's not negligible in this matchup,
Yeah.
considering that, I mean, as we said before, I mean, Replenish is just 4 CMC tribal deck. So.
And we've seen a 3 CMC tribal deck last time we were on the feature match together with the clerics.
So we are ramping.
This is 4. Is there a 5 converted mana cost deck
I guess
in the format?
that's gonna be the whale tribal that you mentioned.
Sure. Stifle. What is?
Where are we stifling?
Oh, we're stifling the draw from Arcane Denial, I believe.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. And I mean, this exposes Tobias to a stasis pretty hard. But I mean, like, he doesn't play much counter magic anyway, right? Like, some of those decks play mana leak. I would assume that Martin knows that Tobias isn't on no mana leaks, maybe?
I guess. I mean, the thing with Stifle is that it can actually host a Forsaken City trigger as well.
So
it
but
might come
only
to
for
that
one
as well.
turn.
Of course, but
Yeah, right.
I mean, consider a situation where Martin has stasis on board with the only source available to him being Forsaken City to untap for an extra card, right?
That's pretty
So
cool.
it might come to that. I like the art on the Stifle.
It's Tobias bought it in Vienna actually. He bought a whole playset, which is like altered in this. Is it like superheroes theme? I think. I saw the playset and I thought it looked gorgeous. Yeah.
Honestly, it looks like
What is it?
Yeah, I don't know. It's a guy with his hands backwards somehow.
Uh-huh.
But the thing is that this is a pose that my son makes when he just pretends to be an aeroplane, you know.
I mean, superheroes, airplanes, you know. There's good. So we're looking for something with intuition. It's a good way how to fill your graveyard, that's for sure. Those 2 mana open from Martin signalizes pretty hard some sort of counter magic to me.
I mean, it wouldn't really strike me if Tobias went for just triple Ancient Tomb here, because he needs to ramp.
Okay,
right?
Against those Black Wises, your life is a resource that you can't.
True, but we can see how many cards he holds, and
the Stifle was good to also get rid of one of the cards in his hand.
I mean, the thing is that so he goes for Impulse. So, well, that's pretty expensive Impulse here.
I mean, yes, but like, what else do you go for, right? Like basic land?
Well,
that just sucks.
The thing is
I
that
like,
he's obviously looking for something specific.
Yeah.
We can't really see what that is.
I would say either he's looking for like a critical mass of good cards that like one of them will finally stick. Like there's only so many counter spells that Martin can be holding, right? So like if you throw enough replenishes and seal of cleansings and stuff at him, maybe at one point he will be like, well, I run out of counter spells. You got it. Apart from that, you're probably looking for lands, like you mentioned, Ancient Tomb. Sure, why not? What else?
I mean,
Abbey?
the key card is probably going to be either Parallax Tide or Seal of Cleansing, right?
Yeah, right.
All together with Replenish, of course, to just buy back those.
Okay, so still in Martin Endstep, boomerang your land.
So he's going hard with those Black Wises.
Those Black Wises are gonna hurt.
Oh,
Yeah.
I love it.
This is where you don't intuition for accumulated knowledge, because like that would just kill you.
So what do you draw from that, considering Martin's position that he used Boomerang sort of aggressively? Is he holding Thwart and Foil?
I would say
Right?
he plays Thwarts, yeah. So the way it looks to me is like he might. Tobias is just past this.
And he took 4 damage on the upkeep.
Oh my.
So all he did was just to replay the land.
Like the fact that he's not trying to take advantage of the fact that Martin is tapped out when he's likely not going to be tapped out next turn, that just means his hand is not good at all.
Exactly, because
Intuition number 2.
you might expect just to run into that Thwart just to nerf all potential counter spells and
also,
arcane denials.
yeah,
right?
also by playing cards when he was tapped out, it means like you're getting rid of cards from your hand, right?
Exactly.
But
I mean,
that boomerang was really nice. I liked it a lot.
So let's see what the second intuition brings in.
Can you intuition for nothing just to get rid of?
You can actually.
Take 2 damage less from the.
Can you though? In case of intuition, I'm not sure because you are not obliged to find different cards, right?
Yeah.
So you are forced to find 3 cards because you can't use intuition for, let's say, double entomb or something like that. That you would just find 2 cards to drop them into the graveyard, just as you can do with Gifts Ungiven, for example, because Gifts Ungiven asks for 4 cards with different names, and nobody can actually check whether you indeed have 4 cards with different names in your deck, right? Whereas in the case of intuition, you are asked to search for 3 cards.
What happens if you search with intuition while only having 2 cards in your hand?
Well, in that case, your opponent really picks just from the 2 or 1 that you just look for. Yeah. That's what the card says.
Okay.
I mean, they need to pick one. Yeah.
Sabo Swap. That is... How does that work with Forsaken City?
No, it doesn't.
We had a brief glimpse of Tsabo's Decree, but that is a very different card. Hello, Rebels.
So this is just a cantrip.
Okay. Which is actually, it would be better if okay, Martin is going all in on that. Bounce your stuff, deal damage to you. We might not even see stasis this game. It might be just like, you know what? I would like you to have cards in your hand. Is that okay with you?
This is how you play stasis aggro, right?
this is the mono blue aggro. Yeah. I saw there was like one mono blue aggro today in the field, which was playing like cheap flying creatures and unstable mutations.
Oh, I love it.
I love it too. Yeah.
Oh, look at that Mana Short.
Whew.
Right there.
And that's it.
And that's game.
That's it.
Wow.
Martin Grossman wins in a very
convincing way, right?
without a stasis. It's just like. Okay. Does he play stasis?
Yeah, it appears that there are 4 copies.
Okay.
Obviously, but single arcane denial, for example.
Ivory Tower and so 4 counterspell, 3 daisies, 3 twards. Not super like.
And 1 repulse.
Propaganda, 1 repulse.
Wow.
Okay, I like the deck list. So, and then he's gonna have Tormod's Annul.
Yeah.
That's it.
And we get back to basics.
Okay, back to basics is that card can hurt.
And Mana Short obviously was put to a good use.
I
mean, Mana Short is actually a great answer to cards like Abeyance and Orim's Chant, right?
Yeah.
If you just play that in response, they just waste their white spell.
It's like abeyancing them in response to abeyance. Like, I can't play spells, well, you can't play spells either.
I mean, do your worst, man, you know. So
it empties the mana pool, right?
Yes,
it
does. It does.
And play something.
They can float.
Okay,
mana.
this is a
that's blurry.
deck from Tobias. I see a Meddling Mage. That's a 1 copy of Meddling Mage there.
Then we got like 3 Factor Fiction.
Yeah.
4-bit sounds good.
Mana Short?
Mana Short is great. You
like
play the end of turn and then you just go busted, right?
Right, and then like there's a bunch of stuff against. There's a powder keg there, I think, which is pretty good against those black vices as well.
Yep.
This game was much faster than I expected it to be.
So what are you taking out? Definitely Sauce Plowshares, right?
I think so. I mean, there's no transformative plan, right? Like where they would bring the Cloud Sprites and Unstable Mutations.
And then Tsabo's Web is obviously a miss. And you might trim on some of the 4 mana spells, I suppose.
Maybe Parallax Wave.
Parallax Wave, that just makes the combo work, right?
There's a Merchant Scroll there in Tobias's deck. Merchant Scroll that
for
lets
mana
you
short.
find Intuition, Impulse, and Stifle.
But it can get you mana short after sideboard or
that's true.
4-bits perhaps, Factor Fiction.
I think this is the spot where Tobias wishes that he had more Meddling Mages. Like you gotta like it's. That card would be so good, especially on the play.
Having just a singleton Meddling Mage, well...
You can mulligan into it. You don't mind having fewer cards against black ones.
Would he do that? Yeah. I mean, it is a plan. The question is if it's good. Now, you're right that the waves probably should be cut as well. I mean, there's no point in just getting fancy with the combo and protect your enchantments.
Because blue doesn't really mess with your enchantments anyway, right?
I mean, they have Annul typically as
No, I mean like once it's in play, like
Boomerang, but no.
Okay, sure. He's playing. How many lands is he playing? 24.
the-
Okay, that's pretty standard.
And he's actually just on a 3 Ancient Tomb.
Yeah.
Really nice build,
Yeah.
interesting one. And Coastal Tower, that's something
Yeah.
you don't see every day,
Yeah,
actually.
I know that
for this
Tobias
deck.
has put a ton of work into this deck, by the way. I talked to him about it and like he is really like thinking about cards that I didn't even know existed, and I think he knows this deck inside out. Yeah. I think he's also a teammate of Vasek Alt.
Okay.
Who won
Yes.
with the Parallax Replenish. He won one of our former Czech nationals. I
It
think.
was last year, yeah.
Was the last year? Yeah, right. And I know that like they have some different opinions on some of the cards, like Frantic Search. That like Václav tends to play more the like aggressive version where you kind of dump the stuff into your graveyard.
But Václav still plays Mana Leak, right? I believe he was the
Okay,
one
sure,
who
yeah.
brought that up
Yeah.
in lights.
That's very possible. Yeah.
I would like to also point out that Tobias obviously managed to get the old versions of impulses. I mean, in this figure, there were just the new old framed
Oh
impulses.
yeah, right. Yeah.
Whereas-
That's the
whereas
difference between
he
the deck list and what he's playing.
Whereas he has just shown the Visions version of impulse.
Okay, so that was just like the tentative version, you know, like this is what I'm playing, but hold on a second, I'm gonna get the prettier versions of the cards.
I like the blurry photo, you know, just to confuse the commentators and, you know, potential scammers and...
Like it gives a pretty strong I don't give a damn vibes, you know, like...
At least the black curtain is single colored, you know, it gives you enough contrast. So that's sort of okay.
Like, I don't know if you saw the top 8 picture from Vienna, by the way. Like everybody's there, like smiling, you know, giving the I'm so happy to top 8, and then there's Tobias right in the middle with the sunglasses, giving like the badass kind of like face. So I would say like
Sadly, I missed that. But I would love to see it. Okay, so we got Martin down to 6 cards.
Tobias seems to be happy with his 7. Okay. Darker Ways. I always feel it like it's like if your opponent goes a Darker Ways go like it signals they don't have a lot of lands, right?
Actually, I mean the thing is Tobias doesn't play attunement, but the thing with with Replenish is that you want to keep yourself open to turn 2. Let's say that your second land is just Ancient Tomb, and you want to be still open into something like attunement and potentially even something as painful as Seal of Cleansing or something like that.
All right, or like Impulse.
I mean,
if there's nothing else, that makes sense.
Yeah. So starting with Darker Ways is actually quite beneficial for you considering your turn 3, especially because you want to be open to play both your double blue and double white spells, right? Okay. So starting with Darker Ways allows you to go turn 2 attunement into turn 3 Parallax Wave, for example.
But actually, it looks like Tobias doesn't have a third land. He just passed. But like you're right. What you said makes a lot of sense. Playing an Impulse of Darker Ways and Ancient Tomb sounds painful, but sometimes you have to bite the bullet and do it.
You gotta do what you gotta do. Come on. I mean, the deck doesn't work otherwise because you want. I mean, the worst thing is that you just fetch with Flooded Strand for an island just to play your attunement, and then you find yourself that you can't play your Opalescence or Wave or whatever.
Yeah, this deck is kind of like it requires double blue, double white.
Yeah. This is something you figure out after the first few games that you play with the deck.
You played the deck?
Oh no, not really. I just like I mean, somewhere with friends at a pub.
Okay.
Typically taking the role of the bad guy, you know, who plays the Replenish for testing purposes, learning
somebody has to do it.
Learning the features of the deck the hard way, probably doing lots and lots of mistakes.
So Tobias cycled Abeyance end of turn. He's just looking for lands, and oh my god,
that is rough.
So he passed with no more lands, and that is mana short from Martin, signaling that Stasis is coming and it's gonna hurt. Oh, that was upkeep actually.
Oh, so just
time
walking,
but I mean, it still makes sense that you're open. You opened the spot for Stasis, right? Oh, Jesus. Okay,
that's rough.
That is rough. That is super rough. Double Stone Rain you. Down to 0 lands. Oh, Jesus.
And that's what I hate about powder keg, that it can't kill enchantments.
Yeah.
It would be such a blast to have powder keg that can break enchantments.
Come on, Tobias, draw some lands, and ideally not Coastal Tower. You can do it. Chain of Vapor on powder keg. Wait, powder keg. Can you bounce? Can you?
Yeah, you can sacrifice a land to bounce that back to basics,
but he's just
I
gonna
guess
replay it,
Martin
right?
will replay it anyway. Still, what are you going to do with your tapped Urker wastes at this point? Do you have a better use for that?
I mean, he has a Seal of Cleansing, theoretically, he can play it, but like, it's just, he is really screwed pretty badly at this point. Like, especially, I sense that there's a Black Ice coming just because, Martin removed that, and now Tobias is going to start taking a ton of damage every turn, and this game is going to be over.
See, you were afraid that this would take ages to finish.
I think it might be one of the first feature matches finished there. There's another non-basic, which is untapped so far.
Yeah, but like, it's actually a filter land, right?
Yeah,
so
it is,
he can't even use it.
And like, even if you draw land, you try to play keg, Martin counters the keg, the Expanse never untaps again. This is like, okay, there's a basic land, sure.
That's a good sword. Okay.
Now, I don't know how many cards Martin has in his hand. I would assume that there are some cards in his hand, and like, he's going to be able to protect his 1-2 punch of back to basics.
Oh, he's probably just sitting pretty right now, gushing even.
Oh my god.
Does he even need stasis at this point?
I don't think so. Can he win 2 games with 0 stasis?
I guess he can, yeah.
That could be an achievement. Like, this is a bit of the ugly side of, kids. This is what Magic used to be like back in the days. That's why we love the game, We, over 30,
that's what you came here for, right?
Now it's all like planeswalkers and 1-drop creatures, but not back in the days.
Fight your way all the way to the top and just to get humiliated back to basics.
There's no shame in that. It's not. I mean, it looks humiliating, but I mean it happens.
Tobias is gonna be happy about this run anyway, right?
It's like it's a top 8 of like a 177 player tournament, right? Like, I mean, that is an achievement.
That's why in Magic,
and he back-to-backed major pre-modern tournaments. He was like top 8 in Vienna, 3 weeks later top 8 here with the same deck. I mean, to me that is super consistent.
That really shows that he knows his way how to operate the deck. And another basic
let's not write him up just yet. He's still in the game. He's still playing.
He's down to 7 live. I mean, the clock is ticking. But
is it the time to play Powder Keg right now with the 2 basics? I guess it is, right? Like, you remove one card from your hand. Black-wise is not going to be so painful. Obviously, there's a counter spell. Nobody saw that coming. But like, it's something you're going to take 1 fewer damage. Maybe.
Is that stasis?
Come on.
This is devastating.
Come on.
I feel so sorry for Tobias.
You're not a big fan of the stasis experience?
Honestly, I'm much lesser of a fan of replenish than stasis. I guess I've never found my way towards the deck to just like it. But at this point, I feel sorry not for the deck, but for the person playing it.
I think this game was like there were so many moments just like to rub it in, right? You didn't draw your 3rd land. Hey, look at what I have. I have back to basics.
Come on, you're in the quarterfinals. You're playing to the very bitter end.
Yes.
Like,
Tobias is down to 2 with a fetch land, which says pay half your life, search for a basic.
Yes, and get all your lands tapped just to play seal into whatever.
Yeah. There's not even any way how he can destroy the Black-White, I guess. This is over. This is very much over. Tobias knows it. Martin knows it. Ondra knows it. You know it. I know it.
For seconds,
everybody knows it.
I'm going to pass.
This is just for the fans out there, I think. Like, he's dead in his upkeep, right?
Yes.
Right? Like, there's no way he has like more than... less than the cards that I play.
Could he play anything end of turn just to...
You could stifle Black-Wise trigger.
Oh yeah, that's solid.
And then the land is not gonna... Hey! There you go! Ondra knew it. He
I
put it on
didn't
the
close
screen.
it.
I didn't. There was a typo on the screen from Ondra. He's the one who saw
so
it coming.
our
And there's
director-
counter Okay, oh my god. This was brutal.
Yes, that was epic.
These were like some of the most brutal games like that I've seen in a while. Okay, congratulations to Martin Grossman advancing into semifinals. Congratulations to Tobias as well for making back-to-back top 8s in Premodern tournaments, championships.
Definitely.
Actually.
Great
And-
run by him.
Yeah.
And let's hope he keeps coming to these events and he keeps winning.
Yeah, I don't see a reason why not to. So there's a couple of other quarterfinals. We're gonna have a look at how people are doing. We also have Tomáš here. Do you have some information from the
Enchantress in semifinals?
Woo, Enchantress
so-
in the semifinals. And let's take a short break.
See you soon.
Yeah, see
Don't
you.
go anywhere.
So welcome back to, actually it's already semi-finals with me, Tomáš Vlček, and
Jirka Duma.
and we have really, like, I mean, could we ask for more? We have Stasis, some people's favorite, against Enchantress, different group of people's favorites, but definitely both decks have their share of haters.
Oh, definitely. Well, I mean, we have just seen Stasis. I mean, we just saw as brutal it can be. But Enchantress, that's actually the deck coming from this year's Lobstercon, where Richie managed to take the whole tournament with it. And I believe Jan is actually playing his list. Maybe he did some tweaks here and there, but I believe he's pretty close to the original list, including the Carpet of Flowers.
Yes, but he only has 2, and there is no Xanted Swarm. So he is like, but there is something like Orim's Chant, so he is like an abeyance. So he's trying to, he's putting himself in slightly, he's trying to beat slightly different decks. Had he played that Shay's list, which I thought he does, there is 3 Xanted Swarms, 3 Carpet of Flowers, which would be incredible against Stasis, right? Just play Xanted Swarm, turn to Seal of Cleansing. What are you going to do? How are you going to win this game?
Well, I guess you would have to just bounce everything and then hope for the best, but you will be definitely on the back foot.
Yes. Carpet of Flowers, absolutely incredible against Stasis.
I mean, seeing this card in Premodern, well, that means something, right? Because, I mean, it's a staple in Legacy for ages. However, it hasn't really seen any play in Premodern until recently.
Yes, we discussed it with Adam in first or second round, that it's maybe because of the dominance of Parallax type decks. That it does 2 things. You play against blue decks, so it's good, and when they remove your lands, you still do have like mana. And those decks, they only almost play islands. Right? Unless it's replenished, but all these mono blue, dreadnoughts, controls, whatever, they play loads of islands, so that seems very good. So who's the favorite?
Well, game 1, I would have to give it to Stasis, right? Because
Agreed.
all the juicy cards are coming from Jan's sideboard. Well, in this case, no Xanted Swarm, but namely the Carpet of Flowers, definitely. But game 1, I believe he has not much going on in here. Drawing cards with Enchantress, that actually helps the Stasis player, Martin's strategy, just kill Jan with Blackwise, right? And he doesn't really care for Jan's plan. Just, okay, draw your cards, do whatever you want. I'm just going to land my Stasis afterwards. And
I think I would like to see from Jan, I would like to see Mirror's Guile, it's fine. I would like to see Wild Growth, probably. And, well, it's very much about Seal of Cleansing.
Yes,
okay?
definitely
the whole match is very much about Seal of Cleansing. So he's taking damage now, but not as many.
Just one damage, right? Because Jan was on the play with a turn 1 play. So, are we going to Seal or Enchantress?
Enchantress and Dace. Yeah, that's why I would like to see that Wild Growth, right, in the first because exactly of this play. But still decent. Like Stasis is not coming anytime soon, and it's very much about you want to get Seal of Cleansing. You know, I remember back in the day when Trix was the top deck. Basically, the whole game was to put 2 Seal of Cleansings into play, and then you could not lose. Because they only play 1 bounce spell, they play 1 capsize, and they could not kill you with their combo, and they couldn't win any. And there was no way how. There was no other way how to win. So I think it's very much kind of the game here, and that's very beautiful as well. Now Chain of Vapor doesn't do it.
Yeah, he would. I mean, Martin would have to bounce the Sterling Grove first, obviously, which would probably result in.
And since Jan is able to put, it's incredible. That's going to eat Counterspell if he has it.
Probably, but this is how Jan can potentially win game 1. So, what are your thoughts on Mirror's Guile over Sylvan Library? Enchantress.
I will answer right away. I just want to say I don't like that exploration play. Like, I think you still want to keep some cards in hand when you get that Enchantress going. Maybe if he tries to bounce Sterling Grove, you maybe want to sack it and get something else, maybe you want to shuffle, I don't know. But I don't like that he's not doing anything. I mean, he's in super good position, but I would really like him to add, right, that Argothian and start burn through the cards. Okay. Anyway, just to answer your question, I think they are both obviously very, very good. Sylvan Library is almost like an enchantress because it can allow you to draw cards. For example, in this matchup, it's possible. It's a very, very important card to have Serra Sanctum. But Mirror's Guile seems to be everybody's favorite because it's only one green. Yep. It's very good in the combo turn or in the turn when you want to go, because like it's 100% difference in price, or in cost. Right, because it's only one green.
I mean, the thing is that both Mirror's Guile and Sylvan Library, they have strong diminishing returns, right? Second copy, all it does is just drawing you extra card, right?
Yes,
from your enchantress.
I said earlier that Mirror's Guile, if you have two, you can have fetch lands and look on 3, put back, fetch, look on 3. So there is something, but it's not amazing. But what's powerful about it is that Serra Sanctum produces mana on turn 2, for example, right?
True.
You can't do that with Sylvan Library. So there is something about it.
And you already have plethora of 2-drops, right? Amongst seals, enchantresses, Sterling Groves, and everything. So you're probably looking for 1-drop anyway, in between Wild Growth, Exploration.
So he passed the turn. He's drawing another 2 cards. I think that will be very interesting, this game, because there is a lot Martin has to overcome. And his only win condition is the artifact we see in play, and that does nothing as we speak. I think you need to have 5 cards in hand to take damage, right?
To take at least 1 damage.
And Jan so far has only 1. Oh, this is irrelevant. This is Ivory Tower.
That's Ivory Tower, yeah.
That's totally irrelevant in this matchup. Because even if Martin is on 60 life, once Jan gets his opalescence going, he will be swinging for 20 or 25 a turn.
Exactly. And actually with opalescence, it's interesting that Jan might use his Swords of Plowshares to kill Stasis, for example.
That's funny.
I mean, Jan doesn't have much going on, though, right? I mean,
No.
he's well set to.
Yes, he's well
to
set.
get
He
locked.
could sacrifice Sterling Grove to get Enchantress Present, but I like this better. I like this that basically his opponent's Chain of Vapor is very odd. You need like 2 of them. Yeah, it's not going to cut it. So that's a huge dominant position now for Jan. And since Martin doesn't play Morphling, what a fool! What a fool!
Sadly, nobody does. Although it's such an epic card for sure.
This is not relevant either.
Well, it's going to potentially stop a huge swing with.
But when he's going for that kill, he will use that Seal of Cleansing.
Yeah, of course.
But that was a great draw from Jan. The double Seal of Cleansing.
Do we remember how many Seal of Cleansings there were?
Oh, there's Opalescence.
Yeah, so no Opalescence dropping. I mean, how many Seal of Cleansing does Jan play in his main
3
deck? 3.
At least that's what Richie was playing.
Yeah.
3. And here is Archon Denial. So Jan will be drawing 2. I think he doesn't mind that. He only has like 2 cards in hand, so he won't be taking any damage.
Still some action going on.
Yes. Like back in the day, I remember there was a strategy of some control players that you just counter all win cons of Enchantress and you let everything else go. And they only really play very few win cons. So it's not that Jan is out of the woods with what he has. We will have to see.
That's true, actually, right? He's probably on 3 Opalescence and perhaps a single Replenish.
Yes, I think so. So one win con's gone, and there's only 3 more.
Yeah, that's why you might want to wait to a single turn where you can actually just throw in. Oh, is that a good idea?
I don't like it.
Okay.
I don't like it at all.
That's what happened. Anyways, my point was that you might want to just wait to a single turn where you can really deploy all your threats in at once.
Like, yes, I think maybe you want to tap it out, like to protect. Like if your opponent has like a chain of vapor, he can protect it, and Martin was tapped out. So I think that's why he did it, but not very happy about it. Status.
Well, he was probably using that Ceres Sanctum just to. Once, if Martin was to play Stasis now, it would be just one land tapped, right? And he probably has another Sanctum in hand. So, little consideration for the Varus guy right now.
Let's just pause for a moment. How cool it is that Stasis and Enchantress are in the semifinals of Czech Premodern Championship. I think it's amazing.
I mean, that's something you wouldn't expect, right?
No?
I mean, there were quite few Dreadnoughts only, I think, in the whole meta. I mean, I haven't seen the numbers, but just based on what I managed to see out in the field.
And it seems that actually, like, Enchantress kind of plows through that Dreadnought. There is a lot of... Oh, he uses counterspell for Argothian. So he's not... No...
It's probably unnecessary. You should leave that as a cantrip, right?
I think
Once
so.
you resolve
I think so. But maybe he's a little bit worried that he might end up with too many cards in hand. That he will like play whatever, you know, that Blackwise.
I suppose. I mean, but still, that being said, having just 2 more opalescents available. You should wait for your Enchantress to draw a bunch of cards.
But but maybe Martin doesn't think this way. Maybe he has a different plan. We will see what that will be.
Okay, so some action from Martin actually.
So
So we are going for the bounce now.
Yeah, so I think the response is that you either sack it or he takes it back in hand. Maybe that's actually correct.
I guess, I mean, forces under counterspell probably, right? He might consider sacrificing a land to bounce propaganda, but that doesn't really do much, right?
Yes, but it's good to mention this possibility, but I don't think that really does it.
I mean, not in this scenario, but in some cases you might consider actually sacrificing land to bounce your own enchantment just to get extra enchantment for drawing cards, right?
Yeah, that's beautiful. Absolutely.
But it's probably not worth it at this point.
Yes, but I kind of like the matchup because it's like a chess. You know, there is like it's step by step, and you closing on, or maybe like go. But you're like trying to close on your opponent, whether he can like weasel the way out or not. We will see.
So we see second Chain of Vapor from Martin's side. Just bounce the Seal of Cleansing, and I believe this is the Stasis turn. Yep. Oh, it's Gush first, actually. So 2 blue floating.
There's Stasis expected. I just did not like that he destroyed that
Blackwise, right?
the Blackwise, you know, because I think basically you're forcing your opponent to have 3 answers. Now he had 2 answers in Stasis, and now he can have something like obviously he has, I don't know, at least 5 cards in hand.
So I suppose we're going to see counter magic here. Yep.
Okay, now it's slipping away from Jan.
Yes.
I think Jan was in, I don't want to say unlosable position, I would lie, but it's very different now. I think he's probably going to lose now.
Yeah, I mean, the game definitely leaned in Martin's favor. I mean,
Yes, maybe at some point had Jan found second Sterling Row, he would just lock it. But like this, I'm not sure. The good thing for Jan is that there is no Blackwise, and often the strategy here is just to like do nothing.
Yeah, but we might be staring at the game for like next 10 turns without nothing really happening, but that still favors Martin more than Jan, right?
Yes.
I mean, all Martin wants to do is just stay back, tap lands here and there every turn, play his gushes, and I mean occasionally some gush until he finds.
And
Black
there
White
we
and
go.
there it is.
Yes, Black White is here.
Yeah.
Black White has arrived. And yeah, I think the problem is that Martin, he only really needs like one word, one of any answer, and he's just golden, because Jan can't do very much.
And he already has Forsaken City, so even if he taps out completely and Jan doesn't force Martin to play Thwart or something, or Days or whatever to restart, he can keep Stasis around forever. I mean, Jan doesn't play Wasteland or Stifle or whatever to stop Forsaken City.
Yes.
Does bow.
Yeah, I think this is a little bit disappointing, because I think Stasis is the favorite, and in the game one, and Jan had actually very good draw.
Right, you're rooting for the underdog, right?
In this one, I think yes, but I think overall, I think Stasis is the favorite. Even postboard with the carpets and everything, I think still Stasis is the favorite. Stasis can counter. Yes, there is a yes.
I mean, I guess from the Stasis perspective,
basically Martin is just choosing which counter he will use.
It's your game to lose, right? Because you just, if you pick the right cards to counter, there's very little Stasis player can do.
Yeah, it's very strong was that Martin had Days. Yes, so he could counter that turn 2 Argothian.
That was important, sure. So
wonderful.
What?
Yes, I think this is it. There's nothing Jan can really do. He would need like Serra Sanctum, like another one, but
that's, so to say, just 3 mana, right? It's
yes,
just Dark Ritual, so to say.
Yeah, exploration. But it's just like.
Would you play that just to tap your forest?
No. You do it just not to have enough, not too many cards in hand. But basically, you're putting yourself more into corner, and there's no way out.
I mean, Jan is already.
Martin doesn't have to do anything for the rest of the game. He just taps island in untap, and that's it.
Yeah, and Jan is definitely Mirror's guy locked, so to say, that he's just.
Yeah, that's it.
And he has seen enough.
Yes, we will see how the sideboards. So what do we have here? We have a null that's definitely coming in. There is a hibernation, which can be interesting against against 40 cards. Yes.
I mean, in some scenarios, you can just simply deal so much damage with Black Vice just by playing Hibernation, right?
Yes, I think he's definitely bringing Hibernation. It's incredible. And Enchantress has nothing. They can't do anything. They need to have these Seal of Cleansings in play and to answer it. But if he plays it correctly, you play Hibernation and then you cast those two. Well, Seal of Cleansing still stays in play, but you can bounce it or something. But definitely not so good. And if we look at Jan's, there is Orim's Chant, 2 Orim's Chants, if I see it correctly, Abeyance, and 2 Hour of Silence.
Hour of Silence.
That's coming in, and obviously we discussed Carpet Flowers already.
And that's it. So you probably trim on Swords of Plowshares, definitely just cut all 4 of them. Or there's just 2 of them actually. 2 of them are in the sideboard, right? Yeah.
Yes, I think you can trim on a few cards. Like I'm afraid Parallax Wave is not doing a lot.
And there's no reason for you to just keep a Opalescence Wave combo in this case, just to protect your enchantments. Actually, once you have Sterling Grove, then Parallax Wave can't really protect your enchantments even with Opalescence on table. So yeah, that's definitely a cut.
Okay. Well, if I'm Jan, I want to just see Carpet in my opener and just go from there. He can't really counter it. Are you foiling like turn 1? So that can give me some kind of hope, breathing space. You want to cover it with like double Sterling Grove. With you can get Seal of Cleansing. I think that's how you can do it. There's Hibernation, which, as we said, is very, very strong. So, well, we will see. I still think Stasis is the favorite.
Probably so. Without Zentit Swarms around, it's gonna be tough fight.
I love Repulse.
Yes.
What a card.
That's something that you don't see very often, right? And but it is a great card overall.
Boomerang, Repulse, Propaganda. Often you don't even see it in the sideboard. And here is main deck Mana Short.
Yeah. Only single Arcane Denial. Still, we saw it quite a few times already today.
Yeah, it's very cool. It's very very nicely built. I like it a lot. I have to say, I just have to confess, I don't understand how this deck works, kind of, because I feel like you need stasis. If you don't have stasis, you do not a lot. You just like maybe countering something from turn 2.
You could make the same argument for Dreadnought, right? If you don't have Dreadnought, then
but they always have it somehow.
Yeah.
Probably you subscribe to it, but it's something I don't understand. Like you only have like 4 impulse, really. But this previous game was so long that he was like hard casting Gush to get into it. But yeah, I'm as a by heart like control player, you want to have some redundancy, and here you just need to get specific card for it to work. Yeah.
Okay, so we are back with the stream, and our players are still shuffling. It seems maybe they're mulliganing. We shall see.
Do you think it's fair to hate on Enchantress or Stasis players?
No, why would you do that? I mean,
our Ondra from our technical team, he says yes.
No,
especially when your name is. No.
No.
Vodka. No.
Oh, no.
Sir.
The other one.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can't hate players for playing off-meta decks. I think. I mean, that's the beauty of the format. That you. Can play
there's
so
a secret,
decks.
right? If you play against Stasis, the secret is do nothing.
Exactly right.
When they have Stasis, do nothing and let them like tap that mana, and often they really need you to cast something that they can thwart or daze or something like that. So that's kind of a little secret.
That's the thing, that people actually tends to just concede too soon against Stasis quite often.
Yes, I would add as well, if you play Wasteland, try to sandbag it and not give that info that you do have Wasteland, and that can get him.
Wait for Forsaken City, exactly. And the thing is that, I mean, they might end up choking on their own Stasis. That's actually quite often what's happening.
So, Jan is starting with Forest in play.
Are we gonna see Carpet here? No. It's just.
I thought it. What was this? I don't understand.
It's just Forest Pass. No, 2 mana for Argothian.
Wow. No.
That's it.
Okay. So he has Counterspell.
So now we are.
Seal of Cleansing. Counterspell?
Probably, but there's at least a draw trigger as a consolation prize for Jan. But so far no counterspell, so there it is.
There's Counterspell. And I saw Stasis in Martin's hand, so I think Stasis is coming down right now.
That depends on the rest of his hand, but might be.
I think in that case, in this specific situation, if I was Jan, I would not cast anything.
Okay, that's interesting. I mean, that
you just attack with Argothian for the good measure, and you do nothing because it's not that even he has a city, right? He needs to have land drop, and he passes the turn. Interesting.
Okay,
Orange
so
Chant?
Orange Chant, so Carpet, right?
Yes.
There's no other spell that you would protect this aggressively at this stage.
It's so cool.
So Martin pondering his options.
Yes.
Could we see mana short here?
That's
But Jan could
But
still
Jan
just
could
play
still
land.
just play Forest there and cast it, and then go to next phase and get 3 mana. So that's very cool. I like this. I like this a lot.
There is mana short indeed. So does Jan have a forest or brushland or whatever? No!
Wow. What a play. What a play.
He's,
So stasis now? No.
there's just black face.
Mm-hmm. And stasis.
Oh, so full package right there.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good do nothing.
Well, it has to have some drawback, right?
Yeah.
But considering how much is that card, it should be, yeah. I would expect more from it.
So
Is that end of turn?
that's end of turn.
Oh, that's
yeah,
brutal.
obviously.
Brutal.
Mhm.
I think that's probably a faster final than we have expected.
Well, I mean, Martin is so far he's advancing through this topic really quickly,
Yes.
considering his deck.
Do you think we can have like a stasis winner?
Oh, we definitely can, based on what we are seeing right now.
Now we would lose our technical stuff. He would never come again.
I mean, Vašek Lotka would be very pleased. I mean, just considering how many stasis players there were at this event, well, the deck is obviously getting some traction.
There's land. Yeah, I think it's I mean, obviously it's clear he had it. There was even, I think he could probably play it before. I think he had it from at least like turn 2 or something. But now again, like there's this pause. I think Martin is just deciding which counter to use.
Is very likely, but I mean, if he has just counterspell, for example, that he would lose stasis.
Yes,
on the
well,
upkeep,
actually,
so-
you're right. That's very important.
But there's fort actually, and that's likely lights out. I mean, not just yet, but I mean, having 3 extra lands for Martin, that's 3 extra turns
that's
to pay
powerful. Yes,
for
it's so powerful.
stasis.
And don't forget, well, why Jan has 90 life?
Oh, I guess that's a misclick, yeah. This looks way more probable.
No, I think that's
Down to 6.
again. It's not
already.
not like even that Martin has to draw anything, right? It's just like that's it.
Yep. All he needs to do is to play another. Now he's actually open for a 2 mana counter spell
Yes.
and still pay. And that's it.
Yes. Well played from Martin. I mean, that was very convincing. Very, very convincing. So we have stasis in the finals. So you all lost all your money. You bet on the on the finals. Like nobody saw this coming. This is like 2004 and Greece in the European Championship.
Oh, that's a very good comparison. Not many people remember that actually.
Yes.
Yes.
Horrible football, but they got the job done.
Just the stasis, right?
Don't worry, if there are any Greek friends watching this, I know this is like one of the greatest moments in your history since probably a battle of Salamina and Marathon. But in Czech Republic, we're still a little bit sad.
Yeah, the semis, it was so harsh. I mean, Rosický managed to hit the bar.
Yes, Nedved got injured. Koller, yeah, I'm sorry, it's just like
back to Magic, right?
teenage selves, sawing it, and yeah, it will never happen again. Like I said, just one last thing. When we played the last match in the group, we played against Germany, and we played our B team because we were already through, and we beat German first team with our B team. I mean, that's never going to happen ever in history of Czech football. Well,
we have Vašek Lotka, our renowned stasis player, just cheering here.
Yes, but he's such a nice guy that you even forgive him. He's playing stasis. So.
Yeah, he's probably the only person whom you might like despite playing stasis, right? Now, huge props to Martin for playing his games as he did.
Yes, I think he did play well. He knew what he was doing. That mana short was like brutal.
That was
incredible. It was like best, it was incredible. So I'm quite happy. So we have stasis, and I'm not sure what will be the other one. Probably we'll have a short break. We'll see what it is. Where is the semifinals right now? But I think we will soon have the finals. I think in about 10 minutes. So don't go anywhere.
See you guys.
Welcome back to the live coverage of 2025 Czech Premodern Championships. We are about to see the semifinals of this tournament. That's right, you didn't hear wrong. This is actually the other semifinals because one of our quarterfinals took a while, and
and it will be shocking. It was Parallax Tide against Parallax Tide.
Yeah, right. Like Replenish versus Tide Control.
Versus Monoblue Control, yes.
So Monoblue Control won that quarterfinal match, and we're gonna see it up against Replenish.
Against another Parallax Tide deck.
Okay.
I hope Martin Bergman is watching.
All right, yeah. So we've seen Stasis versus Parallax Tide. Now it's gonna be a little bit different. Basically, is it about who resolves Parallax Tide?
Yes.
Is there something else to it?
Also, there is the thing what I saw in this last game in the quarterfinals. I was just watching it. Basically, one played Meddling Mage countered, Parallax Tide, null, untap, Parallax Tide, you dead. You know, take all your lands and then I stifle.
Okay.
And then he did it again with Chain of Vapor. So that's how the games go. And yes, I think who will get Parallax Tide first somehow online, I think is very likely to win.
It makes sense. Though Ondra only has one stifle. I mean, he has Seal of Cleansing. Okay, so like there are ways to make sure that the lands are never coming back. Niklas Scholten, I think Scholten. He was 5-0 yesterday at our Premodern side event. He was playing Goblins yesterday with black, actually. Beautiful. For some removal and discard. Today he joined the dark side and he's on the Tide Control deck. Anything that stands out here?
What is... Oh yeah, they are all powder kegs, but it's in a different language.
Yeah.
I think, yes. I think
you should have seen Siege Gang Commander in German. That name is very long.
Yes.
But
I think German language is quite known for these things, isn't it?
Like I know a couple of names of cards in German, and they sound.
I remember we had at home Christbaumstände, one word.
What's that?
It's a standard holder for a Christmas tree.
Oh, okay.
But it's a one word. Belagerungstruppkommandant.
Okay, that doesn't sound so impossible to pronounce. One thing that I like are the Ursa Saga Islands, half and half, each facing the other way.
Definitely like many people's favorite Ursa Saga basic lands.
Yeah.
I have to say, I hate to say it, but this looks super, super good. This deck looks so good, so strong. I think
even for this specific matchup, right? Like he has a lot of counter magic.
I mean, he has Force Spike.
Force
Spike it will be brutal. I like Mana Leaks. He obviously has 4 counter spells, so he has 7, 8, 9 counters. That's already really good.
You're counting Force Spike?
Yes, I'm counting. Yeah, I think so because let's face it, you're playing against somebody who's trying to resolve 4 mana spell.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. But they will have time, right? Like they will have time to play around with Force Spike. I think if they.
But if you have time for that, then Niklas will be resolving Factor Fictions, Impulses, sculpt his hand. I think Niklas must be the favorite.
I mean, looking at the deck list, I also I think the Mono Blue's chance is better than Blue White than Ondra, but we'll see.
Yes. I think there are a little bit too Parallax Wave weird, right? Opalescence maybe not. Yeah, we'll see what's the Swords to Plowshares doesn't do anything. So I think there is a lot of many blanks in Ondra's deck. Whoa, that's brutal. Snap.
The world's cheapest Stone Rain. I mean, Mono-wise.
Yes.
Huh. So
brutal.
Yeah, and
that's
brutal.
Just
advancing
because this is really, I think, if you play this kind of a match, you don't want to miss land drop, and you want to play land every single turn. And this is maybe game. This is maybe game. This is brutal.
Ondra discarding Parallax Wave.
Yeah, it's. What
okay, Niklas. Niklas wants to play something before.
Okay.
So I think Ondra was a little bit too fast there, discarding before Niklas had a chance to play something.
Yes.
But like still, this is not like you discarding Parallax Wave because you want to have full graveyard. This is just like no lands inside and...
Wow.
Oof.
Wow. One off. I think this is one off in the main deck.
Okay. This is...
Brutal.
Yeah, it is. We've seen some pretty one-sided
Because usually
games
these games take a long time, right? And if you can eat out the grave, even the replenish, that's often like the last card you play replenish, you just win. Even when everything seems hopeless, well, you don't have that anymore. So yeah, I think
the furnace will just eat the graveyard. The Nicholas will surely draw some card selection, card draw, accumulated knowledge,
factor. Exactly. I think this game is over.
And it's gonna take a while because Nicholas's deck takes a while to win.
That's
but
true. Yes.
What are his win conditions? Mishra's Factories? That's it?
Mishra's Factory, maybe Fairy Conclave, maybe some, and that's it.
So we're gonna be here for a while, even though, like, it looks like.
But I think he'll keep on putting.
Parallax died for 1.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
That looks like.
But now you're in this pickle. Like, will you play land and that will be just eaten by Parallax Tide?
Yeah.
Or will you keep on discarding cards?
He's just discarding 4-drops.
So
it's like
strong.
he's discarded 3 4-drops at this point.
Yes, but this is very much Parallax Tide matchup. Like, that's the most important card, and it's brutal. Facts of fiction.
Okay. Yeah. At which point, if you're Ondra, do you concede?
Well, you
right?
don't concede because you have unlimited time, and he wants to make us suffer. No, of course you're in the semifinals. You're trying to do the best you can. It's not going to happen.
Is it?
It's Stifle.
It's not. It's not
versus.
I thought it was like that.
Yeah, but I mean,
for one,
that can't be right. Putting that Stifle.
No, I don't think he's done.
Yeah, Stifle and accumulated knowledge versus 2 lands and a counterspell. Okay, now you take that pile, right? You take the right pile for sure.
Take the right pile. Like, especially if you have more counter magic in your hand.
Yeah, it's just like, I mean, it would be nice to have Dust Bowl, because then you're even more limiting what your opponent can do. But I think this is really brutal. What I really like about it, Phyrexian Furnace, like apart from like 52 things I already mentioned over the last years, is that it's like a card you put on the board. So you're passing the turn with 7 cards in hand. You're kind of passing with 8 cards in hand if necessary.
Okay, you can draw it.
So especially in this, when you play Fact of Fiction, when you're drawing more cards with accumulated knowledge, you like not discarding. You like you put it in a bank on board.
Yeah, right. It's just an extra resource.
This is...
Wait, where are Ondra's lands?
Yeah, I don't know. But honestly, what was his... I don't know what can... Like, he just kept 2-lander.
Yeah.
And was there any, like, follow-up, some draw spell or something?
We will never know.
Yeah, we probably will never know. We will, because he will discard eventually all those cards.
Maybe that's the different cards. Those are the cards that he drew since then. Come on, Niklas, draw Mishra's Factory. We all know it's over. Just finish it.
Yeah, Opalescence.
Discarded like 13 mana worth of cards already. Oh no. Okay, land pass.
Not the right land, not the land we wished for, the land we deserve.
Yeah, but you're right that like Swords to Plowshares are dead, a dead card.
Yes, and
There's
all the white cards are kind of dead. I mean,
now,
when your opponent
is
discarding Mana League, you probably should pack it up, I think. But of course, Ondra will fight.
This is painful.
Yes.
This is just painful to watch. Like without the Phyrexian Furnace, you could make an argument for Ondra like building his graveyard and then just like doing something bonkers. No, there's just nothing there.
Yes. The next turn, Ondra is getting planes.
Is there land?
If Ondra plays land, he will just bounce the Pyrex Tide.
I mean,
And
but like, what do you do here? Like, you have to, like, if you're Ondra, you realistically want to win the game. You have to kind of like create a scenario in your mind where, like, what if Niklas has just blanks? Like, he probably doesn't because he's discarding Mana League, but like, how are you ever going to win? Either his manlands are like in the bottom 10 cards of his library. Okay, how do you win then? And you can, it's fair. You can try that.
I think he should get like the manland now.
Yeah. For the sake of everyone watching, he should get a manland.
Yes.
He has everything else. Come on.
And it will eat Sword Splashers. Now I think obviously Niklas has another Parallax Tide. I'm sure, because he would not let it just die like that.
It's true that was a very underwhelming Parallax Tide, right? Like, it was like a 4-mana Stone Rain where
I think Niklas can have like quite a few turns that will be underwhelming now, and it will be still
and he's
fine.
still gonna win.
Yeah, I think
So Ondra is doing his best to stay in the game. Also to make the game a little bit shorter, actually, because he's taking 2 from...
Yes.
Okay, Mana Leak.
And now he will just kill his three lands.
I mean, I think that if that is a... Oh, there's
Wow.
another Steel of Cleansing.
And there is another
Force Spike, wow. That is pretty eventful. More than I expected it would be.
Yes, we must not have great expectations.
I mean, like, when one player is just discarding,
Obviously,
you
I
are
knew he
a
had
prophet.
Like it's almost insulting when he's putting those. Yeah, no. Sorry, just not. Because it's so much over.
So Mishra's Factory goes on the offense, 15 life. The exiled cards are kind of piling into the red zone here.
It's clear that Niklas has Stifle.
Is it?
Yes. So attack for 2.
Okay, so 7 more turns.
Yes, just 7 more turns.
Almost-
Nothing in
almost there.
graveyard. You see, I like my opponent's board like this. What could possibly go wrong?
No graveyard, no board.
Oh, you want to play Magic? I don't think so.
No, I'm the only person who's going to be playing Magic here, like you don't get to. I'm going to like attack with Mishra here and then just, take off counters of my stuff. Oh, you're still there.
Oh, yeah.
11. Okay, at Arc Erased.
Now you can source the Plowshares. And he can't save it with Parallax Tide anymore. Yeah, so
3
there's
lands
this.
go away.
So those lands are gone forever.
It adds to the... Here's the pile of stuff that I exiled. I'm wondering if it's... Okay, there we go. That's better.
I don't know if Niklas is expecting some kind of... Oh,
Wow! Oh my god.
come on.
Please don't let that resolve. Please. No, what are you doing? Oh no. So we're back to kinda standstill where nothing happens.
Square
Flames.
2. We're not back to square 1, but square 2.
Is it time for another Parallax Tide? I mean, your opponent has 2 lands, that's dangerous, right?
It's coming eventually, but I don't know. I would like to know how many cards are in Niklas' hand.
I'm also curious how many Seal of Cleansing does Ondra play? There's a playset, right? There should be a playset, I
Probably,
suppose.
yes, I think so.
Because I mean, at some point soon, he's going to start running out of ways how to kill that
Tuna.
Yeah, tuna. How to get rid of that furnace? I'm just curious if he's even like able to win off against an active Fire Extinct Furnace. Yeah.
So there are...
But how about Parallax Tide? You had enough fun with
I
lands.
just had a
now,
little
okay?
conversation with two players, and they were like, if it, like, the Parallax Tide is so obnoxious, it's not like it kills your lands, but it gives you the hope that maybe you can draw out of it, but then he does it again, and that's the most painful.
So he exiled
No, he exiled first 2.
two of
Then he
his own lands.
yes. Then he removes 3 and targets 3.
Yeah.
And a response, he will bounce it.
Oh, so his
those
2
are exiled
lands
forever,
get
and he
untapped.
untaps.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah, so that's
Nice.
That's,
That's
how
nice.
That, yes,
Oh,
that's how
okay.
it works.
So it was only 2 mana Parallax Tide then.
3,
I mean,
including
Chain of Vapor 3.
including
right,
Chain of
right.
Vapor.
Okay, back to what? Square 0, no lands.
Kill me now.
How many lands has he already killed this game? And we're going back to discard my stuff at the end of my turn?
Yeah.
No, okay, not yet.
By the way, I always thought that a land destruction deck is like red or green.
That's so 2024. 2025?
Well,
Oh,
they
land
don't
destruction
print
is-
cards that destroy lands anymore because it's
Hey.
not fun. Apparently.
Hey, hello, Mishra and Fairy Conclave.
Yeah, I mean you
It's
put
not you. Who says destroying lands is not fun?
yeah,
The Wizards?
no some non-competitive players that play in their kitchen and they make money. Wizard of the Coast.
Uh-huh.
Well, I think I agree with that. You want to separate those 2 piles, those 2 creatures.
Yeah, well, I mean, at least it guarantees that Nicholas is gonna end up with a creature.
Yes, I mean you take the impulse pile for sure. That's it.
Also, I think that Orcish
Oh, no,
Settlers
he
is
took
a
Counterspell.
wonderful... He took
Interesting.
Counterspell and Fairy Conclave.
Very complete. Okay.
Orcish Settlers is a great card.
But it seems okay. He has plenty.
He has
plenty
everything.
of
He has
cards.
everything. Yeah.
He's
That's
showing
just like
this.
to show that he has it.
Yes.
So
it's
5 more
nice.
turns?
I just want to point out to our
Yeah.
viewers that our players play with cards they like, and here we show them the correct version of those cards.
I actually really... You
We
mean
do-
like you're
we do
talking
it all
about
day.
Beta Counterspell versus Ice Age Counterspell?
Yeah, something like that.
I think Ice Age
Is he
Counterspell
discarding?
fine.
Did he just discard?
Parallax type?
Probably, I don't know. He could play it.
Okay.
I think that was I read it in some old legenda that you have nothing, like you have like 7 lands, and 8 card is Force of Will. So end of turn you discard Force of Will to show your opponent,
right.
and they concede.
Sure. I've heard that. Jedi mind tricks.
Yes. Now he will eat.
Maybe no Swords of Plowshares. I mean, there could still be Stifle for that fetch land.
Yeah, this is so one-sided.
Yeah. Okay, 7. 4 more turns.
I always feel like we're commenting F1 in Monaco.
Mm-hmm.
Like who wins the qualification will win the race.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, oh, he's still in the first place. Oh, round number 30, he's still in the first place.
So just like for our viewers, Monaco is a Formula 1 Grand Prix where there's very little chance to overtake anyone, right?
Exactly,
So like
because
if
there
you-
are narrow streets in a
right.
small city.
Uh-huh.
Surprise, surprise. So that's, but it looks beautiful. There are nice views when you're watching the race.
It's
So.
like very much for the cameras.
Yes,
Just like this. Just such a...
Stifle, of course.
Yeah. To the surprise of exactly no one. Ancient Tomb. Or maybe not.
I mean, he can't even tap it anymore.
Yeah, because he dies to
Yes,
the
I think.
maybe this is the time to pick it up, right? Okay, he's gonna do one more search with Tuna. Discard 4, and I believe we will have a look at the sideboards.
Yes.
Or maybe like one last attempt at Swords to Plowshares. I mean, okay.
Yeah, it's a very tough matchup for. Yeah, very,
Yeah, it
very
is,
tough
it
for
is.
Andre, definitely pre-board
Yeah,
for sure.
definitely.
Like,
and like
it's-
he stumbled on lands and
Yeah.
like that's it, right? So it is Ancient Tomb, but that
and
will
when,
soon
this is
become...
just these decks. These blue decks are so powerful. Like they have like immaculate mana. Like
Yeah.
you can't punish them on it.
You can even play Quicksand. Like that's
Yes.
just like that just shows how good the mana is.
Yes.
That's it. All right, game number 1. Very eventful. Game number 1. So much going on.
Yeah. So there's Orange Chant, Abeyance. There is. That's it.
How do you feel about Exalted Angel? That's too slow, right? Like if you go turn 1 land ancient to, no, I mean turn 2 ancient tomb basic exalted angel maybe, but
like the good thing is about exalted angel that blue deck doesn't have removal.
yeah, right.
So
I mean they have chain of vapor.
They have chain of vapor. That's the only thing they can, that's the thing they can do. But I'm afraid like tapping out in your own turn, even if you flip the angel, then he just proceeds with Parallax Tide and just it crushes you again.
Yeah.
And here I think there will be some cards. There is I like Brain Freeze.
Okay. How about the Dreadnought plan?
I like Annul, obviously, and I don't like Dreadnought plan because he's
no,
keeping Seal of Cleansing.
Yeah, right. He's probably boarding out swords, but like the seals, it just means that you can't really.
And honestly, everything you have here, you want it.
I'm really surprised there's like one Phyrex Infernus in both the main deck and the sideboard, right? Like I would say that the Replenish has a harder time post board because of all the graveyard hate, but there is no graveyard hate, and like Annul, yeah, sure, it hits Seal of Cleansing. I think that's the. Yes. But I mean, like even that Seal of Cleansing doesn't really stop the Parallax Tide. Like if you have the chain of
I
vapor.
feel like you take out Powder Keg.
Yeah, that makes sense, right?
You
Again,
take out
it's the
Powder
deck
Keg and
full
you
of
bring
enchantments.
Annuls, and that's it. Is that it?
Could be.
The question is whether you want to have a Brain Freeze. I'm not sure about that.
I don't think so. Okay. I mean,
I think everything else is probably more important.
So. Yeah. Like the Brain Freeze just seems very random in this matchup. Like, okay, it's nice to have access to it, but the thing is that Ondra doesn't even have like Wastelands, Dust Bowls, everything to kill the manlands. So like Fairy Conclave and Mishra's Factory, these are legitimate win conditions, right? So I don't think you need like Plan B here in the form of Brain Freeze, right?
Yes. I think it's probably not an issue that it feels replenish, but like the game can go long.
No, I mean you would use the Brain Freeze for the kill. You wouldn't just like randomly mill 12 in the middle of the game. You would just go do it when you know it's lethal. And I don't think it's well. We'll see. I'm sure Nicholas has a lot more experience with this deck than the two of us. So maybe having access to one copy in your deck is worth it, just because in the long game it offers you the chance to go for it. Like you have it somewhere there in your 60. But honestly, I'm not sure.
Yes, but I think the keg doesn't really do much, right? So that can go.
Like
What is actually really cool about that quicksand is if your opponent has like say Meddling Mage, that kind of stops that attack, right? Because -1, -2.
Can we have quicksand on the screen?
Yes, -1, -2 when they attack.
Okay. Oh, cool.
So that kills Meddling Mage.
Except
Quite
for
very
Andra
relevant.
doesn't have Meddling Mages. But
Yes, he does not.
Yeah, but if he had them,
Yes,
that would be a good card, right? And I mean, Nicholas doesn't know if there are Meddling Mages.
I'm saying it because the previous round he played against Replenish and he did have 4 Meddling Mages.
Okay.
So-
Yeah, okay, that is pretty relevant then, because
So Nicholas might think he will be facing that, but instead of Meddling Mages there's the Exalted Angel.
But if you know that there's 0 targets in your opponent's deck, pre-board, post-board, can you afford to board one out? Yeah,
For sure.
like you can cut one land.
Yes, I think
maybe
so.
especially if you're on the draw, right?
Yes, I think so, and I would probably bring the Brain Freeze because that's an alternative win con, and it can just kill him in some big spell turn.
It's true that Ondra has attunement, so like he has more digging than Tobias's Replenish deck that we saw in the quarterfinals. So maybe there is some argument for that like he held just draw a lot of cards, but we'll see. Okay, so we should be done sideboarding at this point, I think.
No, we're not.
And we're not. Okay. Let's see if we have some news from the feature match area.
Yeah,
we
shuffling.
are shuffling. Okay. Good shuffling is important.
Yes.
You need to shuffle your deck well. Like so, for example. Do you pile shuffle?
I do.
Do you always pile shuffle in the
piles.
same 7 piles? Why
Yeah.
7?
I don't know. I was like back in the day. I thought it's like uneven, so it's like we should like shuffle it. I can't get like same piles. I didn't think about it, but I'm just used to it because I've been shuffling like that for so many years, and I also know that when I should that it's like 7 times X plus 4, right? So I know that the top 4 and then bottom 3. So I should finish with the 4. And if I don't, I know there's one card missing or something in the sideboard. So basically, it's also like a counting.
It's the same for me. It's the same for me. And like if you're doing limited, then you know you have to like finish with the top 4 and then 1 at the bottom. Yeah, it's just kind of like you don't have to think about it. Yeah. Ondra always pile shuffles in 4 piles. He says. Ondra, you're doing it wrong.
All those years.
Your whole life.
That's why I'm losing.
Yeah, good pile shuffling is important.
Oh, Niklas is shuffling.
So, I mean, it seems like he's down to 5, maybe.
I don't know, probably like 6, but we will see.
Yeah.
But the tight control seems very strong. I think what he can like struggle against is the burn, but he has like quite a lot of sideboard. I think there's some hydroblast, maybe chill. So it's definitely anything fast that gets on the board. Yeah, you don't want to see that. But you have Kex.
Yeah, you do.
Force Spike.
You have Quicksand for Kugelblitz. Ball lightning.
Okay. Of course, I knew that.
Of course you did. Yeah. So looks like 2 cards will go to the bottom, right? And then it's going to be Ondra's turn to start, and that is a Sky Cloud expense, right? Filterland.
Yes.
I was thinking if it's a fetch land, that like maybe you should crack it straight away against Cycle, but no, this is a very beautiful foil Sky Cloud expanse, and not much going on so far.
Yes, I think Niklas is fine with that.
Yeah. What's that? Like you see the shrimp in the bottom right corner. What's that red thing there with the? It's a bell. Why does the shrimp have a bell?
Because you want to subscribe and ask for notifications.
Okay, so it's the shrimp that's trying to make you subscribe to our channel.
Yes, because we're just talking nonsense, and we should tell you to like, subscribe,
comment.
Right,
that's the
us.
First time today that we've actually said it,
yes,
right? Like the moment had to come at some point.
Yes, that'd be great. Obviously, we do it because we love it, but thank you for all the great feedback.
Yeah.
For all the, especially when we put this video on YouTube. Yeah, it'd be great if you maybe like share it, comment. Like.
Yeah, or like the more feedback we have, we know what to do differently next time,
and also see that people like it, care, they like Premodern as much as we do.
Yeah, and we like it a lot. I mean, at least I do.
Yes,
you?
Yes, I do like it.
Okay. Even if not much is happening in the games, I still like it a lot. Like, look, there's 3 islands on the left, Seal of Cleansing on the right, 3 lands. We have some lands at least. We can play spells.
Yes, but we can cast Parallax Tide to destroy those
lands.
Oh,
please, come on.
You first need lands. You first need like victims. So you need somebody to become victim. Otherwise.
Okay.
Yes, Parallax Tide.
Or maybe not, because for Spike.
Yeah,
are you just gonna jam a 4 mana enchantment into 3 open mana?
I mean,
and like risk getting Parallax Tide back?
I don't think you can, but honestly, if Ondra does it, he dies. I think.
Nicholas Mulligan to 5 though. So like, I mean, if you're trying to trade 1 card for 1 card, and also actually,
Intuition, interesting.
Ondra has the Seal of Cleansing, so like if it went like Tide, counterspell, Tide from the other side, he could just kill it with Seal, right?
No. Seal, it doesn't work.
No?
No.
Like he's gonna respond with hiding the lands.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, because the thing is this. You play parallax tide. If it resolves,
You do nothing.
you do nothing. If he targets it,
You in response you hide
Yes.
the lands.
Yes, and also if Niklas has 5 lands,
Yeah.
he can just target his opponent's lands and just bounce it with Chain of Vapor.
Next turn, yeah, right.
Or yeah.
Because he would be tapped out. But like you're right that it doesn't work against Seal of Cleansing, and yeah, okay, so that would probably be a pretty bad idea to do it.
Yes, but for Niklas, when his opponent has Seal of Cleansing, he needs to 5 mana to make it work. So now Ondra, I think he can try to jam because he won't be punished.
So again, just to make sure, Niklas has 4 lands. He plays Parallax Tide.
He can't play it on 4 lands really because his opponent has Seal of Cleansing.
Yeah, that's what. Okay, so that's what I meant.
Yes,
that's
that
what
would
I meant.
work.
Okay,
That would work.
Okay. That's what I
Sorry.
meant before. I thought like okay now sure. So replenish chant. I understand that Ondra doesn't want to go like 3 replenishes because then there's nothing left in his deck. He only has 2 Orm's Chant in his sideboard, right?
Yeah, I think you give him Replenish.
Yeah, you give him Replenish, which is like a card that you can easily counter.
Yeah.
And
This
also
is
there's-
a little bit weird intuition.
What would you go for?
I don't know.
You need to progress your board somehow.
Probably 3 Parallax Tide. Because you want to kind of draw Orm's Chant and you want to draw the Replenish.
I know. Yeah, it's like you want 3 good cards, but you don't want them to be too good, because that just means that you're going to like.
You will lose them. Parallax Tide.
All right.
So as to
Show
be
me
Anno.
what you got. It
Oh,
is
he has
Anno.
double counter spell. I mean, that's nothing. It's not going to happen.
And so he's just gonna like slowly build his position with
Yes.
accumulated knowledge.
Yes.
This meta blue is really good for mono blue.
Yes.
There's even like Dust Bowl that can start harassing.
And
on
see,
his
he has
lands.
Parallax Tide, by the way.
Can he? No, he
No,
cannot.
no,
play
no.
it.
He needs 5 mana.
Hmm.
He needs his opponent. He needs Ondra to tap out again.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that was the only like Ondra could jam, but now he's jamming again. And
I mean, I understand that against an opponent who mulliganed to 5, there is some merit in just trying to like force them to run out of counter spells, especially if you have 5 mana, so you're playing around Force Spike. So I mean, I kind of like it. You have to do something.
I mean,
right?
this is the game.
So there's Chain plus Tide.
Yeah, and yes, even or
Well,
Stifle.
maybe not.
Okay, he doesn't have it. Like Nicholas has Parallax Tide, but he does not have.
He doesn't have
the chain or Stifle.
Stifle would work. Would Stifle work? You could stifle the Seal of Cleansing activation.
It comes into play.
Yeah.
And you target all the lands.
Yeah.
If it resolves, and now if he responds Seal of Cleansing, then those lands don't come back.
Okay.
Okay. If he does let it resolve, you just wait, and when the card dies, Parallax Tide, you stifle it.
Okay. What if you target your opponent's 5 lands? It resolves.
Okay.
After that, they target your Tide with the Seal of Cleansing.
I let
Can
it dies. Then trigger comes on the stake that lands come back and you stifle
Oh,
it.
you can still do it. Okay. Because it doesn't matter if it's like if it came because of lack of counters or because it came. Okay, got it. Replenish. Okay, just try to brute force spell after spell after spell, because at some
Third
point
counter spell.
they will have to run out of cards, right? Like they will have to run out of answers,
Yes.
or maybe not.
Or not. But like Niklas, he just needs that 1 mana spell and he plays 8 of them.
Wow.
Ooh.
City of
Attunement.
Traitors. Wow. Okay. Yes. Force Spike.
Wow.
There we go. So Niklas has all the answers in the world.
But I think that
there's
was
a
good.
lot of good draws from.
Yes. That was good from Niklas because it was clear that Force Spike is not going to get better anytime
That,
soon.
Ondra was playing against Force Spike. Would it be better for Ondra to keep playing, to commit? Like you've committed to playing to playing around Force Spike. Maybe you should just continue doing that. Like because he didn't give him any good opportunity to counter anything with the Force Spike up until that point. So
Yes.
yeah, but like what I was saying is that Niklas has so many good draws in his deck. He has like Fact or Fiction, like you said, Stifle or Chain. Even like accumulated knowledges at this point start drawing
Yes,
a bunch
multiple
of cards.
cards, yes.
Yeah, so I mean, I guess for me it boils down to like, does Ondra still have a steady supply of high impact?
Yes, because he played quite a few.
Yeah, but there's
Very
another
powerful.
one. There's
Okay,
Opalescence. That's not so terrible. I'm
Yes.
curious if it's gonna draw a null or something from Niklas, or maybe Seal of Cleansing will start attacking here.
Yeah, possible.
Counterspell. That is a pretty aggressive counterspell. I
Yes.
say. Like, what does Opalescence
Fiction?
do?
No, he
you're
starts to
gonna eat
destroy
one of the
lands.
lands.
So he'll destroy this one. Interesting.
Okay.
Interesting.
Why do you want to counter that Opalescence so badly?
Like not to be under pressure.
It's just 2 a turn, no? It's like other enchantments. So it's
Now it's interesting that he does bowl the Adarkar Wastes,
Mm-hmm.
and his opponent can't cast Tide.
So it's plains, island.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And if he plays any land, he has to sacrifice the city.
Right. Okay. I like
so
it.
that's yeah. It's just, like in long game, like City of Traitors seems terrible.
I'm still not sure about that.
I think it's even like something you can actually maybe even side out.
The
City of Traitors.
Really?
I think I don't know, but you probably the game is going long, but yeah, it's difficult for sure. But he's not going to kill it with Dust Bowl. He will wait.
Yeah.
for
There's
him
no need. There's
when
no
he
need.
will have to sacrifice it.
Yeah, sure. There is no need for that. Wow, it's fascinating to me that like Parallax Tide is the namesake card of the deck,
First of all.
and
So he has it now.
like you have a disenchant and it doesn't even do anything against the card. Like if you
Yes, I think that's why it's so obnoxious.
yeah.
So he's just taking a card.
Okay.
So clearly he has Stifle.
Yeah.
He's taking next one.
I mean, you have to take the other planes as well, right?
Yes.
Do you take the City of Traitors at this point? I mean, you might as well, right? Because
Yeah, so it's probably fine.
Because like the tide is. I mean, you can wait for 2 more turns.
Wow.
Hmm.
Yes.
Maybe he doesn't have the stifle. Maybe it's just like
No, he does have Stifle.
he does.
I think he wouldn't do it.
Okay. What do you do if you're on?
If I don't have Stifle, if I have nothing and I have Parallax Tide, maybe I would not even play it, and I would just hope that he doesn't have it. Right?
I suppose. Yeah. It's like.
So now he will just destroy. He will just he will like target the fetch land.
Why would you do that?
Because to force him to fetch, and then he wants to cast Stifle anyway. Or he can just wait.
I mean, I don't think there's. Yeah. Okay. Oh, okay. Sure.
Yeah, I mean that's. He's maybe giving his opponent chance to like blow it in terms of like maybe if I Seal of Cleansing this, those lands are coming back, right? Right?
No.
Right, Annie?
Maybe if I respond to the sacrifice of one Seal of Cleansing with another Seal of Cleansing, maybe that will make them come back, right? They're coming back, right? That's just like I feel what your friend said. You said like it gives you hope.
Yes.
And then it just crushes it.
Yes, Stifle, of
mercilessly.
course he has it.
Yeah,
Of course he does. But
There's going to be some response.
maybe he will have a counter.
Like my Mana Leak doesn't work.
Yes. Well, that's why I probably would do what I suggested last turn. Yeah, just target
Like
it.
make him.
Yes, because now when he has 2 mana. Okay.
No, I mean but he would still. Even if it was last turn, he would still fetch for a land, and then like he could fetch for the other color. Right?
Oh, now I see.
So what's going on?
Maybe no. Orange chunks are gone.
Yeah, and we are in Niklas's.
Maybe I think you know what's happening here, and I think Niklas.
What is?
I think there will be abeyance coming. Like he does, in response to the trigger, or in response to like that he has to remove the counter and therefore sacrifice, he will play abeyance now.
Okay.
And stop him from stifling, because he can't stifle yet.
Because there's nothing on the stack yet, like right, like you.
Exactly. There's nothing to stifle
what
yet.
goes on stack is like you try to remove the counter.
That's why
He plays. How many abeyances does he play?
2, I think.
He's like 2 Orimschan, 2 abeyance.
Yes, that's why I would do it last turn, because that's what you're doing anyway.
Yeah.
There's no way to wait.
Right.
And now he got a second land, and he can counter or do abeyance or do something else. I think Nicholas did not realize that this can happen. Maybe seeing those 2 Orimschans gone. So that would be actually very cool if Ondra can get back into the game like this.
Huh. There is a judge there.
Yeah. So there's abeyance, and Nicholas will have counterspell, obviously.
Of course, but like Ondra is in a lot of better situation now. He has 2 lands, regardless of what happens with that.
But I think
there is no counterspell.
Okay, I mean, huge mistake I think from Nicholas. He should have done it turn before. There was no reason to wait.
Yeah, that would be just one.
That's why I was saying target the single fetch land he had. He takes basic.
Okay, that is quite impressive.
That's big. That's big.
That is huge. Huh. Okay. And like this is a really, really nice play from Ondra as well.
Yes.
Like, make it like playing abeyance while there was nothing to stifle. Opalescence. If that resolves, that does not resolve.
Which does not resolve, but
if it resolved.
Yes, but there is still like the replenish is still looming. And he's going to destroy the treasure. That will free Ondra from playing more lands.
Yeah, right. But I mean,
interesting.
Yeah, it is interesting, and just kind of like thinking, what are Ondra's live draws now? I mean, he can draw Replenish, he can draw Tide. Even if he plays Tide, it's not like it's lights out, because Nicholas has quite a lot of lands at this point.
Yeah, but
it's going to be good.
It's going to be good, yes, for sure.
So players playing pretty quickly now, just like saying draw, go. Seeing who draws some gas first. Abeyance, are we abancing in the main phase?
Into
counterspell, wow. Or maybe
I think
replenish.
It's already the fourth one.
Maybe replenish.
Or replenish. I think you just jam, right?
Yeah, no fear from a force spike.
Wow.
Okay, let's see if the force spike is there. Mana Leak won't do it. I mean, this is good fact or fiction, but is it good enough?
No, it's not. I mean, that's it.
Stifle doesn't do
dead.
much, right?
Nicholas is dead.
Wow. Okay.
Ding dong, Nicholas dead. I mean, but I think well played, Ondra. He played this out.
Definitely.
Nicholas made that mistake with the Parallax Tide, and that cost him.
It was a really small mistake on small mistake. Like looking at it. And that's it. That's the game. Oh my god. Okay, that was really impressive, actually.
Yes.
Yeah, such a small decision, and like we could have had another finalist here.
Absolutely.
And now we're gonna sweat it out for one more game.
Yes.
I mean, this was a pretty cool game, I gotta say. Like how it was decided on such a small detail, and Ondra kind of like seeing that one window where he can go abeyance, get my lands back, and just
if Nicholas loses this next game, it will haunt him. It will haunt him.
Maybe he's the type who's just gonna shake it off. I mean, like we all make mistakes, right? Like if you were to be just kind of like shaken by any kind of mistake, it's like you just need to not care that much. But yeah, it was super interesting. I gotta say, I've been steadily more and more impressed by abeyance. That card,
I like it.
It does quite a bit.
Yes, I even built some years ago, like 4 years ago, I built like mono white control in Legacy with abeyance, and it does so much more than you think. For example, it stops planeswalkers from activation.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. Nice.
Of course, you can cast it like and then resolve something, but you can like when he plays Snapcaster Mage, you can play Abeyance, and he can't
That's
get his
super nice,
value. Or obviously against any combo deck when do Dark Ritual and whatever you Abeyance, and the fact that you draw a card, I like it. I like it very much. Sometimes it can be just a minor thing, or when there was expressive iteration. They cast expressive iteration, you Abeyance,
and they can't cast it.
Yeah,
right?
they can't cast.
Yeah, right. That's pretty sweet.
So the lot of little things that this card does, and like it a lot.
Hey, Adam Guska, how are you? This is Tomáš Vlček here. I think the names might have swapped there, but it's not a big deal, you know. Like I feel what it's like to have casting Gaia's Blessings as my ultimate goal in my life, and it's not bad, I gotta say.
Yes.
It feels pretty good.
Yes, I also I'm imagining the thing that I possess, a playset of Gamekeepers.
It is a really nice.
I don't.
Yeah. You should try it sometimes. Yeah. But okay, we're back. Oof, I'm back in my own body now. So we're gonna have like 4 more games at most here. 1 more game in the semifinals, and then 2 or 3 games in the finals. This tournament is slowly winding to its end.
Yes, some people might say very slowly.
Yeah, we know that a blue deck will take down the tournament at this point.
We were discussing earlier whether there will be 12 or 16 Parallax Knights.
Do we have the answer to
in
that?
the top 8? Do we have the answer?
Like, we know that there's 2 Replenish decks and the Mono Blue Tide deck, so that's 12.
Then there was Enchantress, Stasis, Din Fins, Goblins, and we can't figure out what's the 7th one. Or 8th one.
Well, if anyone knows, let us know. But in the meanwhile, we're gonna go for game 3 between Niklas Scholten and Ondra Kratochvíl. Niklas is gonna be on the play.
Wow. Basic lands, each player can... Please.
What's that? What is that?
Basic land, each player controls can be targeted by spells or abilities, as long as that player controls 3 or fewer lands. Interesting.
Why is that card up there?
It's to solve the meta.
Okay, but you can only play 3 or fewer lands, right? Like if you accidentally play
the 4th land, he will get you.
Okay. Ondra's starting on a pretty aggressive.
Yes.
Skycloud Expanse, Ancient Tomb.
By the way, what's kind of interesting as well, that when Niklas was destroying lands with Dust Bowl, he maybe missed that island, that extra island to be able to play counterspell of the Fact of Fiction.
Oh, right, because he was going pretty aggressively after that City of Traitors, right?
Yes, I think.
And then you are right that like he was 1 mana short.
Yes.
That's true.
So
like maybe he thought that like he had plenty of lands and it would be Ondra's turn to miss them. I mean, it makes sense if you have mana leak. You kind of want to do it like just to make sure that mana leak does something, right? But okay,
so we jam in.
Oh, Palisades. And Niklas didn't play his land number 3, by the way. It was like end step.
Yes, but end
step accumulated knowledge.
Oh, really?
Pass.
Oh,
so maybe it's now Niklas's turn to kind of like be missing land drops.
Maybe the deck is telling him, I delivered.
And Ondra is trying to push this advantage and just start beating.
I think as much as I don't like City of Traitors, I do like Ancient Tomb because that's really extra. It's basically like extra draw land drop.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, in this deck, absolutely. Yeah, and I also like Skycloud Expanse because it can filter one of the colors from Ancient Tomb into like a meaningful color. Yes. So Niklas probably trying to find lands or maybe an answer to that Opalescence.
Yes, but he's definitely not happy about that being in play. The Opalescence.
Yeah, right. It's not so. It's
because every enchantment, including Seal of Cleansing, that we saw was not amazing. It was just sitting there like for 10 turns doing nothing. So I think he is not happy about that, and he doesn't have a clean answer for it.
So there's land number 3, but then what? And you can always bounce it with Chain of Vapor, but you need to extend some resources in order to do that.
So Ondra, he will play land because he's a good boy.
Uh-huh.
And just jam any enchantment basically.
Yeah, let's go on the offense.
Yes, because
I mean, you don't want to be caught, unprepared by a tide.
because
here.
Ondra can still jam here. Like notice he doesn't have a second blue.
Yeah.
I mean that signalizes that he certainly has Parallax Tide in hand when you don't have the second blue. But you can still jam because your opponent can't punish you, right? Even if he does get Parallax Tide, you can Seal Cleansing it.
Sure. Yeah.
Not a
That's
lot
what
of
we were
you
saying,
can-
like 4 lands are not enough.
Yes. Now I would like to see another Opalescence or Parallax Wave, but I think Parallax Wave is not in the deck anymore.
I mean, it's definitely one of those cards that he probably would have shaved, I guess. But we see
With
4
jamming.
mana again,
Jamming.
and there's the Parallax Wave.
Okay.
So some number of them are still in the deck,
Incredible.
and why not? It's a 4 mana 4/4. Like Ravenous Bailiff territory here. And if this resolves, that means that those enchantments are gonna stick, right? I mean, okay. In response, Chain of Vapor, your
Oh, he does that.
Opalescence,
Yes,
I would say.
yes.
I would think, right?
Yes, that's fine.
Sure.
Okay.
Okay. So.
I mean, the good thing is that those 2 cards, Seal of Cleansing and Parallax Wave, do nothing as we speak.
They have a potential to beat down, but
Yes. So I'm happy. Nicholas obviously quite correctly could see what he has. There's no point countering here. You want to counter the Opalescence if you want to.
yes, absolutely.
And yeah, he's probably going for another land or like a null or something like that.
To stop that, and yeah, sure. Like he wants some breathing space here. If he is given time,
But
he's
I-
gonna like start playing
Yes.
fact or fiction,
Yes.
more accumulating
But I think
knowledges.
his deck really needs 4 mana. Before 4 mana, it's
absolutely.
like you are on standby. You're like you're like countering something and trying to get to 4 mana, and then you
Sure.
start to play.
Okay, there's land number 4.
Because now Ondra can't jam as easily anymore because if Nicholas gets land and the combo, he loses lands.
Yeah,
So he has to be more careful.
yeah.
Unfortunately, Ondra, doesn't have. Yes, like what Ondra can do, he can like just play Opalescence. If he counters, he can still have. Oh, that's very nice. So he's getting Island.
Double blue.
But the card I'm thinking about now is Orim's Chant that can help you to fight Parallax Tide. Because when you has Parallax Tide, in response you chant, you can't do much and you destroy it with Seal of Cleansing.
Okay,
Which
that
is
sounds
like
good.
it's 2 for
Like
1.
you still 2 for 1 yourself,
It's
right?
2
but
for
like
1.
you get rid of the most.
It is that is true. You 2 for 1 yourself, but your opponent's tapped out and
That's
you can
true,
just
that's
kill
true.
him.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, it's funny that you're saying like we're talking about 4 mana card, 4 mana blue card, and we're like talking about it like, oh, you just kill him. It's like they tap out, you kill them. It's so funny that like somebody said that 3 years ago. Like, oh, you have this 4 mana. Ooh, that's what 6 mana can do as well. It
That's
can
very
go.
aggressive. But he has another counter spell.
Oof, okay.
All right.
Wow. And now Andrei stepped out. Is he gonna punish him for that?
But he needs.
But he would need land
needs-
number
but
5. There's land
now
number
he
5.
needs 2 specific cards.
And like if he has
it.
But like if he has Tide plus Chain or something, then he doesn't have anything else, right? Like how many cards does he have in his hand? He
I'm
used quite a lot of
Yes.
resources.
I think he has accumulated knowledge for 2.
Whew, that would be very good. There's another Opalescence.
So he will be drawing into
Wow.
a null.
This is a very different game than the ones that we've seen before.
Yes, definitely some pressure. He's
Yeah.
putting up quite a lot of pressure. But we should not forget, like on the Horizon 9, he won't be able to tap that ancient forever.
Okay, then like suddenly fairy conclaves start to look a lot more threatening than they were
Yes,
before.
but I
right?
think in this matchup, ancient tomb is bonkers.
yeah,
it's incredible.
It's great.
Like what he could do because of that is quite special.
Yeah, like it's just like an extra mana.
So Niklas thinking, I wish. Oh, this vector.
So he's looking. Either he has an annul already, and he's like trying to.
Yes.
Ooh,
Wow.
is that accumulated knowledge number 3 and 4?
Yes, I think so.
So, like, one is in the graveyard, one is in the hand?
Yes.
Wow, he's gonna draw a lot of cards very soon.
Good haircut.
There's a close-up of Ondra's back of his head.
Yes, but I think like Niklas really wants to cast it now, if he has it.
If
of
he
course.
has it, but...
Because if he doesn't have it, that will be very tough.
Yeah.
Because if he takes 6 damage now, if he takes 6 damage now, no, well, let's see. Maybe he's just baiting. But Force Spike is not good.
Huh. Yeah, and you're sure that he had another way how to counter that obsolescence? Because, like, to me, it looks like
No.
maybe he was really just digging
Wow,
for
that can be
another seal. That's 8 power.
That's 8 power.
Coming your way next.
On the other hand, he only really needs to answer that opalescence.
Yeah.
And then none of those cards matter.
But we're talking Chain of Vapor, right? Like there's nothing else that can do that, right?
And
So he already played one.
He
Yeah,
used
right.
yes.
So he's gonna draw a lot of cards.
But now he can draw
7, 3 and 4.
No,
Right?
2 and 3, because
No, but like one
one is in the
knowledge
grave,
is in the
yeah,
graveyard.
for
One
sure.
when they're
Yes.
but he's playing Fairy Conclave.
before. Yeah, I don't like that.
Oh, that's the Chain of Vapor that we talked about, and it's used to bounce that opalescence. Now Ondra knows that Niklas has a mana leak, so one more land.
Yes. Interesting. Very interesting. By the way, that ancient tomb is like just like we wouldn't be here.
Yeah, it's golden.
Yes.
There's also a price to pay, but
Does
you know,
Ondra
I think
does
that's fair.
Ondra-
Does he have an untapped
But
land?
Ondra can.
Hey,
Oh,
another ancient
ancient
tomb.
tomb.
Okay, now we're talking. So this plays around Mana Leak and Force Spike.
Wow.
Okay,
He has to draw.
Yeah, he has to draw a
counter.
counterspell, but he also played a couple of counterspells before.
Yeah, he did.
Or I mean, he can draw Annul. That's the
Annul
Annul.
is incredible.
Oof.
Does
Does
no,
Ondra
he
have
can't
something?
fight back.
He does not. So that is bad for Ondra, right?
Yes.
Because
No.
now Nicholas is going to draw 4.
Now Ondra could have like Parallax Tide, but I'm afraid this untap
Okay.
is
Yeah.
like
Like draw 4, the game is over.
Hmm.
Wow. This was so close. Like he had to hit. You know, it was like top 3. I have to hit something, and he did.
Incredible.
Yeah. But you're right that like these cards, like on their own, they just don't do really much. So that's like they are not proactive at all. Draw 4.
So maybe that mistake will not hunt Niklas after all.
It will hunt us because we spent like 45 more minutes here on the
Yes.
coverage.
Yes,
Impulse, yeah, this is like the world's your oyster at this point. You have all the cards, and it's just like Ondra is at 7, and Fairy Conclave is immune to Seal of Cleansings. We still need to get rid of that Parallax Wave, right? Like he needs to wait until that goes to the graveyard, then he can start hitting with the Conclave.
Yes.
But like I would imagine that Nicholas has all the answers in the world. in his hand.
Now he will just at some point he will just Parallax Tide him and
Yeah. Is it the time where you discard the mana leak to show, you know, that like, look. But like with the 2 ancient tombs, I kind of like, making Ondra pay for it. It's like, you can have your spells, but how many of them can you cast this game?
yeah, I'm not even thinking anymore.
You're just enjoying the show?
Yes.
How many cards does Nicholas have? It's gonna be over 7, right?
It's like 6 or 7 plus
Plus the
like-
mana leak? Oh. Okay, so
Is this
it's
kind
actually more. Oof. Okay, Conclave hits the pin. Sure, like you only need 1 to finish the job. Like you're not like Swords to Plowshares are not there anymore, and you only need that 1 Conclave to attack. I mean, interestingly, he played an island instead of Fairy Conclave, so
Yeah, I don't understand.
I mean, maybe it just doesn't matter anymore. There's the
Parallax
there's
Tide
the
at
tide.
last.
We're gonna get rid
You
of
can
your...
I think Abeyance is the best way. Like Abeyance, and then you destroy it with Seal of Cleansing.
Sure. If Ondra has it, that is.
Okay, he doesn't, so
Seems like he
that's...
doesn't. So you take the colored lands and you advance to the finals. Is that what you do when you're Nicholas?
He'll take a land.
Oh, so he has a stifle.
He has a stifle, yes.
We've been through this. We know how this works. We know how it works with Seal of Cleansing now. We learned. So mana in your pool. Do you go to combat with 2 mana in pool?
I think that sounds quite
like,
reasonable, yes.
Yeah, you want to break it down into like smaller chunks? Okay. Wow, so
But
close.
tell me, just now I'm maybe missing something. Why don't you just target 5 lands?
He has stifle, right? Like he doesn't have Chain of Vapor.
So what?
I mean, I guess it's the same, right? Like it's just
Like you target
do
5, but here
Yeah.
at some point he could probably somehow break it with a Seal of Cleansing and save some land,
Mhm.
potentially, but...
Do you also go for the Ancient Tomb? That's your win condition, man. Don't do that.
Yeah, I think it's...
Well, might as well. You're destroying 4. Might as well destroy the 5th one.
Yeah, it's just...
So, are we
But,
going to
but I have to
call
say,
it the
like,
game?
credit to Ondra. He did
Yeah.
what he could.
Oh yes,
It's
absolutely.
probably a very
yeah,
unfavorable matchup for him, but he was fighting hard, and
Yeah.
maybe if he had like 1 extra, maybe Orim's Chant or 1 extra Beyonce, he could have done it.
Yeah, but like this seems like an incredibly uphill battle.
Yes.
Like especially with the annals and like your replenishes, the chances of them resolving are very small. And game 1 was just
Yes, and any time you like tap out, he can just kill you. Like since you tap out when he has 4 mana, he can just play 5th mana and just blow your.
So
okay, he's doing.
He's
it
gonna
now.
he's gonna try it, right? Like,
Yeah, but it doesn't work.
it's gonna get stifled.
No, he did it. He did it
Okay,
incorrectly.
what's
Oh no, he's.
Oh, okay. What is happening here? I guess
I
that
think Ondra misplayed here because you first want to play Orim's Chance and then destroy it.
Yeah, right. But like somehow Nicholas.
Yes, he just countered it.
Finally-
He was like, I have everything, so
Okay,
it doesn't matter.
Okay.
But like you first want to Orim's Chant, then destroy it, then trigger goes on the stack that that he would need to stifle and then get the lands
But
back.
like you can't Orim's Chant when wave has already left the battlefield and the trigger's there.
Yes,
right?
because
you
trigger
could
is already
stifle
there.
The
Yeah.
trigger already. And
Exactly.
Okay, another land.
Let's
on
call
the
it
side?
shortcut.
Yeah. Sure. Yeah. And players being nice to each other.
Yes.
So is it?
It's like when we had
on.
one of the finals, one of the first one.
Yeah.
When in the semifinals or finals, the blue-white player played standstill and then he played Tormund script.
I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, that was
That's
painful.
like. People are tired. People are tired. At this point in the tournament, we are tired as commentators, and we had some breaks.
Are you tired?
I mean, I can feel that.
I feel I could watch Parallax Tide against Parallax Tide all day.
Maybe I would prefer like Stasis Mirror. I don't know. Like there are more fun ways to spend your Sunday evening. No, I'm joking. This is.
Yes.
I'm fine with this.
I think we should ban islands, probably. That's the way how to move forward.
How about we don't ban them, but we make them produce blue, but they give you they deal you 1 damage whenever you tap it.
Okay.
Yeah, like
Yeah,
you give it to them, but it's gonna cost you.
Or everybody plays choke.
You have like
Or you start
Vanguard choke with choke in play.
It would be ley line of the choke, and
Okay.
you start with choke in play.
Yeah, we
So
can
every
modify
island is
magic.
Lotus Petal.
Ley line of the choke, I like. So Ondra is on the 3 turn clock from the Conclave. Parallax Tide has 3 counters. I mean, he's gonna give it a try. So, is there another stifle there in Nicholas' hand? The trouble is that like there's so much pain you're taking from those lands. So you can. Oh, there is a stifle.
Of
Okay,
course.
yeah, just.
So why are we ending the game that Ondra has nothing, and it's like around 20?
But he had something before. I remember.
his
I
islands.
clearly remember a couple of turns ago there was something on Ondra's board. It's been like it feels like ages ago, so I don't remember clearly what it was, but I'm pretty sure there was something there.
Yes.
So 3 lives, 2 more turns from Fairy Conclave. Looks
Okay.
like it. Let's have a small Factor of Fiction subgame before we end this game. Oh my god. Oh my god. So many win conditions all of a sudden decide to show up.
I just take the it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Okay.
So you take the one
tide
with 2
because like you keep
No
doing
tide.
what you're doing, right? It's like you've been riding the tide the whole day, so you might as well take
Can
it.
we see abeyance again? Because a target player cannot play instance interest or series of abilities requiring activation cost. So he can't activate Parallax Tide.
Yes.
Okay, that's cool.
I think so. If you play it in your upkeep, he can't even activate Conclave, but like he could respond to abeyance by.
Yes.
All right.
I think that's very cool. So in response to Parallax Tide, you can play that, and he can't even remove lands or do anything. You can just cleanly disenchant it.
If you do it, you die to Fairy Conclave. No. But like, okay,
I mean,
yeah,
not now.
He's doing.
Not now,
I get
of
it.
course.
I get it. So 2 islands of mine.
By the way, back in the
3
day when
islands
you
of
played
mine.
abeyance in his upkeep, he couldn't tap lands for mana because it was considered activated ability. Back in the days.
Abeyance sounds like it was a pretty good card back then, even better than it is now. So Chain of Vapor, the lands go away.
I think Das Ondra has some deal with Mr. Grossman. Please tire him.
Make him tired.
Make him suffer.
Make him earn it.
And then I will come with my stasis.
Okay, there we go. The way to finish the game with just killing yourself with Erica Waste. And we have our 2 finalists. It's Nicholas and Martin. Mono blue against mono blue. No other basics allowed in the finals. And we're going to be right back with the finals of Czech Premodern Championship 2025. We're back with the finals of Czech Premodern Championship 2025.
Hello.
Only islands allowed here. No other basic lands allowed.
Yes, we were just discussing whether we should ban island. Maybe that's what needs to be banned.
There was an idea that you could still play islands, but every time you tap one, it deals 1 damage to you.
Yes, so I remember when I read like 25 years ago when there were all these questionnaires and they asked like Pro Tour top 8 competitors, what's the strongest card like in the tournament or in Magic, and they said basic island. When I read it for the first time, I felt it's funny, but I read it like 57 times since then. So
it was not meant to be a joke. It was dead serious.
Yes.
We are having another look here at Martin Grossman's Stasis deck. I'm still really intrigued by the one-offs, Propaganda, Repulse, Mana Short. I kind of like it. Like one Boomerang. It gives you some wiggle room, you know, in cases you need them.
Yes.
I mean, you need it. How do you like this matchup?
I think Stasis is the favorite.
Yeah,
I think so. Like Mono Blue is very, very good. Like the Mono Blue Tide is very, very good against almost anything. But Stasis is even better at beating blue decks, I think, than it was the Mono Blue. There are a lot of counters from the other side, but I think here like Daze will be big. I think Mana Short can be backbreaking.
Yeah, definitely. That can be devastating.
There are the Gushes. Yes.
Blackwise is amazing.
Blackwise, I think if for example Martin can get Ivory Tower early, will suffer because the game will be like 25 minutes longer.
Okay.
But I don't think he has a very good way how to win. Like before he will start attacking with Mishra's Factory, he will have like 50
you mean
life.
like Nicholas doesn't have a good way to win?
No.
Yeah, and Martin has Blackwise, which is very clean and
because
efficient way out
because obviously what Nicholas wants to do is have 7 cards in hand.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
And
every blue mage wants that.
Yes, and what Martin is punishing it.
That's right. And does
not
Nicholas play in powder keg main deck? He does, right? Like he has 3 powder kegs.
He has 3 powder kegs. That's big. That's big. But I think he can't really get rid of. Oh, Nicholas is starting, so that's also very important.
That's important here. Okay, but it's
also we shouldn't mention Nicholas does not play Wasteland. He only has Dust Bowl, which can be big because Martin can quite aggressively put Stasis into play with 4-second City.
I don't think they know each other's deck lists, do they? Right. So like if you're Martin, you would probably still play conservatively, not trying to run into wastelands that might be there. You don't know that they are not. Yeah, so far players kind of positioning themselves for.
Yes. Also, I can't see like Nicholas tapping out into Parallax Tide.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
He can do it like when he has 8 mana maybe, or it will be very, very late.
Is this the matchup where like whoever blinks first loses?
Yes, it's something like that. It's like old draw and go. This is like 1996. And
I kind of like that. And like also whoever starts missing their land drops first loses. Accumulated knowledge for 1. Oh, that's fine.
Yes.
Yeah, like you want to have all the lands in the world and then maybe something.
Yes, can we fast forward like 10 minutes?
No, this is the part that I like.
Oh yeah.
Can we slow it down to like half the speed?
Yeah. So we don't miss anything.
Yeah, right. Like there might be some important detail that you miss. Forsaken City, and if Nicholas didn't know what's up, he knows what's up. But I think he knew what's up even before. The cat is out of the bag, officially.
But if Stasis win, then people say, "Oh, Tide Control is not so good." Parallax Tide doesn't need to be banned because Stasis.
You wanted the Tide deck to win because you hate Tide.
Well, that's why I was playing Parfait. I was saying I want it to be banned.
Yeah. Okay. It worked.
Yes, it
Maybe
worked.
you should start playing Tide.
No, I mean, no, I can't go this low.
Oh my God, Propaganda. Wow.
And that's fine.
I mean,
well,
what it does is that Martin taps low.
He does, but I think with like toward the days, I think he'll be fine.
So he's like trying to like lure Nicholas into like a false feeling of, oh, now he's stepped out and I have to do something.
Exactly.
Is that what we're gonna see here?
Possibly.
No, it's
No,
not.
he's
He
not.
doesn't. He doesn't.
And now he can't even like chip damage like very much. Like on more mana that he would like be attacking with like Mishra's Factory or something like that. He can't even do that. So
I mean, but honestly, okay, Mishra's Factory, sure, but like Fairy Conclave means like you tap three of your
mana.
lands,
Now you
and
can't
that's
do
just
that.
way too much. Yeah, now,
you can
now
do
it's
like,
fine.
like tapping
so,
2. That's possible. There's a possibility. But I think Martin is doing what he wants. He's just playing lands.
Yeah, playing
That's-
lands. I mean,
that's and
Niklas is
Niklas
also
as well.
playing lands. He has like what 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 lands. Yeah. So far, none of the 2 players blinked, and they are just. I'm looking forward for some mana shorts here.
Mm-hmm. Yes, that mana short. It can be big battle end of turn for mana short.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I mean, Niklas has Chain of Vapors, which is that's a very good way how to remove stasis, right? So
Yes.
and also all those accumulated knowledges and factor fictions, they're gonna add up eventually,
Yes.
and translate into like Niklas having 12 lands and just like doing whatever he wants to do.
Yes.
So
Now, who's better at waiting?
I would say that
Because
Niklas's deck is better at waiting, right?
Could be. Because I would think that stasis is good. Like when you do nothing and stasis can sculpt everything, they will get you, but maybe not.
But I mean, like, if they at which point is Niklas going to tap out or like tap for something?
When mana short resolves.
Sure. And like, if you disregard mana short,
You see, and now he discarded that quicksand.
oh, because he drew 2 from.
Wow.
Okay, this is where the game changes. So now we should probably see some fireworks.
Yeah, I think he will counter it.
Yeah, like
But I don't know how many cards Martin has, but when my opponent discards a card to hand size, I typically just draw, play land, go. Right? I'm not casting anything because clearly their hand is stacked. So I usually keep it for a few turns that they have to be discarding, and it also kind of forces them to blink.
But I mean, maybe Martin also is like on 7, 8.
Yes, that's what that's the first thing I said. I don't know how many cards he has.
Interestingly enough, if there's a serious counter battle over that, likewise it will leave Niklas with not that many cards in his hand. So, but okay, counter spells resolved. Blackwise on the stack, I would assume.
Yeah, I think Niklas will just proceed with like powder keg.
If you're okay, not so fast. There's another counter spell. If you're Niklas, like Mana Leaks start looking appealing, right? Just to like tap Martin out. Okay, this is.
I think this is.
Okay, I like it. Arcane Denial. I would like you to draw some cards, please.
I mean, this is like. This reminds me like a German campaign in 1942. Like we have some battle plans, but then we get to the city of Stalingrad, and maybe we can take it.
You are always full of historical analogies that are very unexpected, and yeah. I always get to know something about history. How does it stack, by the way, the Arcane Denial Blackwise? Do you draw first and then take damage, or okay? Is this the time to resolve stasis, by the way? Stasis.
Wow.
Counter
Counterspell.
spell. Does
And
Martin
now
have a twart?
Twart, and the game is yes.
Okay.
Wow.
Is it gonna resolve?
Yes.
Okay, so we have Blackwise
Oh,
stasis.
there's Untapped Island. Maybe he still
Okay.
has Mana Leak. So he will daze.
Okay. So Twart resolves. Stasis resolves.
Wow, and you can still play Island.
And you have a lot of islands in your hand from that Twart.
I think.
Wow.
So is this what you call Blackwise aggro?
No, Blackwise aggro is like island Blackwise go, but this is like Blackwise mid range, I would say.
So now we are drawing a lot of. So now we drew a lot of powder keg.
How much do you care about powder keg here? I mean, I guess you do, right? Like they don't.
We could chain of Vaporate.
Yeah, you chain of vapor stasis.
Yeah, beautiful.
End of turn.
That's very beautiful.
Like, what do you need
And,
all
and you
that
can
lands
sacrifice. You can sacrifice Forsaken City
for? And
to bounce
powder keg.
To bounce powder keg, yes.
Okay, that works. Nice.
He's sacrificing island. I would probably...
I think he's afraid of wastelands. I mean, this is like...
But he'll have untapped, he will have a lot of islands on tap, and he has a lot of islands in hand, so he will keep on playing islands and paying from that.
Sure.
Cool.
Yeah. I mean, like it's a minor deal here, right?
Because he's not untapping it right now, right?
No, it's end of turn, I think.
No, I mean, he's not untapping Forsaken City in the
Oh yeah, that's what you mean. Okay. So Black-Wise goes away. That's fine. That's still fine.
Yeah, it's probably okay. Is this the most beautiful picture in all of Magic? Stasis?
I'm sure it looks like something that's in some gallery.
Can somebody explain me the picture?
I know there are people who can. I am not one of them, unfortunately. Maybe Jirka would tell you more about it.
So he just untapped. He could have untapped. He could have it untapped for free if he kept island.
But he exiled the card for the Forsaken City?
Yes.
Okay.
It was a repulse.
Oh, okay. Well, repulse doesn't really do much, so. Okay. And I'm curious how many cards Martin has in his hand after all those fireworks. Like, Nicholas will have some time here for whatever. I mean, for the powder keg, but Martin still has five cards. Wow.
And he played island.
Yeah, and now the powder keg will probably come down. The question is, if you're Martin, do you have an answer to that? Repulse. That's if it was Boomerang, it would be a bit better this game, I would say. Like, it can save your Black-Wise.
But I mean, unless you will like totally fizzle, like Martin, I think he should win it.
It depends on how many lands Nicholas has.
I would like to see his hand, but I did not see it.
Like, if Nicholas stops playing lands here, he's in trouble. But like, he still keeps playing lands. I mean, sure, they are tapped and they're going to stay that way for a bit.
Oh, there's a
I
stasis.
see Martin has another stasis. Okay. He still has a bunch of islands, and like the Black-Wise is doing one per turn, which I'm also curious. Okay, Chain of Vapor on stasis. That could potentially be absolutely huge.
Yeah,
and it is.
That's huge.
Okay, this is huge here. Because now, the Chain of Vapors are amazing here.
Yes.
They're like, Okay. So now what do we do? We do like Parallax Tide and Powder Keg is a good start.
It's keg.
Wow. Powder Keg go. So like.
Interesting.
Shoo.
I think you just play stasis. He has second one.
I mean, sure.
He's definitely playing stasis.
Sure. Yeah.
And
is Nicholas gonna counter?
I think so.
I mean, does he have anything to counter?
Sorry?
I mean, does he have any counter spells left? I mean, it's not like his deck.
I don't know that, but I think you want to counter.
If you have something. Also, those annuls in the sideboard look more and more amazing.
Yes. Oh, there's Boomerang, Stasis.
Whew.
Island.
That is.
But I mean, he needs Gush, right?
I mean, there's a lot of cards that his deck can cough up that are great in this spot, but like having your opponent with 8 untapped lands, that just looks scary. 9.
The part of our coverage team is snoring. I don't know why.
I'm enjoying myself.
So rude. There's another Black-Wise.
Well, that's good news. That's something.
Yes.
Nicholas has been drawing a lot of lands, and like I can imagine if this was a different matchup, he would be like, "Oh my god, I'm so flooded," and like in this matchup that's exactly what I needed.
So many lotus petals.
I'm also wondering. Okay,
So
that is the Blackwise.
This will have to counterspell, I think.
If Nicholas has a counterspell, then yes, this is the counter that this is a card that he wants to counter. I'm also curious, like.
So you take more damage.
I forgot what I'm curious about. Oh, there's another keg.
Another keg. So
Oh my.
am I right that he has four Blackwise and that's it?
I would suppose that. I would suppose he has 4 Blackwise, yeah. But like he has 1 more Blackwise than Nicholas has powder kegs. There's 4 Blackwise, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Mm-hmm.
And Nicholas has 3 powder kegs, so the last Blackwise standing can still take it down. 1, 2, 3.
Mm-hmm.
This deck looks so strong to me. It's like
Is it?
really it does a lot, and it's like it has cheap spells.
Cheap spells, insane mana.
Yeah.
You draw a lot of cards.
Mm.
You have answers for everything, and you have like this this mid-game I win
Yeah.
button.
Does it? How's the matchup against aggro? Like white weenie style decks, burn goblins.
I mean, that should be bad.
Mm-hmm. I'm curious about this because I was thinking, okay, if Nicholas blows up the powder keg, you can save your Blackwise, right? But we know that Martin has a couple more stasis in his hand. Okay, this could actually work pretty well. Like if you make him tap out, and then you just.
He's paying here.
Oh, okay, sure. But that just means like, yeah, Blackwise is gonna go.
Yes, I think against aggro he does have the keg.
Oh, sure.
He has
like
keg and he has
pretty
keg for
easily.
spike. I think that's all very relevant.
Mm-hmm. Ivory Tower goes. Yeah, 4 spike, you're right. 4 spike is like another turn 1 play. He also has Chain of Vapor that he can use defensively. So like there's that. How long can this go on? Like, oh wait, are we drawing here?